Warden Jaheluos sent a message to Chen Ke in the group chat. Instructor, I know this is presumptuous, but the new GDI operators that were hired already know how to deal with me. What am I supposed to do? Warden Jaheluos transfers him an exclusive red packet in the chat. Red Falcon Sai follows up. How could the instructor have taught a coward like you so afraid of death? Or is it that after you became Hafuk's lapdog, you can't even bear the pain of dying anymore? Warden Jaheluos replies, I'm not afraid of death, and I'm even less afraid of pain. But those operators are too cunning. They trick me into trusting them, then backstab me, and on top of that they never engage in a straight gunfight. Every time I die it feels unbearably humiliating. Red Falcon Sai answers, Though I can't stand you, you're right about this. But you can't blame the instructor for it, he never expected those operators to be this sly. Red Falcon Sai sends Chen Ke an exclusive red packet as well. Instructor, don't blame yourself. We'll find a way to deal with those crafty operators. Chen Ke stares at the chat baffled. He looks at the messages in the group chat feeling a little dazed. Before crossing over he would have simply thought these two were just clowns joking around. The problem is, he has transmigrated. In this world the game Delta has invaded reality in the form of dungeons. The group may only have 3 people, but Sai and Jaheluos are both infamous bosses from Delta. Most crucially, both of these bosses are calling him Instructor. So this group chat is his golden sheet. Chen Ke frowns in thought for a moment, then taps on the group red packets. If this is a clown group, he can play the clown. After all, even if he dies in the game world, a player's punishment is merely a month-long negative status. If this is all real, then this golden cheat is downright outrageous. He cannot help but feel that this cheat is almost absurd in its generosity. As Chen Ke opens the group red packets, several voices ring out in his mind. You have obtained Jaheluos' exclusive skill, Ash 12 Firearm Mastery. Ash 12 Firearm Mastery, you have mastered the Ash 12 firearm. When you equip an Ash 12, your rate of fire is increased by 100. You have obtained Sai's exclusive skill, Footstep Perception. Footstep Perception, when you are inside an enclosed building, you can hear the footsteps of GDI operators anywhere within that building regardless of distance and pinpoint their exact locations. Chen Ke is stunned. He blurts out in disbelief that it is actually real. Before crossing over he was merely a firearms enthusiast. He had never so much as touched a real gun, not even a model replica. Yet now if someone handed him an Ash 12 or a PKM, he feels he could raise the weapon and fire instinctively, and every shot would connect. Chen Ke glances at the group messages, then his brows lift. Since they are calling him Instructor, what is there to hesitate about? Their problem is simply that they cannot handle those players, isn't it? He already has a solution. Chen Ke types into the chat. Why do you insist on letting people recognize your boss identity at a single glance? For example, Jaheluos, you could easily disguise yourself as an ordinary prison guard. Perhaps it is his imagination, but after he claims the red packets and sends his messages, the group falls silent for 2 full minutes. It feels as if the two bosses had never expected him to claim the red packets or reply at all. Just as Chen Ke grows so embarrassed he is about to quit the group, new messages pop up. Side writes, Ha, Instructor, you don't know. This Hafuk lapdog would never give up his mask even in death. Chen Ke replies, then have every prison guard wear a mask and disguise themselves as Jaheluos. The effect will be the same, won't it? He continues, and Jaheluos stops staying in one place. You need to patrol. Sai sends a confused. Chen Ke adds, you can also give those prison guards portable music players. When they hear the operators, they can play the BGM for your entrance. Once those operators become desensitized to this BGM, you suddenly appear and ambush them. Warden Jaheluos replies with confusion as well. Chen Ke continues, oh right, isn't there also the Raven Hunter operation in the prison? You can move Raven's holding location to your office. When operators accept that mission, let Raven come out and give them a surprise. Both Sai and Jaheluos respond with stunned confusion. Then Jaheluos writes, thank you for the instructor's guidance. Warden Jaheluos sends him another exclusive red packet, and Sai sends one as well. Sai adds, many thanks, Instructor. Looking at the red packets filling the chat, Chen Ke cannot suppress the smile tugging at the corner of his lips. These two bosses are really emotional and straightforward. System prompts echo in his mind. You have obtained Jaheluos' exclusive skill Headshot. Headshot, when you equip an Ash 12, all of your attacks will strike the target's head. You have obtained Sai's exclusive skill Intelligence Sharing. Intelligence Sharing, you can access all intelligence gathered by soldiers of the Asala faction. Even though Chen Ke was mentally prepared, the sight of these skills still leaves him shocked. In his previous life, when he played the game, these two skills disgusted him to no end. The Warden's absurd jumping strafe, followed by 2 perfect headshots, and Sai's full map broadcast were nightmares for countless players. Yet now all he can think is so fragrant. He wants more. A voice beside him cuts through his excitement, so excited. Startled by the sound, Chen Ke instinctively looks up and sees his homeroom teacher Tianjun. Tianjun smiles, pleased, his gaze tinged with reminiscence. Excitement is good. Back then I was just as thrilled as you are now. After all, he adds, that was my first time entering the tidal prison map. Chen Ke is bewildered. Teacher, what are you talking about? Then he remembers tomorrow is the second Thursday of April. That day is this world's title prison sharing day. Tomorrow, graduate students from the starting house club will lead them, the prospective players, into title prison to learn the map. Bad. Tomorrow he has to enter title prison as well. What had he just told them in the group? Have Jaheluos patrol everywhere. Make the prison guards disguise themselves as the warden and carry his BGM. Have Raven lie in wait in the little shack next to the Raven Hunter mission. Chen Ke's mouth twitches. Teacher, can I not go to title prison tomorrow? Tianjun is stunned for a moment, then shakes his head with a gentle smile, voice full of kindness. Don't be afraid. Tomorrow in title prison, you only need to watch out for the warden and Raven. The graduate student leading the starting house club team will take care of those two bosses. Besides, if you want to graduate, you have to successfully evacuate from all 5 maps: Dam 0, Longbow Valley, Bakshi Aerospace Base, and title prison. If you don't take advantage of sharing day, will you go in on a regular day and take makeup exams instead? Don't think about it. Pack up and head to the starting house club to get familiar with firearms. Listening to Tianjun, Chen Ke thinks for a moment, then nods. What is there to fear? It's impossible that he teaches Jaheluos tricks today and Jaheluos implements them by tomorrow, right? Although Jaheluos calls him instructor, he doesn't truly know Jaheluos. There is no reason for the warden to trust him that much. Moreover, he has already freeloaded several skills from Jaheluos and Sayayide. How could he possibly fail to evacuate from a mere shared prison? Time to go. Time to go to the starting house club and play with guns. Meanwhile, in title prison, Jaheluos stands outside Raven's cell, hands clasped behind his back. Raven's voice is tinged with madness. Hey, you actually plan to lock me in your office? After all these years as Hafuk's dog, have you finally gone insane too? Jaheluos answers calmly. The instructor told me to do this. Raven laughs loudly. Instructor? Haha, you found yourself another instructor to serve, have you? Do you need me to help him celebrate a funeral as if it were a wedding? Halfway through his taunt, Raven stops abruptly. He suddenly springs up from the cold metal slab, lunging to the bars before Jaheluos. His hands clamp tightly around the iron rods. You just said. Instructor? Which instructor? Instructor is instructor, Jaheluos responds, lowering his head slightly to look down at Raven from above. You're not lying to me, eh? Raven demands. Jaheluos gives no answer. Why won't the instructor come to me? Still, Jaheluos remains silent. So your office is it? Raven steps back. Fine, but you have to do one thing for me. You have to find me a set of clothes. If the instructor sees me dressed like this, he really will beat me to death. Jaheluos says nothing, merely raises his right hand slightly. One of his personal guard, shield bearing, approaches, cradling a folded set of clothes in both hands. On the folded uniform lies a mask identical to Jaheluos's. Raven falls silent for a moment. When he finally speaks, his voice trembles and turns hoarse. Thank you. Gone is his usual careless, mocking tone. Jaheluos still does not respond. He simply nods to the guard, signaling him to hand the clothes to Raven, then turns to leave. I'll be able to see the instructor tomorrow, right? Raven calls after him. Jaheluos's steps falter for a moment, but he only stands there for a few seconds before continuing on. Even he is not sure of the answer. How could he reply? All he can hope for is that tomorrow within the prison the sound of an Ash-12 firing will echo. Jaheluos, Raven's hoarse voice calls out again from behind. Jaheluos stops once more, but still neither looks back nor speaks. The instructor said I should go to your office, right? Raven continues. Does he mean for me to lie and wait there for operators who want to accept the Raven Hunter mission? Jaheluos nods. Then, Raven hesitates. Come to my cell. Jaheluos shakes his head slightly and lifts his foot to leave again. After so many years, Raven might truly have gone insane. Since the instructor wants me to ambush operators who accept the Raven Hunter mission, why wouldn't he have you lie and wait for operators who accept the Starslayer mission here? Raven's voice grows more agitated. He must have guessed you would come to me. No, he's testing you. He wants to see whether you will come, whether you'll still obey his instructions. And if I'm right, the instructor will definitely come to check. Maybe he will come tomorrow. Jaheluos stands there in silence for a moment, then turns around and walks back toward Raven's cell. At the Chijia Club, Chen Ke glanced at the ever-present slogan, Go Bankrupt. Come to Chijia. 800 turns into 880 inch, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Classmate, are you sure you want to choose the Ash-12? Inside the room, a graduate student in the club's blue and white uniform looked over at Chen Ke and asked, Chen Ke came back to his senses and nodded. This gun only looks good on paper, but in reality. The graduate student paused, then murmured, TCH, who am I to lecture you? The first time I came to the club, I was also fond of these big caliber guns. Come on, let's head to the range. Once you experience it yourself, you'll understand this weapon. Sorry to trouble you. Not at all, it's what I should do. I was scheduled to lead the team tomorrow anyway. The graduate student laughed. By the way, my name is Gao Jinli. What about you? Chen Ke froze for a moment. Gao Jinli. For an instant, he wondered if he had misheard the name, then silently dismissed the thought. Compared to the ancient musician Gao Jinli who once played the mournful tune of the wind whistles cold over the Yi River, The name Li Jianli, born by a certain demon king protector of Blue Star, was perhaps far more infamous. Chen Ke. He extended his hand toward Gao Jianli. Haha, I saw you zone out just now. Were you thinking of Chen Ke's friend? Gao Jianli also reached out to shake his hand. Honestly, I wanted to change my name to Li Jianli, but my dad would never agree. Here we are at the range. Wait here. I'll go pick out an Ash 12 for you. Chen Ke was taken aback. He really planned to change his name to Li Jianli. Could it be that he too possessed the strength of that demon king protector from a past life? Uncertain, Chen Ke decided to observe further. Not long after, Gao Jianli walked back and cradling a massive jet black rifle in both arms. The instant Chen Ke saw the Ash 12, his gaze became glued to it. First, in his previous life on Blue Star, he had been utterly fascinated by firearms, and that passion had naturally carried over to this world. Second, as he looked at the gun, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It was the intimacy born only of extreme mastery. Gao Jianli caught the unwavering, almost hungry look in Chen Ke's eyes and chuckled quietly. After all, this was a real gun. No man could easily resist its allure. Even so, Gao Jianli did not hand it to Chen Ke right away. He tightened his grip around the weapon, removed the magazine, and confirmed it was empty, then dry-fired the trigger several times. Only then did he pass the gun toward Chen Ke. Careful, it's heavy. Chen Ke nodded, stretching out both hands, the muscles in his arms already tensed. The ASH-12, also known as the Shak-12, was a bullpup, short-barreled, large-caliber rifle developed by the Tula Design Bureau for the Signal Flag Special Forces. Unloaded, the weapon itself weighed 6 kilograms. The particular rifle in Gao Jianli's hands was clearly fitted with a suppressor and numerous accessories. Its weight likely exceeded 8 kilograms. Yet when the firearm finally rested in Chen Ke's hands, he felt almost no discomfort at all. He barely registered. It was as though his body had long since grown accustomed to the gun's heft. Chen Ke's thoughts stalled for a heartbeat. Then he suddenly recalled the skill he had obtained from Garros. So, gun mastery had this kind of effect as well. Instinctively, his right hand raised the rifle to his shoulder, his left hand removed the magazine. Then he reached back to pull the charging handle, tilted his head slightly, and checked the chamber for any remaining rounds. Once he confirmed everything was in order, Chen Ke seated the magazine, chambered a round, adjusted the fire selector, flicked off the safety, aimed and peeked, all in one seamless flowing sequence. The entire routine left Gao Jianli completely stunned. That effortless sequence of actions, let alone for someone like him. Even an average club competitor would struggle to pull it off. Most crucially, the weapon cradled in Chen Ke's arms was an ASH-12 weighing over 8 kilograms. Yes, 8 kilograms might not sound terribly heavy at first, but consider that a PKM light machine gun weighs only 7.5 kilograms. That was a light machine gun. The ever-famous AK-47 weighed a mere 3.5 kilograms. The way an 8-kilogram rifle feels on the arms is completely different from how an 8-kilogram inert object feels. Yet Chen Ke not only showed no discomfort whatsoever, his movements remained utterly smooth. Most astonishing of all, after finishing his checks, Chen Ke casually adjusted both the fire selector and the safety, purely out of habit. Where had this monstrous talent come from? Gao Jianli now even suspected that Chen Ke could achieve headshots with every single round at 50 meters on the range using this thing. Chen Ke, shall we head to the shooting lane? Sure. Chen Ke snapped out of his reverie, nodded, and followed behind Gao Jianli, cradling the gun. Moments later, Gao Jianli secured the rifle's barrel on the range stand, then glanced at Chen Ke. You know this thing doesn't have any so-called reduced power rounds, right? Do you want to stretch your shoulders first so you don't get hurt by the recoil later? Chen Ke thought for a moment, shook his head, and set the fire selector to low rate. Shouldn't be necessary. Let me try it first. All right. Gao Jianli nodded, then handed him a box of ammunition. These are all level 3 rounds. Don't worry about wasting them. Just shoot as much as you like. At this point, he was even more excited than Chen Ke. Thanks. Chen Ke took the ammo box, then began expertly pressing cartridges into the magazine with his thumbs. A short while later, he seated the magazine and pulled back the bolt. A crisp click rang out. He drew a deep breath, pressed his right cheek against the handguard, sighted the target, and squeezed the trigger. Tat, tat, tat. Contrary to Chen Ke's expectations, his body was barely affected by the recoil. His arms scarcely moved at all. It felt as though this body had already adapted perfectly to the weapon's kick. Chen Ke blinked, released the trigger, switched the fire selector to high rate with his left hand, and pressed his right index finger down on the trigger again. Tat, 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 tat. Gao Jianli was utterly dumbfounded, on every level. The first time he had ever seen someone use an ASH-12, their whole body had swayed under the recoil. Here not only was Chen Ke's torso almost motionless, his arms barely shifted at all. And, was this ASH-12's rate of fire even normal? What? Was this thing secretly a submachine gun? Even more outrageous was how at such a firing speed Chen Ke still managed to keep the muzzle perfectly under control. On the adjacent target analyzer, the results were crystal clear. Every single shot struck the target's head. This was the ASH-12, renowned for its massive power, low rate of fire, and poor accuracy. What kind of prodigy was this man? No, That wasn't the main point. The real point was that such a genius absolutely could not be allowed to slip away. Seizing the moment while Chen Ke changed magazines, he shouted, "Chen Ke." Huh. Chen Ke yelled back, then removed his noise-canceling earmuffs, and looked at Gao Jianli. What? Keep shooting for now. I'm going out to see the manager about something. Gao Jianli took off his own earmuffs and hung them on the wall hook, then pointed behind him. If you get tired, rest over there. There's a cooler and a fridge. Everything inside is yours to take and eat. Thanks. Chen Ke accepted without suspicion and smiled with a nod. The thrill brought by a real firearm was something no game could ever match. That perfectly measured recoil, the distinctive tang of gunpowder in the air, the continuous cascade of brass casings. All of it was irresistibly captivating to him. Most importantly, the moment he gripped the ASH-12, it felt as though his very body were cheering. Watching Gao Jianli close the door behind him, Chen Ke put his earmuffs back on, pressed his cheek to the handguard once more, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Shooting with sheer exhilaration. After leaving the range, Gao Jianli strode straight toward the club manager's office. He did not even bother knocking, simply pushing the door open in one motion. Manager, there's a genius among this year's students. We absolutely cannot let him slip away. A genius. The manager, about 30 years old and wearing rimless glasses, did not comment on Gao Jianli's abrupt entrance. He merely lifted his head, his expression somewhat surprised. What do you mean? Take a look at range 14. All right. The manager nodded and switched the screen feed over to the CCTV for lane 14. In the next instant, the computer speakers erupted with dense gunfire. Tat, 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 tat. You mean a genius with submachine guns? Hearing the cadence of the shots, the manager's brows knitted. Gao Jianli submachine guns are easy to pick up, and they're almost exclusively for close-quarters combat. Range data alone doesn't prove much. But his chosen weapon is the ASH-12. What? The manager's head snapped up. You're telling me that rate of fire is coming from an ASH-12? Wait, damn, that does sound like an ASH-12. The manager bent forward, pressing his eyes close to the screen, then magnified the surveillance feed. After a brief moment, he couldn't help but curse aloud. What the hell? He's firing the ASH-12 like it's a submachine gun. No, it's not just that. Gao Jianli's throat bobbed as he swallowed, then lifted a trembling finger toward the screen. Manager, look at the impact points on those targets. They all seem to be heads. The manager was utterly dumbstruck. Using the ASH-12, a weapon universally acknowledged to have atrocious accuracy, at such a high rate of fire, and still achieving headshots with every round. Was this even human? You are Chen Ke, right? The manager smiled widely as he extended his hand. Hello, I am Zhao Qijia, the manager of the Qijia Club. Hello. Chen Ke reached out his hand, a hint of confusion in his voice. He had just fired a few shots. Oh, why was the manager looking for him? It's like this, Chen Ke. Zhao Qijia looked at Chen Ke. We would like to sign a contract with you. Chen Ke's expression instantly filled with vigilance. The sordid deeds of certain MCNs on Blue Star had made him wary of the very word contract. There can't be any of that kind of thing here, right? What contract? Chen Ke took a half step back, looking at Zhao Qijia. Zhao Qijia's lips twitched as he watched Chen Ke's retreat. It's not me who should be taking a step back, is it? Don't you know how much psychological shock it brings to a student who has never touched a gun to turn an ASH-12 into a submachine gun? The most crucial part is that with such a rapid fire rate, you didn't even fire a warning shot. If it weren't for repeatedly confirming Chen Ke's record with the school, Zhao Qijia would have reported it to the police long ago. It's like this because your performance with the ASH-12 was outstanding. We want to film a video for teaching purposes. Don't worry, it won't be for free. For a 30-second video, we will pay you 1,000 yuan. Moreover, as long as you enter Delta through our club in the future, all the accessories and ammunition for the ASH-12, we will also provide you with level 4 armor for free. What's the catch? Chen Ke asked without hesitation. He didn't believe anyone would give him money unconditionally. In this world, firearms and armor can be manufactured in factories, but due to high demand, prices have always remained. Now this club actually says they will supply him for free. Looking at the cautious Chen Ke, Zhao Qijia's smile became even more sincere. Caution is good. Caution means one won't be easily deceived by other clubs. There is only one condition, Zhao Qijia said. The materials you bring out from Delta, we hope you will consider selling them to our club first. Selling to you first? Chen Ke frowned slightly. What do you mean by first? If the prices are the same, sell to our club first. Zhao Qijia continued without pause. If another club offers a higher price than ours, then our club can also prioritize buying at that price. Chen Ke looked at the now silent Zhao Qijia and blinked. That's it. That's it. Zhao Qijia nodded, then handed over a piece of paper. This is the draft of the contract. Take a look. Chen Ke blinked, then took the contract. The text on the contract was very sparse, almost identical to what Zhao Qijia had just said. The most crucial part is that the contract does not have any dense small print. This means the other party does not intend to dig a pit in the contract. So, this club is just going to give him money because he's good at shooting. Is that right? Chen Ke, we really mean no harm, Zhao Qijia said as he saw Chen Ke finish reading the contract. To put it bluntly, this contract is just to leave a good impression on you. We want you to remember our club. Chen Ke raised his head to look at Zhao Qijia, remaining silent. Zhao Qijia's voice became even more sincere. Not to mention anything else, your talent with the Ash 12 is enough to make various clubs fight over you. Even if the 4 major universities in the country saw you, the worst they would offer is a guaranteed admission for a combined bachelor's and master's program. With your talent, your stage will definitely be vast. After filming the video, we will send it to various clubs and we cannot keep you locked in our club. That would be too selfish. But with your talent, you surely won't lack guns or equipment in the future. But we are unwilling to let such a good seedling slip away. So we can only use this method to make you remember the Qijia Club. Chen Ke fell silent. He felt Zhao Qijia seemed to not be lying to him. But this made things more complicated. It is well known that sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Regardless of the final outcome, right now he truly remembered the Qijia Club. One could only say the manager is indeed impressive. However, he did not sign a contract with the Qijia Club. Right now there are only the warden and Said in the group. If he could find a way to pull other bosses into the group, he dared not think further. With that in mind, Chen Ke extended his hand, his voice equally sincere. Thank you, Manager Zhao. So, when do we start recording the video? Upon hearing this, Zhao Qijia's eyebrows instantly rose. He was now happier than Chen Ke. Chen Ke wanting to record the video indicates what? It indicates that Chen Ke is willing to accept the money and equipment he offered. It shows that Chen Ke remembers their club. We can start right now. As Zhao Qijia spoke, he took out his phone. They'll transfer the money to you first. Chen Ke. Why is the person giving money more anxious than the one receiving it? 10 minutes later, the video recording was completed. Chen Ke thought that the other party might try to pull a fast one on him, but surprisingly, they did not. Looking at the extra 10,000 yuan in his account, he found it somewhat absurd. The price level in this world is comparable to that of Blue Star. On Blue Star, if one wanted to earn 10,000 the next day at the Qijia Club. Before we set off, let me emphasize 3 points one last time. Tianjin looked at the eager students below, raising his voice with a serious expression. First, you must not lose yourself. If you truly cannot retreat, then give yourself a shot. After death, at most, you'll only experience a month of negative effects. But if you lose yourself, then you will never return. Did you hear that clearly? Clearly. Among the strong responses, there was a hint of impatience. This common sense has been taught to them since elementary school and has continued until now, and no one would forget it. Second, you must absolutely listen to the words of the Qijia Club's players. You cannot act on your own whims. Third, you must avoid map bosses. Moreover, even when facing the prison guards, you must be extremely cautious. Did I make myself clear? Clear. Good. Take your gear and set off. After Tianjin finished speaking, he stepped aside. Then the students filed into the equipment room. Brother Chen, Gao Jinli nudged Chen Ke with his shoulder. Let's wait here for a bit before going in. Chen Ke blinked. What do you mean? The manager accidentally left the key to his little vault at my place while drinking last night. I went to sneak a peek, and the little vault happened to have 2 complete sets of level 6 gear and 233 safe monthly cards. Gao Jinli whispered. Then this morning I saw Wen Qian move 2 boxes of armed bullets into the vault. Let's sneak in there later and check it out. Chen Ke. Not bro Lu Tao, are you trying to ruin the shared Moreover, what a coincidence. The corner of his mouth twitched. Forget it, it was Zhao Qijia's good intentions after all. Besides, it never hurts to prepare more. What if Geheluos really listened? Then the prison would have some great fun. Just right, since we have time, Chen Ke wanted to ask Gao Jinli a few things. By the way, Gao Jinli. Chen Ke looked at Gao Jinli. Since the Delta has descended for so long, logically the warden should have been killed by now, right? Why is he still alive? I don't know either. Gao Jinli shook his head. However, some experts have analyzed that the instance we entered is actually a temporal mirror of the Delta world. The NPCs in those mirrors are like a pre-programmed sequence. Even if we kill them today, they will respawn tomorrow. This theory was quite popular for a long time, but it cannot be proven true or false, because no one can communicate with NPCs. Chen Ke, unable to communicate. Then what about those 2 in the group? What are they? Could it be those 2 in the group are the real bodies? Gao Jinli did not notice the confusion in Chen Ke's expression and continued. It makes sense if we could communicate with NPCs, allowing them to place some of the items we need in the supply boxes beforehand, and we could bring them some of the things they need, then there would be no need for conflict, right? My. Chen Ke caught onto the key point in the conversation, the things we need. The items we gather are all for selling, right? Not at all, Gao Jinli denied. The blue and purple items can be used in daily life, while the gold and red items contain many technologies we cannot comprehend. For example, the trick armor, which is level 6 armor, is made from carbon fiber plates. This is something we cannot replicate, we can only bring it out of the game. Then, what do they need? Thinking of those 2 bosses in the chat group, Chen Ke asked further. After all, those 2 bosses called him Instructor. Food, firearms, ammunition, and energy. Gao Jinli did not hesitate. Although this is just a guess, it's the most widely accepted one. After all, the Delta world is filled with war. Such a world definitely needs these things. These? I see. Chen Ke nodded thoughtfully. In his previous life's game, a gold bar was worth about 3,000, while a bag of fried noodles was worth nearly 1,000. This outrageous price also indirectly confirmed Gao Jianli's words. Brother Chen, there's no one left. Gao Jianli glanced around, confirming no one was there, and whispered, "Okay." Chen Ke nodded, and then he subtly gave a thumbs up to the camera. In the manager's office, Zhao Qijiao smiled and shook his head after seeing the thumbs up. This kid. Surprisingly, he wasn't overwhelmed by the surprise and still knew to give me a thumbs up. Sigh. In contrast, Gao Jianli, he's just a pure martial general. He still thinks I accidentally left the key. TSK. Entering the tidal prison. Great, there are actions from the Raven Hunters and the Star Exterminators. Looking at the loading screen in front of him, Gao Jianli raised an eyebrow. Good. Chen Ke frowned. Didn't they say these two bosses are the most dangerous? Yeah, Gao Jianli nodded. But having tasks means the Warden and the Raven won't be running around. As long as no one takes the tasks, today's tidal prison will almost be safe. Chen Ke remained silent. His sixth sense told him something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. Wasn't the probability of this task appearing only about 20? Is it really this coincidental? Temporal anchor point locked. You have entered the tidal prison. Remember, extort, search, and retreat when down. Huh. Gao Jianli blinked. What's wrong? Something's off. Gao Jianli looked at the gun he was holding, then at the bullet vest and armor on his chest, his brows furrowing. Normally, we would enter the tidal prison as prisoners, and our equipment would be hidden not far from us. Could it be that the captured temporal fragments have changed? Brother Chen, you hide first and help me. Okay. Chen Ke nodded. He checked the Ash 12 he brought in, confirmed there were no malfunctions and that the magazine was full, then unlocked it and found a nearby cover. Gao Jianli also checked his firearm, then took out his handgun and aimed it out the window. Da-da-da-da. What's the code? After a moment within the prison, a responding code sounded. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Hearing the back and forth gunfire, Gao Jianli visibly relaxed. He looked at Chen Ke. Brother Chen, no problem. There are a total of 6 responding codes, all using the Desert Eagle. This is the code gun just agreed upon by all major clubs. No problem. Let's go, I'll lead the way. Remember not to save bullets. Don't think about engaging in close combat with the prison guards. Okay. After hearing Chen Ke's response, Gao Jianli took a deep breath and then pushed open the door. Then he heard music accompanied by a drumbeat. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Gao Jianli suddenly shrank back. At the last moment of closing the door, he caught a glimpse of 2 figures standing at the corner. Both of them were wearing white masks. That was a mask he would never forget. How could the Warden appear here? And there are 2 of them. The Warden is blocking the exit. Brother Chen, something happened. Gao Jianli retreated behind the table, aiming his gun at the door, and whispered to Chen Ke. I saw the Warden. Chen Ke. And there are 2 of them. Chen Ke. He opened his mouth, then remembered what he had said in the group chat. What a sin this is. Isn't this just digging a pit for himself? The most crucial part is that he wasn't sure if the Warden outside was real. Hey, wait. Gao Jianli suddenly reacted. Why are there 2 wardens? I can't believe it. That expert said it couldn't be true, right? What expert? What did he say? Chen Ke asked while keeping his gun. That expert said whoever gets the mask in the entire tidal prison becomes the Warden. Gao Jianli swallowed hard. If this speculation is true, then that's too scary. Does that mean all the guards in the prison are fake? This would leave no way out. Gao Jianli's voice was filled with bitterness. What should we do now, Brother Chen? Chen Ke was also analyzing the pit he had dug. What did he say yesterday? Let the guards change into the Warden's clothing, then let the Warden patrol, and have the Warden confine the Crow to the office for those wanting to take on the Crow Hunter mission. Right? The Crow Hunter mission. Gao Jianli. Chen Ke looked at Gao Jianli. You confirm that when we entered the map, there were Crow Hunters, right? Yes. Right. Gao Jianli's eyes lit up. We can take on this mission. Once we take on this mission, the Warden will mistakenly think we are with him. He won't attack us. And since this task is still ongoing, it means the Wardens outside are all impossible. He won't attack us. And since this task is still ongoing, it means the Wardens outside are all impossible. Yes. Oh wait. Gao Jianli suddenly snapped his fingers. Today is shared prison day. If we take this mission, what about the others? If I can analyze that the only way out of tidal prison now is to take the Crow Hunter mission, what about other teams? Will they take on this task early? We don't want to harm others, but what about the others? Gao Jianli furrowed his. Chen Ke deeply resonated with this. One can only say, never test human nature. In Blue Star, Delta was just a game, yet it turned countless people against each other. What's more, in this world, Delta has descended into a reality clone. Brother Chen, Gao Jianli looked at Chen Ke, his expression serious. I don't want to harm others, but we need to guard against others harming us. So we'll storm the Warden's office, and then you will cover me while I signal. If someone responds to the signal, then we'll undertake the Warden's mission together. If they don't respond, Gao Jianli's eyes flashed with a fierce look. Then we can't be merciful. All right. Chen Ke did not hesitate at all. This surprised Gao Jinli somewhat. Brother Chen, I thought you would try to persuade me saying everyone goes into Delta to get supplies, so we shouldn't fight. Chen Ke did not respond, only smiled. That's why I say, Brother Chen, you're really suited for Delta. Able to be ruthless with accurate shooting and a good person. You're simply a genius tailor-made for Delta. Brother Chen, wait here, I'll peek at the guards outside. If I don't get taken out, it means those guards outside are fake. Gao Jinli took a deep breath. If I get taken out, then Brother Chen, we shouldn't struggle. Just put the bullets in the safety box and give yourself a shot. Remember to aim for the middle of the forehead, it won't hurt. As for the 6 sets we lost, I'll explain it to the manager when we go back. Just say I stole them to sell. Chen Ke. Gao Jinli, you're too sentimental, brother. Chen Ke thought about what he had said in the group yesterday and came up with a bold speculation. Since the guards have already put on the masks, it means that Jiheluos really took his suggestions into account. In other words, the Crow should now be confined in the office waiting for players to take on the Crow Hunter mission. So the question arises. If the Crow is in the office, then who is confined in the prison next to the Executioner's mission? Perhaps that is the real Warden. Moreover, he wasn't sure if this world's title prison was the same as the game in Blue Star. If it's different, he still needs to rely on Gao Jinli. The most crucial part is, Gao Jinli is too sentimental. If he becomes even more timid, it won't be good. Chen Ke clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and calmed his body, which was trembling from the adrenaline rush. Then he walked over to Gao Jinli. Gao Jinli, I'll peek, you cover me. This map is unfamiliar to me. If those guards are indeed not the wardens, then I'll need you from now on. Gao Jinli paused for a moment, then stopped arguing. A strange glint flashed in his eyes, and he nodded seriously. All right, Brother Chen, there are 2 guards behind the 2 iron bars on the left side of the corridor at the entrance. They are about 80 meters away. I will cover you. Okay. Chen Ke nodded, then pressed the gun against his shoulder and slowly turned to the side. The moment the 2 masks appeared in his line of sight, he did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Thud, thud. After 5 rapid gunshots, the sound of 2 heavy objects falling to the ground followed. In the Tide prison, the warden's office. Brother, how is this really a good idea? The boy with a crew cut looked at the leader and said, today is the shared prison day. By accepting this task, now aren't we putting the other teams in danger? At this moment, Jiahao was feeling somewhat embarrassed. His 5 sets had already been repaired 3 times, and he had run out of 2 magazines of ammunition. Most importantly, the warden's omnipresent background music kept his nerves on edge. His fingers even started to tremble. He felt that the warden could very likely be disguised as the next guard he encountered, or even hiding in a corner he couldn't see, ready to take him out at any moment. The fear of waiting for an impending death far surpassed the fear of facing the warden. Fortunately, the student with him provided a slight outlet for his emotions. He turned his head and whispered angrily, if we don't take the task, are you going to confront the warden outside? Huh. The crew cut boy opened his mouth. I me. Jiahao said, looking at the door of the warden's office that was within reach, sighing in relief. Come with me to accept the task. Besides, there are changes in Tide prison, and we need to evacuate as quickly as possible to report this matter back to the club. Accepting the task is just to facilitate a faster retreat. But, the crew cut boy frowned, but, didn't we respond to the signal at the start? What's wrong with responding to the signal? Jiahao looked at the boy. We didn't stab anyone in the back. Besides, even if we did, so what? If I signal, will they believe me? In this world, if you don't eat people, you'll be eaten by others. What makes you think you can trust the goodwill of others? The Delta signal was simply a convention agreed upon by various clubs with no explicit regulations. Jiahao pushed the door open. Let's go, we need to find the warden. He sighed in relief as he walked into the office. Damn, finally made it this far. After accepting the task, he wouldn't have to worry about that background music anymore. The boy felt that what Jiahao said seemed a bit off, but he couldn't pinpoint where it was wrong. Moreover, Jiahao was still a doctoral student at the Bubble Club. This wasn't the time to argue with him. He opened his mouth, but ultimately followed in Jiahao's footsteps. Huh, why does this warden seem a bit shorter? Is it just my imagination? Jiahao looked at the warden sitting in the chair, crossing his legs with a puzzled expression. This warden, wasn't he always standing before? Although the warden was fierce, his posture had always been imposing. He shouldn't be doing something like this now. Moreover, why did the warden's personal guard now only consist of 4 people? Why did these 4 guards hold their guns in such an unusual manner? It was as if they were not holding guns, but rather swinging a hammer. Jiahao paused his steps and subtly made a hand gesture behind his back. The boy behind him was taken aback. This gesture, was it telling him to hide? After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately followed Jiahao's instruction and hid behind the cover in the corner. After confirming the boy was well hidden, Jiahao stepped forward and approached the warden, saying, Warden, under orders from the HQ of HAF, we are here to assist you in clearing out the Raven forces. Under orders from the HQ of HAF to help me clear out the Raven forces? The NPC wearing the warden's mask looked at Jiahao, his voice filled with amusement. Yes. He Jiahao lowered his head, but his mind began to race. This warden's voice was also off. He had taken this task many times before, and the warden's voice was never like this. Moreover, this voice felt somewhat familiar. Whose voice was it? Haha, good. The warden stood up, adjusted his collar, and then pulled out 357 revolvers. Then let's go. Understood. He Jiahao nodded, looking at the 2 revolvers the warden held, sighing in relief. No matter what, as long as he accepted this task, the guards wearing the warden's mask outside wouldn't attack him anymore. Next, he just needed to be cautious of the ravens. Those 357 revolvers of the ravens were frighteningly accurate and could penetrate smoke to hit targets. He Jiahao's body suddenly froze. Did the warden just pull out 357 revolvers? Isn't that the weapon of the raven? No. He suddenly remembered where he had heard the warden's voice before. That wildly insane voice was unmistakably from the ravens. Oh, looks like you've discovered it. The warden, or rather the raven wearing the warden's mask, looked at He Jiahao with interest. What a pity. I wanted to play with you a bit longer, since you figured it out. Then, the raven wearing the warden's mask had somehow already put away the revolvers and produced a grenade. He Jiahao was stunned for a moment, then instantly raised his gun, yelling at the top of his lungs. Run. The person in the office is not the warden. Run. The raven rolled over, and with nearly imperceptible speed, dashed in front of He Jiahao. His left thumb slipped through the trigger guard, blocking He Jiahao's finger from pulling the trigger, while his right hand shoved the grenade towards He Jiahao's mouth. You want to run before tasting the royal special? Boss. A member of the personal guard, or rather Hammer Brother, raised his hand and pointed at the grenade. What if the instructor sees you doing this? The raven was silent for a moment, then put away the grenade, raised the revolver, and pulled the trigger. A bang echoed. He Jiahao's vision went dark. The last thought that floated in his mind was, good, finally set free. He Jiahao fell to the ground, but in the end he made no sound, transforming into a brown box. The raven took 2 steps back, then waved his hand. One of the Hammer brothers behind him charged toward the spot where the boy had been hiding, wielding a PCAM. Boss, what should we do now? Another Hammer brother asked. Find him. Since the true form of Jihilos has descended to this mirrored space, it means the instructor must also— Yes. What do you mean, yes? You're holding a gun, not a hammer. The raven shot an annoyed glance at Hammer Brother. If the instructor sees you, be careful, he doesn't hammer you. Hammer Brother blinked, then awkwardly hugged the PCAM. Boss, this feels a bit awkward. Tough it out. The raven pointed and said, the instructor taught you close combat, to leave you a trump card. Not for you to go around smashing people with guns. Alright, boss. Boss, this thing is really hard to use. The Hammer Brother who went to deal with the boy returned. It feels so strange smashing people with it. The raven. Chen Ke, help me hold the gun, he'll go accept the task. Next to the cell, Gao Jianli looked at the nearby radio and said to Chen Ke, wait a moment. Chen Ke stopped Gao Jianli's actions, then looked toward the cell. What's wrong? Gao Jianli blinked, following Chen Ke's gaze toward the cell. He almost jumped in place. The structure changed. How did the raven also wear the warden's mask? Still wearing the warden's clothes. Chen Ke stared at that NPC in the cell, feeling increasingly uneasy. The person locked in the cell was too strange. He wasn't lying on the iron bed in the cell, nor was he casually sitting on the edge of the bed with his legs crossed. Instead, he was standing straight, their hands behind his back, quietly observing him. This demeanor. The crazy raven couldn't pull it off. It means that the one locked up here is likely the true Warden Jihilos. Holy shit. Chen Ke, Gao Jianli suddenly exclaimed. A death icon has appeared on the map. The team that accepted the raven action has been killed. And it happened in the warden's office. Chen Ke. No. What kind of trick is this boss playing? Locking the raven in the warden's office while he squats in the raven's cell. Oh, seems like this is what he taught. Then it's fine. If that's the case. Chen Ke had a bold idea. Gao Jianli, help me hold the gun. Chen Ke. Gao Jianli's eyes widened, and after a moment he nodded. Oh, Chen Ke took a deep breath, then walked next to the cell and locked eyes with Jihilos through the bars. After a moment, Chen Ke stared at the white mask, his voice resonating powerfully. The GTI people accuse us of illegally invading their property and land, claiming to seek justice for them. I would like to first ask GTI, when half took in me the whistleblower, who was it that exterminated everyone in the name of punishing traitors? When half used brain machines to treat the sick, who exploded the explosives at the brain machine press conference? When half built dams to eliminate droughts and illuminate the darkness, who was it that caused the dam to repeatedly breach? When half invested in aerospace to revive the Asura economy, who caused the spires to collapse and the sky net to fall, causing wildfires to sweep across Asura? I ask, does such behavior count as violence? Does it count as shamelessness? Should the Asurans be angry? Should half be angry? Asura cannot be without Tide Prison. The New World cannot be without Iron Order. Just as the stars must return to their orbits, evil must face judgment. Now, chaos is rising. Yet you, Jihilos, you are sitting here in peace. Have you long forgotten your oath? Answer me. Gao Jianli. Jahilos. Listening to the instructor's resonant voice, Gu Helua's expression nearly broke under the mask. His toes inside the combat boots were already tightly gripping the insoles. So those words he said earlier were that awkward. However, it is indeed the instructor. He had only spoken those words to his personal guard and never let them spread. Yet today the instructor recited them word for word. This was not merely the instructor's surveillance of him, it was the instructor's concern for him. This indicated that the instructor had never abandoned him. The instructor had been watching over him all along. But why was the instructor wearing GTI's attire? Why did the instructor enter the prison with the GDI personnel? After pondering for a moment, Gu Heluos understood. The instructor must have discovered something unusual long ago, which is why he infiltrated GDI in advance. Otherwise, the instructor could not have provided such an effective solution. To defeat the enemy, one must first understand the enemy. Gu Heluos completely understood. Given this, the plan needed to change. He could not expose the instructor's identity now. Hence he lifted his head, but upon realizing the instructor stood before him, he instantly lowered it again. The iron bars of the cell had unknowingly opened. Gu Heluos looked at Chen Ke, his voice calm, yet cold. You are right. At this moment I should not be standing here. This group of acer-ass maggots is beyond saving. Clean them up immediately, not a single one should be spared. You have taken over the operation, assist the warden in eliminating the Raven faction, and you my. Gu Heluos paused, ultimately not calling out instructor. He continued, and you my friend, your righteous actions deserve a reward. After saying this, he extended his right hand. In the palm of his hand was a deep blue orb radiating a strange glow. Chen Ke. Gao Jinli watched this scene, already dumbfounded. To be precise, he had been dumbfounded since Chen Ke spoke his first word. Why was the warden confined in the cell? What were those words Chen Ke had heard? Why, after saying those words, did the warden give Chen Ke a tear of the ocean? Is this even right? Gao Jinli opened his mouth, and then cautiously leaned towards Chen Ke, nudging him with his arm. Bro, can I repeat that phrase you just said? I also want a tear of the ocean. Chen Ke instinctively nodded. He was also baffled by Gu Heluos' action. After receiving permission, Gao Jinli moved closer, his Adam's apple rolling as he spoke with a slightly trembling voice. What did the Asura people insult us with? Then Gao Jinli forgot the words. He had not remembered them in the first place, and now, facing the warden, he couldn't recall them at all. Thus he turned to Chen Ke. Bro, what did the Asura people insult us with? Chen Ke. Gu Heluos. He looked at the GDI operative following the instructor, frowning in contemplation. Indeed, his earlier actions had been somewhat frivolous. It could very likely expose the instructor's identity. The remaining tears of the ocean shouldn't be given away like this. Later he would find a few prison guards and slip them into their bags. As for now, Gu Heluos looked at the instructor, teaching the GDI operative words, a fleeting realization passing through his mind. The instructor's relationship with this GDI operative should be quite good. Of course, no matter how good the relationship, he shouldn't give away the tear of the ocean. So, he might as well give a level 3 prison access card as a token. The Asura people insult us for illegally infringing upon the property and land of others, claiming they want to uphold justice for them. Chen Ke said softly. All right. Gao Jinli nodded. The Asura people insult us for illegally What exactly did we infringe upon? Forget it. Gao Jinli looked at the warden, his tone impassioned. In any case, forget the front, forget the back. Let havoc be great again. Gu Heluos. He looked at that GTI operative, the corners of his mouth twitching beneath the mask. Very well, I remember you. Justice should be rewarded. After the warden finished speaking, he extended his hand towards Gao Jinli. Damn it. A level 3 prison access card. There really is one. Gao Jinli genuinely jumped up this time. He took the card, but did not put it in his pocket. Instead, he handed it to Chen Ke. Brother Chen. A level 3 prison access card. This thing is particularly valuable in the club's market. Chen Ke, what are you giving it to me for? Without you, I wouldn't be able to get this card, Gao Jinli said matter-of-factly. Who else would I give the card to? If you feel guilty once you graduate, just come to the prison with me a few more times. All right. Gu Heluos' fingers twitched slightly. He looked again at the GDI operative. This time he truly remembered this operative. After Gao Jinli handed the access card to Chen Ke, he rolled his eyes. Then he turned and looked at the warden again. Forget the front, forget the back. In any case, let havoc be great again. After all, trying it doesn't cost anything. Maybe there will be a reward. Gu Heluos. He took out a quantum storage device. Justice must be rewarded. Damn. There really is one. Gao Jinli's eyebrows raised as he took the quantum storage, skillfully handing it to Chen Ke, and once again turned to the warden. Forget the front, forget the back. Gu Heluos took a deep breath, forcing his voice to calm down. He no longer looked at the GDI operative, but instead at the instructor. If you can silence that noisy raven forever before my hands get dirty, Nidarian prison will surely reward you. Tisk can't exploit the bug anymore, Gao Jinli shrugged. Brother Chen, it seems we have to go kill the raven now. However, my suggestion is that we skip this task and withdraw directly. The raven itself is quite strong, and there are also 4 Hammer brothers beside him. Those Hammer brothers have high attack, thick health, and fast speed, with almost no weaknesses. After you clear the prison once and meet the graduation requirements, we can come back and try to kill the Raven. Alright, Chen Ke did not refuse. Then let's go. Brother Chen. He'll take you to the helicopter evacuation point outside. Chen Ke glanced at Gohelios. He always felt something was off about Gohelios. The tears of the ocean and level 3 prison access card in the insurance could have made him a fearless warrior, but his current equipment was stolen from the club by Gao Jianli and Zhao Qijia. If these equipments were left here, it would be bad. Chen Ke frowned and nodded at Gao Jianli. First they would withdraw, then change into proper gear and come back to take a look. Zhao Qijia had said that the club could provide him with an Ash 12 and level 4 armor for free. Gohelios stood there watching the two leave without stopping them. About half an hour later, within the prison, an announcement rang out: notification from Nidarian Prison No. 76. Hostile forces detected to have withdrawn from the combat zone. Please redeploy all departments. The warden sighed and then lifted his foot. In the next moment, his figure vanished once more. Title: Prison, Outer Sea. After finally scrambling onto the helicopter evacuation platform, Gao Jianli let out a long, relieved breath. Finally made it out. He collapsed onto the iron-framed platform. This was absolutely terrifying. Though I knew the guards wouldn't lay a hand on us once we'd accepted the mission, and that they weren't the warden himself. Just rounding a corner and hearing that BGM still hammered my heart into overdrive. A haunted house isn't half as frightening as this. But hey brother, you've got nerves of steel, haven't you? Gao Jianli turned to Chen Ke. You didn't seem scared at all the whole way through. No. Wait. Actually, you weren't even fazed the first time you entered the prison and heard the warden's BGM. You even took down 2 guards in rapid succession, right under that BGM. How did you pull that off, brother? And your marksmanship is unreal. Firing live rounds in combat is nothing like hitting targets at a range. Completely different ballgame, brother. Chen Ke. What could he possibly say? Should he admit he'd mentally prepared for this? Or confess that the skill he'd acquired from the warden proved astonishingly effective? Gao Jianli didn't press the matter. He'd only spoken idly to calm his racing pulse. He tilted his head back toward the sky, fell silent for a moment, then abruptly sat up again. Brother, Gao Jianli looked at Chen Ke. Don't rush to sell the Ocean's Tier or the level 3 prison access card. Why? Chen Ke asked. The level 3 access card unlocks numerous cells, some of which may contain Crimsoneer items, Gao Jianli explained. While its official market price in the club is 6 million, black market demand pushes it well above 8 million. If Manager Zhao offers 6 million, tell him you intend to keep it for personal use, not for sale. Chen Ke paused thoughtfully. And the Ocean's Tier, how much is it worth? I don't know. Gao Jianli shook his head. You don't know? No. This item is extraordinarily rare. Across all clubs in Great Xia, only 7 or 8 Ocean's Tiers surface each month. I only know its listed market value is 25 million, but no one actually puts it up for sale. Clubs retain every Ocean's Tier they obtain internally. Occasionally, an independent player gets lucky and extracts one, only for every major club to scramble fiercely to acquire it. I can't name an exact valuation, but... Gao Jianli paused briefly. So, Brother Chen, no matter what price Manager Zhao offers, don't sell it hastily. Let Manager Zhao list it on the trading market and wait for other clubs to submit bids, or better yet, hold on to it yourself. I don't know its function, but given its staggering market value and the ferocious competition among clubs, it must serve a profound purpose. Chen Ke. Wait. Didn't you say you're affiliated with Qijia Club? True. I've never seen anyone in Qijia Club extract an Ocean's Tier, Gao Jianli replied without hesitation. But if I stick with you for a few more years, maybe I'll earn one too. Besides, Brother Chen, your marksmanship and innate talent are extraordinary. And though we've known each other only briefly, one dungeon run was enough for me to read your character clearly, Gao Jianli said, meeting Chen Ke's gaze. I believe following you holds far greater promise than staying with any club. Chen Ke. Fine. Gao Jianli truly was refreshingly genuine, and having a reliable teammate beat relying on random matchmaking any day. Still, what is the Ocean's Tier truly for? In last life's game, it served only as a collector's curiosity. But in this world, Crimson Tier artifacts either catalyze technological breakthroughs or become directly usable tools. Then what purpose do the Ocean's Tier and the African Heart serve? Surely they're not merely ornamental. Brother Chen, the helicopter's approaching. Gao Jianli pointed toward the distant sky. Time to evacuate. Pow Pow Club. The manager stared at Jiahao, his brows knotted into a deep H shape. You're telling me that after accepting the Crow Hunter mission, Raven emerged from the warden's office and wore the warden's uniform? Yes. Jiahao nodded, handing over the recording. Moreover, Raven's behavior was unusual. How so? At one point, Raven attempted to force a grenade into my mouth for a close-range execution. Jiahao frowned, recalling the moment. But one of Raven's subordinates interjected, what if the instructor sees you doing this? Raven froze, then drew his revolver and executed me instantly. Until today, Raven had never interrupted a close-range execution. He Jiahao met the manager's eyes. I suspect all anomalies within the prison today stem from that instructor. The manager stood motionless for a moment, then rose and paced back and forth across the room. After a pause, he halted and fixed He Jiahao with a steady gaze. The club will conceal your acceptance of the Crow Hunter mission. In return, you must bury every detail of Raven's abnormal conduct, especially the term instructor, deep within you. Never utter it aloud. Can you accept that? Does this include Raven's aberrant behavior and his concealment inside the warden's office? He Jiahao asked. It does, the manager affirmed. This allows us to stake out teams seeking the mission near the office, collect their gear, and withdraw. Understood. Understood. This is your first failed extraction this month, correct? The manager asked He Jiahao. Yes. Return and prepare. Then re-enter Tidal Prison shortly. The manager continued, this time, if another Crow Hunter operation unfolds, position yourself near the office and observe whether those attempting the mission meet the same fate at Raven's hands. If so, attempt communication with Raven. No. First assess whether the slain player's equipment, if valuable, retrieve it and withdraw. If not, then try negotiating with Raven. Understood. What exactly do you think you understand? At Qijia Club, Zhao Qijia glared at Gao Jianli, eyes wide with incredulity. Do you have any idea what that level 3 access card represents? Without Brother Chen, I couldn't have obtained it. So regardless of its significance, it belongs to him. Gao Jianli shot back, without hesitation. Zhao Qijia blinked, stunned. Who said otherwise? Of course it belongs to Chen Ke. If you won't hand it over, I'll ask you for it. And give it to him myself. Then what are you implying? The card itself isn't the point. The point is the warden appears capable of communication. Zhao Qijia groaned in exasperation. You truly grasp nothing, do you? Huh. Gao Jianli blinked, his expression even more guileless than Chen Ke's. Tell me, have you ever completed a warden mission before? Of course. Did the warden ever grant you rewards previously? Yes, Gao Jianli nodded. On bad luck days, he'd toss me 2 ash gold eggs. On good ones, he'd hand over his full gear and backpack. Zhao Qijia, are you trying to provoke me right now? Answer me. Before today, did the warden ever respond to anything you said? Gao Jianli shook his head. Exactly. Zhao Qijia clapped his palms together. If Chen Ke's words might be dismissed as accidental keyword triggers, how do you explain yours? You forgot the beginning and forgot the end. Most crucially, the warden listened to your words and reward. What does that imply? That he comprehends meaning. That he possesses rudimentary intelligence. This is a monumental discovery. Chen Ke. Zhao Qijia turned sharply. I want to share your exchange with the warden across all clubs in Great Xia. Those 3 lines may well be the key phrase that awakens the warden's rationality. If confirmed, their significance for Great Xia would be immeasurable. Rest assured, I won't ask for this freely. Let me see. 2 million. 2 million for naming rights to the... Zhao Qijia looked at Chen Ke, and you'll receive 70% of all future royalties. Royalties? Chen Ke blinked. What does that mean? Selling them, of course. Zhao Qijia stated matter-of-factly. We'll list those words on the trading market. Anyone wishing to converse with the warden or study his cognition must purchase them first to trigger the interaction. Ah, so it's for sale. Chen Ke sounded surprised. I assumed from how you spoke earlier that you intended to distribute them freely. TCH, what kind of notion is that? Zhao Qijia shook his head. You discovered these words. Of course they're yours to monetize. Why should others profit from your insight without compensation? The issue is, I'm not certain the warden's anomaly stems solely from those words. Chen Ke said. He sensed something deeply amiss. No worries. What's there to fear? Zhao Qijia waved dismissively. I'll attach no explanation whatsoever. Just upload your video conversation with the warden online, and buyers will find it themselves. I've already drafted the title. Shocking. 3 words. And the warden gifted me an ocean's tear. Chen Ke. Oh, speaking of the ocean's tear, Zhao Qijia turned to Chen Ke. I recommend holding on to it for now. Qijia Club once possessed one, but even now we've yet to decipher its function. Yet it must serve a purpose. If funds are tight, I'll lend you some. Chen Ke. Wait, why is the manager... As for the level 3 prison access card, Zhao Qijia stroked his chin. I'll offer 9 million. That's the highest approval I can authorize as manager. Anything higher requires board ratification. Still, I urge you to retain it personally. Cells within the prison sometimes yield exceptional items. Carrying such a card ensures readiness, and never disadvantages you. Well, Chen Ke. So, you're wondering why as Qijia Club's manager I'm advocating so strongly for your benefit. Yes, Chen Ke nodded. Influence isn't built by ignoring others. It's forged through mutual regard, Zhao Qijia smiled. Besides, being a manager is merely my profession. If leveraging it earns your goodwill, the exchange is unequivocally... Chen Ke. Fair enough. You mentioned earlier you wish to re-enter Tidal Prison. Yes. Chen Ke nodded. Tidal Prison feels profoundly anomalous. I need to observe it further. Excellent. Zhao Qijia agreed. Gao Jianli. Equip Chen Ke. No, skip equipping entirely. What you two wear now is perfect. These two level 6 sets represent 5 years of my personal savings, but hoarding them unused is no different from never saving at all. Go forth boldly. Let me be clear. Chen Ke, those words you spoke to the warden alone justify acquiring 3 additional level 6 full sets. Yes. Chen Ke nodded, but paused before departing, turning instead to the manager. Manager, does the club stock portable food? Coca-Cola, canned goods, compressed biscuit, snacks, we have it all. Help yourself freely. Shall I send Gao Jianli with you? No, Chen Ke shook his head. I'd like to. Bring some inside for testing. Zhao Qijia froze. Then his eyebrows lifted in sudden revelation. Brilliant. How did I miss that? Gao Jianli, take Chen Ke and pack 2 enormous red packets. Don't enter the prison until they're complete. Brother, this painkiller seems to contain cephalosporins. Shouldn't we avoid bringing it with alcohol? In the warehouse of the Qijia Club, Gao Jianli held a painkiller in his left hand and a Qingdao beer in his right, his voice a bit uncertain. Then let's leave the painkiller behind. Chen Ke pondered for a moment before saying, there are painkillers from the NPCs in prison, but no alcohol. Oh, let's bring some alcohol instead. What about some peanuts? Gao Jianli set down the painkiller and lifted a pack of drunken peanuts. Chen Ke initially wanted to nod, but then he thought of the ocean tier and the insurance and the level 3 prison access card, feeling that bringing peanuts inside might not be the best idea. Take fewer peanuts. Bring more meat. Canned meat would be best, right? How could I forget that? Gao Jianli raised his eyebrows. Braised pork in a can. Produced by a military food factory. Definitely delicious. Let's get it. All right. Gao Jianli lifted a box of canned goods and stuffed it into the backpack. Damn, brother, a whole box takes up 2 slots. Then stuff more in. Don't just fill it with braised pork. Add some other flavors. No problem. As Chen Ke and Gao Jianli cleared out the warehouse, Zhao Qijia was also busy. After extracting the video from Chen Ke's recording device, he quickly processed it. The audio is fuzzy, the face is pixelated. Ensure the ocean tier, given by the warden, is visible. All right, done. Zhao Qijia snapped his fingers and then opened the manager group of the Jingzhou Club to upload the video. Tangzhou Club's Tang Xiaozhou. What do you mean? The video still requires payment. And it's tweet 0000 for a single view. Zhao Qijia, are you here to rob money? The Bodyguard Club's Crow, after the ocean tier, filming a video again can flaunt and make money again. Brilliant. The Chuxing Club's Crane copy. Qijia Club, Zhao Qijia, how much to buy out this video? 20 million enough. Tangzhou Club's Tang Xiaozhou. The Bodyguard Club's Crow. The Chuxing Club's Crane copy. Qijia Club, Zhao Qijia, check private messages. Pow Pow Club's Yang Pow Pow. Manager, this isn't fair. You actually want to buy out this video. And you want to buy it out for 20 million. The Bodyguard Club's Crow. 2 pawns. Something's off, let me see what's going on. Tangzhou Club's Tang Xiaozhou, I want to see too. Changshan Club's Gao Qiqiang. Management, I suggest pinning this video to the top. Jingzhou Club Management Association. All members, the video has been pinned to the top. The video has been verified as authentic combat footage. Please do not record it again and do not share it temporarily. I have reported it to the Provincial Club Management Association. All members, please temporarily suspend leading students to explore shared prisons, and based on this video, re-explore the prison, focusing on whether the warden can truly communicate and whether the process of obtaining the ocean tier can be replicated. Upon hearing this, the clubs that originally had no intention of purchasing the video exploded. What does it mean to replicate the process of obtaining the ocean tier? Isn't this thing purely based on luck? Could it be? This video is actually not clickbait. The warden really would give them an ocean tier just for 3 sentences. Never mind. Let's buy it and take a look. Pow Pow Club. The manager stopped He Jiahao from entering the graphics. He Jiahao, the manager, handed him a tablet. Before entering the graphics, memorize this segment from the video. He Jiahao frowned. Manager, isn't it enough to have good shooting skills and awareness in the club? Why do I need to memorize things? What if memorizing these things could get you an ocean tear? He Jiahao's frown deepened. He took 2 steps back, eyes guarded. Manager, have you been brainwashed? The ocean tier is something you can only encounter by chance. The entire Great Xia produces at most 70 or 80 a year, and it relies purely on luck with no patterns at all. You just wait and see, after watching you'll know. The manager didn't explain further. He stepped forward, placed the tablet in He Jiahao's hands, and then clicked on the video. In the next moment, a passionate voice rang out in the room. The people of Asala curse us for illegally infringing on their property and land, and claim to seek justice for them. About a minute later, the voice stopped. Then He Jiahao heard the warden's voice. You are right. At this moment, I should not be standing here. These maggots from Asala are beyond redemption. Clear them out immediately, not a single one should be spared. He Jiahao frowned and glanced at the manager. Although there were 2 extra sentences at the beginning, he was very familiar with these words. Whenever taking on a hunter action, the warden would always say these things. The manager said nothing but pointed at the tablet. He Jiahao lowered his head again. He heard the warden say, and you, my friend, your righteous actions should be rewarded. He saw the warden take out an ocean tear. He Jiahao suddenly raised his head, eyes wide open, and his mouth twitching. Manager. This can't be fake, right? The Jingzhou Club Management Association has verified it. It's real. The manager nodded. So, the warden really gave him an ocean tear. That's right. The manager said, so memorize these words, and when you enter the title prison, find the warden and recite this segment in front of him. Understood. He Jiahao nodded, but after a moment he suddenly raised his head. Wait, manager. Am I supposed to lurk in the warden's office or go to the cell to find the warden? The manager looked at He Jiahao with exasperation. Is there a conflict between these two things, eh? You first lurk in the warden's office. If you can find him and obtain valuable equipment, then leave. If you can't find him, then go look for the warden. What's wrong? Is your brain single-threaded? Understood. No, you still don't understand. In the Chushin Club, Chen Ke looked at his subordinates and shook his head. Let me ask you, what is the significance of memorizing this segment? To ask the warden for an ocean tear, the subordinate replied matter-of-factly. Correct, but the warden's ocean tear has already been given out. Chen Ke frowned. We can copy his segment, but we can't do it overtly. Manager, do you mean? Let me ask you, if the guards all wear Jihilo's mask, Jihilo's is locked in the Raven's cell, and the Raven is brazenly in the warden's office, what does that indicate? Chen Ke didn't expect the subordinate to answer. He answered himself. Of course it indicates that the Raven has gained the upper hand in the title prison. The guards all wearing masks is just to intimidate the Raven, right? Moreover, Jihilo's has already been locked in the... Remember, we can copy, but we can't copy blindly. We need to innovate in our copying. Isn't Chijia Club looking for the warden? Then let's look for the Raven. If a failed warden can give an ocean tear, what can the Raven give? At that time, we can also release the video rewarding the Raven. Price it at 38000. That's what I call innovating and copying. Do you understand? But, the subordinate frowned. Isn't this segment meant for the warden? Saying the same thing to the Raven. I fear the Raven might just kill me, right? Stupid. Of course we can't copy it all. Chen Ke was exasperated. The warden and the Raven are opposing factions, so just replace Asala with Haft and Haft with Asala. The captain's eyebrows gradually raised, and he suddenly realized. Manager, he is brilliant. Stop flattering me with useless compliments. Hurry up and memorize it. Understood. Chijia Club. Chen Ke looked at the manager approaching with 2 large bags, a puzzled expression on his face. Manager, we have bags already. We changed them. Zhao Qijia's eyebrows were filled with joy. All replaced with the top-notch ones. Plus the equipment has been changed, just like the 6 sets from before. And the AWM bullets are fully stocked. Gao Jinli blinked. Manager, have you struck it rich? No, it was Chen Ke who led us to wealth. Zhao Qijia slapped the 2 bags into Chen Ke's hands. In less than half an hour I sold that video for 25 million. Little Chen, take 6 sets as you wish. Moreover, this time you can bring them openly. Even if you lose them, it doesn't matter. The money made in just half an hour is enough to buy 5 full sets of gear. And the Jingzhou Club Management Association asked me. The Provincial Club Association wants me to promote this video throughout the province. Besides the normal profit, they will also give us an additional 10 subsidy. If clubs can use this method to bring out ocean tears, the Provincial Club Association will also reward us with 2 million for each one. Chen Ke, create freely. Go all out. Hey, are you still stuffing green bottle beer into the bag? That's too changed. They'll have someone send good wine to our club. The canned goods need to be replaced. But it seems this can't be changed. No can is better than those made by military factories. How about this? He'll arrange for a few whole roasted lambs to come over. Chen Ke, you and Xiao Gao take a break first. Wait until the roasted lamb arrives before entering the game. You see my brain. Zhao Qijia slapped his thigh. Having roasted lamb alone won't do. We need something light too. Bring some fruits. Seafood must be arranged too. Chen Ke, Gao Jinli. They exchanged glances, and then Gao Jinli blinked. Manager, is there a possibility that we are going into the game to fight, not to have a picnic? You have a point. Zhao Qijia slapped his thigh again. Since it's a picnic, we need to bring a barbecue grill. Chen Ke, Gao Jinli. Since that video, the Chijia Club has become the focus of the entire Jingzhou city. Now these clubs are well aware of the Chijia Club's extensive procurement activities. New money is still new money. Instead of seizing the opportunity to gather more ocean tears, they're starting to celebrate. The manager of Chushin Club, He Shouchao, sneered coldly, then turned to the team members. How's the memorization going? Report, manager, I've memorized it. Good. He Shouchao nodded. Go to the warehouse and get a full set of level 5 gear and head to the prison. Remember, do not return the signal. If you see anyone else wanting to take this task, shoot them directly. Huh. One team member was taken aback. But manager, today is the shared day of the title prison. If we do this. If you don't say it, I don't say it. Who will know you fired your guns? He Shouchao sneered again. Moreover, if we're really discovered, just say that they accidentally ran into your bullets, right? And He Shouchao leaned closer to the team member. Don't you want ocean tears? Don't you want to retire comfortably in your next life living off bank interest? Moi. The team member was silent for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Understood. Good, let's go. At the bodyguard club, the crow listened to his subordinate's report with a thoughtful expression on his face. His fingers began to unconsciously tap on the table. You say? The Chijia club's actions might have deeper meanings. Hard to say. The subordinate shook his head. Obtaining ocean tiers can indeed propel a person, or even a club, to great heights, but since they released this video and obtained this method, Zhao Chijia has no reason to rush to hold a celebration. Let me think about it. The crow frowned. Also paused. The team sent to title prison for a moment. Let them analyze it together. Didn't they say 3 cobblers can form 1 zhuge liang? Ask them what they think. Yes. The subordinate nodded, then pushed open the door. At the Tang Xiaozhou raised her head, her earrings swaying in the wind. Give the order to pause. The team sent to title prison. Everyone go out to procure ingredients. Whatever the Chijia club buys, we will buy too. Huh. Tang Xiao's subordinate blinked. Manager wise. I suspect the warden has gained wisdom. Tang Xiaozhou said, her eyes shining brightly. The Chijia club might want to make some sort of deal with the warden. I don't know what kind of deal they intend to make, but following them can't be wrong. Moreover, even if I guess wrong, I won't lose anything. The ingredients we buy will be an extra meal for you. Manager is brilliant. The subordinates cheered wholeheartedly. In the office of the title prison, the warden sat in his chair, his elbows resting on the table, hands clasped together, resting his chin on the backs of his hands. He looked at Go Heluos. You're here. Go Heluos. Go Heluos ignored him. The warden continued, you shouldn't have come. Go Heluos fell silent for a moment, then turned to leave. The warden was truly mad. Don't go, damn it. The warden immediately broke character, hastily standing up. I can barely smell your pain anymore. You must have seen the instructor just now, right? Right. The chair knocked over by the warden crashed onto the prison's hard iron floor, making a dull thud. Go Heluos paused in his steps. Has the instructor not changed? The warden leaned close to Go Heluos, hope shining in his masked eyes. Does the instructor still remember you? No. No way. The instructor went to my cell to find me. He doesn't want to find you. He wants to find me. The instructor definitely still remembers me. Go Heluos. He glanced at Go Heluos, then looked at the 4 men behind Go Heluos who were holding machine guns like hammers, their eager eyes fixed on him. Finally, he sighed and nodded. Did the instructor really infiltrate the GDI's internal camp, eh? Go Heluos instantly reacted, turning to the warden. What do you mean the instructor really infiltrated the GDI camp? He glanced at Go Heluos, then looked at the 4 men behind Go Heluos who were holding machine guns like hammers, their The instructor didn't tell you. You mean? Go Heluos looked at the warden. Kareem, before the instructor disappeared, did he tell you anything? Not telling you. The warden clapped his hands, sitting up straight. You also have something you don't know, Let's go. Brothers. The instructor still remembers us. The warden raised his arms, and the 4 men followed his swaggering steps. A flicker of emotional fluctuation appeared on Go Heluos' face as he watched the warden's departing figure, tilting his head slightly. He thought for a moment, then said, then I'll ask the instructor later. The warden stumbled for a moment, then cursed as he lifted his foot. What's so impressive? The instructor will sooner or later pull me into the group. The 5 men marched toward the prison with indifferent strides. After leaving the warden's office for a long time, one of the men leaned over. Hey boss, when the warden spoke just now, it seemed like he no longer had that cold mechanical feeling. He seemed to have gained a bit of humanity. You're just saying nonsense. The warden rolled his eyes. That bastard was almost mad back then. If the instructor hadn't had me watch over him, who knows what he would have turned into. Then why did you fight with him every day, eh? At first, it was out of necessity. The warden sighed. But we truly ignited the flames. Fortunately, before things completely spiraled out of control, the instructor appeared. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to end it. So, boss, another man leaned over. If we encounter the instructor someday, should we fight? Yes, the warden said without hesitation, if we don't fight. He didn't continue but raised his head to glance above. The metallic ceiling gleamed with a cold sheen as if trying to devour everyone's will. Of course, remember to act it out when the time comes, the warden said, act until. The instructor no longer needs us to act. Okay, boss. In the warden's office, Go Heluos calmly picked up the chair that had been knocked over by the warden, then sat on it. He clenched his fist. His arms, which should have felt no fatigue, now felt somewhat weak. That was the cost of forcibly gifting ocean tears to the instructor. He couldn't continue like this. The instructor still needed his service. He thought for a moment, then extended his hand to the captain of the guards. Lu Wei, distribute these 8 ocean tears. Next time you 8 will accompany me to find the instructor. And then find an opportunity for the instructor to kill him. Understood. The captain of the guards, Lu Wei, saluted. Then, warden, do you need us to bring the warden back? No need. Go Heluos shook his head. The instructor once taught us a saying, what is false is true, what is true is false. So next time I will just stay in my position with the warden. Understood. Lu Wei nodded, then blinked, wanting to say something, but hesitating. Speak. A warden the saying the instructor taught was what is false shall be made true, what is true shall be made false, not what you said. Guheluos was silent for a moment. You're finally starting to show a bit of humanity. Lu Wei was taken aback, then scratched his head, while warden the instructor also said another thing. Say it. The instructor said whoever wears the mask is the warden. Lu Wei chuckled. Look, I also have a mask now. Get lost. All right. Before Lu Wei could push the door open, the warden's phone rang. Guheluos saw the message and a flicker of life crossed his otherwise impassive face. He began tapping on his phone's keyboard. Warden Guheluos, instructor, you tell us. Chen Ke, could you turn off the music that plays when you appear? If you can, besides patrolling and sitting by the Raven cell, you could stake out the power cut points. Chi Shao say-eyed. Warden Guheluos. Chen Ke, you do not know what I mean by a power cut point. It means first disabling the power on the second floor of the medical experimental area, then going to the administrative district switch room. Chen Ke, I do not recommend you camp at every evacuation point. There are too many, and which evacuation points open when the power is cut is random each time. But say-eyed, you could try staking out the evacuation points. The dam only has so many evacuation points. Chi Shao say-eyed. Warden Guheluos, thank you, instructor. Chi Shao say-eyed sent you an exclusive red packet. Warden Guheluos sent you an exclusive red packet. Watching their replies in the chat, Chen Ke blinked, a trace of puzzlement brightening his eyes. Could it be that I am overthinking this? He had felt that the warden he saw in the prison earlier was off, so he came to the group to test him. Judging by Guheluos' reaction, this person did not seem like the same one who met him just now. Could it be that those words did not reflect recognition, but truly triggered a task of Guheluos? Something felt wrong, so he looked again. Still, no matter what, even if it was a task, the Guheluos in the instance should have some relation to the one in the chat. The boss in the instance had given him an ocean tier, and the bosses in the chat gave him so many skills. The other party's disposition was so. Then he might as well express a little gratitude, right? Chen Ke, by the way, Guheluos, do you eat beef? Chi Shao said. Lin Manqing had not expected Feng Tianming to lose his temper nor to reject her so bluntly, yet she was unwilling to give up just. When did he ever teach Guheluos that? And why were Guheluos and Sei-eyed so adamant that he was the instructor? How strange. Chen Ke pondered as he tapped open the red packet. You have obtained Guheluos' exclusive skill, Killing Intent Perception. Killing Intent Perception, you can sense lines of fire aimed at you within 200 meters. You have obtained Sei-eyed's exclusive skill, Flaming Crossbow. Flaming Crossbow, when you equip a bow-type weapon, your arrows create a 5 meter by 5 meter patch of flame at the impact zone that lasts 20 seconds. Chen Ke. No, the skills you two give are getting more and more absurd. Guheluos' skill could at least be explained away as a kind of Sei-eyed. What on earth did you give me? This is a gun game, and you handed me something from the magic side. The crucial thing is that arrows are silent. This is a pure dimensional stomp. Brother Chen, the beef is ready. Gao Jianli pushed open the door and called to Chen Ke. Coming. Chen Ke put down his phone and followed Gao Jianli out. Want to try a bite first? Gao Jianli cut a slice of beef with a pocket knife and handed it to Chen Ke. The manager already stuffed our bags. Later we can just carry them in. Thanks. Chen Ke took the meat and stuffed it into his mouth instantly full of juice. Good. Gao Jianli raised an eyebrow. I heard this is grain-fed beef but sells for a lot. But I think it's all the same. Whose cows do not eat grass? They slap on the fancy phrase grain-fed to sound good. It is just to swindle money. Tisk Xiao Gao, you cannot say that. Zhao Qijia shook his head. Thanks to Chen Ke, the two of us will be considered upper class from now on. Oh, we should at least learn to be a bit refined. Gao Jianli pointed at his chin. Me? Upper class? Manager, don't joke. At the club I'm at a graduate student level. My salary is only a bit over 10,000 a month. How could I be upper class? Zhao Qijia smiled with shifty eyes. You still do not know? After you and Chen Ke brought out an ocean tier, the club upgraded your rating from graduate student to doctoral level, and it's a permanent slot. Your salary has been raised to 30,000, and the club will allocate you housing. Gao Jianli's eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, and his voice began to stammer. But that ocean tier was brought out by Brother Chen. Yes. The point is you teamed with Chen Ke, and Chen Ke has no objection to you. Zhao Qijia shrugged. Otherwise, how do you think my rating jumped from M7 to M3? Not because I made Chen Ke have a good impression of the club. Chen Ke. Just because I brought out an ocean tear. Yes. Zhao Qijia nodded. Just because you brought out an ocean tear. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, Zhao Qijia added, the board has approved that from now on, any equipment you use when entering an instance will be fully reimbursed by the board. There is a monthly bullet allowance of 500,000. Within that allowance, the club will reimburse you in full. Above 500,000, the club will sell bullets to you at cost. Moreover, each time you enter an instance through our club, the club will give you 300,000 in cash. No priority purchase rights required, only priority naming rights for the output videos. And for every video, the club will pay an additional naming fee. Chen Ke, this former internet-addicted youth from his previous life has here inexplicably gotten rich overnight because of a game. No, it is not solely the game, one must also count the two bosses in the chat. Still, Even so, is this not a little too absurd? What are you dissatisfied with the club? Zhao Qijia asked. Chen Ke shook his head. Such staggering fortune had arrived too quickly, he was somewhat dazed. And both Zhao Qijia and Gao Jianli were a little too earnest in their temperament. He truly had no complaints. But Zhao Qijia shook his head, and then said quietly, "No you do." Chen Ke, he blinked and looked at Zhao Qijia only to find Zhao blinking furiously at him in return. Already bewildered, Chen Ke grew even more, so though he felt Zhao had no reason to harm him, the club's cash cow. Tentatively he asked, "So, I have objections. You are not satisfied with the revenue split, right?" Zhao Qijia's voice suddenly rose. "Fine. No problem. From now on you keep 80% of video sales, the remaining 20% goes to the club. Your contract will be changed from resident PhD to resident demon lord guardian. Can that be? Chen Ke, is that okay?" Still not satisfied, Zhao Qijia's voice rose again. "Monthly bullet allowance increased to 1 million. Your contract will change from resident demon lord guardian to nominal demon lord guardian. And the club will not force you to enter instances with us, nor require you to enter at least once a month. Is that acceptable, eh?" Chen Ke blinked. Then, "Is that okay?" "Agreed, right? Let's sign the contract." Xiao Gaogo moved Chen Ke's bullets. Zhao Qijia put down his piece of beef, wiped his hands on his clothes, stood up, and held the door open for Chen Ke. When a dazed Chen Ke reached his side, Zhao Qijia whispered, "The board gave me some discretionary authority. Those were the best terms I could offer. If you are still unhappy, I can apply to the board again." "No need," Chen Ke replied, without hesitation, even stepping back a pace as he spoke. Zhao Qijia's ardor was over the top. Chen Ke even suspected Zhao might have some other motive toward him. Upon learning the reason why Chen Ke took 2 steps back, Zhao Qijia couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. However, he also detected the playful tone in Chen Ke's voice, so he didn't take it seriously. "Stop it, Chen Ke," Zhao Qijia waved his hand. "I don't have a girlfriend because I don't want to find one. Moreover, I'm currently at M3, with an annual salary of at least 1 million. Finding a girlfriend should be easy enough, right?" Right, Gao Jianli nodded. Manager Zhao believes that women only affect his shooting speed. However, thinking about it, if he had to choose between playing with guns or being played with by women, he would definitely choose the former. The adrenaline rush from gunpowder is far more exhilarating than dopamine. However, since we're talking about guns, previously Gao Jianli mentioned that besides food, the most lacking thing in Tidal Prison is firearms. Not to mention if we were to replace the sniper rifles in the prison from M700 to AWM and let them go block the sea. Hiss, that scene is quite beautiful. Thinking of this, Chen Ke looked at Zhao Qijia. "Manager Zhao, how much does an AWM generally cost? And how much is a bullet? Including all the accessories, the price of an AWM is around 5,000. Zhao Qijia replied without hesitation. "It may seem expensive, but it's actually quite reasonable. Before Delta arrived, the naked price of an AWM was around 2,000. Plus, with the black technology brought from the Delta world, the profit margin on this price is only about 10. However, compared to guns, bullets are somewhat expensive. The special AWP bullets contain a type of high-grade bullet component that is only produced in the Delta world, making the price around 1,000 per shot." Chen Ke, 1,000 per shot. That's absurd. Make them. Thanks to Tog Luos, he's now a nouveau riche. Then Manager Zhao. Chen Ke looked at Zhao Qijia. "This time I'll bring 2 more AWMs, and I'll also bring 4 boxes of bullets. This money will be taken from my private account. No, all equipment expenses this time will be taken from my private account. Also, I suggest Gao Jianli shouldn't bring in too good equipment this time." Chen Ke paused, thinking about the suggestion he just made in the chat group for Jaheluos, then continued, "We are not planning to retreat this time." "My." Zhao Qijia blinked, then suddenly realized, "Got it, you want to go for a war damage flow, right?" "No, since Delta has already descended into reality, how can there still be a war damage flow?" Hiss. However, considering his chat group, it seems somewhat reasonable. It seems quite logical. Bringing in equipment that gets lost in the prison effectively gifts it to the local forces. And if those local forces frequently receive equipment from a specific person, perhaps they would really send some local specialties in return. Wow. It seems this has played out before between world police and Taliban in the past life. One can only say that there's nothing new under the sun. The most crucial part is, this way he doesn't even need to think of an excuse for this matter. Brilliant. Personally, I believe that the war damage flow is just a metaphysics, Zhao Qijia said. However, this matter is actually tacitly approved by all major clubs. After all, if one could bring out a tier of the ocean, then whatever amount you put in is worth it. However, there are many players in the war damage flow, but the output of the tier of the ocean is so limited every year. Indeed, many players in the war damage flow have once produced tiers of the ocean, but it's hard to say whether it was due to the war damage flow or just pure luck. Precisely because it cannot be proven, the war damage flow in each club can only be overlooked to some extent. Chen Ke, if you want to pursue the war damage flow. Zhao Qijia looked up, thought for a moment, then lowered his head again. Don't bring 6 sets of equipment. 6 sets are still too precious. Besides needing carbon fiber boards, they also require high-quality coffee beans. Both of these materials are too scarce. So change it to 5 sets. Zhao Qijia said, 5 sets and 5-level bullets easily made. As for AWM bullets, I'll approve a box for you. 100 shots. Is that enough? Chen Ke. First of all, I really have no grudge against this club. Zhao Qijia could see from Chen Ke's expression what he wanted to say, so he laughed and waved his hand. Secondly, I truly like women. Finally, Chen Ke. Zhao Qijia looked at Chen Ke. I know you might not fully understand what that tear of the ocean and the video of the conversation with the warden mean yet. Let's put it this way, this matter has already been reported by the City Club Association to the Provincial Club Association, and the Provincial Club Association takes it very seriously. In a month at most, the Provincial Club Association will send someone to find you. Zhao Qijia paused, then continued, moreover, I've heard that the Council of Daxia is also paying close attention. The sincerity from the Provincial Drama Association and the Council is something we cannot provide. After all, they are government agencies. What we can offer you is just money. So Zhao Qijia looked at Chen Ke. From now on, you need to position yourself properly. All the conditions I'm providing you have already been approved by the club. What I'm doing is merely providing the best deal I can offer. Chen Ke had yet to realize this, but Gao Jinli had already raised his hand. Speak. Zhao Qijia looked at Gao Jinli. Manager, Gao Jinli blinked. Your previous statement about positioning yourself properly. Isn't that usually what villains say to suppress the protagonist? Let me think. Gao Jinli tilted his head, then first looked at Chen Ke. Chen Ke, at this point you should say, can money really make one do whatever they want? Then the manager should laugh and say, sorry, money can indeed allow one to do whatever they want. Perfect. That's how a short play should be performed. Chen Ke. Zhao Qijia. The good atmosphere was disrupted by a few words from Gao Jinli. But it also brought Zhao Qijia and Chen Ke closer together. You climb. Zhao Qijia laughed and scolded, then looked at Chen Ke. So besides the AWM, do you want to bring any other guns? For example, should we bring a few giant waves in? This weapon is quite suitable, and I can give you a few more sets of accessories. After changing the accessories, it can be used both as a submachine gun and a sniper rifle, which is quite useful for self-defense. Let's stick with the AWM for now. Chen Ke thought for a moment and said, besides the ASH-12 and PKM, he really doesn't know how to use the other guns. He needs to find some time to practice shooting. The limitations of these two guns are quite significant. He can't rely on the boss in the chat group for everything, can he? Moreover, although the boss is strong, he only has a limited number of skills. After he has exhausted those skills, he probably won't have any left. This isn't a study group next door. The boss won't give him any attribute points. Alright, let's take the AWM first. This thing takes up little space and doesn't hinder you from bringing food in. Zhao Qijia finalized the idea, then looked at Chen Ke. Remember, don't force it too much. If the warden cannot communicate, then don't communicate. This matter. The council has researched it for a long time without reaching a conclusion. Don't have too high expectations. Chen Ke. Jiheluos. Cannot communicate. Is that really the case? Or actually, I have a suggestion. Zhao Qijia suddenly remembered something. You actually don't need to communicate with Jiheluos. You can learn from those in the war damage flow and directly place food into the boxes after the guards die. According to the council's research, those boxes will actually resurrect into humans after we withdraw. Moreover, Zhao Qijia paused. What if you happen to pull out a tear of the ocean from a minion's box? After saying this, Zhao Qijia couldn't help but chuckle. A tear of the ocean pulled from a minion's box has only ever happened once in Daxia so far. And coincidentally, that one instance did not have a video. Aside from those academic players using this matter to fill their graduation thesis, no one believes this urban legend is true. Even those academic players are merely holding their noses to complete their theses. After all, who would believe such an outrageous thing? Chen Ke and Gao Jinli both laughed after hearing Zhao Qijia's words. Neither of them took it seriously, nor did they even consider the possibility. Manager, the food is all set. If there's nothing else, can I take Chen Ke to the warehouse to change equipment? Gao Jinli asked Zhao Qijia after stuffing a barbecue grill into his bag. Go ahead, Zhao Qijia nodded and then looked at Chen Ke. Remember, don't feel bad about the equipment just because it's provided by the club. After all, that equipment was brought to the club by you, so you can dispose of it however you wish. Besides, isn't the equipment meant to be used? Alright, then I won't be polite. Chen Ke nodded and stopped hesitating. Moments later, he and Gao Jinli had entering the tidal prison. The time-space anchor point has been locked. You have entered the tidal prison. Remember, extortion, searching, retreat, if downed. The lower level of the hydraulic channel. Gao Jinli frowned as he looked around the room, then turned to Chen Ke. Chen Ke, our position isn't great. Moreover, this round has respawned the Crow Hunters and the Star Slayer missions. Chen Ke glanced at the map, then he had just told the warden to block the power cut point. Given the warden's efficiency, he should have already gone. The problem is, if that's the case, there shouldn't be any missions now. Could it be that the warden is still in the same position, squatting in the Raven's cell? Can't figure it out. Let's sneak into the warden's office and take a look. No worries, let's not focus on the mission for now. but don't forget what we came in for. True, Gao Jinli nodded, then took out a Desert Eagle. Shall I signal? No, wait a moment. Chen Ke raised a hand to stop. Gao Jinli closed his eyes and listened for a moment before looking at Gao Jinli. Gao Jinli, sharing day. Is there a legal provision against engaging in combat? No, Gao Jinli shook his head, but this is an unspoken agreement among the clubs. If someone breaches it, someone has already breached it. Chen Ke shook his head. People in the unloading area are rushing towards the president. They've rushed in. 2 are stationed on the inner side of the floor-to-ceiling window, while another is behind the cabinet on the left after entering the door. The people in the laser room are also vying for positions. 1 is positioned at the low wall in the corridor, 1 at the side door of the meeting room, and another is hiding in a blind spot. The people from the upper hydraulic channel didn't go to the laundry room. They silently approached the stairway, taking positions at the stairway and platform corners. The residential area's pipeline. 1 is positioned at the west side of the bathroom pipe. 2 are at the junction in the middle of the pipeline. The ones at the west ventilation point have also snuck in. 1 is positioned on the high platform, another at the morgue, and the last one is at the aviation box. Out of these 5 teams, none are signaling and none are searching for supplies. Chen Ke chuckled softly. This is the shared prison. Gao Jinli. His expression was incredibly clear. It was the kind of clarity typical of a university student. No, brother, Gao Jinli swallowed. Since we came in, there hasn't been a shot fired. You say you heard the heavy footsteps in the unloading area? That's one thing. How did you hear the stealthy movements from the upper level? And how did you hear the people respawning in the ventilation area? Moreover, with just a few footsteps, you know where they are setting up and where they are targeting. That's not right, brother. Chen Ke glanced at the footstep perception he had taken from Sade and casually remarked, feeling good, it's normal to hear things. If you practice more, you could do it too. Gao Jinli. No, brother, can I really do it? Don't lie to me. The key isn't that. Chen Ke lowered his voice. If a club player breaches the sharing principles on sharing day, what consequences would there be? There are. Gao Jinli nodded. Fines, compensation for equipment, demotion of the player and the club. But even if there is someone backstabbing, it's hard to figure out who did it in the end. Are the fines high? Chen Ke asked. Yes, quite high, Gao Jinli replied. The fines from the club start at 5 million, and this fine is based on the equipment value of the player who was backstabbed. For instance, if you're wearing a level 5 set and carrying an AWM, that makes the fine 8 million. And since there are 2 of us, the fine would start at 16 million. With so much at stake, who would dare backstab? Chen Ke was somewhat surprised. Because most people entering the prison wear helmets rated level 4 or higher, it's hard for the battle recorder to capture a full face. Even if it did, the club wouldn't acknowledge it. Gao Jinli shrugged. Moreover, in the case of a backstab from behind, it's difficult to achieve a counterkill. Without a counterkill, you can't obtain the identity tag. Without the identity tag, you can't prove who the backstabber was. So what you're saying is, Chen Ke's finger tapped on the grip of the Ash 12. If the battle recorder can prove that the other party fired first intending to backstab, and then I obtained their identity tag, I could request compensation from them, right? Brother, you're not thinking of. How many times do you have left this month for penalty-free deaths? Chen Ke interrupted. 3 times. I haven't died once this month. Gao Jinli's expression also began to light up. 8 million in fines. This thing is clearly stipulated. After taxes, it is fully paid to the players. So, shall we? Let's go for it. Gao Jinli nodded vigorously, then suddenly raised his gun. Brother, there are footsteps outside. 2 of them. Calm down, don't panic. Chen Ke clenched his fist. Come on, Gao Jinli, let's turn on the battle recorder first. Remember, we must capture the equipment. Once it's recorded, you'll signal directly, and after signaling, turn off the sound switch. Do you understand? Don't. Gao Jinli nodded, a mischievous smile on his lips. Not only will I record our equipment, but I'll also capture our big red envelope, in the act of stuffing the big red envelope's contents into the warden's box. By then, even if the Provincial Club Association personnel come, we'll just be 2 newbies trying to use battle losses to push goods during sharing day. Rat-a-tat. In the warden's office, He Jiahao frowned as the signal sounded. Captain, the teammate manning the low wall turned to He Jiahao and whispered, there's a signal. What do we do? Ignore it. He Jiahao shook his head. The laser room's footsteps haven't been heard in a long time. They're surely out there setting up guns. Replying now would be suicide. But, the captain faltered. Wear your helmets. Don't show your face. He Jiahao said softly. Tide prison has changed so much. Anyone bold enough to signal their way in now is likely a lone player or a student. Their equipment won't be good. Even if we kill them, it's not worth much. He added, besides, the team from the laser room walk like they are heavily equipped. If we ambush them, take their gear, and withdraw, we won't need to run dungeons for a month. All right, the teammate ground his teeth. Captain agreed. Each of us gets a bag. Huh. He Jiahao chuckled softly. At least 2 teams are lying in wait out there now. If we hold out to the end, each of us will have at least 3 bags. And don't forget our task, he continued. If the ocean's tear drops for us, the 3 of us will never have to endure these nerve-wracking runs again. The teammate's eyes brightened noticeably. The hesitation and guilt in his gaze ebbed, replaced by a hunger for money and equipment. At that moment, gunfire erupted from the hydrodynamic channel, rapid staccato bursts of submachine gun fire. After the brief fusillade, the prison fell quiet once more. See, He Jiahao said with an impassive face, even if we don't strike, others will. Wait 15 minutes. If those two teams outside don't move in after 15 minutes, well, accept the job. He Jiahao paused, the memory of the last time he was cut down by Duya surfacing and making his voice tremble slightly. Remember, once we accept the task, neither of you say a word. He'll speak. Understood. Understood, Captain. The two nodded. Whoever comes out may not be the warden, or it could be Duya. Silence. He Jiahao hissed, gripping his victor. He heard footsteps a short distance away. Those footsteps were definitely not mechanical. The two teammates spun and fixed their scopes on the empty corridor, ready to... There was only one set of footsteps. They drew closer. Heavy running strides that turned into a hopping run, as if the person wanted to ensure anyone hearing would know they were human. A flicker of doubt crossed He Jiahao's face, then hardened into a cold sneer. He thought probably a lone wolf from the hydrodynamic upper levels looting a team who, after stripping the gear, assumed the place was clear and dared to stomp his feet like this. Huh. The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole waits behind. Laser room B, the oriole. Ooh, it's your cue. He listened and began to estimate the man's position. 100 meters. 80. 70. He was about to run straight into the laser room team's muzzles. No sooner had that thought appeared in He Jiahao's mind than gunfire cracked out. But to his surprise, the man's luck held. His hopping steps put him precisely outside the laser room team's and the laser room team's shooting seemed off. They allowed the man to hop back to cover. He Jiahao shook his head. That team was no good either. Huh. How did he hop out again? He Jiahao's eyes widened. Are young people these days all this fearless? Another rapid burst of submachine gun fire rang out, and the sound made He Jiahao's pupils snap small. That gunfire. It was the same as before. Damn, did the ambushed man in the hydrodynamic channel actually... And why does that firing sound so strange? A normal submachine gun cannot produce such a low roaring growl. It almost sounds like an ASH-12. But could an ASH-12 fire that fast? Impossible. The ASH-12's rate of fire is around 500 rounds per minute. This dense barrage clearly exceeds 800 revolutions per minute. No one could make an ASH-12 spit so quickly. Wait, damn. Someone can actually do it. No, it's not human. It's jealousy. He Jiahao's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He spun and stared, unbelieving, at the closed office door and at the radio, showing the temporarily unavailable mission liar in operation. His fingers trembled. Bloody hell. Last time it was Duya hiding in the office. Now jealousy is disguised as an operator. All units be on alert. The ones outside are not operators. They're jealousy disguised as operators. He Jiahao screamed hoarsely, not caring that the shout might reveal their position. Against jealousy, stealth shots are useless. The two teammates froze as if to turn and ask, but... The approaching footsteps made them instinctively shoulder their weapons and stare toward the sound. Could their guns stop jealousy? Could the three of them really hold? The hopping steps drew nearer. 30 meters, 20 meters. 10 meters. Their fingers trembled. The footsteps paused, and then someone leapt out from behind cover. The three of them squeezed their triggers without hesitation. The three drum mag victors erupted in a dense, unrelenting rattle of gunfire. Then, the walls were shredded, the pillars pocked, yet they did not hear the dull thud of bullets hitting flat. The figure had merely hopped out to taunt them for an instant. His position was devilishly awkward. Though their guns seemed aimed at him, he only showed a sliver of himself before slipping back behind the wall. It was as if the man had known they were holding guns, even known exactly where they were camped. He had come out simply to bait them into shooting, to toy with them. The three men's faces drained of color one after another. Cold sweat beaded on their brows, their breathing stuttered under fear. Yet years of training kept their trembling fingers glued to the triggers. If that person dared show himself again... The silhouette hopped out once more. But as they prepared to fire, another figure leapt from an unexpected angle at the... He turned his body sideways, cradling a matte black ASH-12, and aimed it at them. Before the three could react, he fired in midair. A staccato roar. 7 rounds flew toward 3 different targets. 3 struck the heads, 4 more were to ensure they could not revive. Before the world boxed out, He Jiahao's last thought was obscene and bewildered. Damn it, the warden can jump up and imitate a GDI operator, but he can also fake a peek to bait shots. What were they even shooting for? Brother Chun, 3 victors with drum mags. Definitely not good people. After landing, Gao Jianli rolled to absorb the fall, and then rose. He opened the 3 boxes and said, "Let me see their ID tags." He Jiahao. I think I've heard of him. Pao Pao Club. This seems to be a club from our Jingzhou. Did the combat recorder catch it? It did. Gao Jianli's smile was impossible to hide. I got close-ups of every ID tag. Even if our exfil fails, the evidence is enough. 3 clubs implicated. Brother Chun, were set. Don't rush. There are still 2 teams in the conduit and the vent point. Chen Ke picked up his gun. Handle them first. Strip the bullets out. That's enough. No need to grab everything yet. Understood. In the tidal prison Donghai Island. Manager, a team member looked at He Shouchao beside him. Are we really not? No rush. He Shou Chao sat calmly on a rock, casually tossing stones into the sea. Let's wait until the last team is left to discuss it. Wonderful, the team member raised his eyebrows. With the sound of gunfire, it must be fierce inside the prison. Once the last team is finished, they will definitely be in poor condition. At that time, we can catch them off guard. Exactly, another team member nodded. Moreover, we can signal them to lure. Manager, that's brilliant, truly brilliant. Brilliant. It's just copying someone else's ideas. He Shou Chao waved his hand dismissively, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. This is what the manager often says, to copy with innovation and achieve results right. The first team member began to provide emotional support. I never understood what it meant, but now I finally get it. Indeed. I still need to follow the manager into the next instance, learning through practice to truly master it. You guys don't just flatter me. He Shou Chao's smile even formed wrinkles on his forehead. When there's nothing to do, study other clubs' videos more, copy more, and learn from them. Yes, but I can't copy like you, manager. The team member who spoke next clearly had higher emotional intelligence than the first. I can only copy blindly, not like the manager, who can create something new. Copying results. I'll just copy more, and you'll get it. He Shou Chao looked at the second team member. I remember. Your name is Yumantong, right? Yes, manager. I can't believe you even remember my name. The second team member, or Yumantong, leaned closer to He Shou Chao. Remembering each team member's name is part of my duties as a manager. So when I go back, I will inform my secretary that if you encounter anything unclear, you can come and ask me. The more you copy, the more you help me share the workload. Then, they'll trouble you, teacher. Oh, it's no trouble at all. He Shou Chao waved his hand, clearly enjoying the title of teacher. Let me tell you, copying is really not that difficult. You just need to. He Shou Chao's voice suddenly halted. He tilted his head and looked at Yumantong. Did you just hear the broadcast? I did, manager. Yumantong also looked bewildered. The crows have revolted. But the problem is, this situation has never occurred before. There's nothing for him to copy. Boss, in the cell area, a hammer guy looked at the crow. Is the instructor really in this mirrored? This situation has never occurred before. There's nothing for him to copy. Boss, in the cell area, a hammer guy looked at the crow. Is the instructor really in this mirrored space? Crow closed his eyes, raised his head, sniffed the air, and then nodded yes. He's over by the elevator shaft. Hammer guy, how did you figure that out? The essence of Jihilos is injured. I'm familiar with the scent of the wound left by the prison rules. Only the instructor could make Jihilos violate the prison rules. I guess during the last meeting with the instructor, Jihilos gave him something. Now both the elevator shaft and the office have the scent of Jihilos. The office side, naturally Jihilo. Then on the elevator shaft side, it must be the instructor. Let's go tidy up and find the instructor. Crow straightened his collar, then looked at Hammer Guy. Help me check if my clothes are in order. Are there any improper places on me? None, boss. You look handsome now. Stop joking. Crow kicked Hammer Guy with the back of his foot. Remember, when you see the instructor later, be careful. Don't worry, boss. Hammer Guy nodded, then opened the prison door for Crow. Warning. Crow is gathering a large number of prisoners to prepare for a revolt. All security units, please be on alert, and any revolters can be executed on the spot. The warden will personally command the security department to quell the riot and eliminate the Crow forces. All staff are advised to cooperate with the action. Tisk, I've been listening to this broadcast for so many years, but this is the first time it's so pleasant to hear. Crow whistled as he walked out of the prison door. Boss, the instructor said not to whistle. Crow turned to Hammer Guy. Did I whistle? Did I whistle? You did. Hammer Guy replied firmly. Crow, warden. In the warden's office, Lu Wei looked at Jihilos. Are you sure the instructor is really here? No doubt about it, Jihilos said. I can sense the aura of that ocean tear. Lu Wei, so you sent the instructor that ocean tear with this intention? Instead of wasting time with me, you should clean up the office. Jihilos abruptly changed the topic. These operator boxes in the room are really annoying. Got it? Lu Wei rolled his eyes, then looked behind him. Shirley, move these boxes to the trash pile. Captain. Shirley looked at Lu Wei. Since the instructor is here, can we discuss with him to help us take out the supplies from the box? These operator boxes clearly still have equipment and medicine in them. It would be a shame to just throw them away. Since the instructor hasn't acknowledged us, yet he must have his concerns. Lu Wei shook his head. Besides, have we not been through this for so many years? Over the past years, how many operator boxes have we thrown away? But in the past, there was no instructor. All right, got it. Shirley sighed. Shirfeng, lend a hand. They'll move these operator boxes. You organize those brothers' boxes, so they won't resurrect in the wrong places. These operators are really desperate. Even the ordinary brothers' boxes are opened. They'll move these operator boxes. You organize those brothers' boxes, so they won't resurrect in the wrong places. These operators are really desperate. He sniffed the air, and then looked at Shirley. Vice Captain, this brother's box smells amazing. Shirley, Lu Wei, check the troops you brought. Noticing Jihilo's gaze, Lu Wei quietly scolded Shirley, then approached Shirfeng. I see you are starving. You even think this brother's box is. Lu Wei paused, then bent down, got close to the box, and sniffed hard. Then he turned to Jahilos. Warden, this brother's box really smells a bit good. Jahilos. What? Jahilos felt a black line almost forming on his forehead. Knowing the instructor is back, are you all getting wild? No, Warden. Lu Wei shook his head. This brother's box. It really smells good, just like grilled beef. Hearing this, Jahilo's previously casual aura turned cold. Protein when grilled emits this kind of aroma. In other words, this prison guard must have been killed by a dragon breath bullet. Lu Wei, the warden's voice was as cold as ice. If you want to be thrown into prison by me, keep up this attitude. No, Warden. Lu Wei instantly realized the ambiguity in his words. This isn't the Millard effect the instructor taught. This is the real taste of grilled beef. And look, Warden. On top of the box, there's a piece of grilled beef. It's even sprinkled with cumin. Surely. The warden stood with his hands behind his back, his figure like a pine, his aura like ice. Yes. Drop Lu Wei's gun, and after returning, lock him in a cell for reflection. Yes. I'm not lying to you, Warden. Lu Wei was now truly anxious. He even disregarded etiquette and directly opened the prison guard's box. The warden immediately drew his gun and pointed it at Lu Wei. Lu Wei, are you seeking death? There really is grilled beef, Warden. Lu Wei shook the grilled beef, which was tied with iron wire on an iron rack in the air. Look. Warden. Shirley and Shifeng froze in mid-step toward Lu Wei. And Lu Wei pointed at the box. There's even a barbecue grill. Warden. There's even charcoal in the grill. Warden. Report. Report. Shifeng quietly interjected. This was both to give the warden and Lu Wei an out, and because he really had a new discovery. Speak. The warden looked at Shifeng. Shifeng extended his hand and pointed to the operator boxes in the office. The guns in these operator boxes have all been taken out. Moreover, Shifeng pointed at the prison guard's box. Under the barbecue grill there seems to be an AWM and 2 boxes of ammunition. The warden paused for a moment, then quickly walked to the prison guard's box. Under the barbecue grill, a military green AWM and 2 unopened boxes of AWM ammunition came into view. Jahilos opened his mouth, then his voice became a bit dry. Take a look at the boxes of other prison guard brothers, especially the boxes of prison guard brothers from here to the elevator shaft road. Warden, are you saying these are what the instructor left for us? Lu Wei stood up abruptly. He remembered that the warden had just said the instructor was by the elevator shaft. What else? Shirley's voice also became excited. If other things can be explained, how do we explain the AWM ammunition? I told you. The instructor hasn't forgotten us. Just you shout the loudest. Jahilos kicked Shirley. Besides the instructor, there are still a team of operators in this space. Do you want them to hear us? Another team. Shirley was stunned for a moment, then a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Warden, where are they? I'm going to take care of them. We must not let them interfere with the instructor improving our meals. They are over at Donghai Island. Lu Wei, you take a team of shield soldiers. The warden looked at Lu Wei. Go from the west lookout point. Bring this AWM to the sniper brothers over there. Let him join you. Yes. In the Thai prison cafeteria, Chen Ke stuffed the last 2 bottles of beer and 15 skewers of grilled meat into the guard's box and turned to Gao Jinli. How much food do you have left? Gao Jinli opened his backpack and glanced inside. There are still 24 slots left. That's a bit troublesome. The guards in the cell are already dead. Chen Ke said while looking at the box in front of him. We can't just go back and do it all over again. And he stood up, glancing around. Didn't they say there was a riot among the prisoners? Where are they? I don't know, Gao Jinli replied, equally surprised. When I encountered a prisoner riot before, I could barely hide. Now we can't find them. If we can't find them, then don't bother looking. Chen Ke stood up. There should still be a few snipers outside. Let's just stuff the things into their boxes. Footsteps. Urgent footsteps echoed behind the 2. Is it people, brother? Gao Jinli eagerly picked up his gun. The previous few rounds really exhilarated him. Chen Ke not only told him where to run and where to jump, but even thought through the cover to jump to and how long to dodge back afterward. He didn't have to think at all and just toyed with those armed people. After luring 5 squads and facing 15 gun lines, he and his armor remained completely intact. It was even more exhilarating than taking off. But soon Chen Ke splashed cold water on him. No, it's the machine. Chen Ke shook his head, picked up his gun, and said, take another look at these boxes to see if there's anything missing. He'll go take care of those guards, and then it should be about enough with their boxes. All right. Gao Jinli nodded, then suddenly remembered something and chuckled. I noticed you didn't touch the soldier's box. What if I find a tier of the ocean later? Wouldn't we be rich again? There's everything in dreams, Chen Ke replied, then raised his gun. Although those people did not belong to the GDI operatives and could not trigger the headshot skill that Guhi Luoc gave him, he had already found his rhythm. Moreover, he was still holding an ASH-12. So he raised his gun without even aiming, just adjusted the barrel slightly based on the footsteps and feeling, and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The footsteps suddenly stopped, and then fell to the ground. Strange. Chen Ke looked down at the gun in his hands. Why does it feel? These NPCs have a bit too much health. He should have hit every shot to the head. But Those 3 footsteps, he ended up firing 15 shots before they all went down. To be precise, one person took 9 shots to the head before going down. Could it be that the ASH-12 has such severe damage drop-off? Or is it? Did Guhi Luoc do something strange again? Tisk, never mind, I'll casually ask Guhi Luoc about it in the group later. Chen Ke shook his head, then turned to Gao Jianli in the office. Gao Jianli, are you done? Yes, it's all done, Gao Jianli said while walking out of the office. Did those guards finish off? Let's take the remaining things and equipment and put them in their bags, then we can go find the snipers and withdraw. Okay. Gao Jianli was taken aback. Why are we looking for the snipers to withdraw? We're playing the act all the way, Chen Ke shrugged. Don't forget we are trying to use battle damage flow to loot. Our armor was shot to pieces by those who were hiding and shooting at us, so it's more convincing if we were shot dead by snipers on the way out. Brilliant. Gao Jianli raised his eyebrows. You really are something, Brother Chen. What's brilliant? The battle recorder is still running. This part is cut out. All right. Gao Jianli nodded, then picked up the battle recorder attached to his shoulder strap, operated it a bit, and looked at Brother Chen. Brother, I just deleted those lines. Can I continue recording? Sure. Chen Ke nodded, looking towards the boxes he had just shot down in the distance. Since we're acting, let's symbolically check a few soldier boxes. After emptying their backpacks, we can put more things inside. After making up his mind, Chen Ke walked over. Not far away, Brother Hammer, who had been squatting in a cell and witnessing everything, swallowed hard and looked at Raven. Boss, is this the amnesia you were talking about? I saw it clearly. Among the 3 people he just killed, the leader was actually Lu Wei, the captain of the Warden's elite guard, and it was indeed the real Lu Wei. He just showed up and was taken down by the instructor with 9 shots to the head. And Lu Wei also had 2 shield soldiers with him. Those shield soldiers were taken out in just 3 shots each. I saw it all clearly. The firing distance was at least 150 meters, and the instructor didn't even aim. What did you forget? The fear of being dominated by the instructor. Back in the day, the instructor was. Another Brother Hammer was interrupted by Raven. He looked at the 2 of them with annoyance. Is that the point? Is that the point? I ask you, did you hear what the instructor just said? I heard clearly. He said he wants to disguise himself as battle damage flow. Wait. Brother Hammer suddenly raised his hand and pointed at Chen Ke. How did the instructor put food in the guard's box? And wrapped in aluminum foil. He even put in a grill. Raven was taken aback, looking up. He saw the instructor stuffing a half aluminum foiled steak-like delicious thing into the box, then adding a grilled charcoal, soy sauce, vinegar, onions, peanuts, and beer. His throat moved. Boss, I'm going. One Brother Hammer swallowed hard, eager to try. The instructor just said he doesn't have much food left. When I told you to go, you all said you were afraid to see the instructor again. Why are you not afraid now? Raven tried to suppress his throat, which wanted to swallow. Aren't we afraid that the instructor will scold us again? Besides, you said the instructor has amnesia. What if he doesn't recognize us? Brother Hammer rested his right arm on the PKM, scratching his head. But boss, I think your intel network isn't very accurate. The instructor hasn't forgotten about us, brothers, has he? It's true that the instructor has amnesia, but I never said that after amnesia he wouldn't think of us. Raven's voice held a hint of genuine laughter. Go, but remember, the instructor infiltrated GDI for us. Don't expose him. And the instructor really has amnesia. So don't think about reminiscing. Just let the instructor kill you when you meet. Don't worry, boss, it's just acting. I understand. Brother Hammer nodded. Back in the day, my acting was praised by the instructor. I'm going. Wait. What's wrong, boss? Raven was taken aback for a moment, then gritted his teeth. The constructed Guhi Luoc has many clever tricks. I was wondering why he brought the whole elite guard in person. Oh, is he waiting for me? Brother Hammer was puzzled. What are you talking about, boss? Look at what the instructor is holding. Isn't the instructor holding an ASH-12? Brother Hammer said while shifting his gaze to Chen Ke, then was stunned. What the hell? Tear of the ocean. Where did the instructor get that from? Linking it to Raven's sudden curse earlier, Brother Hammer's eyes widened. Wait, the instructor wouldn't have taken it from Lu Wei's box, would he? What else? Raven's voice came out through clenched teeth. I ask you guys, do you have anything valuable on you? Brother Hammer was silent for a moment, then nudged the other Brother Hammer beside him. Boss is asking you, do you have anything valuable? The second Brother Hammer blinked wildly, then imitated and raised his arm, trying to elbow the third Brother Hammer. The third Brother Hammer was sharp. He had already started elbowing the last one. Boss is asking you, do you have anything? The fourth Brother Hammer opened his mouth. I have something, but it doesn't seem very valuable. What is it? When I was stealthily following the instructor earlier, I saw a few military radios and casually tucked them into my pocket. I also found a card for the president's conference room on the table. The fourth Brother Hammer seemed to pull out a backpack from thin air, then took out the items one by one. Raven felt a bit of a headache. He took a few deep breaths, then looked at the Brother's Hammer. You guys split this stuff up. Whoever gets it, go find the instructor and deliver it to him. The Brother Hammer who took out the items was taken aback. What about you, boss? Me, Raven's mouth involuntarily broke into a wild grin, but the figure of Chen Ke in his peripheral vision made that charming smile instantly turn normal. He looked towards the depths of the warden's office across the corridor. I'm going to borrow some things from Guhi Luosi. The word borrow made him say it through gritted teeth. Gao Jinli looked at the tear of the ocean in Chen Ke's hand, feeling somewhat numb. Logically, he should be after all, before today, or rather just a moment ago, pulling a tear of the ocean from a soldier's box was merely an unverifiable legend. But now he had witnessed history with his own eyes. He should be shocked, yet he just couldn't feel shocked. He even thought it seemed quite normal for this to happen to Chen Ke. Chen Ke, his brother, had better shooting skills and luck, so what if he pulled out a tear of the ocean? He even felt that even if Chen Ke pulled out another tear of the ocean later, he wouldn't be surprised. Chen Ke stared at the tear of the ocean he had just pulled out of the box, also stunned. He just wanted to empty the soldier's backpack and put in more guns and bullets. And now, did he really pull out a tear of the ocean? He frowned, noticing Gao Jinli's gaze, and after thinking for a moment handed the tear of the ocean over. Here, take it. I pulled one out already. He felt that Gao Jinli was someone worth sharing this with. The first tear of the ocean had already made him financially free. Getting another tear of the ocean was just double the financial freedom. It was still financial freedom. Moreover, he still had the skill given by the chat group boss. Most importantly, he still had a bit of the mindset of playing Delta games with a Blue Star mentality. In the Delta game, when you pull out something, if you don't share it with friends, then the fun would be reduced by more than half. He thought, Gao Jinli is a friend worth sharing this with. And Gao Jinli indeed did not disappoint Chen Ke's expectations. He shook his head without hesitation, then slightly bent down to approach Chen Ke, glancing around to confirm no one was watching, and whispered, "Brother, keep this tear of the ocean for yourself. First, don't report it to the club. I saw in recent short videos that there have been significant advancements in the research on the tear of the ocean. Some even say that for the price of a tear of the ocean, you can drive a main battle tank into Delta. Let's not rush to report, just keep it for now. Brother, if you really want to give me something, take me along next time you go into a dungeon if possible, alright? I'm not looking for anything, just want to play with you how it's more fun." Gao Jinli looked at Chen Ke earnest. "And honestly, brother, seeing you pull this out makes me happier than you are." Chen Ke looked at Gao Jinli. Gao Jinli did not shy away from Chen Ke's gaze. After a few seconds of staring at each other, Chen Ke smiled, then put away the tear of the ocean. "Alright. He'll keep this one. When I pull out another one, we'll each have one then." "Good." Gao Jinli also smiled broadly. The warden's office. Jahalusi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the somewhat frantic Crow Kareem, and his voice, which should have been cold and serious, carried a hint of amusement. "You want me to just give it to you? It's you who lacks martial ethics." The Crow leaned over the desk, glaring at Jahalusi. "I lack martial ethics." Jahaluosi's smile grew wider. "You didn't bring any greeting gifts when meeting the instructor, so what does that have to do with me? Besides, do you really think I don't know about the little tricks you left in your cell?" Jahalusi paused. "Do you really think my arrival in your cell during the mirror space was just a coincidence?" "Moi." The Crow's previously tense arms slackened, and then he sniffled. "I don't care. Today, if you don't give it to me, I won't go out." After saying this, he dramatically unholstered the revolver that was originally tucked at his waist, intending to slam it down onto the desk. But halfway through the motion, he suddenly thought that the instructor hadn't gone too far. What if the instructor hears? The Crow instantly wilted. Thus his arm twitched in midair, and the sudden loss of strength made him grimace. Nevertheless, after much hesitation, he gently placed the two guns on the desk. Jahalusi. He watched the Crow prepare to throw a tantrum, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, and finally let out a heavy sigh. He took out a deep blue multicolored ocean tear and placed it on the desk. "Remember to return it to me after you go back." The corners of the Crow's mouth almost reached his ears. He quickly stuffed the ocean tear into his bag and spoke without thinking, "So, Captain, what's the plan next?" After this was said, both the Crow and Jahalusi were stunned. After a long moment, it was Jahalusi who broke the awkward silence in the room. "There's a team lurking at the outer sea. I suspect they want to wait for the instructor. But they should have been scared off by your jailbreak just now. You know, after your jailbreak, there will be an announcement. And this round at the start refreshed our opposing tasks. I originally wanted to send Lu Wei with the AWM given by the instructor to find the sniper, so the sniper could send them back to the GDI's Special Operations Department. But Lu Wei and the others were stopped by the instructor halfway. Since that's the case, we need to put on a show in front of the instructor to lure that team outside in." The Crow closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then tried to make his voice sound nonchalant. "What did you just say? What do you mean the AWM given by the instructor? You said so much just to say this, didn't you? Stop being pet." Jahalusi shook his head. "Let's deal with that team outside first." "Tisk, got it." The Crow pouted, picked up the revolver on the desk, and stood up, walking towards the exit. Jahalusi watched the Crow's departing figure, falling silent. Only when the other silhouette was about to vanish did he speak up. "Be careful, don't let the instructor turn you into a box first." The Crow paused for a moment, then raised his gun and waved it in the air. "Got it." The Crow hesitated, his voice dropping slightly. "Captain, The warden stood in place for a few minutes, then gracefully picked up the ASH-12 and walked out of the office. Outside, Chen Ke's brows were tightly knitted together. Something was wrong. The gunfire inside the prison had stopped for quite a while, indicating that only the last team should remain inside. But why hasn't that team gone to take on the mission yet? Moreover, even if they aren't taking on the mission, they should have at least encountered the Crow or Hammer Brother, right? The announcement just now clearly stated that the Crow had revolted. Could it be that the last team was wiped out by the 4 Hammer Brothers? Even if they didn't pull the plug, they should have at least removed the power supply permissions, right? Isn't it a bit frighteningly quiet? Chen anxiously raised his arm to check the time. There were 19 minutes left until the mission ended. He stood up, paced back and forth for a while, then finally made a decision. Let's wait 4 more minutes. If in 4 minutes there are still no gunshots and no one pulls the plug, then we will sneak into the inner area. Understood. The 2 team members nodded, then looked at Chen. So, manager, should we go to the outer sea to gather supplies first? What's the rush? Chen shot them a glare. What do you really think you can find ocean tears among the shells in the outer sea? Of course. The less emotionally intelligent team member scratched his head. If it weren't for that, who would come to the... I was just thinking of borrowing some luck from the manager to see if I could help the manager find an ocean tear, Yumantang said sincerely. I was too anxious. My apologies, manager. Chen shook his head and smiled. It's fine. After all, going to prison is just for... Suddenly gunfire. The suddenly loud gunfire interrupted Chen words. He immediately shut his mouth, raised his index finger to his lips, then opened his palm and placed it to his ear. After listening for a moment, he frowned. This gunfire doesn't sound right. Why does it sound like 2 wardens are exchanging fire with ASH-12? And there are also PCAM and asphalt, and even a revolver. Yumantang thought for a moment, then raised his right hand and looked at Chen. Say it. Manager, could it be that the Crow disguised as the warden also used the same ASH-12 as the warden? Yumantang asked. As for the revolver, could it be that the escort brought it to help the boss with attachments? That makes sense. Chen nodded. These bosses are really devious. I thought the Crow only wore a mask and changed his skin. I didn't expect him to get his hands on the warden's exclusive ASH-12 equipped with high-speed gas vents. However, this makes sense now. Chen stood up and looked at the 2. The last remaining team in the prison should have run into the warden and the Crow. That team has 2 people, one using a PCAM and the other using an asphalt. The one with the PCAM isn't a great shot. He only fired a few shots before going silent, most likely out of ammo, and switched to the revolver. The one with the asphalt might be a sharpshooter. He has been shooting accurately. With this configuration, they are likely a rich young master who hired an escort. Let's go teach them a lesson and let them know that in prison you should never expose information first. Understood. The 2 team members raised their guns and followed Chen, slowly sneaking into the inner area. When gunfire erupted almost right next to them, Chen clenched his right fist and raised it. The 2 behind him halted instantly. Not far away, 2 ASH-12s fired in rapid succession like machine guns. The boss isn't dead, and from the frequency of the gunfire, Chen closed his eyes and listened for a moment, then softly said, that escort is likely cornered by the 2 bosses behind cover. The bosses are locking onto him from behind cover and are wildly shooting. Yumantang, you take him to deal with the boss. They'll handle that escort. Understood. 2 countdown. 3, 2, 1. At the moment of the last 1 being called out, Yumantang and the team members simultaneously raised their guns using cover to start gathering information. Chen also revealed his head from behind cover. However, the scene before him was completely unexpected. Not far down the hallway, there were indeed 2 wardens hiding behind cover, either shooting at each other or unleashing bullets into a half-open door. But why does one of the wardens have a revolver in hand? He clearly heard the sounds of 2 ASH-12s. Where did that ASH-12 go? And do these 2 bosses have some issues? Though Chen had become a manager, he was once one of the top players. He naturally knew just how accurate the gunplay of these 2 bosses in the prison was. But now, these 2 bosses have shot at each other so many times, yet it seems like neither of them has lost any health. Are these 2 bosses just portraying human outlines? The most crucial point is that these 2 bosses have been shooting for so long, yet there isn't a single operator's box nearby. Only 3 boxes from the Hammer Brothers. Hey, is this right? What kind of person can last so long under these 2 bosses? Or is it that the gunplay of these 2 bosses has been weakened? Yumantang and the team member immediately noticed this issue. They exchanged glances, and then the less emotionally intelligent team member tried to expose a large hitbox behind cover. Normally at this moment, he should have had his helmet completely shattered with only a layer of skin left. But now, those 2 bosses don't even look at him. The team member took a deep breath, stuffed the extra bullets into the safe, leaving only a set of backup rounds in his pocket, and slowly walked out from behind cover. He was completely exposed to the gun sights of the 2 bosses. The guns that the 2 wardens had originally aimed at the door almost simultaneously ceased fire. The team member's heartbeat skipped a beat, and instinctively he wanted to dodge back behind cover. but the next second the two wardens began firing at each other. The team member blinked, then raised his arm, wiping the cold sweat that had inexplicably accumulated on his forehead, looking towards Yumantang. Yumantang glanced at Hisho Chao, nodded after Hisho Chao nodded back, and slowly raised his gun, stepping out from. The bosses were still in the heat of battle. After thinking for a moment, Hisho Chao suddenly realized. The logic of these two bosses was off. They were simultaneously locking onto each other, while also locking onto the escort hiding in the room, having no time to care about them. A golden opportunity. Hisho Chao let out a light breath, then holding his gun slowly stepped out from behind cover. His footsteps abruptly halted. He saw the two bosses instantly stop, and then without a word point their guns at the three of them. His pupils contracted sharply, wanting to escape back behind cover. But he only heard four gunshots. Data. Duh. Then everything went dark before his eyes. When he opened them again, he was back in the club. Evacuation failed. You have acquired a negative status, sluggish, remaining 29D23 H59M. Hisho Chao opened his mouth, feeling as if his body were rusted, his mind only left with one thought: these two bosses are putting on a show for him. This isn't about not having time to deal with them. This is clearly waiting for all three members of their team to come out from cover before capturing them all in one net. Is this right? When did these two bosses become so devious? The crow looked at the three extra boxes on the ground, then shifted his gaze back to the warden. The warden subtly nodded, then raised his gun and aimed at him. However, the warden did not pull the trigger. Instead, he raised his left hand, curled his thumb, and spread his forefingers. The crow froze for a moment. It had been a long time since he saw this gesture, and his brain needed some time to process what the scene meant. But his body reacted almost instinctively before his brain could catch up. He raised his revolver towards the warden, and similarly raised his left hand. After completing this action, the crow finally recalled what this gesture meant. He nodded towards the warden. Then the two almost simultaneously curled their pinky fingers. 3. They simultaneously retracted their ring fingers. 2. They simultaneously bent their middle fingers. 1. As their index fingers bent, both pulled the triggers at the same time. Data. Duh. The ASH-12 and the revolver fired in sync. The crow and the warden both turned into boxes. Behind the door, Chen Ke and Gao Jianli, positioned on either side of the room, exchanged glances. What's going on? Why is there no gunfire? After they ran into these two bosses earlier, the gunfire had not stopped, although the gunplay of the bosses was still human outlines. Chen Ke and Gao Jianli hadn't managed to hit these two bosses with a single shot. Gao Jianli was shooting in a panic, and missing was still somewhat understandable. But every time Chen Ke wanted to counterattack while using cover, these two bosses seemed to have a telepathic connection, instantly retreating behind cover. Gao Jianli had even thought that he would draw the gunfire of these two bosses out, allowing Chen Ke to finish them off. Now, why aren't these two bosses firing anymore? They can't be dead, right? Gao Jianli exchanged cautious glances with Chen Ke, then carefully gripped his gun and peeked out. Then Chen Ke heard a surprised exclamation. Holy crap, it seems like both of these bosses have turned into boxes. Chen Ke, didn't these two bosses just kill each other? Brother, cover me while I take another look. Okay. After receiving Chen Ke's reply, Gao Jianli took a deep breath and then jumped out. However, his helmet collided with a pillar. But the sight before him made him completely ignore the pain from the violent impact. Bro, these two bosses really have become boxes. They both took each other out. Chen Ke. Gao Jianli stood up, pressing his left hand against his head, and then spoke again. How come there are 3 operators' boxes in the hallway? Chen Ke. 3 operators' boxes. Earlier, the gunfire between the warden and the crow was so intense that he completely missed that others had gotten close to them. But how did they turn into boxes? Could it be they were killed by these two bosses? How is it that when they were shooting at him and Gao Jianli, they were wildly accurate, but when shooting at these 3, they hit every headshot? After headshotting, they also managed to take each other out. These two bosses can't be putting on a show for him, right? Gao Jianli looked at Chen Ke. These two bosses are so extraordinary, the gunfire hasn't stopped all the way. They must have dropped something. You got lucky. You go loot their boxes. After you loot them, I'll put supplies in. Chen Ke, who was pondering whether something was off, paused for a moment, then nodded. Gao Jianli. Title: Prison spawns 7 teams in total, correct? Chen Ke asked while opening the warden. Gao Jianli nodded, then abruptly paused, as if only now realizing something crucial. They had just cleared the entire map. No, more precisely, Chen Ke had cleared it. Even both bosses were dead. Gao Jianli blinked once, then accepted it without hesitation. Though he was the club's graduate-level player. Though Chen Ke was merely the student he'd brought today to familiarize, though the other 6 teams were all ruthless. 5 held strategic vantage points while the 6th stealthily circled the last team, hoping to exploit the chaos. Though this was only Chen Ke's 2nd time entering Title Prison, Gao Jianli felt no dissonance whatsoever. After all, it was Chen Ke. Clearing a map was perfectly ordinary. Brother, we've cleared it, Gao Jianli said, turning to Chen Ke. And Chen Ke nodded, then swapped his gear with the contents of the warden's crate, and handed his backpack straight to the warden. Since the map was cleared, the gear would remain with the warden. Brother, these 3 operator crates are quite valuable. Gao Jianli crouched, sifting through them. 2 with full M14 loadouts, 1 with a complete M7 and AWM set. Whoa, their backpacks even contain spare armor. Take what you want, Chen Ke replied, stuffing 4 boxes of AWM ammunition into the warden's crate from the safe. No way. Gao Jianli shook his head. We agreed before entering. We're here to generate combat damage. Though brother, I heard that if you pick up gear inside a dungeon and then lose it, that still counts as combat damage. So, brother, could you hand me your pack? Let me reorganize ours first. Then you wear it briefly before placing it back into the warden's crate. Fine. Chen Ke considered it, then nodded and retrieved the large 45-slot red backpack from the warden's. Yet as he extended it toward Gao Jianli, his peripheral vision caught an item nestled within the warden's inventory. His hand froze midair. Not again. This defied mere chance. Gao Jianli, untroubled, rose and stepped beside him, reaching out to grasp the backpack with gentle confidence. He failed to lift it. Brother. Gao Jianli glanced at Chen Ke's grip, puzzled. What's wrong? Gao Jianli. Yes, sir. Gao Jianli snapped upright, instantly raising his rifle and dropping into a half-crouch. What is it, brother? Look at this crate. Chen Ke placed the red backpack on the ground and pointed to the warden's crate. Oh. Gao Jianli exhaled in relief, lowered his rifle, and knelt down. What is it, brother? Oh, you mean the warden's crate lacks a backpack? That's normal, it never spawns one. Wait, another tear of the ocean. Calmly, Gao Jianli withdrew the tear of the ocean and offered it to Chen Ke. Brother, tear of the ocean. Chen Ke. He studied Gao Jianli's serene expression and sensed something deeply amiss. Hours earlier, the boy had nearly leapt for joy at the sight of such a tear. Now he was utterly composed. Yet, perhaps this was better. Chen Ke did not take it, but met Gao Jianli's gaze. As agreed, if another appears, it's yours. Huh. Gao Jianli blinked, then shook his head. I was just being polite. I couldn't possibly accept it. You found it, it belongs to you. No more debate. Take it. Chen Ke placed the tear of the ocean into Gao Jianli's palm. Stow it in the safe. Then help us reorganize our packs. Gao Jianli froze completely. He'd assumed Chen Ke's earlier remark was mere courtesy, polite fiction. Yet even such courtesies were rare. After all, this was the tear of the ocean. A treasure many would never glimpse across lifetimes. A gem capable of overnight wealth and societal ascension. A catalyst for betrayal, estrangement, and eternal enmity. Yet, Chen Ke simply gave it to him, with nothing more than a quiet as promised. He had chosen right. Gao Jianli opened his mouth soundlessly, fingers curling around the tear. Its surface, though meant to be cold, radiated warmth like spring sunlight. His voice trembled. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, brother. As promised, if another appears, it's yours. Chen Ke rose and strode toward Raven's crate. He suspected it held one too. He wasn't foolish. The tear of the ocean was incomparably rare. Yet he'd entered tidal prison only twice and already unearthed 3. Recalling the absurd manner in which he'd obtained the first tear and the uncanny, deliberately inaccurate aim of both bosses just moments ago. Those bosses had almost certainly been performing. Brother, what is it? Chen Ke halted and turned. From now on, if anything arises, call me. Gao Jianli clenched the tear so tightly his knuckles whitened. I'll come immediately whenever you call. All right, then I'll begin reorganizing the packs. Chen Ke opened Raven's crate and found no backpack, not even spare magazines. The entire crate held only one item, in the single inventory slot. When he confirmed it was yet another tear of the ocean, Chen Ke sighed. Damn it, they were putting on a show. Such drop rates defied all logic. Yet, Chen Ke lifted his gaze to Gao Jianli and remained. This blatant anomaly couldn't be pointed out directly. Without drawing attention, he gathered several weapons and pieces of gear from nearby crates and piled them beside Raven's. Then he stood and waved. Gao Jianli, coming. Gao Jianli dropped his half-organized pack and sprinted over. What is it, brother? Check this crate. Understood. Gao Jianli crouched, glanced inside, then stared again, then again. Half a minute later, he rose and handed Chen Ke his rifle, fitted with 4 laser sights. Brother, shoot me a few times. His tone was earnest. I must be dreaming. Wake me up with a few rounds. Chen Ke, wait, if you're dreaming, why not shoot yourself? Because it hurts. Gao Jianli spoke with startling sincerity. But don't worry, I'll find you the moment I wake. Then we'll run tidal prison together, again. Chen Ke paused. He slapped the rifle back into Gao Jianli's arms. Stop dismantling attachments. Remember, we're here to generate combat damage. Gao Jianli. Brother, his voice wavered as he clutched the rifle. Its weight solid, undeniable. I'm not dreaming. You really found another tear of the ocean? Gao Jianli initially believed he had developed an immunity to Chen Ke. No matter what Chen Ke pulled out or did, he would no longer be surprised. But the truth proved otherwise. Chen Ke casually gifted him a tear of the ocean and then, turning around, pulled out another tear of the ocean. In one day, during 2 visits to the tidal prison, he had obtained 3 tears of the ocean. No, wait. It was 4. truly befitting of his older brother. Gao Jianli gazed at the tier of the ocean in the box, but did not reach for it. He didn't say anything further. What he needed to do now was to retrain his brain and limbs. Watching Gao Jianli, who had shared the Murphy network, Chen Ke said nothing and simply patted his shoulder. If he hadn't been in that group, if he hadn't guessed that Gu Huasi and Wu Ye were putting on an act, his reaction wouldn't have been much better than Gao Jianli's now. But did Wu Ye and Gu Huasi have a bit of a temperament issue? Just giving away tiers of the ocean like that, even for these two bosses trapped in the tidal prison, tiers of the ocean must be quite rare, right? Chen Ke bent down, picked up the tier of the ocean from Wu Ye's box, tossed it in his hand, then stuffed it into the safe box. Next time he came in, he should bring more bullets and supplies. With both bosses being so generous, he couldn't fall behind. Plus, he had given them nothing before, he had only provided a few suggestions, and yet these two bosses had gifted him 4 tiers of the ocean. If he filled his supplies, he couldn't even imagine what the bosses would give him. After removing the 3 excess lasers from the gun in his hand and stuffing the gun into Wu Ye's box, Gao Jianli finally regained his senses. He looked around again, confirming that no one was watching, then stealthily approached Chen Ke. However, his limbs, just activated, clearly weren't functioning well, and he nearly stumbled. Take it slow, Chen Ke supported Gao Jianli. What do you want to say? Brother, I've thought about it. The value of this tier of the ocean, when processed for the club, is greater than keeping it for yourself. Gao Jianli whispered. The map is clear, no one is around. Don't be so sneaky. Oh right, I'm used to it, and didn't react in time. Gao Jianli chuckled softly, then explained, brother, think about it. If you process this tier for the club, you will be the first person in history to bring out a tier of the ocean from the tidal prison. The first in history. I can't even imagine how the Provincial Club Association will view you. The key point is you saw it too. Manager Zhao is actually very nice. Our club isn't a greedy one. And don't worry, brother, no club would dare to exploit the tier of the ocean. The most important thing is with me here, rest assured, I will absolutely not let you suffer losses. If those board members dare to exploit you, I do have some connections in the council. So what do you think, brother? Oh, Chen Ke nodded. I'll trust you. Okay. Gao Jianli made a gesture. Then I'll continue sorting the packages. After hearing Chen Ke's words, Gao Jianli turned and walked back to the warden's box. 10 minutes later at the West, Sniper Cruz, upon seeing the 2 headless and unarmored GDI agents through the scope, trembled, his fingers hesitating to rest on the trigger. He didn't even dare to let one of the GDI agents appear in his scope. After all, that was their instructor. He wouldn't dare pull the trigger on the instructor no matter how much courage he had. He could even be certain that the instructor had already noticed him. But why did the instructor suddenly switch from running to walking? And he deliberately chose a completely open area. He watched the 2 walking, as if strolling, trembling as he adjusted the scope to aim at the agent next to the instructor. Then, biting his tongue, he forced himself to calm down, took off the sunshade from the scope, adjusted the scope 3 mils off, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Looking at the dust kicked up near the feet of that GDI agent, Cruz breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he didn't hit the instructor. The instructor had indeed discovered him long ago, yet he showed no surprise under such circumstances. Instead, the GDI agent was startled and jumped up. As long as there was a reaction, that was good. In this way, even if the instructor pretended not to see him, the GDI agent would still follow the line of fire to find him, and then bring the instructor away from this open area. However, the image relayed back through the scope ruthlessly shattered Cruz's fantasies. The GTI agent first glanced at him, then continued to leisurely walk alongside the instructor. They even deliberately turned slightly to expose their front to him. Cruz. His finger trembled again, then he adjusted the scope 3 mils to the right. But just as he pulled the trigger, he saw the instructor suddenly jump, jumping towards the direction where his bullet was headed. Then he watched helplessly as the instructor was turned into a box by his shot. Cruz. He stared at the unfamiliar face in the scope, gritting his teeth in anger. I will remember you. Thinking this, he pulled the trigger. Then that GDI agent also turned into a box. Notice from tidal prison, no. 112 hostile forces have been detected leaving the combat zone. Please redeploy all departments. Half an hour later. Tidal prison cafeteria. Warden Gu Huasi stood in the center of the cafeteria, raising both hands and gently clapping. The already quiet cafeteria became even more silent after his applause. Even the sound of breathing slowed. Gu Huasi scanned the room, then lifted his head. Do you know who brought these foods on the table for you? No, nor did anyone shake their heads. Even those like Lu Wei who knew the answer remained unresponsive. They simply looked quietly at the warden, waiting for his answer. It was the instructor, the warden said softly. As if the pause button had been pressed, the sound of breathing in the cafeteria stopped for a moment. But the next moment, the previously slow breaths suddenly became rapid. The instructor has not forgotten us. The breathing grew more frantic, accompanied by the creaking sound of the steel plates under pressure. However, the warden raised his hand. The instructor infiltrated the GDI for us. We do not know what cost he paid for this. We do not need to know. Because he is our instructor. I have only one request. Do not expose the instructor before he contacts us voluntarily. Of course, the GDI is not an unbreakable fortress. There are those who wish to do harm to the instructor. In the face of these people, I believe you know what to do. Right? Yes. The synchronized shouts seemed to lift the cafeteria's steel ceiling. Very well, starting today, Title Prison will resume military management, with each person on duty for 4 hours a day and training for 8 hours. The warden paused, then continued, in addition to these foods, the instructor also left you some small gifts. The AWM and bullets left for you by the instructor need to be handed in collectively. I will allocate them to the snipers. As for the rest, you can handle it yourselves. Remember, do not be stingy. The instructor has said that equipment and bullets are meant to be used, not to be treated as family heirlooms. Do you understand? Understood. Another synchronized shout echoed. And this meal, apart from us, there are all— No, not guests. Those are your former teammates. They are comrades who have fought alongside you, and will continue to do so with the instructor in the future. I believe you know who I'm talking about. Some of the food on your tables and the equipment in your hands were left for them They entrusted these items to me to pass on to you. Now that the instructor has returned, whatever grievances you had before must be set aside. Under the constraints of the rules in those mirrored timelines, you are still adversaries. This is something we can only wait for the instructor to change. But here, in every mirrored timeline where the instructor appears, the warden's voice suddenly turned cold. Do you know what you should do? We know. The shout still remains synchronized. Good. The warden nodded, then looked out the window. Upon seeing the warden's gaze, Wei closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then nervously adjusted his collar and pushed open the cafeteria door. Everyone stand up. Lu Wei's voice resonated throughout the cafeteria. The previously seated guards rose like green pines. Welcome Wu Ya's squad back to the team. The moment they exited the instance, Gao Jinli shouted, Manager, you have to stand up for me and Brother Chen. Some club is backstabbing us both in the shared prison. Gao Jinli's voice was loud, but the subsequent sound of the door slamming was even more deafening. Zhao Qijia slammed the office door against the wall and then walked out with a sullen expression. He walked up to the two of them and saw their empty equipment, and the fury in his eyes was enough to devour a lion. Come back to the office with me, he said. Zhao Qijia's voice was calm, yet deep. Chen Ke watched Zhao Qijia's slightly trembling back, then glanced at the precarious door of the manager's office, narrowing his eyes. Zhao Qijia's reaction was surprisingly intense. Gao Jinli also didn't expect Zhao Qijia's response to be so great. He shrank his neck and then cautiously followed the footsteps of Zhao Qijia and Chen Ke. After entering the office, he quietly closed the door. However, to both of their surprise, the moment the door closed, the gloom on Zhao Qijia's face vanished. He crossed his legs and the fury in his eyes turned into a teasing smirk. So Gao Jinli, what's the matter? Off. Zhao Qijia's seamless change of expression left Gao Jinli dumbfounded. He blinked and then whispered, Manager, you didn't get angry. I wouldn't be surprised by you, Zhao Qijia chuckled. If you were truly ambushed, you wouldn't say a word after exiting the dungeon and would instead kick down the door to my office directly. Moreover, it is possible that you were ambushed, but with Chen Ke with you, how could they still ambush you? Then what were you just doing? Gao Jinli asked. I was acting with you, Zhao Qijia said, resting his chin on his crossed hands. If I didn't act like that, how would the others in the club know how angry I am about this matter? How would they spread the news that I was furious? How would I ask for compensation from other clubs? Gao Jinli. He felt a slight itch on his neck. It seemed like he was about to grow a brain. So who ambushed you? Do you have any suspects? Were there others from other clubs who were ambushed with you? No, Gao Jinli shook his head first, then realizing the ambiguity in his words hurriedly added, there were no people from other clubs who were ambushed together. The shared prison that Chen Ke and I entered had no one sending signals at all. No one sending signals. Zhao Qijia frowned for a moment, then clicked his tongue. Tisk, this is my fault. I should have waited until today to release the video of Chen Ke. Forget it, what's done is done. Let's not talk about this. However, this makes things a bit tricky. The law does not punish the majority, and there is no solid evidence. Zhao Qijia thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Ke and Gao Jinli. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you two suffer in vain. I still have some connections in the provincial association. I probably won't be able to get compensation from the club, but I can get some compensation for you two from the provincial association. A manager, Gao Jinli weakly raised his hand. Speak. Actually, there is evidence. Zhao Qijia's eyes instantly lit up. If you have evidence, you should have said it earlier. Don't worry. Even if they wear helmets, it doesn't matter. I will have someone compare them one by one from the provincial association's database to definitely find those 3 bastards who ambushed you. No need to go to the provincial association. Gao Jinli looked at the manager. Chen Ke killed them, and I recorded their IDs. Moreover, the battle recorder captured the scene of them opening fire first. Zhao Qijia was stunned for a moment, then his gaze towards the two gradually became strange. Are you saying there was a team lying in wait for you? They opened fire first in a surprise attack, and then were counter-killed by Chen Ke. However, Zhao Qijia rubbed his chin. After all, it's Chen Ke. This matter seems quite normal. It's not a single team. Were they remnants? Or lone wolves? Zhao Qijia inquired. There were a total of 5 teams. Zhao Qijia's hand that was rubbing his chin froze for a moment. I recorded the scenes of all 5 teams opening fire and surprise attacks. Gao Jinli added. Zhao Qijia was stunned, and he even forgot to breathe. Half a minute later, Zhao Qijia, whose face was flushed, finally moved. He took a deep breath, then calmly nodded. Oh, 5 teams. Well, after all, it's Chen Ke. This matter actually seems quite normal. Chen Ke. What exactly is he in the eyes of Zhao Qijia and Gao Jinli? Didn't he just arrive this morning? Is there battle footage? Zhao Qijia looked at Gao Jinli. Yes. Gao Jinli nodded, quickly taking out a USB drive. There are 2 videos from today, and the later one is the complete match footage. Do you remember which clubs were involved? Bodyguards Bubble, Firstborn, OnePlus, and Shinfeng. Good. Zhao Qijia stood up, putting the USB drive in his pocket. The video is complete, right? Gao Jinli rubbed his nose, his voice a bit guilty. Zhao Qijia didn't notice this small action, nodding. I will go to Bubble Club to seek justice for you two. Damn, I've been unhappy with Bubble Club for a long time. You two go rest first and wait for my good news. Manager, we can actually take it slow on this matter. Gao Jinli said while looking at Chen Ke. That Ocean's Tear. Chen Ke nodded, then took out a piece of Ocean's Tear. Zhao Qijia waved his hand. Didn't I say keep that Ocean's Tear for yourself first? Wait until you find another one before talking about it. This is the one I just found. Zhao Qijia. He tilted his head looking at that piece of Ocean's Tear, then looked at Gao Jinli and finally at Chen Ke. Zhao Qijia felt relieved. After all, it was Chen Ke. Thinking about it carefully, it was actually quite normal. Isn't it just finding 2 pieces of Ocean's Tear? Where there is one, there will be 2. He walked over to Chen Ke, stiffened his arms, and carefully held the piece of Ocean's Tear. From today on, they also had a club with Ocean's Tear. No, in the entire Xia dynasty there were indeed only a few clubs with Ocean's Tear. But there was only their club with Chen Ke. After realizing this, Zhao Qijia suddenly felt that the Ocean's Tear in his hand was no longer precious. His stiffened arms relaxed, and his hands no longer trembled. It's just Ocean's Tear. What's so precious about it? Compared to Chen Ke, what is this thing? He shouldn't be thinking about how to keep this piece of Ocean's Tear safe, but rather how to keep Chen Ke in their club. However, this thought was quickly extinguished by Zhao Qijia. Such a good talent like Chen Ke should not be buried in their club. However, Zhao Qijia felt a bit reluctant. After a moment, Zhao Qijia came up with an idea. He looked up at Chen Ke, speaking sincerely. Chen Ke, have you considered taking a name on the board of directors of the club? Let the club share in your luck. Chen Ke. Board of directors, a name. Can these 2 words even be combined? Or I can apply to the board of directors to change the club's name to Chen Ke Club. Chen Ke. Or I can discuss it with the chairman and let him give up his position for you to sit. Chen Ke. Gao Jinli grinned foolishly. However, manager Zhao was not joking at all. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. But this matter needed to be discussed with the chairman first. Manager Zhao furrowed his brows. Ever since he insisted on joining the startup club as a player at the age of 20, his relationship with his father had been strained. To suddenly go back and tell his father about this, it was a bit difficult, but it could be overcome. Moreover, with the battle review going on, his father should not refuse this proposal. He looked at Chen Ke and said, Chen Ke, think this over carefully. They'll discuss it with the chairman at home tonight to see if we can get you a position on the board. Chen Ke. Wait, what do you mean by discussing it with the chairman tonight? Alright, fine. Gao Jinli has some minor connections in the council, but you're just not going to act, are you? So am I the only ordinary person in this room? But this means that the trouble with those clubs will have to be postponed until tomorrow, Zhao Qijia said, looking at Chen Ke. You'll have to endure a bit today, okay? Fine. Chen Ke nodded. This matter was not urgent. By the way, did you bring your bank card? Oh. What do you need a bank card for? Chen Ke asked, somewhat puzzled. To give you the prize for this Ocean Tear, Zhao Qijia replied. It's 25 million. Chen Ke. Wait, is he about to become a millionaire? Isn't that a bit too unreal? The manager of the Bubble Club felt that the world seemed a bit unreal. He pressed the spacebar, pausing the battle replay on the screen, leaning back against the chair with his thumbs rubbing his temples and his brows tightly knit. Chaos battle footage was a bit surreal. In the Delta instance, most of the time whoever sets up the gun first has the advantage. So it was fine that Jiahao and his companions chose to set up guns. The problem was that all 3 of them were tricked by a single jump. Then they were all eliminated by the second person who jumped out. The entire process took no more than 5 seconds. If it weren't for his repeated pauses to confirm, he would have thought like Jiahao that these 2 were the warden and his personal guard. It was simply outrageous. The first person who jumped out perfectly attracted all 3 gun lines. The second person's timing was nothing short of perfect. He confirmed frame by frame that at the moment the second person jumped out, all 3 of Jiahao's gun lines were not. This meant that he had evaded all gun lines while jumping out. Even more outrageous was that he accurately located the positions of all 3 individuals and used an ASH-12 to eliminate them midair with 3 shots. Even the warden wasn't this outrageous. Who could this person be? A figure with a DICH-1 tactical helmet flashed through his mind, and he quickly went through the talented players and famous demons still shining in his mind. However, there were no more than 10 individuals whose physiques could match. Moreover, none of these 10 liked to use the Ash 12. It must be a newcomer. Moreover, judging from the terrifying control of movement and accuracy, it was highly likely a secret weapon hidden by a club only released early to familiarize itself with the feel and conveniently search for the truth behind the prison upheaval. Fortunately, they encountered it early. Otherwise, waiting until 2 weeks later when the Beacon Cup started, it would have been quite the spectacle. The manager let out a sigh of relief, then stood up and looked at He Jiahao, a smile creeping onto his lips. He Jiahao first froze for a moment, then lowered his head. Manager, please don't mock me. We're in shared prison day, and we fired first. If they come to us with identification and footage, then the club and I would have to pay a huge amount of money. I'm not mocking you, the manager said, standing up and walking over to He Jiahao, patting him on the shoulder. Think about it carefully. Oh, what day is it? 2 weeks from now. He Jiahao cautiously glanced at the manager with his peripheral vision, confirming that there was truly no displeasure on the other's face, before tentatively lifting his head and softly saying, 2 weeks from now. It's the Beacon Cup. Yes. The manager nodded. The person who killed yours is likely a secret weapon that some club has been hiding, intending to use it in the Beacon Cup. By encountering him early, you've also provided some information for the club. This can be considered a fortunate accident. As for what you mentioned about shared prison day, haha, since it's a secret weapon, the other side certainly can't provide complete. Otherwise, after hiding for so long, wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Without complete footage, how can they prove that it was their team that signaled at the start? Alright, stop overthinking it. The manager patted He Jiahao's shoulder. Go home and think carefully about this person's combat style. Tonight we need to hold a meeting to study him. Yes. At the bank near the Qijia Club, Zhao Qijia looked at Chen Ke, his tone as awkward as it could be. Chen Ke, I'm really sorry. I really didn't expect that transferring money from public to private accounts would be so troublesome. Not only do we need personal declaration forms and contracts, but also the seals of the company's finance chairman and legal person. I thought that using the company's card along with yours for the transfer would suffice. How about I transfer 32,000 to you first? I only have 32,000 left in my card. Chen Ke waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Besides, this is also a learning experience, right? Sai, who says it isn't? Zhao Qijia sighed. No one in the club had ever figured out the ocean tier before, nor had they ever issued such a large prize. So we'll first take you back to the dorm, and then I'll go back to ask the old man for the seal. No need. Chen Ke shook his head. The dorm is quite close to here. I can just walk back. No need to be polite with me, Zhao Qijia said with a smile. It's on the way anyway. Moreover, I just remembered something I need to. All right. The two of them entered the car with Zhao Qijia pressing the ignition button and buckling his seatbelt. Do you have a team for the Beacon Cup in 2 weeks? Beacon Cup? Chen Ke paused for a moment while fastening his seatbelt. Is there a Beacon Cup in this world? Zhao Qijia seemed a bit surprised. I don't know. Chen Ke shook his head. Then let me explain. Zhao Qijia turned on the left turn signal and began to drive while speaking. Every last Friday of April, a Beacon Mandelbrick will spawn in all Delta instances. The Beacon Mandelbrick, once decoded, can yield various red materials. Previously, for the Beacon Mandelbrick, the club would force all players to enter the instance for 24 hours non-stop. Even if players had negative buffs, the club would force them to enter the instance. Many players got lost in the instance and never returned. Even those who returned were in a state of negative effects, and in the real world, even a slight scrape could lead to death. The conflicts between clubs and players grew larger, and then a week before the Beacon Cup opened, the conflict exploded. I don't know the specific details of the incident. Even now, no relevant information can be found online. But the lack of information already indicates the severity of the issue. Ultimately, the council joined forces with the national machinery to intervene. They forcibly closed all club entrances to the instance. To enter the instance, one must go through the council's portal. Moreover, applications must be submitted a week in advance. Each club can submit applications for a maximum of 2 teams. Furthermore, the people listed in the application have only one chance to enter on that day. To be precise, it's not just once, but one life. Zhao Qijia rolled down the car window, gripping the steering wheel with his right hand and resting his left arm on the window. As long as you fail to evacuate once, you will never be able to enter the instance again on that day. Because this mode resembled a competition, the term Beacon Cup gradually spread. This move by the council was simply multifaceted, not only calming the chaotic situation, but also promoting healthy competition among domestic clubs. The topic has gone a bit off track. Zhao Qijia chuckled and shook his head. It's mainly because the old man has always been rambling about these national affairs, and I've caught it from him. I want to ask, if you don't have a team, how about participating as an external aid for our club? Given the provincial club association's efficiency, the earliest they could talk to you would be a month later. If you achieve results in this competition, the price offered by the provincial club association will also be higher. No, the provincial club association isn't quite qualified now. Zhao Qijia shook his head. The council will come looking for you sooner or later. Participating in this competition can also be considered as making an appearance in front of the council. The key point is that your identity is as an external aid. Ooh, I want bind you to our small club. What do you think? Chen Ke. He turned to look at Zhao Qijia, pondering for a moment before neither rejecting nor agreeing. but instead retorting manager, isn't it the case that each club can only have 2 teams participating? Is it appropriate for you to just let me go? Is it appropriate? Zhao Qijiao laughed. Let's not even mention how top-notch your shooting and agility are. Chen Ke, who am I? After parking the car under the dormitory building, Zhao Qijiao and Chen Ke got out together. He looked at Chen Ke and said, don't rush to reply just yet. First check the rewards for the Beacon Cup, then think it over carefully. All right, here, take this. Zhao Qijiao tossed the car keys to Chen Ke. Chen Ke was puzzled. What? You don't have a car? Zhao Qijiao shrugged. Having some form of transportation will certainly be more convenient. Chen Ke looked at the car keys in his hand, his lips twitching. Is it possible that I don't even have a driver's license? You don't have a driver's license? Zhao Qijiao sounded surprised, then clapped his hands. I forgot you're only 18 this year, and you haven't graduated from high school yet. In that case, tomorrow, I'll have Gao Jinli be your driver. He has a driver's license. Chen Ke was taken aback. We're leaving now. Zhao Qijiao waved his hand, not giving Chen Ke a chance to refuse. Watching Zhao Qijiao's departing figure, Chen Ke tightened his grip on the car keys. He felt a stir of interest for the Beacon Cup. The large rewards, the hidden social status, and the attention from the council were all enticing. Regardless of which aspect, they all held sufficient allure for him. Besides, he had a connection. Not only the skills gained from the chat group, but the boss in the chat group was also a connection. Most importantly, he always felt that there was more to the fact that Ge Heluos and Saida called him Instructor. He was definitely going to participate in the Beacon Cup, and the Qijia Club was his best choice at the moment. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that it allowed him to choose his team members was something no other club could offer. His own strength was already sufficient, and his first requirement for teammates was no longer strength, but cooperation and synergy. Moreover, Zhao Qijiao placed enough trust in him. In that case, he should talk to Zhao Qijiao tomorrow. It was better to confirm the remaining team member early and practice their coordination. Chen Ke made up his mind, then took out his phone, walking upstairs while opening the chat group, making a few more preparations. However, what else could he teach Ge Heluos? After pondering for a moment, Chen Ke had an idea. Why was he so fixated on Ge Heluos? There were plenty of prison guards in the prison. Chen Ke, Ge Heluos, have you heard of the 3-3 formation? Warden Ge Heluos. Red Hawk Saida. Chen Ke, first, let's ensure the guards don't appear at fixed positions every time. Second, let the guards form teams of 3 responsible for reconnaissance, offense, and support respectively. Chen Ke, the 3 teams should then form a squad in a triangular formation, providing mutual cover and advancing together. Chen Ke, additionally, each squad should have an extra sniper, a machine gunner, and a flamethrower soldier. Chen Ke, the machine gunner and flamethrower soldier should not act alone. If the sniper takes a high position, at least one team of guards should be assigned nearby. Chen Ke, you can also assign several snipers indoors. Besides one team of guards, there should be an additional shield bearer equipped with a riot shield for quick relocation. Chen Ke, moreover, when you see GDI operatives, don't shout or make noise. Before engaging, try to avoid sounds that could reveal your position, especially footsteps and gunfire. After engagement, communicate using gestures as much as possible. Chen Ke, oh right, you can actually carry another AWM. At the start, you can aim it at the offshore area. Chen Ke, do the snipers have enough AWMs and ammo? If not, should I bring a few more tomorrow? Red Hawk Said. Instructor, can you bring me some AWMs too? Warden Ge Heluos report. Instructor, we indeed don't have enough AWMs, but the snipers are fine with M700S and SKSs. Their shooting accuracy is quite good. Chen Ke, then, that means we're short on AWMs. I'll bring more in tomorrow. Alright, I'll bring some SR-25S for you as well, so the sniper brothers won't suffer. I'll leave them in your office. Warden Ge Heluos. Thank you, Instructor. Warden Ge Heluos sent you an exclusive red envelope. Red Hawk Saida. Instructor, look at me. Red Hawk Saida sent you an exclusive red envelope. Seeing Ge Heluos' message, Chen Ke gasped. Sure enough, in the afternoon, it was Ge Heluos and Crow acting. This matter seemed to be getting increasingly complicated. Why think about this now? Asking Ge Heluos probably wouldn't yield any answers. First, he needed to focus on winning the Beacon Cup. He continued typing. Chen Ke, you two don't need to rush to thank me. I'm not done yet. Chen Ke, starting now, you need to change your mindset. You shouldn't be on the defense, you should attack. Chen Ke, when it comes to familiarity with the map, no operative can match you and your soldiers. Chen Ke, from now on, you need to change the way you train them. Besides teaching them the 3-3 formation, you should also teach them to actively attack those GDI operatives. Chen Ke, of course, when I say attack, I don't mean rushing in to get killed. Teach the guards to use cover effectively, learn to ambush based on footsteps, and adapt their tactical objectives as necessary. A simple example would be to have the guards crouch by safe supply points, computer rooms, and gates. Warden Ge Heluos, yes, Instructor. Red Hawk Saida, understood, Instructor. Chen Ke, additionally, Ge Heluos, you have 2 days to compile a list of how many guns and how much ammunition. Don't let them use Uzi and M16S anymore, and don't let them wear level 4 helmets. Those 2 ocean tiers you gave me are sufficient. Chen Ke, Saida, you should also make a list. In a few days, I'll go to the dam, and after surveying the terrain, I'll give you detailed suggestions. Warden Ge Heluos, Red Hawk Saida, yes. Chen Ke, oh right, I almost forgot, besides the statistics list, also gather the guards' feedback on the food from this. If they have any other foods they want or any other supplies they need, include that as well. Chen Ke, please relay what I just have. Crow, also gather the demands of those prisoners. Warden Ge Heluos. Understood. Chen Ke, by the way, how long does it take to train a machine gunner? Warden Ge Heluos, report Instructor, for basic mastery it takes about 3 days. If it's a trained machine gunner it takes about 7 days. Chen Ke, alright. Tell Crow to send you 2 Hammer Brothers, and you can train them to be machine gunners. The remaining 2 Hammer Brothers. Train them to be shield bearers instead. Chen Ke, tell him that I said so. Warden Ge Heluos, yes. Chen Ke frowned and pondered for a moment, confirming that he had no other dark thoughts for the time being. He then stopped typing and opened the group red envelope sent by the 2 bosses. Your skill proficiency in Ash 12 has been upgraded to proficiency in large caliber firearms. Large caliber firearm proficiency, you excel in any firearm with a caliber greater than 7.62 millimeters. When holding these firearms, your firing speed increases by 100 and recoil is reduced by 50. Your skill footstep perception has been upgraded to breath perception. Breath perception, when you are in a semi-enclosed building, you can hear the breathing of all individuals inside and determine their affiliations. At the same time, you can accurately locate individuals based on their breathing. You have successfully upgraded 2 boss exclusive skills to intermediate level. The Group Leader Authority task has been activated. Group Leader Authority task, upgrade any 2 boss exclusive skills to advanced level 02. Lead a team to achieve a top 3 finish at least once in the Beacon Cup 01. Task rewards, activate preliminary Group Leader Authority. I'll unlock modification permissions for Oceans tier. You have activated the Group Leader Authority task, receiving an additional reward of 1 to all basic attributes. Group Leader Authority. A glimmer of doubt flashed in Chen Ke's eyes. He did not believe this authority was merely a matter of silencing others. Not to mention, simply activating this task granted him the incredible reward of 1 to all basic attributes. The benefits from Group Leader Authority must be far greater than this. But the question is, aside from silencing, what else can Group Leader Authority do? Recruit members. He wasn't sure if the remaining bosses would recognize him as their commander. Upload group files. The most he could upload would be some documents or videos, which hardly count as rewards. Wait a minute. In a normal chat group, one can indeed only upload documents and videos. But this chat group is not a normal, so that means, could it be that I can upload other things? Can I also allow group members to upload other? Furthermore, the modification permissions for Oceans tier sound quite tempting. A fierce glint flashed in Chen Ke's eyes as he clenched his fist. This time, he was determined to win the Beacon Cup. Crack. A crisp sound echoed in his hand. The fierceness in Chen Ke's gaze momentarily dulled, turning. He looked down, glancing at the source of the sound. The phone in his hand had been crushed into pieces. Chen Ke. He blinked and released his grip. The shattered phone slipped from his fingers to the floor. However, Chen Ke's gaze was drawn to his forearm. What was once a slightly muscular forearm had now become distinctly defined. This sudden surge of power, was it the result of the 1 to basic attributes? No way, just 1, and the change is this significant. Damn it, the basic attribute value for a healthy adult male cannot just be 1, right? He didn't even have those excessively bulging muscles. At most, it was just slightly more defined. How did he crush his phone? No. Wait. This isn't the time to think about that. He crushed his phone. He needed to buy a new one. Chen Ke looked towards the bank card on the cabinet by the door, but he quickly stopped his movement. He should first control this sudden power. If he crushed the bank card too, it would be quite a trouble. Chen Ke closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and began to adapt to the newfound strength. On the outskirts in a villa. How did you come back by taxi? A woman in her 50s opened the door for Zhao Qijia, her loving voice tinged with concern. If you didn't drive, why didn't you have your dad come pick you up? Just spoil him. A man in his 50s sitting on the sofa scoffed. At 30 years old, he can't even take care of him. If you know he can't take care of himself, why not help him find a partner? Ms. Lu shot a glance at Zhao Jiangwo, then looked at Zhao Qijia. But son, your dad is right. You're 30 this year, it's time to find someone. Got it, Mom. Zhao Qijia nodded. Moi. Ms. Lu was somewhat surprised, and after a moment she looked at Zhao Qijia. What trouble have you caused this time? How did I cause trouble? Zhao Qijia asked. I just urged you to find someone, and instead of getting angry you even said him isn't that guilty after causing trouble. Ms. Lu looked at Zhao Qijia with a somewhat amused expression. So tell me, what trouble have you caused? Zhao Qijia. Isn't it, Mom, that I'm such a person in your eyes? Oh, I see. Ms. Lu nodded. Are you here for something with your dad? All right, then you talk to your dad. I'm going out for a spa. Lao Zhao, keep your temper in check. Don't clash with Zhao Qijia. It's not like he said anything significant, and his mom guessed so much information. Ms. Lu is indeed as terrifying as ever. Hey, I knew you weren't up to good. Zhao Jiangwo sighed, took off his reading glasses, and placed them on the coffee table, then looked at Zhao Qijia. So, Zhao Qijia paused. Dad. Watching his son plug the USB drive into the computer, Zhao Zhengwo also put on his glasses. He didn't think geniuses, after all, are everywhere in the Great Xia. However, this was the first time his son had made a serious request. He wore the glasses purely out of respect for his son. The video playing on the computer was not beyond his expectation. He heard the videographer pull out a Desert Eagle to signal, and he saw a young man wearing a level 5 suit with a red envelope on the edge of the video. Zhao Zhengwo sighed inwardly. Wearing a level 5 suit in a shared prison, and signaling, what kind of genius could that be? He discreetly glanced at his son with the corner of his eye, and sighed again. He should have been stricter back then, sending his son to the council instead of allowing him to waste his life in this small... Zhao Zhengwo frowned slightly as he watched the video. What? Was no one responding to the signal? He raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhao Qijia. Was the video edited? No, Zhao Qijia denied. The two of them entered the prison this time, and no one responded to the signal. A glimmer of interest flashed in Zhao Zhengwo's eyes. It seemed this video was not so boring after all. Zhao Zhengwo continued to watch the video. The two individuals likely originated from the lower levels of the hydrodynamic channel. This starting point is not ideal, let alone anything else. The path to the warden's office is too easily ambushed. Did they suddenly go silent? If someone was positioned to ambush at the corner of the stairs, they wouldn't. Was it coincidence? Or, no, it wasn't coincidence. He watched the young man in the video look at the videographer. Gao Jianli, you need to walk with big steps. The voice abruptly stopped. The videographer pressed the mute button. Zhao Zhengwo turned to Zhao Qijia, just about to ask what was going on when he saw the same confusion on Zhao Qijia's face. Zhao Qijia didn't know either. This meant that Zhao Qijia hadn't watched the video and had just brought it over. It seemed his son trusted these two individuals quite a bit. The little brat knows a thing or two, understanding the principle of not doubting those whom you trust. But why does this little brat believe this video would convince him? Zhao Zhengwo shifted his gaze back to the screen, and then he couldn't look away. He saw the videographer suddenly sprint behind a cover, then leap towards another cover. The process was very brief, but Zhao Zhengwo still saw 3 sparks from the gun muzzles appearing on the screen. Watching the splattering walls and flying wood chips, Zhao Zhengwo gasped. Hiss! That was a well-executed shot. Not only did it predict the positions of the 3 individuals perfectly, but it also drew their attention without taking a single bullet. This person is skilled. No, wait. The skilled one isn't the one called Gao Jianli, but the one giving orders. If he guessed correctly, that person was teaching Gao Jianli how to jump. Then the next step should be that person. Zhao Zhengwo's pupils suddenly widened. He saw that person jump out from an unconventional position by stepping on the window frame, and then in midair eliminate the 3 ambushers with an Ash 12. No way, what kind of reaction is this? What kind of accuracy is this? Zhao Zhengwo had played with the Ash 12 many times and knew its characteristics. It has great power but a slow rate of fire and poor accuracy. The key point is this thing is heavy. Not to mention the gun, its maneuverability is a nightmare. But that person actually managed to take down 3 individuals while holding an Ash 12 in midair. The scene on the screen continued. The boy holding the Ash 12 gave a thumbs up to the videographer. Then the videographer stepped out from behind the cover, walked over to the 3 boxes, and opened them. A hint of displeasure flashed in Zhao Zhengwo's eyes. Did he just take the spoils? And did he take everything? Doesn't he know that greed for resources is the easiest way to get caught? He blinked, watching the videographer dump the resources from the boxes onto the ground, without even looking, instead pulling out an ID card for a few close-ups. After taking 3 shots of the ID card, he continued to follow that person's footsteps. Zhao Zhengwo pondered for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. These 2 boys are rather cunning. First they signal to bait, then one person tricks the opponent into shooting first while the other follows up. After killing, they don't take the loot, but instead focus on the ID cards. The key point is these 2 even stuffed resources and equipment into the small soldier's box, pretending to show battle damage. This is clearly a setup to trap someone. But since those people want to ambush on shared day, then they deserve to be caught in a trap. He likes this style? Alright, no need to watch further. Zhao Zhengwo nodded. I approve of these 2. For this year's Beacon Cup, I will give you a team slot. You handle it yourself, and I won't intervene. Don't be hasty. Old dang, there's more to come. You little brat, Zhao Zhengwo scolded with a laugh. Call me when you need something, but when nothing's happening you refer to me as old dang. After scolding, he didn't leave, but continued to watch the screen. Since Zhao Qijia turned 20, he rarely had the chance to spend such a long time in calm conversation with him. He should help these 2 a bit when he has the time, Zhao Zhengwo thought while watching the screen. But as he watched, the smile in his eyes gradually faded. The 2 individuals in the video had continuously turned the tables on 3 teams with almost identical maneuvers. One successful jump to bait the gun line can be explained as luck, but what about 3 times? These 2 are becoming a bit frightening. One dares to command, while the other dares to execute. The key point is both of them are geniuses. This Gao Jianli might still be a bit inexperienced, but he already shows signs of being a genius. But how could such a genius willingly follow the command of another genius? Such unconditional trust and synergy is nearly impossible among genius players. These two have something interesting about them. How long have these two known each other? Zhao Zhengwo turned to Zhao Qi. Hee, if I told you they've known each other for less than a day and this is their second dungeon, would you believe me? Do you think I'd believe such nonsense? You don't believe it. If I told you the person on the screen is a high school student who hasn't graduated yet and is entering prison for the first time today. Zhao Qijia's words halted, then his eyes suddenly widened and his finger uncontrollably pointed at the screen. What the hell? You think I can believe your exaggerated claims just because you look shocked? Zhao Zhengwo rolled his eyes. Speak properly. How long have they really known each other? Not Zhao Qijia ignored. Zhao Zhengwo stood up, first pressed the space bar to pause the video, then pressed a few times to rewind. Watch the video. What's so interesting? Zhao Zhengwo turned to the screen. Then his pupils trembled. Wait, what did he just pull out from the guard's box? What? He slammed the space bar, then looked at Zhao Qijia. You didn't tell me this tear of the ocean was pulled from the... Do you know this is the first recorded instance since the Delta's descent that someone pulled a tear of the ocean from a small soldier's box? I also didn't know the tear of the ocean was pulled from the small soldier's box. Zhao Qijia said. Anyway, he pulled the tear of the ocean, and I thought it was quite normal, so I didn't ask further. Normal? Zhao Zhengwo's eyebrows shot up. What makes you think it's normal for someone to pull out a tear of the ocean? And what makes you not even ask where it came from after a player pulls out a tear of the ocean? Huh. Because he is Chen Ke. Zhao Zhengwo blinked. Chen Ke. If he understood correctly, that was the name of the young man on the screen, right? What does this name have to do with pulling out a tear of the ocean? Zhao Qijia, seeing the confusion on his father's face, organized his words and explained. Old dang, you don't know this was the second tear of the ocean he pulled out. Do you remember the video I sent to the club this morning? The protagonist of that video is him. It's him. Yes. Zhao Qijia nodded. He was able to pull out a tear of the ocean on his first time in prison, so I thought it was quite normal for him to pull out another tear of the ocean. Honestly, even if he told me one day that he pulled out 3 tears of the ocean in a prison dungeon, I would find that quite... Zhao Zhengwo. Is there any normal situation in these two sentences? What does it mean to pull out a tear of the ocean on the first time in prison? What do you mean you think it's normal for him to pull out 3 tears of the ocean in one dungeon? Is this really true? And isn't it said that those with better shooting skills have lower drop rates? Hey. Oh right, almost forgot. Zhao Qijia suddenly remembered something. Since it was Chen Ke who pulled it out, it seems there really isn't much to be surprised about. While pressing the space bar to let the video continue, he looked at Zhao Zhengwo. Dad, actually I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Zhao Qijia's address made Zhao Zhengwo's heart calm down a bit, and his tone became somewhat cautious. I wanted to ask if Chen Ke could be listed as a member of the board. Zhao Zhengwo. Or simply change the name of the club to Chen Ke Club. Zhao Zhengwo. Or how about, let Chen Ke become the chairman of our club. Zhao Zhengwo. He initially wanted to curse this wasteful son, but after thinking about Chen Ke's outrageous experiences, he felt that Zhao Qijia's suggestion might actually have some merit. If it were true that Chen Ke pulled out 2 tears of the ocean after entering prison twice, perhaps this name does. Moreover, this Chen Ke is quite to his taste. He is ruthless and cunning, a qualified leader who also gets along well with other genius players. Just after running a dungeon once with Gao Jianli, he made Gao Jianli trust him unconditionally, even willing to pull the gun line without hesitation. Why did Zhao Qijia pause the video again? Old dang, look at the video. After watching it, think about whether what I said makes sense. Zhao Qijia's eyes twitched, and he raised his hand to point at the screen. Zhao Zhengwo. What else is there to see? This kid can't possibly have pulled out another tear of the ocean. Damn, did he really pull it out again? And from the box say, wait. He even gave this tear of the ocean to Gao Jianli. What does this kid mean by waving his hand? No, how can there be more tears of the ocean? Hey, is the tear of the ocean something that is so abundant? Look, old dang, I told you it's not strange for him to pull out 3 tears of the ocean in one dungeon. Zhao Qijia shrugged. At this moment, Zhao Zhengwo didn't care at all about Zhao Qijia's old dang. He looked at Zhao Qijia, closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then slowly spoke. Qijia. Zhao Qijia was taken aback. This address gave him goosebumps immediately. He took 2 steps back, looking alert. Old dang, what are you up to? At Zhao Zhengwo's remark, Zhao Qijia ground his teeth. Loud dang, I'll go all out with you. Zhao Zhengwo clicked his tongue. Alright, I was only joking. Look how worked up you are. Watching the youth's flushed face, Zhao Zhengwo could not hide a smile. Besides, think about it. Someone like Chen Ke is too good for you. Even with me, he'd be underutilized. Are you teasing a fool? Zhao Qijia snapped as he flopped onto the sofa behind Zhao Zhengwo. Where are the sunflower seeds? They'll have someone bring some tomorrow. Zhao Zhengwo stroked his chin. I reckon Gao Jianli's luck isn't bad either. He pulled several military radios and room cards out of the recruit's box. Tisk, you have no idea how unlucky he used to be. This kid has been hanging around my club for 2 years. The most valuable red ear loot he ever got was a medical robot. Until today, he couldn't even pull a 9-slot red. Are you saying his drop rate spiked because he ran the raid with Zhao Zhengwo glanced at the screen and raised an eyebrow. Is Chen Ke really that uncanny? Hey, watch your words, Lao Deng. Uncanny is the wrong phrase. It's just astonishing luck. Zhao Qijia's voice carried a hint of displeasure. If that's the case. Zhao Zhengwo considered for a moment. Put his name on the board in name only. That could work. Besides, the kid submitted an ocean tear to the club, so we have a reason. Zhao Qijia blinked in surprise. What? Zhao Qijia blinked. Lao Deng. No dad, you actually agree. This is doable, Zhao Zhengwo nodded. Chen Ke's luck is absurd, and his marksmanship and movement are not bad either. As for his character. To be honest, it's the first time I've seen someone give the ocean tear to a teammate. You really found a treasure, kid. However, if we want to bask in this kid's luck, a nominal directorship might not be enough. Zhao Zhengwo paused for a few seconds, then looked at Zhao Qijia. Tell me, are you young people now resistant to printing your faces on the club crest? Or framing your photo and hanging it in the club hall? Zhao Qijia stared. Lao Deng, I suspect you want to hang Chen Ke's photo on our club's money tree. The money tree's luck cannot compare to Chen Ke's. Zhao Zhengwo shook his head. Still, printing his face on the crest would be inappropriate. So tomorrow you ask Chen Ke if he'd design a club crest for us, and whether he would accept being a director. As for shares, you can give him up to 8%. Only 8%. Zhao Qijia scoffed. Give more. Zhao Zhengwo looked puzzled. I said up to 8%. You spendthrift. Why did you immediately decide on 8? Besides, do you think shares are changing share ownership is a nightmare of paperwork. You have to go to the market administration, the club association, and the regulators. Make it 15% then. It's the same running around. Zhao Qijia began to bargain. Zhao Zhengwo asked, is it possible the club will one day be inherited by you? Then you should have said so earlier. Zhao Qijia slapped his thigh. Since it's going to be passed to me anyway, it's settled. Give Chen Ke 15% of the shares. Zhao Zhengwo fell silent, stared at Zhao Qijia for a few seconds, then smiled. All right, finally acting like an adult. After all these years, I haven't taught you for nothing. Zhao Qijia protested. Lao Deng, don't flatter yourself. What did you teach me? Didn't you learn from me to be prudent with people, and to give money rather than empty promises? Zhao Zhengwo chuckled. Stop dangling pinthesky promises at employees, and give them money instead. Fine, 15% it is. Go prepare the documents. Zhao Qijia blinked. What documents? Share transfer declaration, shareholders meeting materials, the club's written resolution. Zhao Zhengwo looked at Zhao Qijia. What, you expect me to prepare all those share transfer documents? Zhao Qijia sniffed and said, fine, I'll do it. Zhao Zhengwo looked at Zhao Qijia. What, you expect me to prepare all those share transfer documents? Yes. Zhao Zhengwo's smile turned sly. Chen Ke has dropped such good bait, I will not let it go to waste. Kid'll copy that match replay. Zhao Qijia realized the implication. You mean? You'll ask those other clubs for compensation? Yes, but not exactly. Zhao Zhengwo leaned back and crossed his legs. Xiao Deng, think long term. Isn't Chen Ke going to compete in the Beacon Cup? They'll have the footage edited. I want to make them believe. That Chen Ke is just a lucky rookie. Zhao Qijia fell silent. Don't just sit there. They'll call finance and the bank to come in for overtime, have them withdraw the ocean tier bonus as well, so we do not have to go to the bank tomorrow. Zhao Qijia asked in disbelief. You want bank staff to come to our house for overtime? Zhao Zhengwo replied, problem. Zhao Qijia hesitated. Aren't you just an ordinary, somewhat wealthy Lao Deng? I do have some connections, Zhao Zhengwo smiled. They'll let you see when the time comes. Stop joking with me, there are a lot of documents to prepare, so get busy. The next morning beneath the dormitory, Chen Ke halted when he saw Zhao Qijia with deep dark circles under his eyes. Such heavy bags. What did you do last night? Zhao Qijia sighed. Filing the share transfer paperwork. Lao Deng said, if we're putting a name on the board, we might as well make him a real director. He's prepared to give you 15% of the club's shares. Chen Ke stared in surprise. All right. Lao Deng also wanted me to ask if we could print your photo and hang it on the hall wall to the right as you enter the club, Zhao Qijia said as they walked to the car. You saw it yesterday by the money tree at the entrance. Chen Ke was stunned. Hang my printed photo on the club wall. Is that really okay? Don't mind Lao Deng, he's a little eccentric. Zhao Qijia opened the rear door. When you have time, just design a club crest. It will let the club share a bit of your luck. Chen Ke could only smile inwardly. The old adage that people prefer compromise still rang true. Compared with turning his photo into a talisman hung by the money tree, designing a crest was far more reasonable. He had no intention of refusing Zhao Qijia. As ever, Zhao Qijia was impulsive and his father appeared affable as well. 15% of the club given so readily. Design a crest then. Fine. Once you finish the design, take the crest to Jaheluos and say I-eyed, and give them a heads up so they will be careful when they see someone wearing it. After all, he was about to become a director of the club. Oh, and give me your bank card, Zhao Qijia said as he climbed into the car and took out his phone. Old man called the bank last night. Ooh, I already had your and Gao Jianli's bonuses withdrawn. Gao Jianli, do you remember your bank number? I do. Gao Jianli, sitting in the driver's seat, turned back. Morning, Brother Chen. Chen Ke was slightly taken aback. He was not used to having a car waiting downstairs whenever he left, or to having a person. After a moment, he recovered and nodded. Morning. Okay, then wait a moment. Zhao Qijia took Chen Ke's bank card, opened his phone, and murmured as he began to type the card number, 6217. Okay, check it again. Brother Chen, your name is Erdong Chen Yuk Ku, right? Zhao Qijia handed the phone to Chen Ke. Take another look. Right, that's it, Chen Ke said after glancing at the screen. Okay then. Confirm transfer. Mobile security token, Zhao Qijia muttered. Face recognition. Done. A text message chimed on Chen Ke's phone. Zhao Qijia has transferred 2500 yuan to your card ending 0568. Current balance 25016854. 23 yuan. A second notification sounded in his mind. His bank balance had exceeded 100 yuan, and a random group member would be added. The system then announced that Duoluo Wangzi Duoya Karim had joined the group chat. The next stage requirement read that he must hold club shares worth no less than 100 yuan. Reward: unlock the side quest module. Chen Ke was puzzled. A look of bewilderment flashed across his face. Before he could close his phone, a message popped up at the top of the screen. You have a personal red envelope waiting to be claimed. Gao Jianli, your bonus has also been transferred. Zhao Qijia's listless voice echoed beside Chen Ke. 3 million. Gao Jianli's startled shout jolted Zhao Qijia, who had been on the verge of collapsing. Just accept it. Zhao Qijia tilted his head back and stretched his neck left and right. But didn't you just say you'd grant Brother Chen 15% equity? If you give me this much, won't Brother Chen's dividends shrink accordingly? Gao Jianli asked. Perhaps you could reduce it slightly. Chen Ke. Zhao Qijia. They won't shrink. Hurry up and drive. Understood. Gao Jianli straightened in his seat and pressed the vehicle's ignition button. Chen Ke, I'll rest for a bit. Wake me when we reach the club. Chen Ke nodded, then silenced his phone. After all, aside from that group chat and the two people in the car, no one else would seek him out. He didn't open the chat immediately. Instead, he launched a shopping app and ordered a same-day delivery privacy screen protector for his phone. Though he could explain it away if seen, precaution was always prudent. Having completed this, he opened the group chat, and as expected, the red envelope was indeed sent by Raven Karim. Raven Karim, thank you, Instructor. If there's nothing else, I'll head off to assist Garros with fortification. Several safes still need stocking. A flicker of contemplation passed through Chen Ke's eyes. Moments later, his fingers danced across the screen. Chen Ke, so you're saying the supplies inside the containers were placed there by you? Raven Karim, not only containers. Open-air supplies were placed by us too. Truly. A bold hypothesis crystallized in Chen Ke's mind. After yesterday's two Tide prisons, he'd noticed something in this world's Delta supplies appeared in grid-based displays. And upon opening a container, only the occupied grid count appeared instantly, identifying the actual items required loading time. Most crucially, he'd assumed the arrangement followed the same logic as the Blue Planet game. Solar panels must lie horizontally, and aviation crates, medical and safe crates invariably displayed 9 crimson grids. But if bosses and soldiers manually placed these supplies, then perhaps the grids themselves could be used to deceive. Chen Ke, can solar panels be placed vertically inside safes and aviation crates? Raven Karim, yes. Shall I orient them vertically, Instructor? Chen Ke, vertically. Chen Ke, can level 3 armor vests fit inside safes? Raven Karim, yes. Chen Ke, then place them. Also, stop placing level 4 armor vests in aviation crates. Store them in servers instead, oriented horizontally. Chen Ke, oh, and M870 shotguns can go in safes too. Orient those horizontally as well. Chen Ke, level 3 armor vests may also be interspersed judiciously among medical supplies. Chen Ke, keyboards, bullhorns, and radios, no longer horizontal. Orient them vertically. Chen Ke, add more wooden planks in black tide and underwater zones. Lay them flat, preferably stained darker. Tide prison. The warden stood behind Raven with hands clasped behind his back, yet instinctively bent his waist slightly forward to better read what the instructor had written. Garros, why does the instructor demand solar panels be placed vertically? Why cram level 3 armor into medical stacks and safes? Raven stared at his screen, voice tinged with bewilderment. Just ask the instructor yourself. Ask the instructor about everything. What use are you as a squad leader? Raven snorted disdainfully. You've been in this group far longer than I have. Yet you never even told the instructor that supplies are freely arranged by us. Why bother telling him? If the instructor needs anything, I'll personally deliver it to him. What's the point of report? Are you genuinely foolish, or merely pretending? Raven turned sharply toward Garros, exasperated. I informed the instructor precisely to broaden his understanding of the rules. Then what? Next you'll have him analyze the rules, and break them for you. Garros scoffed. Ask the instructor about everything. What purpose does a Raven serve then? Raven. I swear, I'm done arguing with you. I'm off to reorganize supplies. Raven shook his head, rose, and after 2 steps pivoted back. You distracted me so thoroughly, I forgot why I came to find you in the first place. The instructor's 3v3 tactics sparked several new ideas in me. Garros, speak. Could I borrow a few shield troopers? I plan to pair them with machine gunners. During engagement, shields will cover both the gunners and the shield bearers' heads. What do you think? Do you truly believe the rules here would permit such an arrangement? Garros retorted. Raven scratched his head. Fair point. Then I'm off. Draft your inventory lists promptly, Garros urged Raven, especially the armaments list. Understood. Watching his messages scroll through the group chat, Chen Ke struggled to suppress a faint smile. His mind, still foggy from waking, now raced with crystalline clarity. He couldn't imagine the sheer disbelief of retrieving a 9-grid medical stack, only to discover after agonizing seconds of loading it held level 3 armor. And if bosses and soldiers arranged all those supplies, did it mean he could simply request whatever he lacked, right there in the group chat? Had Raven's initial remark been a veiled hint all along? He'd better bring Raven several six-packs. As Chen Ke pondered, he tapped open the red envelope Raven had just sent. You have acquired Raven's exclusive skill, Close Quarters Execution. Close Quarters Execution. Execute targets within 2 meters using melee weapons. If a grenade is consumed during execution, the target cannot break free, and the executor gains invincibility throughout the act. Modular customization for grenades remains locked. Chen Ke. Oh, Raven gifted him royal provision. That absurd ability. Yet, its practical utility seemed negligible, especially the latter. Surely he wouldn't mimic Raven, shoving grenades down enemies' throats. That would surely be captured on combat recorders. Would he ever show his face again? Wait, hold on. Chen Ke's eyes narrowed. What if he donned the warden's uniform and mask while executing? After all, Raven had already impersonated the warden during the Crow Hunter operation. So impersonating the warden while wielding Raven's skill seemed perfectly plausible, didn't it? With that thought, Chen Ke reopened his phone. Chen Ke, Warden Garros, could you place a few of your uniforms and masks inside the prison? Warden Garros, you wish to impersonate me? Absolutely. I'll commission custom-fitted attire and masks from headquarters immediately. Chen Ke, no rush. Just notify me once ready. Warden Garros understood. Uniforms and masks secured. The next step was grenades. But where would he acquire them? Gao Jianli. Chen Ke pocketed his phone. Does the club's warehouse stock grenades? No. Gao Jianli shook his head. Dungeons don't drop them, and the Great Xia enforces strict controls. Only a handful of clubs hold procurement licenses, and even they reserve grenades exclusively for the Beacon Cup matches. You need grenades? Zhao Qijia, too exhausted to sleep, cracked open his eyes toward Chen Ke. Never mind, Chen Ke replied. It made sense. Despite Delta's prolonged descent, Great Xia maintained stringent firearm regulation. Yesterday, he'd needed to enter a firing range and fix his rifle's muzzle before being issued individual rounds. Grenades, concealable, devastating, were undoubtedly near impossible to obtain. He'd request Raven's assistance later. My father has connections on the council. I'll call him shortly, Zhao Qijia. I know people at the Provincial Sports Association. I'll inquire too, Gao Jianli added. Chen Ke. Should he perhaps quip that he too had connections in Delta? By the way, Chen Ke, Zhao Qijia suddenly recalled something. Are you participating in the Beacon Cup? Yes, Chen Ke replied without hesitation. Good. Zhao Qijia straightened up. Then the team captaincy is yours. I guarantee no one from the club will interfere. First, let's settle the personnel issue. Do you already have someone in mind for the third team member? Do you have a close friend who could join? If so, I'll contact them right away to handle the formalities. Chen Ke shook his head. Shall I recommend a few candidates then? I'm quite familiar with our club's players. Or shall I speak with Lao Deng and ask him to bring in an overseas substitute? There are only 2 weeks left. We won't have time to synchronize the team. Without hesitation, Chen Ke replied. But more importantly, manager, will a substitute actually follow my orders? Rest assured, as team captain, your authority is absolute. Voluntary obedience and coerced compliance are worlds apart. Chen Ke shook his head. Setting aside everything else, manager, you watched yesterday's footage. Would another player like Gao Jianli instantly rush out to draw fire upon hearing my command? That's true. Zhao Qijia furrowed his brow. Yet still, having one fewer member places us at a clear disadvantage. Manager, why aren't you competing yourself? Gao Jianli suddenly interjected. I recall you were once a pro player. Me? Forget it. A faint bitter smile flickered across Zhao Qijia's face. I'm 30 this year. Ask me to be 10 years younger, or even 5, and I'd leap at the chance. But as it stands now. Manager, Chen Ke met Zhao Qijia's gaze. You just said I get to choose the roster, correct? Zhao Qijia opened his mouth, but remained silent. His fingers, previously chilled from sleepless nights, suddenly grew warm. Come on, manager. Since you're here, help me and Brother Chen pack our gear. Gao Jianli halted the car at the red light, engaged the handbrake, and turned around. And you won't just help me draw enemy fire. You can also carry extra helmets and armor for Brother Chen and me. Chen Ke, pure martial brute indeed. Zhao Qijia, Gao Jianli, you've just forfeited this month. Zhao Qijia's voice brimmed with fury. Fine by me, Gao Jianli shrugged. After all, when no one wanted me, it was you who brought me into the club, and painstakingly trained me into a master. Besides, Brother Chen is about to become a club director. Skimping on my pay means he'll earn an extra share of year-end dividends. Chen Ke. Zhao Qijia. Zhao Qijia decided to ignore Gao Jinli entirely. He closed his eyes, rubbed his face several times, clenched his jaw, and finally looked at Chen Ke. Chen Ke, I know you're trying to help me, but the entire Xia dynasty takes the Beacon Cup extremely seriously. Compared to me, when Xian from our club would make a far better teammate for you. He excels in marksmanship, mobility, and integrity. One dungeon run with him will tell you exactly what kind of person he is. Taking me along would merely burden you with dead weight. Chen Ke remained silent, not even offering a wry remark upon hearing the name Wen Xian. He simply gazed quietly at Zhao Qijia. In his previous life playing Delta Force, he had learned one immutable truth. When choosing teammates, raw skill or agility matters less than compatibility. He felt an undeniable resonance with Zhao Qijia. Moreover, he possessed extraordinary abilities, plucked from a clandestine chat group, as well as formidable commanders within that same group who addressed him as Instructor. Plainly speaking, Gao Jinli's role was chiefly to provide margin for error, so those earlier words of his were in fact truthful. Of course, he'd never admit as much aloud. Zhao Qijia's hand resting beside his thigh slowly curled into a tight fist. After a pause, he nodded, his voice hoarse, agreed. Then, I'll draw enemy fire for you. Beep, beep, beep. Horns blared relentlessly behind them. Gao Jinli nearly turned to curse, then froze. The traffic light had long since turned green. He hastily released the handbrake and slammed down the accelerator. Manager, still planning to nap. Nappy. Adrenaline surging, Zhao Qijia's fingers trembled slightly. With only 2 weeks until the Beacon Cup, do you think I'll waste time sleeping instead of diving into dungeons with you to rekindle my instincts? And you, Gao Jinli, focus on driving. Got it. Soon afterward, inside Qijia Club's armory, Zhao Qijia studied the rifles mounted on the wall, then after brief consideration, chose the G3. Though its specifications were unremarkable across the board, it remained the most beginner-friendly rifle available. He would use it to rediscover his tactile rhythm. Yet just as he reached for it, Gao Jinli chimed in again. Manager, the G3 is truly unsuitable. Don't you remember telling me yourself, who wouldn't excel with superior weapons and gear? Here, try this instead. It packs serious punch. Gao Jinli plucked an asphalt from the rack and handed it to Zhao Qijia. And it's lightweight too. You'll jump farther when drawing enemy fire. Zhao Qijia. Gao Jinli, I sincerely thank you. Zhao Qijia gritted his teeth as he accepted the rifle, then raised it to his shoulder to test its balance. Its sleek ergonomic design moved with astonishing fluidity, every motion seamless. Such effortless grace was utterly beyond the G3's capacity. No need to thank me. Who else but you is my manager? This is simply my duty. A muscle twitched beneath Zhao Qijia's cheek, pressed against the rifle's stock. Was I praising you? Manager, turn around. Let me strap on this 40-slot backpack and 20-slot ammo rig. See if it feels natural. Zhao Qijia lowered the rifle and turned. Moments later, long-dormant muscle memory began resurfacing, like dust stirred from forgotten archives. He stretched his arms, bounced lightly in place, and nodded decisively. No issues. Excellent. Gao Jinli picked up the rifle. Shall we depart? Zhao Qijia didn't reply immediately. He took several deep breaths, then lifted the rifle from the table and nodded firmly toward Gao Jinli and Chen Ke. Let's go. Entering Tidal Prison. Temporal anchor locked. You have entered Tidal Prison. Remember, extort, search, withdraw immediately upon falling. As he stepped once more onto the cold metallic floor of the prison, Zhao Qijia found a strange calm washing over him. Memories of countless prison instances flooded back to his mind. He first glanced around, assessing that he was at position No. 1 in the Western District, and instinctively reached for his gear. Then he heard the voice of Gao Jinli. Brother Chen, what's the plan for the rest area? Zhao Qijia was momentarily stunned. The heavy gun in his hand brought him back to reality. Since yesterday, after entering the Tides prison, he no longer needed to search for equipment again. He checked his AS-val again, confirming that there were no jams, and that the magazine was fully loaded, then looked towards Chen Ke. Chen Ke, what's the plan? He then heard Chen Ke's response. The people in the loading area are moving stealthily. The ones in the hydraulic channel are eating, and there's no threat in the Western District. The team in the laser room is eating while heading for the CEO. To ambush the CEO, advancing with heavy steps. Gao Jinli, you're leading the charge. I'll stay back to guard against the people in the loading area going crazy. Zhao Qijia. What do you mean, how do you know? Breathing. Huh. He hesitated for a few seconds, then hurriedly followed Gao Jinli's pace. Chen Ke was now the captain. Even if he had questions, they could wait until after the mission. For now, we follow the captain's orders. However, just a few steps into the run, he heard a sound that made his heart stop. Thud, thud, thud. The warden. His eyes widened in surprise, instinctively taking cover behind the nearest obstacle. He whispered, why is there warden BGM here? It's fake, ignore it. Chen Ke paused beside Zhao Qijia. Just keep moving. Sorry. A hint of guilt flickered in Zhao Qijia's eyes. He had forgotten that on Chen Ke's first day in the prison, he had already encountered a guard who played the warden's BGM. Moreover, he was questioning Chen Ke's decisions and acting on his own. It's fine. Chen Ke said nothing more and continued running alongside Zhao Qijia. But just a few steps later, he suddenly halted. Gao Jianli find cover to block the gunfire from the 4 o'clock direction. Gao Jianli immediately stopped and changed direction, hiding behind a door, looking at Chen Ke. Brother Chen, should I distract the gunfire? Zhao Qijia was about to suggest that Chen could go instead, but the words caught in his throat. In this situation, he needed to wait for the captain's orders, not disrupt his thoughts with suggestions. Can't distract them. Chen Ke said in a deep tone. The enemy has an AWM set up, and they're not pressured. Even if I and the manager suppress them, it won't help. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qijia's previously heightened tension slipped into momentary confusion. How did Chen Ke conclude that the enemy wouldn't be pressured just because they had an AWM set up? So are we going to face them heat-in? We can't. Chen Ke frowned. The team in the loading area has gone a bit crazy. They're charging towards us. We need to resolve this quickly. Manager. He looked at Zhao Qijia. What do you say? Let's take a gamble. Chen Ke said. You pretend to jump out here, but you must control your body while hiding everything except your limbs, especially your body. You can only expose your limbs for a second before quickly returning to cover, okay? Alright. Zhao Qijia nodded, took a painkiller from his gear, and swallowed a few pills. He understood Chen Ke's intention. If the AWM hit his limbs, it would only deduct 90 health. If he operated skillfully, he could even heal himself. Gao Jianli leaned against that cover, aiming in our direction to prevent the loading area from hearing the gunfire and rushing in. Understood. Manager, let me know when you're ready. I'm ready now. Zhao Qijia returned the painkillers to his gear, adrenaline surging through his body. The thrill of dancing on the edge of a knife, the excitement of taking a step and falling into the abyss. Return. Ready for countdown. Chen Ke rested the gun stock on his shoulder. 3, 2, 1. Zhao Qijia immediately embraced his gun and pushed off with his left foot. Bang! The deafening gunfire erupted instantaneously, and Zhao Qijia's vision was flooded with crimson, yet he strained to maintain his hazy consciousness, hooking his right foot around the edge of a box, forcibly pulling back his body that was about to charge out. However, as he pulled back, the sight he caught in his peripheral vision caused his brain to freeze once more. He saw the person aiming at him with an AWM, wearing a guard's uniform. The moment the opponent fired, Chen Ke grabbed his gun and jumped out instantly, completing 2 repositionings in midair before pulling the trigger. Tat 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 tat. The dull thud of bullets hitting followed. Then the sound of 3 bodies hitting the ground echoed faintly. Afterward, the corridor fell silent once more. It's done. Chen Ke rolled on the ground to alleviate the impact, replaced the magazine, and aimed in the direction of the loading area. A moment later, he shook his head. The people in the loading area aren't moving. They've started to hunker down. The team in the laser room is beginning to move forward stealthily. The plan remains unchanged. Oh, we're still going to ambush the CEO. Gao Jianli, holster your weapon and run heavily. There's no threat on the way. Wait. Gao Jianli, find cover. Now. Gao Jianli rolled to the ground without hesitation, and with a sharp sound of shattering glass, a bullet grazed his ear and slammed into the wall. Then the heavy sound of an AWM echoed from a distant window. Was that an AWM from the Western Lookout? What? How is there still an AWM at the loading area? Someone ambushed the Western Lookout Tower. No, it's not an ambush, it's a sniper. Zhao Qijia. A sniper's weapon has been changed to an AWM. So I really didn't see it wrong. The person aiming at us is also a guard. Is this really Tide's prison and not Havoc Special Forces training camp? Manager, are you ready? I'm ready, you say. There's a guard squad hiding at the corner to your 9 o'clock, a shield soldier and 2 regular guards. You wait for me to stand up and then jump over. First take out that shield soldier and don't let him have a chance to fire. He's holding a Victor. Alright. Zhao Qijia nodded, then added, understood, Captain. Chen Ke didn't have time to dwell on the address issue. He turned his gaze towards Gao Jianli. Gao Jianli, it's still safe on your side. Keep helping me and the manager aim. Understood. Chen Ke drew his AWM, mentally sketching the sniper's position at the Western Lookout, took a deep breath, and suddenly stood up with his gun. Bang! Zhao Qijia's left foot pushed off the ground again. He leaped out from behind cover, looking towards the corner. Around 20 meters behind the shield soldier, a guard was hiding behind a metal pillar, exposing a small part of his body as he aimed towards the corner. As for the last guard, he formed a triangular formation with the other 2, occasionally checking the back of the 3. Seeing this scene, Zhao Qijia's brain crashed. What is this? Shouldn't guards start shouting enemies spotted from hundreds of miles away and charge at them without cover, pausing on flat ground to aim afterward? What are these 3 guards with clear roles and high tactical skills? Is this the Tide's prison I know? In that moment of Zhao Qijia's daze, he did not pull the trigger in midair. However, years of memories forced him to regain his focus just as he landed, and then he pulled the trigger at the nearest shield soldier. The bullet first clanged against the shield, and then Zhao Qijia's gun slowly aimed at the small observation window, but the shield soldier half-squatted, causing all the bullets aimed at the observation window to miss. Almost simultaneously, the prison guard behind the pillar raised his gun and began to suppress Zhao Qijia with fire. The last prison guard completely hid in the blind spot of Zhao Qijia's gun line, and from the gun barrel that occasionally peeked out it seemed he was aiming at the two from behind. Looking at the shield brother who meticulously shielded his legs behind the shield and methodically drew his gun to counterattack, Zhao Qijia's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He understood why Chen Ke had said that the people supporting them were not under pressure. These NPCs were completely unfazed by pressure. The whistling sound of bullets frequently echoed in his ears, causing Zhao Qijia's adrenaline to spike again, and the immense pressure gradually calmed him down. He quickly ducked back behind cover, changed to a new magazine, then first shifted to the right, and as the gunfire erupted, he pushed off with his right foot and jumped out to the left, aiming at the prison guard behind the pillar, pulling the trigger. Tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. The pillar took heavy damage. The prison guard behind the pillar also dodged and used the pillar to shield his body. However, Zhao Qijia felt no regret. Rather, he hadn't expected to resolve the situation with the prison guard behind the pillar so easily. He rolled on the ground twice to dissipate the force, finally bending his right leg into a half squat, lifting his gun and aiming at the only observation window on the shield that could be shattered. The shield soldier finally failed to react. As flames erupted from the muzzle accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, the shield soldier gradually leaned back, eventually turning into a box. Just as Zhao Qijia intended to shift his aim back to the pillar, the hair on his body suddenly stood on end. The muscle memory buried deep within him was suddenly awakened, and he instinctively rolled to the right. Before he could stand up, the sound of clanging filled his ears. The sparks created by the bullet heads hitting the metal floor erupted at his feet, getting closer and closer. The prison guard who had originally been hiding behind cover took action after the shield soldier fell. Zhao Qijia clumsily rolled and crawled to hide behind the box, preparing to change to another magazine. However, just as he removed the old magazine, which still had about half the bullets left, the light above him was blocked. He raised his head in confusion and then saw the prison guard who should have been hiding behind the pillar sneaking up behind him under the cover of gunfire. He watched as the guard raised his M4A1, the red laser sight, aimed at his nose. Bang! The dull gunshot sounded, and the prison guard's body flew toward the wall as if struck by a freight train. He mechanically turned his head and saw Gao Jianli loading bullets into the AWM. If he had known before today that Gao Jianli dared to use the AWM to clear minions, he would have definitely scolded him. Of course, after scolding, he would find a way to raise Gao Jianli's salary, giving him enough money to continue buying AWM bullets. But now he only wanted to say, AWM bullets should be used to clear minions. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. A distinctive rapid and dull gunfire erupted, and soon the prison guard who had originally suppressed him also turned into a box. The people in the unloading area heard the gunfire and wanted to intervene, so I went over and dealt with them. Chen Ke lowered his ASH-12 and looked at Zhao Qijia. Are you hurt, manager? Not too much. Let's first seize the president's gun position. Zhao Qijia felt his left forearm, which seemed to be fractured, and took a painkiller. After securing a good gun position, we can engage properly. It's fine, let's engage first. Chen Ke looked towards the direction of the laser room, his tone somewhat strange. In the laser room, that team. There's only one person left now. Zhao Qijia. He paused in his actions of unpacking the surgical kit and looked at Chen Ke. Should we go intervene? They wanted to intervene just now, but they were stopped by 2 prison guard squads and a machine gunner. Are you sure we should go intervene now? Chen Ke raised his eyebrows. Zhao Qijia stopped by 2 prison guard squads and even a machine gunner. Intervene my ass. He recalled the 3 prison guard squads that had coordinated so absurdly, almost suppressing him throughout the encounter, and decisively shook his head. Looks like we can only deal with real people. Captain, why have the prison guards in Chaozi prison suddenly become so formidable? Zhao Qijia asked while bandaging himself, gritting his teeth. The tactical movements of those 3 just now seemed a bit like a 3-3 tactic. Chen Ke quickly cut in, I don't know. 3-3 tactic. Gao Jianli pressed bullets into the magazine. What is that? It's a commonly used tactic in the military where 3 people form a small team, each responsible for offense, defense, and support, Zhao Qijia said as his frown deepened. These prison guards clearly used the 3-3 tactic, and their cooperation and execution level are even stronger than those recruits with 1 or 2 years of service. Where did they learn this from? Chen Ke, yeah, where did they learn it? It's hard to guess. No, wait. Zhao Qijia suddenly looked up. If it really is the 3-3 tactic, there should be 2 more squads cooperating with this one. Oh, when we went to deal with the unloading area squad, just now I casually resolved them. Chen Ke said. Zhao Qijia. He blinked and blinked again. Casually. Resolved. A prison guard squad with such a level of coordination, and Chen Ke casually resolved 2 of them. Oh, it seems Chen Ke went to deal with those 2 prison guard squads, and casually resolved the unloading area squad. That makes sense. Zhao Qijia nodded to himself while taking out a partially filled magazine to load bullets, and he kept talking. So what now, Captain? Should we go seize the president's gun? Or should we first take the president's task to deal with the Raven Hunters? As soon as he said this, Zhao Qijia wanted to slap himself. He was starting to interfere with Chen Ke's thinking again. Damn, Now is not 6 or 7 years ago when he was captain, and it's certainly not 10 years ago when he was a lone wolf. Huh, is it that thrilling? Gao Jinli was somewhat surprised. Thrilling? Zhao Qijiao was even more surprised. What's thrilling about this? The Raven Hunters operation. Gao Jinli looked at Zhao Qijiao. Isn't it thrilling to take on this task? Think about it, manager. After taking this task, we were originally waiting for the warden, but what came out was the Raven, and it appeared right beside you. Isn't that thrilling? Zhao Qijiao looked at Gao Jinli. What are you talking about? How could there be a Raven in the warden's office? Oh right, you guys found the warden in the cell when you first entered the prison, didn't you? Yeah, Gao Jinli nodded. The warden was squatting there during the executioner operation. It was extremely shady. Zhao Qijiao, this prison, does it really still have humans? The warden is squatting for the executioners, and the Raven is squatting for the Raven Hunters. Why don't they just go block the power outage room? However, taking on the task is fine. At that time, manager, you go take on the task to attract attention, while Chen Ke and I aim, and as soon as the Raven appears, we just shoot him down. Gao Jinli looked at Chen Ke. What do you think, Chen Ke? Chen Ke did not rush to answer. Gao Jinli's words gave him a new idea. Gao Jinli had already assumed that what appeared in the office was the Raven. This was indeed unproblematic as Chen Ke had taught it that way. But what if it was actually the warden who came out of the office? His previous line of thought was somewhat narrow. The Raven shouldn't be stationed in the warden's office all the time. The Raven and the warden should have their positions changed each time. This way, before the office door opens, no one would know whether the one coming out would be the warden or the Raven. Hiss! Isn't this much more exciting than opening a supply box? The handling methods of the warden and the Raven could be said to be almost entirely different. Moreover, there is no concept of ignoring teammate damage here. When the door opens, the three of them would just spray bullets at the warden. Just thinking about this scene feels absurd. Chen Ke noted down this idea, and later he would mention it to Geheluos and the Raven. As for now, he should first give these two a warning. First handle the other teams, then come back to take the task, Chen Ke said. After all, we can't be sure whether the one coming out after opening the door is the Raven or the warden. Zhao Qijiao, what the hell, how can we not be sure who comes out after opening the door? Is this a blind box? This warden is really too wicked. Gao Jinli looked at Chen Ke. Then Brother Chen, should I and the manager first take care of the bullets for the team at the unloading area? No need, Chen Ke shook his head. The remaining team in the West District went to the sea. Let's first clear the inner area. Zhao Qijiao. Forget it, after all, it's Chen Ke. It's normal to hear that someone went to the sea. He repaired his armor and followed Gao Jinli's footsteps. The subsequent process was much smoother than Zhao Qijiao had imagined. With the experience of dealing with the prison guard team, he gradually began to become adept. Many times, even without Chen Ke's intervention, he and Gao Jinli could handle a complete prison guard team, occasionally kicking to death a player team that was preparing to intervene or eating. Indeed, it was effortless. Compared to the oppressive feeling brought by the prison guard team, the flaws in those player teams were simply too many. In the end, he even single-handedly kicked to death a fully equipped team. Impressive, manager. Gao Jinli gave a thumbs up. Single-handedly kicking to death a full team, that's something. If it were usual, Zhao Qijiao would feel a great sense of achievement after single-handedly kicking to death a full team, even without hearing praise. But now, Zhao Qijiao shook his head. Just kicking to death a full team, it's not like kicking to death a prison guard team, nothing. Captain, what should we do next? We should clear the map. Should I go to the computer room to unlock the power supply permissions first? No rush, Chen Ke shook his head. Let's go back and organize our loot first. The computer room and the power outage room still had two breaths. He had previously taught Geheluos to stake out in the power outage point and the computer room. It's really hard to guess who the two people hiding are. Take them away, or continue to create battle damage? Zhao Qijiao asked. How about we continue to create battle damage? After all, none of us three lack money to buy equipment. Hey, manager, it's you and Brother Chen who don't lack money. I still do. Gao Jinli raised his hand. You lack money. Zhao Qijiao squinted. You lack money, yet you still keep a tier of the ocean for yourself. Huh. How did you know I have a tier of the ocean, manager? Gao Jinli was stunned. The battle recording from last time was clear. The two of you found 3 in total, Zhao Qijiao said irritably. You could have edited it a bit before handing it to me. I just forgot. Gao Jinli scratched his head, trying to gloss over. I will definitely pay attention next time. Zhao Qijiao ignored Gao Jinli, the Marshal General, and looked at Chen Ke. Captain, let's continue to create battle damage. Chen Ke did not hesitate. He had originally thought about taking some time to come in and clear a few maps to leave equipment for Geheluos, but it seems now that it is unnecessary. Gao Jinli, you clear the East District. Manager, you go to the West District, and I will handle the computer room and power outage room. Zhao Qijiao, didn't they clear 6 teams? Why are there still people? Wait. Zhao Qijiao looked at the 2 tasks on the map and suddenly had a crazy thought. He looked at Chen Ke, Captain, the power outage room and computer room. Could they be those 2 bosses? Zhao Qijiao. No, this warden and the Raven are really bad, right? Are they really hiding at the evacuation point? They'll go with you. Zhao Qijia gritted his teeth. Such wicked bosses must be dealt with severely. No need, Chen Ke rejected. I can handle it on my own. Don't forget we still have to participate in the Beacon Cup. If we fail the evacuation too many times, we'll end up with a load of negative status. And if something happens to me, you two can take over the task to rescue me. There's still time. Manager, don't go there to create chaos, Gao Jianli also echoed. Yesterday Brother Chen handled 2 bosses at once by himself. Didn't you see that recording? Zhao Qijia. In the video I watched last night there indeed seemed to be such a scene. But he hadn't paid attention at the time, subconsciously thinking that since it was Chen Ke it was quite normal. Now it seems. Well, it is indeed quite normal for Chen Ke to handle 2 bosses by himself. If he won, it would purely be creating chaos. If 2 fully equipped teams are in a standoff, the side that loses members first will definitely feel psychological pressure. So he nodded, alright. Then Gao Jianli and I will go organize our loot. You can keep the large insurance aviation boxes and such supply points for yourself. If you are lucky, you can open them. Chen Ke. No need, you guys can open them yourselves. Chen Ke shook his head. He didn't want to be fooled by a 33 in the insurance. Zhao Qijia was silent for a moment and then nodded, alright. He indeed wanted to see if he could rely on Chen Ke's luck to open a 33 in the insurance. Money isn't important, the key is the sense of satisfaction and achievement from opening a 33. Upon hearing Chen Ke's footsteps, the Raven, who was squatting in the power supply room, panicked. It was all Ge Heluo's fault for insisting on bringing him to find the instructor. Fine, they were looking for him, but now he had to squat in the computer room and deal with the power outage. He had just made direct contact with the instructor, and now he was going to use what the instructor taught him against him. What would the instructor think of him? Ge Heluo was truly mischievous. The Raven cursed under his breath as he took off his mask, then poked his forehead with the barrel of his revolver, seriously contemplating what he should do next. After a moment, he had an idea. He could disguise himself as Ge Heluo. Since the instructor had amnesia, as long as he didn't pull out those 2 revolvers, the instructor would definitely not recognize him. The key point was that he had heard Ge Heluo's lines at least 800 times, if not 1,000. He was very familiar with them. The Raven's eyebrows raised. He reached out to pick up the mask. Just then the door to the computer room was pushed open. The Raven instinctively looked up and then saw the instructor's half-hidden face beneath the helmet. He was momentarily stunned, then a smile, even more awkward than crying, appeared on his face. Instructor, you also came to squat in the computer room. Chen Ke. He initially wanted to test whether these 2 bosses' duplicates had any intelligence. But it seemed unnecessary now. Just as he pondered what else to ask, the expression on the Raven's face suddenly stiffened. Then, as if hit by an invisible bullet, his face turned pale and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The Raven lifted his head and made eye contact with Chen Ke. After confirming that Chen Ke noticed his abnormality, he muttered softly, a constructed prison. Then unwillingly he put on the mask and looked at Chen Ke. This group of acer-ass maggots is beyond saving. We must eliminate them all, not a single one spared. If someone can silence that noisy Raven forever before my hands get dirty, there will be a generous reward in the tidal prison. You have accepted the Raven Hunter operation, Chen Ke. The Raven, you still haven't put away your revolver, and you're openly saying the warden's words. And it really triggered. Chen Ke mentally complained a bit, and then looked at the faint red bloodstain on the pale mask. The Raven had purposely made eye contact with him, confirming he saw the blood at the corner of the Raven's mouth, before muttering softly. This was a message being conveyed to him. The Raven was injured because of the prison. To be precise, the Raven was punished by the prison for violating its rules. Combining this with the fact that the Raven was given a mission immediately after putting on the mask. The warden will personally command the security department to quell the riots and eradicate the Raven's influence. All staff, please cooperate with the operation. Listening to the broadcast echoing in the prison and seeing the Raven before him with no desire to attack, Chen Ke reached a preliminary conclusion. The Raven was injured because he didn't attack him immediately. But soon Chen Ke overturned this conclusion. The last time he was in the tidal prison, that sniper outside didn't attack him either, right? No, wait. Last time the sniper outside did attack him. Although the sniper intentionally missed, he still shot. So, one of the rules of the tidal prison is that NPCs within the prison must attack GDI agents. This delta is becoming more and more interesting. Chen Ke looked at the Raven, nodded, and was just about to speak when he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around abruptly and saw a figure wearing a pale mask holding an Ash 12. Ge Heluo. Chen Ke. He was stunned for a moment, just about to ponder what the situation was when Ge Heluo spoke. Ge Heluo has already lost. I would gladly go find him to reminisce. However, if someone could accompany me to deliver this death invitation to him, it would be quite amusing. Chen Ke. He could roughly guess that Ge Heluo came in to provide him with information, indirectly informing him of the prison's rules. But this method truly made it hard for Chen Ke to hold it together. The Raven spoke the warden's words, and the warden spoke the Raven's words. Were these two playing your name? Chen Ke had just mentally complained about this when he heard a cold voice echo in his mind, currently accepting the Star Slayer operation. Acceptance failed. You can only accept one task at a time. Please select the task to accept Raven Hunter Operation Star Slayer Operation Chen Ke. Wait, is this really correct? Not to mention anything else, even for ordinary tasks, if you accept one and it remains incomplete, you can't accept another. Moreover, these two opposing tasks, Raven Hunter Operation and Star Slayer Operation. Just then the raven behind him spoke. The stars must return to their orbits, and the wicked must face judgment. You should join me in forcing the raven to confront Gu Heluo's judgment. Chen Ke. He turned around and saw the raven's right hand pull out a black and gold card from his pants, handing it to him. At this point, Chen Ke could no longer hold it together. There were too many points to criticize, and he didn't even know where to start. But then an even more difficult situation arose. The warden beside the door said in a deep voice, "Weddings amidst mourning, the pendant is burning hot. The raven wants an extra meal. An upgraded version of hide and seek. Are you in? How about letting the warden dance the death tango for a while?" Chen Ke stiffly turned his head, and then saw the warden's right arm cradling an Ash-12, while his left hand held a model of a main battle tank, similarly extending it towards him. The raven behind him spoke again. "This world has long been terminally ill. Strong medicine is needed to cure it. Strict laws must be enforced, and do not show mercy to the raven." After saying this, he placed the black and gold card on the table, and then took out a famous painting from his bag, placing it at Chen Ke's feet. Chen Ke. Gu Heluo, unwilling to be outdone, declared, "Only through complete chaos can Asura achieve true freedom. It is time to reclaim dignity with blood and fire from Gu Heluo's hands." He set down the model of the main battle tank, and pulled out a pitch-black carbon fiber board from somewhere to cover the famous painting on the floor. The raven said, "No mercy is needed. These troublemakers deserve their fate." He took out a miniature reactor from his bag, and pressed it down onto the carbon fiber board. Gu Heluo continued without pause, "Let's play something thrilling, is that alright? Let us bring Gu Heluo into my nightmare together." After saying this, Gu Heluo produced a tear of the ocean, and gently placed it on the table. Chen Ke. Seeing the tear of the ocean that Gu Heluo had taken out, the corner of the raven's mouth twitched. Then he slammed the blade server he had just pulled from his backpack onto the ground, drew his revolver, and aimed it at Gu Heluo's face. Gu Heluo's judgment. Gu Heluo raised his head, looking like a victorious fighting cock. Then he aimed the Ash-12 he had originally cradled in his arms at the raven. The raven will not collect the corpses of incompetent fools. Then the two bosses simultaneously pulled the trigger. The bullets whizzed past Chen Ke, and 1 second later the raven and Gu Heluo both fell. Chen Ke looked at the heap of large red boxes at his feet, unable to fit any more, and the corner of his mouth twitched again. He decided that in the future he would try to deal with these two bosses as little as possible. Previously they would at least put on a show, but now they didn't even bother to pretend. And every time he met these two, the corners of his mouth would start to twitch. At this rate, he would soon become a stroke patient. Moreover, these two bosses had probably moved all the supplies from the entire prison here. What else was left in other places? He didn't even dare to think. After opening the ammunition box, Zhao Qijia was momentarily stunned, and then his eyes were filled with disbelief. He actually found a 33 inside the ammunition box. The 33 in the ammunition box is made of carbon fiber. Indeed, entering the dungeon with Chen Ke definitely has its implications. He hurriedly began to levitate the safe box. However, halfway through lifting it, his movements froze. Something emerged from the ammunition box. It was a purple backpack. The smile on Zhao Qijia's face froze. No, he hadn't entered the dungeon for a few years, and the ammunition box is already pulling scams. He cursed as he shoved the items he had just thrown into the ammunition box back into his own safe box, then walked decisively towards the advanced storage box. At first glance, his eyebrows raised again. A vertical 24. This format only belongs to white porcelain. The corners of Zhao Qijia's mouth began to rise, indeed, entering the dungeon with Chen Ke. But looking at the vertical solar panel in the box, Zhao Qijia couldn't smile anymore. He blinked in disbelief, then began to ponder in his mind. This advanced storage box. Has no one opened it before? Then why the hell is there a solar panel? And it's vertical. If it were lying horizontally, he wouldn't even care. Zhao Qijia kicked the box, then looked at the storage box next to him. Vertical 12. Is the compensation. The vertical 12 in the storage box is guaranteed to be of golden quality, and it's that kind of finely crafted figurine with extremely high collectible value. It is said that the council is close to achieving results in the study of such figurines. These figurines likely contain a vertical keyboard. Zhao Qijia glanced at the vertical keyboard in the storage box, then smiled in relief. After being tricked twice, just now he still held hope for this thing. He stopped by the wall, and then opened a white lab coat hanging on the wall. 3 single slots. Probably just the least valuable key card from the West Building's medical room. 3 mice. They didn't even give him anything from the West Building's medical room. Zhao Qijia expressionlessly raised his head and surveyed the area. Only one big safe is left unopened. It's likely filled with 2 horns. He expressionlessly walked over, entered the password expressionlessly, and pulled open the safe's door. Then finally a hint of color appeared in his eyes. A 33. The 33 in the big safe. This thing has no format scams. Whether it's a big safe or a small safe, as long as there is a 33, it must be extremely rare. A standard bulletproof vest. No way, who the hell stuffed a bulletproof vest in a safe? And it's the crappiest level 3 bulletproof vest. Hey, even if you stuffed a horn in there. Zhao Qijia felt something was off. He raised his head and looked at the orderly packing Gao Jinli. Gao Jinli, when you and Chen Ke entered the dungeon before, were the supply boxes all scams too? Oh. Gao Jinli looked up stunned for a moment. We never searched the supply boxes when I was with Chen Ke. The first time we entered the dungeon, the whole map was about the warden. The second time we entered the dungeon, we encountered someone who wanted to backstab without a signal, and we were there to create battle damage, so we didn't search at all. Is that so? Zhao Qijia frowned, and after thinking for a moment, he understood. Entering the dungeon with Chen Ke indeed brings his luck. The formats in the supply boxes are proof. But 6 years ago, when he retired, the equipment he brought out from the Delta dungeon was worth at least tens of. So the problem isn't with the prison, but with him. He had brought out too much stuff before. If he wanted those rare supplies, especially the red ones, then he needs to create battle damage now. After all, those experts said that if you have good shooting skills and have brought out a lot of equipment, the probability of touching rare supplies will be very low. So the experts are right sometimes. Zhao Qijia closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and gave up on searching the supply boxes, instead walking towards the operator boxes. Experts also said to first stuff the equipment from the operator boxes into your bag, then throw them out. This is also a form of battle damage. Manager, are you done with your supplies? Gao Jinli looked up when he heard Zhao Qijia's footsteps. If you're done, I just organized a bag. You can take it to create battle damage. Okay. Zhao Qijia nodded, exchanged backpacks with Gao Jinli, then walked towards the boxes of those small soldiers on the ground. However, when he saw the equipment in the small soldier's box, he couldn't contain himself. What does it mean that this small soldier is carrying a large capacity Victor? And why is an ordinary prison guard wearing level 4 body armor and a level 4 hearing helmet? And this small soldier is even carrying a purple backup armor of 34. No way, dude, this is. Huh. Why is this 34 taking so long to turn? Oh, blade. Looking at the blade server in the small soldier's box, Zhao Qijia blinked and blinked again. So, is the drop rate here? After confirming that he wasn't mistaken, he looked at Gao Jinli, his voice trembling. Gao Jinli, I found a blade server in the small soldier's box. Oh, Gao Jinli nodded. Manager, you are really lucky. Gao Jinli's emotionless reading didn't dampen Zhao Qijia's excitement in the slightest. That's a blade server. He had been a player for 6 years and had only seen this thing once. And it was when he first became a player found it in No. 0 Dam. The most crucial part was that he hadn't brought it out at that time. Now seeing this thing again, how could he not be excited? This time, he was carrying a backpack. A full 45-slot backpack. He no longer had to rummage through the small soldier's box like back then to find the blade server. He gleamed with excitement as he carefully pulled the blade server out of the small soldier's box, then selected the most exquisite M14 from his backpack to put into this small soldier's box. And he also placed 2 boxes of level 5 M14 ammo. This is what this small soldier deserves. He knew it. Entering the dungeon with Chen Ke definitely had its implications. However, does this mean he snatched Chen Ke's drop rate? After finding a blade server, Chen Ke and Gao Jinli probably won't find anything good in this prison trip. Zhao Qijia stared at the blade server on the ground, and after half a minute, he reluctantly shifted his gaze. Chen Ke went to take on the warden and Raven for him, and Gao Jinli. He wanted to save this for Chen Ke. Whether as a manager or as Chen Ke's teammate, he couldn't let Chen Ke work hard throughout the whole game and end up with nothing. The pipeline control system has been breached. Now you may open the pipeline gate. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Qijia's hands paused momentarily. But only for a moment. Eliminating Garros and the Raven, the snipers entrenched in their positions, was nothing extraordinary for Chen Ke. There was no cause for astonishment. Manager, do you still have any empty soldier crates? Gao Jinli lifted his gaze toward Zhao Qijia. They're all loaded with rifles. What's wrong? Zhao Qijia asked. This entire squad entered armed with dual rifles. Gao Jinli pointed at the crate beneath his feet. 3 AWMs, 3 Asphals, and each carries a full set of level 5 armor. My crates simply won't hold them all. Zhao Qijia. He distinctly recalled hearing no AWM fire earlier. Moreover, if this had been a fully equipped squad, the battle should have been fierce, yet he retained no memory of it whatsoever. Could it be he'd casually kicked down an entire fully armored dual rifle squad? Frowning, he raised his head, scanning for where this squad had fallen. Then he saw Gao Jinli crouching beside the laser chamber's entrance. Laser chamber. They hadn't engaged anyone from the laser chamber at all. Wait, hold on. Hadn't Chen Ke just mentioned moments ago that the laser chamber squad had been reduced to a single survivor by prison guards? So, had this entire fully equipped squad been wiped out by prison guards? That couldn't be right. True, the tide guarding prison's guards were unusually formidable, but this was a full-strength squad. Even after one fell, the remaining 2 should surely have heightened their vigilance. Gao Jinli. Check their identity tags. Zhao Qijia said his years of experience refusing to accept mere coincidence. Tell me exactly how they died. How else? Either by Brother Chun, or by you with a casual kick. Gao Jinli shrugged yet obediently retrieved the identity tags from the crate at his feet. Huh. Gao Jinli raised an eyebrow as he scanned the tags. Killed by a machine gun trooper. We didn't hear any machine gun fire just now, did we? Gao Jinli scratched his head, then moved to the other two crates. Moments later he approached Zhao Qijia holding 3 identity tags. Manager, did you hear machine gun fire just now, eh? Zhao Qijia shook his head. Machine gun fire was unmistakable, deafening, far-reaching. If such firing had occurred, he would certainly have heard it. Then this is strange. Gao Jinli handed over the 3 tags. All 3 were killed by a machine gun trooper. Moi. Zhao Qijia accepted the 3 tags and verified each one carefully. Qiangxin Club, Gao Qiqiang eliminated by an Asura machine gun trooper. Qiangxin Club, Zhao Xian eliminated by an Asura machine gun trooper. Qiangxin Club, Leah eliminated by an Asura machine gun trooper. Really? And an Asura machine gun trooper? Zhao Qijia's brows lifted sharply. Already confirmed, manager. Gao Jinli replied promptly, clearly prepared. Near these 3 crates lies a machine gun trooper's crate, but surrounding it are 1 shield trooper's crate and 2 prison guard crates. Zhao Qijia stared at Gao Jinli, his expression thick with bewilderment. You mean to say, the Asura machine gun trooper and the Hafik prison guard squad encountered each other, not to fight, but first to annihilate Qiangxin Club's entire squad? Likely so, Gao Jinli nodded. But manager, aren't there only Hafik machine gun troopers inside the prison? That crate's color matches Hafik's faction insignia. Why do the tags say Asura? Where did this Asura machine gun trooper even come from? Exactly, where did he come from? Zhao Qijia murmured softly. Something deeply unsettling permeated the situation. An alliance between Asura's machine gun trooper and Hafik's prison guards was already bizarre enough. But how had that trooper eliminated an entire full-strength squad without firing a single shot? Surely he hadn't bludgeoned them one by one with the rifle barrel. So manager, do you still have any empty soldier crates nearby? Gao Jinli tightened the strap of his backpack. I've got 6 AWMs and 12 boxes of ammunition left inside. Zhao Qijia, you reckless spendthrift, using AWMs for combat attrition. And you didn't even collect spare ammo? Yes, Gao Jinli nodded matter-of-factly. My safe container is already full, no room for AWM rounds. What on earth did you cram into your safe container? A resuscitation ventilator. Zhao Qijia, wait, where did you even find a resuscitation ventilator? Inside that machine gun trooper's crate. Gao Jinli pointed with a raised finger toward an open crate lying nearby. He also carried 2 military-grade radios. I skipped them since they occupy 4 slots. Want the manager? Zhao Qijia, not only did a machine gun trooper drop a resuscitation ventilator, but 2 military radios. Did you ransack the warden's office? Yet, this did make sense now. A rare drop had triggered the trooper's rampage, annihilating an entire 5-member elite squad. Zhao Qijia nodded to himself, then delivered a swift kick to Gao Jinli's shin. Getting wealthy, are we? Skipping military radios? Not quite, Gao Jinli grinned. Online experts say, if you want a rare drop, just fill your safe container and start taking combat losses. Besides, military radios serve little purpose for us. They're used only to assemble in dungeon communication devices, utterly incomparable to a resuscitation ventilator. Most crucially, military radios can be purchased externally, whereas almost no club sells resuscitation ventilators. After all, besides emergency revival, they also remove 1 negative status effect from a competitor. Every extra ventilator I carry out grants Brother Chen 1 more chance to withdraw safely, even after mission failure. So, you brought this resuscitation ventilator for Chen Ke? Zhao Qijia looked at Gao Jinli. Of course, Gao Jinli replied without hesitation. I'll never repay Brother Chen's kindness in gifting me the tear of the ocean. At least you've retained some conscience, Zhao Qijia grunted. Still, pack fewer AWM rounds. At this rate your salary won't cover it. Then I'll need another bonus justification from you. No need, Gao Jinli shook his head. I've saved quite a bit over the years you mentored me. Keep your savings. I'll hand this blade server to the club first. Exchange it for bonuses for you and Chen Ke. You two won't need it anyway. What are you two chatting about? Chen Ke's voice suddenly cut in. Back already. Zhao Qijia looked up, gesturing toward the black blade server lying on the ground. Perfect timing. You take this blade server out and deliver it to the club. That gives me grounds to issue you both another bonus. Gao Jinli pulled a resuscitation ventilator from the machine gun trooper's crate. He intends to carry it out for you. My advice, keep it yourselves. 1 in reserve is always prudent. TCH, this prison's loot was entirely scavenged by us too. Next time it's your turn. Chen Ke winked, glancing at his backpack, stuffed to bursting with crimson gear, then at the blade server on the floor. Suddenly it seemed rather unimpressive. And he looked at Zhao Qijia, paused thoughtfully, then drew a luminous pearl from his pocket. Manager, want the tear of the ocean? Zhao Qijia. Zhao Qijia was stunned for a few seconds. He looked at the tier of the ocean in Chen Ke's hand, then glanced down at the blade server, and silently walked to the minion box, starting to take out bullets from his own safe box. Generally, he did not believe in experts, especially not in their claims about battle damage starvation flow. Touching the tier of the ocean, or a full safe box, can produce high-level red resources. But it was clear that this was not a normal situation. In a prison dungeon, after receiving a revival respirator, a blade server, and 2 military radios, how could there also be a tier of the ocean? Connecting it with the previous 33 format scams, Zhao Qijia understood. There was indeed some rationale behind teaming up with Chen Ke in dungeons. He was scammed by the format purely because he had not accumulated battle damage. If he had accumulated some earlier, those 233s would definitely have been big reds. Chen Ke watched Zhao Qijia, who was silently stuffing bullets into the minion box, blinked, and turned to Gao Jinli. Gao Jinli, what has the manager been stimulated by? I don't know. Gao Jinli shrugged. Maybe he went crazy after seeing the tier of the ocean. Fisk, let the manager run a few more dungeons with you, he'll get used to it. Chen Ke responded with an "oh," not delving into the logic behind Gao Jinli's words. Since Gao Jinli said in front of Guhala, forget what happened before, forget what happened after, just let havoc be great again, he had become somewhat disillusioned with Gao Jinli's way of thinking. You can give the tier of the ocean to the manager later. Chen Ke casually placed the tier of the ocean in front of Gao Jinli. Do you still have and level 6 armor? Yes. Gao Jinli nodded, then took off the armor he was wearing and placed it on the ground, handing Chen Ke a bag. There is a set of spare armor and 4 advanced armor repair kits inside, along with 4 and 10 boxes of bullets. Is that enough? Chen Ke took off the large red envelope he was carrying and placed it at Gao Jinli's feet. Slinging the bag, Gao Jinli gave him over his back, turning to leave. This bag can't hold anything else. I'll need you to sort it out. I'm going to accumulate battle damage first. Okay. Gao Jinli took the backpack, glanced at him. For 33s. And 134. Main battle tank model, carbon fiber board, micro reactor, world famous painting, and a blade server. That's quite a tricky bag to sort. Then he raised his head. Manager Zhao Qijia, who was stuffing equipment into the minion box side, then looked up somewhat exasperatedly at Gao Jinli. Gao Jinli, do you know what the tier of the ocean means to Chen Ke and to you? I have money at home, unlike you guys. Those red resources, although precious, if I want them, I can just spend money to buy them. Moreover, that's a tier of the ocean. A tier of the ocean that can help someone cross social classes. I don't want that tier of the ocean. You give it to Chen Ke. Gao Jinli blinked, then nodded. Oh, okay. Without hesitation, he took the revival respirator out of the safe box and stuffed the tier of the ocean into the safe box. Zhao Qijia. No, the script is wrong. Although he was sure that he wouldn't want that tier of the ocean after saying that Gao Jinli shouldn't just let it go after a brief to-go for giving it to him reluctantly. Right. Oh, right, this is Gao Jinli. That does seem normal. He was indeed quite annoyed by such unnecessary back and forth. It was precisely because of Gao Jinli's so-called naive nature that he found this kid appealing in the first place. Moreover, when it came to the tier of the ocean, who didn't want one? Back when he hadn't retired yet, there was a lucky kid who managed to get a tier of the ocean standing in the prison director's office, signaling for 20 minutes, attracting everyone on the map, just to show off his tier of the ocean. Although that tier wasn't his, he was still quite happy to be a witness. Manager, do you have time now? What's up? Zhao Qijia asked. Come over and help me sort this bag. I don't quite know how to organize this bag from Chen Ke. Gao Jinli pointed at the large red envelope on the ground. Didn't we specifically take time to teach you how to organize bags? Zhao Qijia's tone was disdainful, but his body was quite honest. Although sorting bags was not exciting, it did provide a sense of accomplishment, especially with a blade server on the ground. Such a rare 34 item would increase the difficulty of sorting the bag several times. Zhao Qijia was taken aback. The blade server. Wasn't it behind him? When did it run to Gao Jinli's side? He blinked, turning his head in confusion. No, the blade server was indeed behind him. So what was that next to Gao Jinli? He turned back, and after clearly seeing what was next to Gao Jinli, let out a sigh of relief. Next to Gao Jinli was clearly a carbon fiber board, and a micro reactor, a main battle tank model, a world-famous painting, a portable military radar, and a revival respirator. Where was there a blade server? Haha, he had indeed misjudged earlier. Manager, I only stuffed one blade server into the bag. How am I supposed to fit the rest of these big reds? Gao Jinli's voice echoed in Zhao Qijia's ears. Zhao Qijia did not reply. He looked at the nearly overflowing big reds next to Gao Jinli, his gaze vacant. After a moment, he walked to the minion box, pulled out the last asphalt he had just stuffed, and racked the bolt chambered around, and aimed it at his leg. He could only dare to dream about such big reds. Besides, could he really think that? Just a prison run, and there were 6 33s and 2 34s. And a tier of the ocean. It must have been Chen Ke who gave him the courage to think so boldly. This dream needed to end. He must have fallen asleep in the vehicle to have such an absurd dream. He couldn't keep Chen Ke and Gao Jinli waiting. Zhao Qijia decisively pulled the trigger. Da-da-da-da, what are you doing, manager? Ah. At the western lookout, Kuluz looked at the three shadowy figures on the shore through the spiritual eye scope and thought for a moment before deciding not to pull the trigger immediately. He looked at the person next to him. Shirley lay good. Those people seem to be putting barbecues into the supply box on the shore. What should we do? Shirley was taken aback. Is it the instructor? No, they are three girls. They look quite good. Could they be the instructor's girlfriends? Huh. Shirley laughed as if he had heard a joke. Did you forget what the instructor did at Crow's house back then? Huh. What did the instructor do? At that time, Crow wanted to introduce his good-looking sisters to the instructor. Do you know what the instructor said after seeing the photos? Kuluz shook his head. That distant but unforgettable memory made Shirley's lips twitch uncontrollably. Ahem. He first cleared his throat, then imitated the instructor's tone. At the time, this body shape is not suitable. Too big a chest, not good for crawling and stealth. Kuluz. This face is not good. Such a pretty face has too high a recognition factor. If you take her for deep behind enemy lines for assassination, she will be recognized on the first day. Kuluz. This one is still acceptable. The frame is just right, suitable for stealth and frontal combat. Kuluz breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't there still one left? Yes. Shirley couldn't help but laugh. Do you know who that photo is of? Kuluz cooperatively shook his head. That's Crow after disguise. The captain slipped in a photo of Crow during makeup training. Kuluz. So do you think these three women could be the instructor's girlfriends? Shirley's mouth widened. The instructor has amnesia, not a different person. With his inherent nature, if you let him choose a date location, he would choose a coffee shop. One of those coffee shops where two machine guns can control a street. Kuluz. Then. Should I send them back? The military green arm reflected a cold light, and Shirley thought for a moment, then shook his head. Forget it. Aren't they putting barbecues into the supply box? Let them go, or let them withdraw from the helicopter platform. You can fire a couple of shots to scare them. Oh. Kuluz nodded, then pressed his cheek against the stock of the arm. Meanwhile, on the shore, a team member with ear-length short hair suddenly shivered. She looked at the manager and Captain Tang Xiaozhou. Captain, why do I feel like someone is watching me? Huh? What's wrong? Have you been brainwashed by those online trends and want to fight? Tang Xiaozhou glared at the team member after stuffing a box of braised pork cans into the storage cabinet. No, Captain. The team member shook her head. It's real. Tang Xiaozhou straightened up, stared at the team member for a few seconds, and confirmed that the other party was not joking before frowning. Offshore, if someone was staring at her, it could only be. She looked up at the western lookout. Then she saw the Heart of Africa refreshed on the western lookout. Gazing at the shining Heart of Africa in midair, Tang Xiaozhou was momentarily stunned before turning to make a run for it. The snipers of the Tide prison were already formidable, let alone after the mutations. Moreover, judging by the intensity of the star's glow, that sniper had even installed a sunshade on the scope. Tang Xiaozhou suspected that the sniper was using level 5 ammunition. However, just as Tang Xiaozhou lifted her leg, she abruptly halted her fleeing step. They had already been outside the sea for at least 3 minutes. This meant that in the sniper's line of sight, they had been exposed for at least 3 minutes. Yet the sniper did not pull the trigger. She glanced at the grease and cumin on her hands, then looked at the two team members stuffing barbecue into the tool cabinet, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. Could it be? Because of this, the sniper saw the barbecue and food in their hands, which is why he didn't shoot them. It must be. Tang Xiaozhou's eyebrows gradually raised. She just knew that learning from Chen Ke was definitely the right choice. That group of fools actually thought Chen Ke bought barbecue to celebrate. Serves them right. However, she could only guess that Chen Ke brought the barbecue in to place it in the little soldier's box and those supply boxes, but what would happen afterward? What would Chen Ke do next? Tang Xiaozhou pondered. She gave up. She couldn't figure out Chen Ke's thought process, nor could she predict what he would do. But she knew what Chen Ke had done before. The one who gave a speech in front of Warden Guholo was most likely Chen Ke. Since Chen Ke could communicate with the warden, why couldn't she communicate with the sniper? This risk was worth taking. She was not only the captain, but also the manager. If she didn't take this risk, who would? The most crucial point was, her sixth sense also told her that she should go. Tang Xiaozhou bent her neck slightly, tilting her head, stealing a glance at the shining Heart of Africa. After a moment of thought, she gritted her teeth and said, "You two go to the helicopter platform and wait for evacuation. They'll head to the West Watchtower." West Watchtower. The team member who spoke earlier instinctively looked towards the West Watchtower. Damn, a sniper. I knew someone was watching me. If you know, then hurry up and go. Tang Xiaozhou muttered under her breath, tightened her grip on her gun, gritted her teeth, and walked towards the Heart of Africa. Brother Lei, it seems someone is coming our way. Cruz looked up at the board. Shirley beside him. Huh. Shirley looked up in surprise, then set down his shield and walked over to Cruz. Let me see. Cruz turned off the safety on his weapon, stood up, and handed the gun to Shirley. Shirley took the gun, raised his left arm in front of him, bent his forearm at a right angle, and aimed the arm, leaning in to peek through the scope with a curious expression. However, when he saw the face of the person holding the asphalt through the scope, Shirley's heart skipped a beat. He was certain he had never seen this face before. But why did this girl's face feel so familiar to him? Shirley furrowed his brows in thought for a moment, then it must be that some of his unconscious clones had been killed by this woman. That's why he felt familiar with her. That's why his heart skipped a beat. Evil GDI agent. Die, you bastard. Shirley did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Prison break, failed, you have lost your loot. The cold words in her mind did not distract Tang Xiaozhou. Her eyes were filled with confusion. What? Did her heart skip a beat when she saw the prison guard holding the sniper rifle? Why did she feel that prison guard give her such a familiar feeling? Tang Xiaozhou thought for a long time, but found no answer. Surely that shield soldier wasn't her ex-boyfriend, and she just happened to have amnesia, right? When this absurd thought crossed her mind, Tang Xiaozhou couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention anything else, if that prison guard were really her ex-boyfriend, how could he shoot her down after watching her for so long, just as she was about to approach him? She shook her head, dismissing that thought from her mind, and just as she lifted her foot, she saw two team members appear beside her. How did you two evacuate so quickly? The level 7 ammunition evacuated. Huh. The AWM ammunition evacuated. Did a team from the inner area come out to chase you? Tang Xiaozhou asked. It's the sniper manager. Another team member said with gritted teeth that sniper was using an AWM. What the hell? Just squatting at the outer sea evacuation point wasn't enough. Using an AWM to squat as well. Can this prison be played at all? Oh right, the sniper used an AWM. Tang Xiaozhou nodded, realizing it late. The two team members exchanged glances after seeing Tang Xiaozhou's reaction. Why was the manager so out of it? So manager. One team member cautiously looked at Tang Xiaozhou. Are we still bringing the food into the instance? Hearing this, a flash of realization suddenly crossed Tang Xiaozhou's mind. She understood why the sniper hadn't shot them after watching them for several minutes. Because at that moment, they were stuffing supplies into the supply box. Good. So they didn't shoot while stuffing supplies, but after stuffing was done, it would be one shot each, right? What to bring? Tang Xiaozhou gritted her teeth. Let Chen Ke take it to them. Then, what about those extra supplies in the warehouse? Take them to the space station. Tang Xiaozhou said with frustration. No, not to the space station. The space station is also Haverk's territory. We'll take them to Zero Dam. Tide prison evacuation point. Zhao Qijia's expression was quite natural. So natural that it seemed as if the person who had just shot him wasn't him. Chen Ke, after we evacuate later, shall we familiarize ourselves with the map of Zero Dam? Zhao Qijia looked at Chen Ke. The dungeons that the Fire Cup enters are random, and we will have to go to these maps sooner or later. Manager, aren't you tired? Gao Zhanli interjected. Why not take a break? I think if Chen Ke only takes me, it would be Zhao Qijia. What do you mean, Gao Zhanli? Who are you looking down on? I was also the king of Zero Dam back in the day. Besides, what's there to sleep about? These prison guards are too sinister. I'm about to lose my confidence. I need to go to Zero Dam to relax with those ASLR soldiers. Hearing Zhao Qijia's words, Chen Ke fell silent. It seemed he had taught Saeed to block the evacuation point. Hiss. At the tidal prison on the helicopter platform, Dumoulin bent slightly as he stepped out of the helicopter. Director. Lu Wei, who was waiting, frowned and asked, what brings you here? The captain merely ordered a few sets of uniforms tailored for the instructors. Why is it this director who has come? Delivering uniforms and conducting research. Dumoulin tightened his collar, asking, where is Jehelios? The warden is busy dealing with the ravens in the prison area. It might not look good. Lu Wei followed Dumoulin and said, please come with me to the warden's office to rest for a while. Dealing with the ravens? Dumoulin chuckled coldly, then stopped and turned to the side. Next time you concoct such a lie, at least change into some clothes that don't smell of barbecue. Lu Wei. If he knew it was Dumoulin coming, he wouldn't just avoid wearing clothes that smelled of barbecue. He would definitely wear something that had no scent at all. All right, although I have had some disagreements with Jehelios, I won't make things difficult for you. Dumoulin raised his foot and said, tell Jehelios I'll be waiting in the office for 20 minutes. Yes. Lu Wei saluted and then hurried towards the raven's cell. Director, Dumoulin's adjutant leaned in and said, isn't Jehelios' collusion with the ravens a violation of the company's regulations for the prison? Moreover, the uniforms he ordered from the company are clearly not for himself. The size discrepancy is too large. Let me teach you something. Dumoulin continued, walking his voice revealing no signs of anger or joy. Conflicts will always exist. What we need to do is distinguish between primary and secondary contradictions, resolving the primary ones first before addressing the secondary ones. Do you understand? Director, I don't understand. The adjutant shook his head, confusion evident in his eyes and curiosity written on his face. Dumoulin paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, there's no need to constantly seek to please me in this manner. I promoted you because your merits and talents are sufficient for that. Focus your thoughts on the right path and don't disappoint my expectations of you. Yes. The adjutant's expression showed no change. Then, Director, does your previous statement mean that even though Jehelios and the ravens are colluding in the face of the GDI's serious threat, this issue is not worth addressing? Correct, Dumoulin replied, but it's not entirely accurate. In name, the Safety Supervision Department is only responsible for providing weapons and equipment to the tidal prison. How they distribute those weapons and equipment is their business, and we have no right to intervene. However, Jelulu's actions are still a violation of company regulations. Thus I can use this matter to suppress Jelulu's arrogance. He knows he is in the wrong, and since he needs our equipment, he naturally wants to tear his face with me. When I say I'll give him 20 minutes, it serves as a warning to him, while also signaling that I want delve deeply into this. Do you understand? Understood. The adjutant snapped his legs together with a spirited expression. How if you truly understood, that would be a remarkable talent. A hint of nostalgia flashed into Mullen's eyes. It took me 20 years to grasp what that phrase truly means. The adjutant detected the nostalgia in de Mullen's tone, but did not press further. After struggling in the mire at the bottom for so long, he had long since learned to read the room. If the director wants to say something, she will naturally do so. Why am I even discussing this with you? De Mullen chuckled self-deprecatingly. You don't need to accompany me to the office. There's no need to involve you in my grievances with Jeluluos. Later, just follow Lu Wei. Remember to lower your stance and not act superior. Observe more, ask more, and don't let pride get in the way. I reviewed the data from Tidal Prison over the past few days. The GDI agent's withdrawal rate from the prison is less than 10. Figure out how they managed to achieve that. Yes. The adjutant nodded. Wait outside for Lu Wei. De Mullen pushed the office door open. Jeluluos will have Lu Wei take you. This is the only remaining tacit understanding between me and him. The adjutant did not wait long outside the door before seeing the warden, who always wore a white mask, and Lu Wei following closely behind carrying 4 AWMs. 4 AWMs. A hint of confusion flashed in the adjutant's eyes. What does the warden want Lu Wei to do with these? The company lacks the capability to produce AWM ammunition. Even if they reverse engineered it to match the caliber, the bullets produced would still be unusable. This thing is just a slightly expensive firewood stick. Moreover, why is Lu Wei carrying a bag? The bag can't possibly contain AWM bullets, right? Don't joke around. The AWM bullets produced by GDI, using some sort of black technology, have skyrocketed in price among the company's higher-ups. Consequently, these higher-ups have even formulated a rule that anyone who discovers AWM bullets cannot keep them and must sell them to the company's higher-ups at an exorbitant price. The adjutant looked on in confusion as the warden and Lu Wei entered the office. Moments later, Lu Wei opened the door and extended his hand towards him, saying, Lu Wei, how should I address you, brother? The adjutant quickly concealed the confusion in his eyes, extending his hand in return with a perfectly timed smile, saying, You can call me Tianyong, Captain Lu. Don't call me Captain. Lu Wei shook Tianyong's hand. In the prison, only one person can be called Captain. My bad, my bad. A hint of apology surfaced in Tianyong's smile. After all, in the entire prison, only the warden could be called Captain. Let's go, brother Tian. I'll take you to eat barbecue. Lu Wei's smile was equally impeccable. We can talk while we eat, then let Lu Gu treat us. After the footsteps of the two leaving the doorway, completely faded, Jeluluos, who had remained silent for a long time, finally spoke up. He looked at de Mullen, his voice calm. De Mullen, do you want the AWM or not? De Mullen, seated in the chair, looked up with a hint of mockery on her face. It's been so long, and you've actually developed a sense of humanity, even capable of sarcasm. You don't want it. Want it? De Mullen scoffed. This AWM, can you use it, or can I? Just tell me if you... Jeluluos looked down at de Mullen. De Mullen reined in the smile at the corners of her mouth, staring intently at Jeluluos. Although unable to see Jeluluos' expression beneath the mask, de Mullen, who was quite familiar with him, could still sense hints of something unusual in Jeluluos' tone. Jeluluos' tone felt off. Though it contained a complex range of emotions, she could not detect any sarcasm. That was strange. Even if Jeluluos had managed to pick up a few AWMs, or even seized a few bullets, she could not use a weapon like an AWM. Not only could she not use it, but Jeluluos also could not, and no one in Hafk or Asala could use it. It was a rule known only to a select few high-ranking officials. It was similar to the fact that the company could not produce functioning AWM bullets, and that walls and wooden boxes could withstand bullets. Jeluluos could not possibly be unaware of this rule. So why is he asking this now? De Mullen furrowed her brow, while Jeluluos remained silent, standing there waiting for de Mullen's answer. After a long moment, de Mullen stood up from her chair. She walked over to Jeluluos, frowning, and asked, Can you... Jeluluos did not answer directly. He pulled out a box of bullets from his bag, opened it, loaded them into the magazine, chambered a round, and then pointed the gun at the floor, pulling the trigger. Bang! The deafening sound rang in their ears. Jeluluos, unfazed, pulled the bolt back, ejected the round, and then placed the AWM back on the table, saying, So de Mullen, do you want the AWM or not? How did you do that? For the first time, de Mullen's tone showed signs of fluctuation. Do you want it? Tell me. Next month, double the shares for Heart of Africa. De Mullen closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and looked at Jeluluos, saying, Doubling is impossible. I can only give you 10 more at most. And wanting the Heart of Africa is of no use. It's only good for collection. I want to give it to someone. De Mullen frowned, saying, Jeluluos, we cannot communicate with the GDI agents. You must know this. Wait. De Mullen's body suddenly stiffened. She thought of a possibility. Unique possibility that should not exist and would not happen. The hair on Demolin's body stood on end. She looked at Jeheluos, opened her mouth, but ultimately did not have the courage to ask. If she did not ask, then there was still hope for that possibility. If she asked and Jeheluos denied it, then that would truly vanish. However, even if she didn't ask, Jeheluos, who was also familiar with her, had already guessed her thoughts. Thus Jeheluos nodded at him. Instructor? Demolin almost exclaimed. So do you want the AWM or not? Yes. Jeheluos nodded, then took out his phone, opened the chat group. Warden Jeheluos, Chen Ke, Instructor Demolin wants to exchange a AWM for the Heart of Africa. Do you agree? Chen Ke, sure, but how did Demolin end up with you? Warden Jeheluos, the clothes tailored to your size arrived, but Demolin is acting strangely and delivered them personally. Instructor, I'm leaving for now. She wants to buy a few more for her soldiers. I'll see if I can negotiate a better deal with Demolin to get more Heart of Africa. Chen Ke, Red Hawk said. Instructor, can I exchange 2 Hearts of Africa for an AWM? Chen Ke. Okay, I happen to need to go to Zero Dam, so I'll put it in the insurance box of the East Building's manager's office. Jeheluos did not look back at the messages. He put away his phone, removed the magazine from the AWM, loaded it, chambered around, and then handed the gun to Demolin. Demolin, hands trembling slightly, received the AWM, aimed it at the floor, and slowly began to pull the trigger. Bang! Chen Ke and the others were unaware of the happenings inside the tidal prison. He and Gao Jianli were brought to Zhao Qijia's exclusive basement. Zhao Qijia peeked out cautiously, confirming that no one was following before closing the basement door and turned. Manager, why not just put the supplies that Brother Chen collected directly into the club's warehouse? Why come here? Gao Jianli asked, looking at the empty shelves in the basement, puzzled. You don't understand, the club is the club, and our team is our team. Zhao Qijia shook his head, saying this while pulling out 2 keys from his keychain and handing them to Gao Jianli and Chen Ke. These are the keys to the basement, keep them safe. Upon hearing this, Chen Ke paused momentarily with the keys in hand. To be honest, if it weren't for Zhao Qijia's own admission, he would never have imagined that Zhao Qijia's father was the chairman of the club. Is it really appropriate to help him deceive his own father in the club every day? Brother Chen, should we put those supplies here? Gao Jianli asked Chen Ke after putting away the keys. Chen Ke. He nodded helplessly. Tisk, this favor was becoming increasingly difficult to repay. Gao Jianli took out a military radio from his backpack, and after pondering for a moment, handed it to Zhao Qijia. Zhao Qijia. No, you brought it out, so you should put it away yourself. Gao Jianli, no matter how you put it, I'm still your manager. Are you getting a bit carried away? Huh. Not the manager, I just think that this 4-slot red supply doesn't deserve to be placed here, so I thought I'd let you put it in the club's warehouse. Gao Jianli scratched his head, and I noticed that the gaps between the shelves are quite large. They should be for those 6-slot red supplies, right? But he caught a glimpse of Chen Ke from the corner of his eye. Therefore he held back his words. With Chen Ke around, those 4-slot supplies indeed didn't deserve to be placed here. Fine, give me the stuff, and later I'll find a way to use this to get some money from the old man. Zhao Qijia took the military radio. Don't worry, if the old man offers too low a price, he'll sell it on the black market. Chen Ke. Manager, Gao Jianli continued to put the revival respirator on the shelf while chatting. Why are there almost no items on the shelves in your collection room? Did you not put anything here before? Zhao Qijia. And I see the gaps between the shelves are quite wide. They should be for those 6-slot red supplies, right? Why did you only put some quantum storage and experimental data? Huh. And gold blueprints. Manager, do you not like to keep the big red ones here? Oh, manager, you haven't collected any big red ones, have you? Zhao Qijia. Gao Jianli, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Huh. Gao Jianli rolled his eyes. It seemed the manager didn't want to hear some honest words. After taking out the last remaining blade server from his bag and placing it on the shelf, he clapped his hands and was about to say he was done when he suddenly remembered he still had 2 things in his safety box. 2 Tears of the Ocean. One was given to him by Brother Chen. The other was meant for him to hand over to the manager. Oh, right, manager. What? Zhao Qijia glared at Gao Jianli through gritted teeth. The Tears of the Ocean that I just collected are still with me. I'm giving them to you. Gao Jianli extended his right hand, holding the Tears of the Ocean towards Zhao Qijia. Don't always leave them with me. Zhao Qijia. His anger vanished in an instant. What ill intentions could someone have who was thinking of handing him the Tears of the Ocean after successfully completing a dungeon? But he didn't take them. Instead, he shook his head and looked at Chen Ke. Chen Ke, I've told you before, I don't want this Tears of the Ocean. It's not that important to me. Seeing someone drop it with my own eyes is already enough. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Gao Jianli. Gao Jianli, you should put this Tears of the Ocean in. What the hell are you doing? Huh? Gao Jianli blinked, then turned the 2 Tears of the Ocean in his right hand around. What am I doing, manager? That's the Tears of the Ocean. What are you doing with your hand? Are you playing with walnuts? Zhao Qijia felt his blood pressure genuinely rising. For ordinary people, and even those in the council who wouldn't treat the Tears of the Ocean with utmost care, Gao Jianli, on the other hand, was just playing with them. Damn, that's the Tears of the Ocean, which is extremely precious to the entire Great Xia. What if he acts? Extremely precious. Zhao Qijia's thoughts paused for a moment, mainly because he caught another glimpse of Chen Ke. He thought for a moment and felt that Gao Jianli's behavior seemed somewhat reasonable. With Chen Ke around, the tears of the ocean didn't seem so precious to them. How's the feel? Zhao Qijia asked instinctively. Pretty good, Gao Jianli nodded, then extended his hand. Manager, do you want to give it a try, eh? Zhao Qijia thought for a moment, and then silently extended his hand. Let me try playing with them. Oh, Gao Jianli handed over the 2 tears of the ocean. Zhao Qijia took the 2 tears of the ocean with a complex expression, subconsciously moving his fingers. The feel of playing with them was indeed quite nice. After witnessing this scene, Chen Ke thoughtfully spoke up. Manager, why don't you give these 2 things to the old man to play? Zhao Qijia first froze for a moment, then shook his head firmly. What level is he at that he deserves to play with our team's tears of the ocean? Chen Ke. Besides, you collected these. Zhao Qijia reluctantly returned the 2 tears of the ocean to Gao Jianli. I can't take them. Watching Gao Jianli prepare to place the 2 tears of the ocean on the shelf, a hint of contemplation flashed in Chen Ke's eyes. Given that he knew that Gu Heluos and the Raven could communicate, the tears of the ocean didn't seem so precious to him anymore. He could trade these for something else. Of course, this was limited to trading with Zhao Qijia. He still understood the principle of rarity being valuable. So, what could he trade for? His group chat upgrade required him to win the Fire Cup, and he could obtain skills from the boss group. What he could trade for was only to enhance those boss-related items. After a moment of thought, Chen Ke knew what to trade for. He looked at Zhao Qijia. Manager, you previously said that your father has some connections in the council, right? My. Zhao Qijia blinked first, then nodded. Yes, my old man came from the military, and among the high-ranking members of the council there are his war comrades from back in the day. Military. That's even better. Chen Ke looked at Zhao Qijia. Then, manager, I won't give you the tears of the ocean for free. I'll trade you for something. No, let's not talk about trading between us, brothers. Zhao Qijia waved his hand. Just say what you want directly. Chen Ke, I want your old man to prepare a set of training materials for special forces, preferably with videos. Zhao Qijia. In the office of the chairman of the Qijia Club. So you came here to ask Chen Ke for a special forces training plan and training videos. Zhao Jingwo looked at Zhao Qijia and asked. It's not just for Chen Ke. Zhao Qijia shook his head. On the way here, I realized why Chen Ke wanted this thing. On one hand, he wants to prepare for the prison and the Fire Cup. The prison guards there have already shown considerable combat skills. If we follow the old ways, we will definitely suffer great losses. Therefore, he wants a special forces training plan and videos to find methods to deal with those prison guards. Since that's the case, I should also learn. What about the other hand? Zhao Jingwo's tone was calm, but there was a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Seeing his son grow up always made a father feel proud. On the other hand, Zhao Qijia sighed, and then smiled helplessly. He is using this as an excuse to give me a tear of the ocean. He knows that I have never touched a tear of the ocean. At first he wanted to give it to me for free, but I refused. Then he used this seemingly equivalent exchange method, trying to make me feel justified in accepting that tear of the ocean. Zhao Jingwo. A tear of the ocean needs an excuse to be given away. Moreover, one person dares to give it away while the other dares to refuse. What an intriguing combination of words. However, applied to Xiao Deng and Chen Ke, it isn't that surprising. I remember that Chen Ke has only obtained 2 tears of the ocean, one he kept for himself, and one he submitted to the club, Zhao Jingwo said. So he gave you his own. That's not the case. Zhao Qijia shook his head. If that were the case, I definitely wouldn't accept it. Then where did he get it? Oh, he obtained another one. Zhao Jingwo's voice was surprisingly calm. It's normal for Chen Ke to get a tear of the ocean. Zhao Jingwo's calmness made Zhao Qijia's eyebrows twitch slightly. He originally wanted to act casually when mentioning it and see Lao Deng's shocked reaction. But why is Lao Deng not surprised at all? Has he accepted Chen Ke's incredible luck too quickly? Haha, I still don't know you. Zhao Jingwo caught Zhao Qijia's small action and raised an eyebrow. Let me tell you, even if you told me that Chen Ke obtained a tear of the ocean at 0 dam, I wouldn't be surprised. Zhao Qijia pouted. Fiscal right. So Lao Deng, hurry up and get me 3 copies of the training plan and videos. I mean, at least Chen Ke knows to exchange a tear of the ocean for this thing with you. What about you? Zhao Jingwo lowered his head, casting a glance at the 2 poorly packaged and already opened boxes on the table. You want to exchange this for just 2 walnuts with me? When have you ever seen me have a hobby of eating walnuts? If you don't give it to me, I'll go back and ask my mom for it. Here. Zhao Jingwo sighed, then took out his phone. A moment later, the call was connected. Old team leader. Why did you think of calling me? Wait, did Zhao Qijia's little brat cause trouble again? Did he blow up the provincial club? Zhao Qijia. No way, doesn't he have such a bad reputation? Moreover, why does everyone think he would blow up the provincial club? After he was wronged back, then it was clearly his father who wanted to blow up the provincial club. Sigh, if he really blew up the provincial club, I would be relieved. Zhao Jingwo sighed. This kid wants to participate in this year's Fire Cup, so he asked me to get a few copies of the Special Forces training plan and videos. Why is that little brat suddenly so diligent? Old team leader, are you sure he isn't doing something guilty to try and please you? I estimate that he should be innocent. Zhao Jiangwo chuckled. He encountered two pretty good seedlings and wants to give it another shot. That kid must be. Many people have been asking for this thing these days. Just now someone even wanted to ask me if they could join the special forces for temporary training. The person on the other end of the phone also laughed. It seems that these kids are having a tough time. Zhao Jiangwo. Yeah, I heard that the prison guards at Tidal Prison have started learning the 3-3 system for some reason. But according to my little brat's description, those prison guards' 3-3 system looks like a hodgepodge that only knows a little. I've sent you the materials via WeChat, old team leader. Do you need me to give the army a heads up so that the little brat can get some? Let's wait until the little brat asks me for it. Zhao Jiangwo shook his head. All right, I'll hang up. I'll find time. Come on, old team leader, you always say that. But when have you actually come? This time I really have to go, Zhao Jiangwo squinted. There's a club over there that did some unsavory business yesterday, and I've caught them red-handed. This guy knew you were just stopping by to see me. Fine, if you're passing by, then pass by. I'll wait for your call. All right. Zhao Jiangwo nodded, and after hanging up the phone, he opened WeChat and forwarded the compressed packages that had just been sent to him to Zhao Qijia. Thanks, Lao Deng, I'm off. Zhao Qijia stood up, pushed open the door, and suddenly stopped. He turned around and said, by the way, Lao Deng, remember to transfer those compensations that are coming to me. This money has nothing to do with you, don't be greedy. Zhao Jiangwo. He looked at the computer screen displaying sending, and after holding back for a long time, he didn't click cancel. He moved the mouse away, looked at the two boxes on the table, then glanced at the direction Zhao Qijia had left and smiled as he shook his head. This little brat. Fine, at least he knows to send him something. For this little brat, it's not bad that he has developed a habit of eating walnuts starting today. While thinking, he opened the box. Then he stared at the smooth round bead inside the box, which emitted a strange glow. After a moment of shock, he hurriedly opened the other box. Inside the box was another tear of the ocean. Zhao Jiangwo felt his temples starting to throb. Can't this little brat just speak properly? If he's giving him a tear of the ocean, just say he's giving a tear of the ocean and he's saying to eat it. Damn, who in the whole of Daxiao would dare to eat such a rare tear of the ocean? Incredibly rare, it seems. If Chen Ke says so. It's not that rare. Zhao Jiangwo looked at the two tears of the ocean on the table, his mouth agape. So, is there a possibility that the little brat giving him these two tears of the ocean really is to make him eat them? He held the two tears of the ocean in an odd expression, moving his thumb slightly. The texture feels. Captain, I've sent the things to you via WeChat. Zhao Qijia closed the office door. Really, don't you need to ask the old man for a bigger venue and screen, and then you can teach us directly? Chen Ke was taken aback for a moment, then a strange glint flickered in his eyes. He hadn't even spoken to Zhao Qijia yet, and Zhao Qijia had already thought of an excuse for him. However, in a sense, Zhao Qijia was indeed not wrong. What if one day he was backstabbed by the bosses and soldiers he taught himself? That would be disastrous. No need, you should rest first. Chen Ke looked at Zhao Qijia. Didn't you not rest well in the morning? Oh, we can talk about the dungeon in the afternoon. All right. Zhao Qijia did not press. The training methods of the special forces must be different from those of players like them. Chen Ke probably needed to familiarize himself first. Of course, if he were to rest now, he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. Chen Ke had just given him two tears of the ocean, and one was originally meant for Chen Ke to treasure himself. How could he accept it and then go to sleep? Are you even human? Wait, he might as well study this video. Gao Jinli also nodded. He didn't think too much about it. Chen Ke did not rush to answer, but looked at the 50 or so compressed files in WeChat. Each of these compressed files was 4 gigabytes, containing not only written material. Chen Ke did not rush to answer, but looked at the 50 or so compressed files in WeChat. Each of these compressed files was 4 gigabytes, containing not only written materials, but also practical videos. He tried to forward one of the compressed files to the group. Sending failed. This means he still can't send files. That's troublesome. Not to mention those videos, just the written materials alone have several compressed files. If he copies and pastes them one by one, it would take at least a day or two to finish. Wait a minute. It's true that files cannot be transmitted in the group. What if he directly takes these things into the prison? To be precise, first copy them onto a USB drive, then take the USB drive into the prison to find a computer. Let's give it a try. After all, there's no loss. Chen Ke looked at the two of them and said, Gao Jinli just came out of the prison, don't trouble him. I can take a taxi. I'll go back to get some things first, and I'll come back to enter the prison again. I want to see how those prison guards actually operate. All right, call me if you need anything. Zhao Qijia did not suspect him. Be careful on the road, bro. Gao Jinli. Tidal Prison Warden's office. Demolin had calmed down. She looked at Gehellos and said, so is this uniform and mask for the instructor? Yes. Gehellos nodded. That's indeed his style. Demolin said with a strange expression, but you must remind the instructor that even if he wears this outfit, he will not be recognized as part of the Havoc faction by the rules. Gehellos was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Demolin. What? Have your hatred blinded you for so many years that your brain is no longer useful? Demolin. What, isn't the instructor going to wear this outfit to disguise himself as you? Ge Hello sighed lightly at her words. Demolin, have you ever thought that all the prison guards in the prison are the instructor's former subordinates? Do you think they wouldn't recognize the instructor? Or do you think they would really go all out against the instructor? Demolin looked at Ge Hello's with a puzzled expression. Ge Hello's, what exactly are you trying to say? The rules of the prison are ultimately carried out by people. Demolin, is there nothing left in your head but the rules? Demolin was stunned for a few seconds, then her pupils slowly widened. Are you saying that although the rules will make us enemies with the instructor, we can completely find loopholes? Like deliberately using blank shots, or handling other GDI operatives first before dealing with the instructor? Such a simple reasoning, why didn't you figure it out? There was a hint of sadness in Ge Hello's voice. Demolin opened her mouth. I know you just mistakenly believe that everything was the fault of the rules after witnessing the instructor's departure, so you stubbornly want to fight against the rules, break the rules, and stubbornly hold on to the things the instructor left behind back then. But Demolin, you have got it backward. Moreover, you are no longer stubborn, you are obsessed. Ding ding ding. The notification sound of a phone rang in the office. Chen Ke, Ge Hello's. Ge Hello's, you and Crow can know when I enter title prison, right? Ge Hello's took off her gloves and lightly tapped on the keyboard of her phone. Warden Ge Hello's, yes instructor. Chen Ke, all right, I will enter title prison in about 20 minutes. Prepare 2 laptops for me, one that can be decrypted and has a password and another that is for red supplies. Chen Ke, this time I will enter the map solo, and I have a lot of things to bring. The task is urgent. Can you and Crow clear the map in the shortest time? The warden's hand froze for a moment, then he quickly typed. Warden Ge Hello's, understood. Chen Ke, see you in your office later. The warden looked at the information on the screen and smiled. Then he put away his phone and looked at Demolin. The instructor will come later, do you want to see him? Demolin shook her head violently. I have no face to see the instructor right now. Moreover, the prison's rules do not allow me to meet the instructor. She looked at the mask Ge Hello's handed her, stunned. What do you mean? Ge Hello's, put on the mask, change into my uniform, take the arm, follow me, and don't speak. I will teach you how to properly face the rules. Moreover, the instructor said that this time he is entering the map solo. He said. Ge Hello's paused, and then her voice became somewhat fervent. Let us clear the map at the fastest speed. This is what the instructor said in person. 0 Dam East Building Manager's room. Looking at the messages in the group, Said's fists clenched tightly. Boss, the rocket launcher and ammunition are all ready, and the clothes are also prepared. The instructor is really coming later, right? One of the younger brothers looked at Said and asked. Go back and pack your things, come with me to title prison, and let Ge Hello's have a taste. Said's voice squeezed out from between his teeth. Really, boss? Can I bring a few more military explosives? I'll tie this thing to the rocket launcher and shoot it over together. Fake. Said glared at the younger brother in annoyance. The instructor went to find Ge Hello's again. Do you want to blow up the instructor too? Also, why are there only 3 boxes of rockets prepared? Prepare a few more boxes for the instructor. If Ge Hello's sees it, she might think we can't afford rockets. Also, put more African hearts. Stuff them all over the ground and in the safe. Understood, boss. The Strong Club. Gao Qiqiang looked at the 2 team members and said in a deep voice, do you remember the lesson from the recent failed retreat? Zhao Xian nodded vigorously. We mustn't spare bullets against the prison guards, especially when facing. Gao Qiqiang's tone gradually softened. However, you also shouldn't feel too much psychological pressure. After all, no one would expect a machine gunner to be so fast, and that machine gunner didn't even fire but instead used the gun barrel to strike. Captain Leah frowned and said, when I reviewed the footage earlier, I felt that the movements of that machine gunner were somewhat familiar. He seemed just like the Hammer brothers around Crow. Gao Qiqiang sneered. So what if he's a Hammer brother? How many rounds of level 5 bullets can he take? We were wiped out earlier simply because we were caught off guard and in the confusion couldn't aim for that machine gunner's head. I ask you, if you were to face that machine gunner again, would you still be in a panic? No. Zhao Xian and Leah replied in unison. Good. Gao Qiqiang nodded in satisfaction. One last check of the weapons, and then we head to the title prison to reclaim what we lost. Yes. Gao Qiqiang glanced at the 2 team members, confirming that there was no fear on their faces, and a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. As long as they maintain their spirit, everything can be reclaimed. Moreover, they have already figured out the behavioral logic of the prison guards. As long as they are willing to unleash bullets, not to mention machine gunners, even if both machine gunners and flamethrowers come together, they can still drench them with water. Time-space anchor point locked, entering title prison. Remember extortion, search, fall back. Remember, don't spare bullets. Gao Qiqiang turned back to give a final reminder as he prepared to step forward. Then he saw 3 NPCs standing not far from their spawn point. All 3 NPCs wore the same masks and uniforms as the warden. Gao Qiqiang's brain momentarily froze, but muscle memory compelled him to look at the weapons held by the 3. The NPC on the left was holding a dark green AWM with red light reflecting off the scope. The NPC on the right held a revolver in his left hand while tossing a round object into the air with his right. The NPC in the middle stood still with his hands behind his back, quietly watching them. Behind the three NPCs followed a vehicle. It was a remotely controlled infantry fighting vehicle that normally only appeared at the aerospace base. However, this hellish scene was not yet over. Behind the three stood 3 rows, about 15 prison guards. There were machine gunners, flamethrowers, shield soldiers, and snipers. Oh, and a few prison guards wearing level 6 armor and helmets holding M7s. Gao Qiqiang opened his mouth and then smiled in relief. The warden has blocked the spawn point with Crow and the infantry fighting vehicle. What else is there to say? Here you go. This tidal prison will be his doom. After a moment, Crow looked at the 3 boxes in front of him, frowning. Captain, didn't you say the instructor would likely appear here? Garros showed no sign of embarrassment from his miscalculation. Even if he did, the mask concealed his expression. He didn't speak, listened for a moment, then nodded. Tisk, the instructor indeed spawned on EC Island. Crow rolled his eyes. How did you manage to say indeed without any embarrassment? If Kruss, who is currently squatting on EC Island, hasn't fired, then the instructor must be on EC Island. Crow paused, then tilted his head, sounding somewhat doubtful. Kruss. If I remember correctly, before the instructor entered the instance, you specifically asked Kruss which spawn point he wanted to squat at. Kruss said he wanted to squat at the West Watchtower, and then you brought us here and sent Kruss to check EC Island. So, you guessed where the instructor would appear based on that. The warden ignored Crow and raised his hand. Lu Wei, take 2 teams and a machine gunner to clear the unloading area. Yes. Shirley Sherding, take a special forces team to the cafeteria. Tian Yong, take Demulin's infantry fighting vehicle and follow them. Understood. Crow, you and I will clear the personnel in the eastern half. Tisk, understood. Demulin, hold the helicopter evacuation point and the outer sea here. Garros looked at Demulin. Don't spare bullets, use as many as you need. Demulin did not speak or nod, but Garros knew she was consenting. For those without assigned tasks, enter the inner area according to the previously divided teams and be ready to support at any time. Free fire is allowed. Yes. Remember, time is tight. The task is heavy. Garros stood with his hands behind his back. Don't be stingy with bullets. And don't embarrass the instructor. Understood. Kruss looked at the figure with 6 heads and 6 armor in the sniper scope, his expression almost in, no, is this really okay? The captain specifically adjusted him to EC Island. How could he still run into the instructor? He can't dare to fire casually. What if the instructor runs into his bullet? At that time, would he really be thrown into the sea by the captain to feed the sharks? He would right. It has to be right. Kruss gritted his teeth, the veins on his arms bulging as he struggled against the force from the rules that urged him to place the instructor in the crosshairs. In the end, he successfully lifted the gun, pointing it straight at the sky. This way the instructor couldn't possibly run into his bullets, could he? The moment this thought emerged, the tension that had been strung tight in Kruss relaxed. His finger unconsciously pulled the trigger. Bang! After pulling the trigger, Kruss jolted and hurriedly looked at the instructor. Fortunately, the instructor did not move, was not injured, and did not end up in a box. He let out a long sigh of relief. Not far away, Chen Ke watched the sniper's actions, his mouth twitching. No, he stood still on purpose. Oh, why is the sniper still shooting at the sky? The acting could have been a bit more convincing. Oh wait, didn't he tell Garros that there was no need to act? But, combined with the sniper's actions and the information previously given to him by Garros and Crow, does this mean that within the tidal prison, even if the sniper recognizes him, he must still shoot? Going deeper. In the tidal prison, the prison guards must attack players entering as GTI, or they will be punished by the rules, right? Thinking of this, Chen Ke waved at the sniper, then sat down on the spot. He could tell that the sniper had struggled a bit with his earlier actions, so it was better to not bother him too much. Bang, 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 bang. The sudden volley of gunfire surprised Chen Ke for a moment. This gunfire should be from an AWM, but the rate of fire doesn't seem quite right. Why did this AWM have a bump fire stock? He looked in surprise toward the source of the gunfire. Then he saw a burst of red light. Chen Ke. Wait, is Demulin going to use the AWM to block? He really didn't teach that, did he? Listening to the 3 breaths disappearing into the sea, Chen Ke's mind was left with only one thought. Where did Demulin learn such sinister tricks? He really didn't teach this, did he? He only taught Garros about the ambush points, retreat points, the Star Slayer operation, and so on. Well, it seems there's no need for a cut. But, since Demulin can block the sea, can he also block the bridge? He turned back to the group to have Garros ask Demulin. Bang! A gunshot jolted Chen Ke back to reality. He came to his senses, looking at the sniper who still had his gun pointed at the sky. He blinked, took out 2 cans of braised pork from his bag, waved at the sniper, then stood up and tossed them. The cylindrical cans traced an arc in the air, bouncing a few times on the somewhat damp ground before rolling to the sniper, or rather Kluss blinked. He looked at the instructor, who sat down again, and then at the 2 cans at his feet, his nose suddenly feeling a bit sour. He should really be ashamed. The instructor clearly had urgent matters, but still remembered to improve their meals. Moreover, the instructor noticed his previous reluctance and kindly sat down, sparing him the effort of shooting at the sky. But what about him? He had actually turned the instructor into a box himself. Chen couldn't notice the expression on the sniper. The crackling sounds from the prison's inner yard, reminiscent of firecrackers during the new year, gradually made his expression strange. After hearing the continuous gunfire from Demulin's vehicle, Chen Ke finally realized a problem. This matter seemed a bit thoughtless. The suggestions he gave to Garros and the Raven seemed to be just a bit of a trick on the warden and the Raven, with the guards being overly aggressive. This could barely be explained. But now, the warden and the Raven were chasing down people to kill. Moreover, after the Raven finished smoking, the warden headshotting people, and the Raven stuffing the royal supply to them. And what about those people in the cafeteria? For shield soldiers accompanied by 2 machine gunners blocking the cafeteria, while Demulin's vehicle goes in to kill indiscriminately. And what about those 2 AWM rifles covering the extraction point? Once the battle footage spreads, it wouldn't just shock the Provincial Association, it could even alarm the council. He needed to think of a way to explain. Bang 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 bang. Another round of rapid AWM gunfire. Listening to the 3 breaths disappearing underwater, the corner of Chen Ke's mouth twitched. How could he forget about Demulin? Even if he could explain Garros and the guards' matters, what about Demulin? That iconic red reflection and the firing rate of a sniper rifle turned submachine gun, it's not something that would go unnoticed. Hey, wait a minute. Demulin. Chen Ke pondered for a moment, then raised his eyebrows. Right? Demulin. He could guide those unaware people to think of Demulin. Demulin is the security director, and Garros strengthened the prison's security after learning she was coming to inspect it. And this instance just happened to coincide with Demulin's inspection. Hiss. Perfect. An inspection from superiors. Those in the know would understand. After they got out, he would just have Garros tone it down a bit. Just right for Garros to study and learn from the materials he brought. No, that's not safe enough. He cannot successfully evacuate this time. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous. Level 7 ammo evacuation sounds good. After all, he had already successfully evacuated with level 7 ammo once, safe and painless, a very pleasant experience. Thinking of this, Chen Ke raised his head to look at the sniper. Should he take out the goods now and leave? No, not yet. Not yet. He needed to confirm whether those materials could be opened on the computers in the instance. Moreover, he turned his head and glanced at the red reflection on the watchtower. After all, Garros was also preparing to help him deceive a few African hearts from Demulin. Shouldn't he leave Demulin some parting gift? That seems a bit inappropriate. Unfortunately, he only brought 100 rounds of AWM ammo this time, and he wasn't sure if it would be enough. Tap 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 tap. The sudden sound of the signal caused Chen Ke's thoughts to momentarily freeze. Then his expression turned strange again. This signal was made with an ASH-12. In the entire prison, only one person would use an ASH-12. You, a warden, are signaling. Isn't that a bit excessive? In the cafeteria, Tian Yong's face turned red. He finally understood what the phrase "the blush of a youth surpasses all heartbeats" meant. This is too exhilarating. This is the kind of combat style that Hafuku security soldiers should have. The grievances suffered at the aerospace base, whether from the helplessness against GDI operatives or the annoyance of having to clean up the mess at the base every time, all erupted at this moment. He looked at Shirley, his eyes shining brightly. Go. Is there more? Are there any more GDI operatives? Let's go take them down. Just as Shirley was about to respond, he heard the warden's gunfire. Then he shook his head in regret no more. Oh, it's time to meet the instructor. A hint of confusion flashed in Tian Yong's. Yeah, our instructor. Shirley nodded heavily. The previous look of regret had completely vanished, replaced by excitement and anticipation. Tian Yong's emotions gradually calmed down. Listening to the unfamiliar title instructor, although filled with doubt, he did not ask. He would know when it was time for him to know. His Excellency the Warden will personally command the security department to quell the riot and eliminate the Raven's influence. Hearing the female voice from the broadcast, a hint of tension flashed across Shirley's expression. He put away his gun, straightened his collar against the shiny stainless steel table, then pressed down his somewhat messy hair. Confirming that there was nothing inappropriate about his appearance, he closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and took a deep breath. Then he stepped forward with determination. Donghai Island. Chen Ke's expression was hard to maintain. He originally thought it was absurd for the warden, but he didn't expect even more absurdity to follow. The Raven actually brought a military radio and followed the warden to find him. And he even received the hunting Raven operation from that military radio. Is this for real? What was that machine gunner doing? Why was he climbing on the rocks? And how was he wearing that heavy armor while climbing? A rock goat, huh? Just as Chen Ke was about to go find a computer in the inner courtyard, he saw that machine gunner, who had climbed up the rock using very poor acting skills, as he slipped a bit. Then that machine gunner fell directly onto another rock. Boxed. Chen Ke. He closed his eyesight, forcibly suppressing the desire to twitch the corners of his mouth, walked over to the machine gunner, and opened the box. As expected, in the machine gunner's backpack, there was one 6 slot, 3 1 slot. A laptop. and 3 tiers of the ocean. Chen Ke retrieved the laptop from the machine gunner's crate, then casually stuffed both the backpack and the dual pistols he had been carrying into the same crate. He sat down on the stone beside the machine gunner's crate, placed the laptop on his lap, and pressed the power button. Moments later, the screen glowed to life, displaying a prompt. Boot time 8 seconds, faster than 95 of Havoc Corporation users. Chen Ke stared blankly at the message before closing it without expression, then inserted the USB drive into the laptop. New removable storage device detected. Open. Good, it worked. With a crisp snap of his right fingers, Chen Ke steadied the laptop with his left hand and placed his right palm upon the touchscreen. Just as he prepared to proceed, a shadow fell across the keyboard. He looked up and saw Warden Garros extending both hands palms upward, holding a carbon fiber board. A mouse rested atop the carbon fiber board. That was only the beginning. Behind Garros, 2 shield troopers and 1 machine gunner each carried 3 operator crates toward Chen Ke. They first arranged the 3 crates before him in a triangular formation, then stacked the remaining crates neatly into a precise vertical column. The gaps between the operator crates were wide enough for Chen Ke to slip his legs inside. Then Garros placed the carbon fiber board onto the makeshift workstation. Chen Ke paused, then gave a quiet nod. Thanks. He seated himself before the laptop and connected them. Garros said nothing. He simply returned the nod, took 2 deliberate backward steps, and stood rigidly at a respectful distance. Time slipped by, minute after minute, leaving only the intermittent tread of footsteps, the rhythmic crash of waves against blackened reefs, and the soft, steady click of Chen Ke's mouse. After a long while, Raven approached silently behind Garros and murmured, Captain, 10 minutes remain before the instance closes. Shall I go assist the instructor in lowering the gate? Unnecessary, Garros replied, shaking his head. I've already assigned personnel. If the instructor declared an emergency, he would have ensured every contingency was covered. 3 squads stood ready at both the power gate and the evacuation gate. No delay would impede the instructor's departure. Understood, Raven affirmed, then resumed his position behind Garros. Chen Ke remained unaware of their exchange, absorbed instead in verifying whether each copied video file opened correctly. 2 minutes later, he lifted his gaze and exhaled deeply. Both training video sets provided by Elder Zhao had successfully transferred onto the laptop. The first, a 1990 Sarah Special Forces curriculum emphasizing individual tactical proficiency, opened flawlessly. So did the second, a contemporary counterpart integrating overwhelming firepower with advanced battlefield technique. The prison guards' current firepower remained insufficient. For now, they would train using the 1990s curriculum. Chen Ke nodded toward Garros. Garros stepped forward, extended his hand solemnly, and Chen Ke placed both the laptop and carbon fiber board into his open palm. Garros froze, momentarily stunned, then turned his head toward Raven. Raven promptly lifted the laptop and mouse, then set 2 African hearts atop the carbon fiber board before returning it to Chen Ke. Chen Ke paused in thought, then shook his head. I won't take the carbon fiber board or the African hearts this time. Assign someone to retrieve my clothes. I'll return shortly to depart with the sniper. Garros blinked, then tilted his head slightly, offering a sharp formal nod toward Demulin, who had arrived on Donghai Island without warning. Only then did he turn back to Chen Ke. How? His voice cut off mid-sentence. His body locked rigid. Then crimson blood seeped from beneath his mask. Chen Ke rose, walked beside him, and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. We'll speak later. For now, don't speak. Just do as I say. Garros sighed softly, then bowed his head in silent assent. Raven, ever less restrained, instinctively glanced at the AWM slung across Demulin's back upon hearing Chen Ke's words, depart, with the sniper. Demulin, still rummaging through her pack for clothes, paused, blinked once, then without hesitation slid the AWM into Tianyong's arms. Tianyong. He glanced down at the rifle cradled in his arms, then up at the surrounding prison guards, who moments earlier had called him brother, his throat tightening audibly. Though he couldn't recognize this GDI operative hailed as instructor, he knew those guards well, and their stares held raw, ravenous hunger. He raised his eyes, seeking guidance, but met only his superiors retreating back. Oh, and he also saw his superiors standing ramrod straight before the GDI operative, presenting several garments with both hands reverently. He felt quite literally dead. Chen Ke, oblivious to Tianyong's expression, accepted the clothes from Demulin's trembling hands and offered a quiet apology. Sorry, I arrived in haste. No welcome gift this time. Later discuss your needs directly with Garros, weapons, gear, anything. I'll deliver them to him for relay. Chen Ke paused. Actually, better yet, I'll come to the spaceflight base myself. Once you've compiled your list, tell Garros. I'll bring everything personally. Saves you the trip. And these supplies aren't limited to standard equipment or ammunition. The essentials I'm obligated to provide. Most vital are food and consumables. And if you, or your soldiers, have specific cravings, tell Garros. He'll pass them along to me. A faint wind-borne sob seemed to tremble through the salt air. Chen Ke smiled as Garros and Raven drew nearer. You too. Hurry and compile your requisition lists too. What I brought last time is likely nearly depleted. I'll replenish it soon. That's settled. This matter is urgent. I'll detail everything upon return. Chen Ke addressed the 3 commanding officers before him. There's a sniper stationed on Donghai Island, correct? Once I abort the mission, he'll extract me. Last time it was a sniper. Smooth, painless. Quite satisfactory. Confirmed termination of Operation Crow Hunter. Affirmative. Garrow's frame trembled faintly. Then he nodded sharply, snapped his heels together, and brought his gloved hand crisply to his brow. A single synchronized snap echoed across the island. Raven and Demulin, and every prison guard behind them, raised their arms in unison toward Chen Ke. 10 seconds passed. Then Garrows clenched his jaw, lowered his arm with heavy finality, and turned away, refusing, unable to witness his instructor collapsing into a crate before him. None of them wished to watch. So all turned away, except Kruss. Kruss watched his captain, his deputy Demulin, Lu Wei, the Sure brothers, and others. Each averted their gaze. His mouth moved soundlessly. Then with agonizing effort he raised his left arm and centered the instructor's silhouette within the crosshairs of his scope, before shutting his eyes tight, as if sealing fate itself. This single shot would end his life, tenuous, precarious, balanced on a knife's edge, forever. The announcement echoed through the sky of the island. Notice from Tide Prison No. 57I. Detection of hostile forces has confirmed their withdrawal from the combat zone. Please re-establish defenses in all departments. Yet no one moved. Not a single person returned to the temporal hub. They all fixed their gaze on that box. Even Tianyong remained still. Previously he had only heard the term instructor from others, but he did not understand why these prison guards, including Gu Hala and his superior Demurren, showed such respect to this instructor. But now he began to understand. In half, what the higher-ups cared about were only the interests behind the war. They would indeed provide them with equipment, but only some barely usable gear. Moreover, those high-ranking officials never inquired whether they had enough to eat or use. They never asked if there was anything they wished to eat. In the eyes of those higher-ups, they were soldiers, mere tools. Yet in the eyes of that GDI operative, or rather that instructor, they were human. The so-called winning hearts isn't about buying them, but about treating them as people. Tianyong sighed inwardly. Why couldn't that be his instructor? If that were his instructor, he would gladly accept a position among the higher-ups of half. Tianyong suddenly lifted his head. Above the prison, a GTI helicopter appeared out of nowhere. A helicopter emitting black smoke and descending toward the deep sea. Beneath the helicopter, 3 figures were plummeting towards them. What on earth was that? Hadn't all GDI operatives evacuated? How could there still be a GDI helicopter? Demurren reacted faster than Tianyong. She took a few steps forward, grabbed the AWM from Tianyong's arms, expertly chambered around, and then raised her arm, aiming at the sky. Then she saw Gu Halua resting his hand on her gun barrel. Confused, she looked at Gu Halua, who shook his head. Relaxed. Sade is here to find the instructor. Demurren's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, but she lowered her gun. As the security director of HAFT, she indeed had enmity with Sade. However, she knew that it was Reese who had stolen the Mandel bricks from the Queen Hotel. It was also Reese who ignited the war between the company and Asala. She and Sade were merely 2 ordinary individuals caught up in this war. Moreover, Sade was here to find the instructor. She holstered her gun, raising her right fist halfway into the air. Behind her, the originally alert Tianyong and other company soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, but still complied with Demurren's command and lowered their weapons. The 3 figures crashed to the ground, and moments later they emerged unscathed from the rising dust. Oh, so many people. Sade's hoarse voice emerged from under the red mask as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. You all waited here for... The instructor just left, Gu Halua replied calmly. Sade's hand, which was brushing off the dust, paused. What do you mean? Literally, the Raven standing behind Gu Halua said with a complex expression as he looked at Sade. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. HAFT does not welcome you. Demurren stepped to the other side of Gu Halua, her voice cold. For the sake of you coming to find the instructor, I'll pretend I didn't see you today. Sade slowly retracted his arm, which was frozen in midair, and looked at the 3 people in front of him, sneering. What if... His subordinate silently bent down and pulled a rocket launcher from the box. The prison guards behind Gu Halua also raised their weapons. The previously calm atmosphere suddenly turned tense. Sade and the 3 from Gu Halua did not rush to draw their guns. They stood there quietly, watching each other. Although the distance between the 4 was quite close, an invisible line separated them. Originally, they would never cross that line in their lifetime. But now something had changed. On that line, there was an operative box. The box belonging to Chen Ke. Gu Halua caught a glimpse of the box from the corner of his eye, then sighed. Sade, the instructor just brought us some information. You can take the USB drive. Sade froze for a moment, and a strange expression flickered in his eyes behind the mask. It vanished too quickly for Gu Halua to determine whether it was grievance or some other emotion. Then he saw Sade's momentum completely dissipate. It crumbled like the first time he met Sade. At that time, Sade was not wearing a mask, nor did he possess the current aura. Back then, Sade was merely a pitiful person who had nothing left except for a strong backbone. Just like him back then. He heard Sade sigh. Forget it, Gu Halua. You're still so uninteresting. Since it was sent by the instructor, I'll take it. However, I won't take it for free. These rocket launchers were originally meant for the instructor. If he's gone, then they are yours. After saying that, Sade waved his hand at his subordinate. Once his subordinate brought the boxes filled with rocket launchers before him, he looked at the computer on the island. The USB drive is there, right? Yes. Good. Sade nodded, walking toward the computer, while continuously saying, Demurin, don't misunderstand. These rocket launchers are my token of gratitude to Guhalo, not for you. The matter of half-burning Asala to ashes is not over. I believe you wouldn't go plead with the instructor on this matter, would you? Not over. Demurin chuckled coldly. You conspired with GDI to destroy the company's Skynet system, and now you're blaming the company for this. Sade, I return that sentence to you. You wouldn't go plead with the instructor over this, would you? Ha, after all these years you've truly become obsessed. Sade sneered. Asala colluding with GDI. Such a clumsy excuse, and you dare speak it. Moreover, when I say Skynet, you say forest fire. How you really only have the company on your mind. You're the one being sophistical. Sade Demurin remained unfazed, her tone still icy. Only one piece of the company's Mandel bricks went missing, and it was stolen by your Asala. If you hadn't secretly colluded with GTI, how could they utilize the technology of Mandel bricks to infiltrate the company's rockets and destroy the company's Skynet? If the company's Skynet hadn't been destroyed, how could those satellites have fallen? How could Asala have ignited a forest fire? Ultimately, this fire is self-inflicted by you. Sade halted. He blinked, then slowly turned his head and stared directly at Demurin. What did you just say? No, forget it, I don't believe you. He shook his head, then looked at Guhalo. Demurin, what you said earlier, is it true? The forest fire in Asala was caused by the falling satellites. The infiltration of those rockets leading to the satellites' fall was facilitated by the technology of the Mandel bricks. Guhalo looked at Sade, and upon confirming that the confusion in Sade's eyes was not feigned, he spoke coldly. What, you all destroyed Asala, which was about to be revitalized, and now you dare not admit it. Sade opened his mouth, his already hoarse voice now filled with the grit of the wind. That Mandel brick, the one that was stolen at the Queen Hotel, has always been in Rice's possession. GDI did indeed attempt to seize the Mandel brick from Rice, but several attempts all failed. Guhalo Demurin. Chaoshi prison. The warden's office. Tian Yong stood outside the door, his face clouded with confusion. From the earlier exchange, he had only grasped the broad outline. So all these years of conflict between the company and Asala were Lace's fault. Then, will they keep fighting? Demulin no longer found the question worth agonizing over. She had assumed the explosion at the Hangtian City opening ceremony that nearly killed her daughter had been the work of Sayayide. But when she reconciled the accounts, things no longer fit. According to Sayayide, very few Hafuk armed men had been at that press event, and most of those present were invited journalists and innocent civilians. Sayayide would never spare any of the former, but he would not harm the latter. Why did she trust Sayayide when he said? Because Sayayide said it had been taught to him by the instructor. That raised the question, who then had carried out the explosion, the attack, called the Blue Spark? Who had done it? It was maddeningly hard to guess. Right, Lacey? Duya, having watched the spectacle, laughed with a deranged edge. I say, shouldn't you Hafuk thank my uncle Yusef and his right-hand man Lacey? If not for that blast, Demulin might still be nothing more than an astronaut devoted to peace. You did well, Sayayide. Betrayed the royal family, handed me over to Hafuk, and then you all pull these brainless stunts. Sayayide was taken aback for a moment, then tilted his head toward Duya. When did I betray the royal family? Duya's smile widened in a grotesque arc like a clown's smeared with red paint. When you and Asala spread rumors that I colluded with Hafuk. When you captured me and threw me into Chaoshi prison. When you exiled my father and overthrew the Asala, all of those things, weren't they done by you and your Asala guards? Sayayide replied calmly. I joined the Asala guard after Yusef came to power. If the acts you accuse were indeed carried out by the guard, I will acknowledge that. But I will not admit to betraying the royal family. Duya's crooked smile froze. When did you join the Asala guard? Sayayide lifted his chin toward the door. After Yusef took power. Shall I call Hassan in to testify? Who? Duya's voice shot up, almost cracking. Yisamir Hassan. Remember the little fellow who once took the codename Iron Rain and was teased by me and the instructor for half a month? Duya snapped to his feet, hands braced on the desk, leaning over Sayayide with eyes fixed like daggers. Why is he serving under you? Sayayide raised his head and met the towering Duya without fear. You are truly mad. The soldiers the instructor entrusted to me. If they do not follow me, would they follow you? What? Are you saying all those Asala guard soldiers under you are veterans of the old Chishao squad? Duya's manic voice turned hoarse. Then why do you act in the name of the Asala guard? Sayayide's mouth twisted with a hint of mockery. Have you forgotten about having a legitimate cause? The instructor taught you the very line label, first pick a side later. Duya stiffened for a moment, then the strength drained from his body. He sank back into his chair, the light in his eyes. What had sustained him until now, beyond caring for the pitiable Jehalushi to keep him from going entirely mad, was the hatred of being betrayed by the Asala guard. Now the instructor had returned. Jehalushi would not descend into madness. The hatred toward the Asala guard and toward Sayayide turned out to be a misunderstanding. More importantly, everyone else in the room was more useful to the instructor than Duya. In terms of tactical acumen, neither Jehalushi nor Sayayide was inferior to him. In terms of equipment and forces, Demulin, who had infiltrated Hafuk and become its security director, held resources he could not imagine. It seemed the instructor no longer needed him. If so, what meaning remained in his life, his ruined life? He raised a hand and touched the scar on his face, then glanced at the grenade he had placed on the table. Though the instructor had amnesia, now he would one day recover his memory. He did not want this broken version of himself, this ruined man, to be equated with the person the instructor once knew as Calamo. He felt the cylinder of his revolver at his waist, and a small smile tugged at his mouth. After this meeting, his life. Jehalushi's cold voice interrupted his thought. Are you not going to take revenge on Lacey? Do ya? Or rather, Calamo looked up and met Jehalushi's gaze, bewildered. I ask again, are you not going to take revenge on Lacey? Or are you prepared to let this go? Jehalushi stared at Duya, his voice still icy. Duya blinked, the stalled cogs of his mind kicking into motion. Yes, he still wanted revenge. To avenge the Asala guard's past slander and backstabbing. That man's name is Lacey, right? The dull light in Duya's eyes flared again. Jehalushi released a barely perceptible breath, and then turned to Demulin. Demulin, you also intend to take revenge on Lacey, correct? Correct, Demulin answered without hesitation. Then I have a suggestion, Jehalushi said. Say I'd go prepare a map. Lacey habitually quarters at the Queen's Hotel in Chonggong Valley. Ooh, I need the layout. Say I'd frowned. A map alone will not suffice. Asala's terrain and Hafuk's are completely different. If you rush into Asala unprepared, you will suffer greatly. I suggest you find an excuse, each bring a few trusted soldiers, and come train with me in Asala. An excuse already exists, Demulin interjected. Hadizan plans to seize power from Hudson. Under his orders, the company defenses near Chonggong Valley have been breached at several points. He intends to use that to relocate my trusted men. My visit was meant to study how you defend against GDI operatives in order to gain the upper hand when confronting Hadizan's forces in the future. Now I can use this opportunity to go to Asala proper. Besides, Leo recently reported that at Hadizan's behest, he plans to leak the Eastern Energy Pipeline's defense plans and the dispatch code for Mandelbrick Node 3 to Lacey. If Lacey is eliminated, Hadizan loses another trump card. Very well. Jehalushi nodded, then looked at Duya, who had his hand raised. You speak. I can break out my men, Duya said to Jehalushi. That way not only can I follow Sayayide, but you can use the excuse of pursuing me to accompany us. Jehalushi considered, and then approved. Coincidentally, the instructor sent new training footage. Sayayide will go with you to practice at Dam Zero. Any objections? Sayayide was silent for a moment, then shook his head. The soldiers at Dam Zero are all former Chishao squad members. They will be fine. But beyond Dam Zero. Once we leave Dam Zero, it becomes a feud between the Asala Guard and the Hafuk Company. Demulin snorted. Can you ensure your soldiers will not harass the civilians at Dam Zero? Sayayide asked. Duya and I will only bring members of our old squad. Jehalushi turned to Demulin. Demulin. Huh. Don't act as if the instructor left me no troops himself. Then Sayayide's concern is no longer a concern. Jehalushi nodded. Although I bear no personal grudge against Lacey, I do not object to settling accounts on behalf of Hafuk against him. Shall we depart now, eh? I have a question, Sayayide said to Jehalushi. Jehalushi, has the instructor agreed to? Jehalushi fell silent for a moment, took out his phone, and said, Wait, I'll ask. Warden Jehalushi, Chen Ke, Instructor Duya, Demulin, and I intend to bring a few trusted men to follow Sayayide to Dam Zero. Is that acceptable? Chen Ke, what do you mean follow Sayayide to Dam Zero? Why would Sayayide come to Chaoshi prison? Oh, Chishao hunting, right? Understood. Chen Ke, it is possible, but can you simply go as you please? Warden Jehalushi, Duya plans to break out. I intend to recapture him. As for Demulin, Lacey has recently caused trouble for the company in Chonggong Valley. She can use that as her pretext. Chen Ke, he had been curious what these three bosses were up to, tagging along with Sayayide to Dam Zero. Seeing Lacey's name made everything clear. So Jehalushi and Sayayide had reconciled. Huh. In that Blue Planet game, Sayayide and Jehalushi would never have sat down to reconcile. But now, he could only hope Lacey was unharmed. Chen Ke, so are you all going to look for Lacey? Warden Jehalushi, yes. Also, Instructor, this is not for private vendettas. Warden Jehalushi, Demulin has a mole in Hadizan's circle who reported that Hadizan plans to have Lacey trouble her. Eliminating Lacey early would both avenge the company and remove a card from Hadizan's hand. Warden Jehalushi, over the years Hadizan's paranoia has grown even greater than Demulin's. We cannot be sure he still recognizes you as Instructor. Therefore we think it best that Demulin remain at the spaceport. Chen Ke, wait, what do you mean Hadizan may no longer recognize you as Instructor? Is that right? So all the Delta bosses except Lacey see him as the Instructor. Oh, and there's the Doctor as well. If the Doctor also treats him as Instructor, could that mean he can call in the Doctor's Blue Eagle helicopter? Chen Ke's eyebrows rose and his fingers hovered over the phone to ask Bakes' doctor whether he too considered the man an Instructor. But the next second Chen Ke noticed the three characters he had earlier overlooked: Liho, the Liho, whom Demulin had planted at Hades's side. In S9 Season's 3-3 Mission 1 task sent players to Dam Zero's paid evacuation site to watch a neural recording, essentially to witness a funeral. The funeral of Lihazuo attended by every GDI operative. Not only GDI operatives, the warden was there too. Yes, the warden. Lihazuo or Xinbiao was the warden's sworn friend. If Jialushi calls him the instructor, then Lihazuo must shoulder duties beyond leading Jialushi into traps. For instance, bringing Jialushi food, for instance, rescuing Xinbiao. From Jialushi's messages, Lihazuo had not yet tipped off Lacey. That means he had not been done in by Hadesen. Chen Ke frowned, typed a long message into the chat, then thought better of it, and deleted everything. Hadesen might also consider him an instructor. Such a boss, so useful, might as well rescue him while they're at it. Never mind Hadesen planning to kill Xinbiao, I'll pin that blame on Lacey instead. Chen Ke Jialushi tell Demulin that before her Liazo informs Lacey to notify you first. Then you will go with him to find Lacey. Warden Jialushi understood. Warden Jialushi, instructor, are you worried Lacey will harm Demulin's mole? That is something Lacey could very well do. Rest assured, I will have soldiers protect that mole. Chen Ke not just protect, go with him. You and that person should go together to find Lacey. The chat went quiet for a moment before messages resumed. Warden Jialushi understood. That mole is your student, yes. Instructor, I will protect them. Chen Ke, I do not know that person, but Jialushi you do. Warden Jialushi. Instructor, I have never heard the codename Liazo. I have no mole by that name at Demulin's side. Are you mistaken? Chen Ke, have you heard the codename Xinbiao? Warden Jialushi. Warden Jialushi, instructor, are you saying that Liazo is Tongni? Chen Ke, whether yes or no wouldn't a meeting make it clear? Warden Jialushi, instructor, you mean Lacey intends to kill Tongni? Warden Jialushi, we will depart now for Dam Zero. Watching the chat quiet down, Chen Ke's mouth twitched in a small smile. Most of Delta's bosses were complicated antagonists. Except Lacey. In Asala, a land of ceaseless conflict where a bottle of water might cost 1,000 or 2 and a pack of instant noodles nearly 10,000, Lacey was plump and well-fed. He wore a heavy gold watch on his left wrist and frog-shaped sunglasses on his face. Though both he and Sayide led the Asala Guard, their temperaments were utterly different. If Sayide saw a civilian pushing a cart full of goods, Sayide would step forward and help push. If Lacey saw the same, he would roar, how dare you push Lacey's cart, and fill it with Lacey's goods. Such rebellious scum must be arrested and sold as slaves to Hafuk. Who could feel sympathy for such a creature? Even finely minced topping would be too coarse. Chen Ke thought that if these bosses wanted to trouble Lacey, he should lend a hand. He could find an excuse to inspect Dam Zero and teach them how to proceed. Also, hadn't Demulin brought the Grey Mako units into the prison earlier? He could not let that unmanned vehicle fight. It was time for coordinated action. Chen stopped dithering. The manager said, I'll take you to Dam Zero to clear your head. He claimed to be the dam's king. Just leave Dam Zero to him. Gao Jinli pushed the door open at some point and looked at Chen Ke. Chen Ke, the dam's king. At the edge of the reed marsh by the No. Zero Dam, a seemingly ordinary man dressed in plain clothes stood up from a somewhat dilapidated small wooden boat. He raised his fishing rod with his right hand and gently tugged on the fishing line with his left before casting it softly into the water. With a splash, the bait sank into the water. Just as he was about to sit down, he heard a voice behind him say, fellow villager, are you fishing here? A hint of helplessness flashed across the man's face. To think he would encounter these Asala thugs while trying to fish. It seems that the Rolex he had just taken from the visitor center was not going to be safe. The watch hadn't even warmed on his wrist yet. He silently cursed in his heart, then put on a sincere smile, and turned to the soldier, saying, Sir, how may I assist you? The soldier's face flushed for a moment, then he quickly waved his hand. Hey, don't call me sir. There are no lords at the No. Zero Dam. I just wanted to let you know that if you're going to fish, it's better to go to the other side of the river. It's not very safe here, and you could easily end up in a combat zone. If you get hit by a stray bullet, it won't be good. Hearing this, the man's expression froze for a moment. Once he confirmed that the person speaking was indeed wearing a Asala Guard attire, tension shot through his mind. Years of spy instincts had taught him never to believe in coincidences, especially not in things that defied common sense. Although he had never infiltrated the No. Zero Dam, he was a regular at Changong Valley. He understood that soldiers of the Asala Guard were a bunch who valued money above all and regarded human life as worthless. Why would such a thug say something like this to him? So, was his cover blown? Was this Asala soldier here to delay him? The man's right hand instinctively dropped to his waist, and his gaze began to scan the surroundings rapidly. However, the look of confusion in his eyes deepened. To his right on the small road outside the backup substation's wall, 2 soldiers were still patrolling leisurely. To his left, a few soldiers stood in the shade of a tree chatting and laughing next to a casually piled stack of containers. This was not unusual, right? If his cover was truly blown, given the military training of the Asala Guard, they would have rushed in by now. There was no way they could remain so calm. A few soldiers, hearing the voice of the soldier in front of him, glanced over with curiosity, exchanged a few looks, and then waved their hands at the soldier, returning their attention elsewhere. This behavior only convinced the man further that these soldiers were not here for him. Could it be? He was overthinking it. Well, you seem skeptical. The soldier's voice interrupted his thoughts. Forget it. It's hard to reason with a stubborn ghost. If you want to stay here, then if a fight really breaks out, don't blame anyone. He saw the soldier sigh, shake his head, and turn to leave. Hey, sir. Officer, the man said with a flattering expression, rolling up his sleeves as he approached. It's not that I don't want to leave, but I just got this cozy spot, and I feel a bit reluctant to leave. An officer, this place seems quite peaceful, right? Would a fight really break out? The soldier came back to his senses, initially looking at the man, but just as he was about to speak, he noticed the shiny Rolex on the man's wrist. He furrowed his brow slightly, then tilted his chin towards the man's wrist, saying, "You're a visitor in Asala, right? Let me give you some advice. Don't flaunt that thing around here. That watch could buy you several lives outside." Oh. The man's expression turned frantic as he hurriedly lowered his rolled-up sleeve to cover the Rolex that he had intentionally exposed to the soldier. At the same time, his mind began to race. When he walked over earlier, he had deliberately adjusted his posture to ensure that the Rolex on his wrist was visible to the two soldiers patrolling outside the wall and some soldiers under the tree. However, those soldiers, just like the person in front of him, showed no interest in the Rolex on his wrist. The soldiers were different from the information he had, and also different from what he had seen in Changong Valley. Coupled with that soldier's earlier remark about outside, was it possible that the soldiers of the Asala Guard inside the No. 0 dam and those outside were not part of the same unit? Officer, what did you mean by outside just now? The man asked, a puzzled expression on his honest face. Isn't the No. 0 dam part of Asala? You mean to say that the No. 0 dam is different from other places in Asala? Of course it's different. The soldier proudly lifted his head. The No. 0 dam is. All right, no need to continue pretending for him. We've reached the cement plant. A somewhat distorted voice suddenly came from the soldier's pocket. The soldier was initially stunned, then took out an old black flip phone from his pocket, saying, "Received, boss." The man, what does it mean? To pretend with him? Damn it, when did the military training of the Asala Guard become this advanced? His honest expression immediately vanished, and his entire body lunged into the reed Marsh's right hand, quickly drawing the handgun that had been concealed beneath his clothing. However, before he could disengage the safety, he noticed the laser beam on the back of his hand. He froze for a moment, then fell into the soft mud of the reed marsh, and awkwardly stood up, raising his hands high. "I'm really just a tourist with no ill intentions, and I mean no harm to you. Moreover, I know the captain of your guard, Sade. Stop lying." A voice that the man found exceedingly familiar rang out from his left. He turned abruptly, and upon seeing the white mask, his pupils instantly widened, and his facial muscles uncontrollably twitched. "Guhua Luosi. How did you know I was here?" "I told him." A voice that sounded somewhat electronic came from behind. "Guhua Luosi." The man, or rather the beacon, looked at the speaker, and the corners of his mouth twitched again. "Director. Long time no see." I and Demulin looked at the man and paused. "Or should I call you Beacon?" "Beacon." He glanced at Demulin and Guhua Luosi, then at the well-equipped Hafiak soldiers following them, closed his eyes, and sighed in resignation. There are indeed moles in the upper echelons of GDI. Forget it, this is none of my business. Guhua Luosi, for the sake of our past, grant me a swift end. "Ha, I thought you had already figured this out long ago." Guhua Luosi looked at Beacon, but after all this time apart, this is what you want to say? What else should I say? Beacon looked at Guhua Luosi. "Should I tell you that you shouldn't serve Hafiak? Or should we reminisce?" "Guhua Luosi, we know each other too well. There's no need to waste time on these insincere theatrics." He paused and glanced at the reed marsh. "If possible, just take me away from here. This environment is quite pleasant and suitable for my eternal rest. Please note that hostile forces will invade the No. 0 dam in 30 minutes. All departments, please be prepared for defense." The broadcast suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. "Enough chit-chat." Sade, wearing a red mask, walked up to the group. "Since the instructor instructed us to drill here, the rules here no longer apply to me. I learned a lot from the suggestions the instructor gave to Guhua Luosi in the group." Demulin, Guhua Luosi, do you want to participate in this defense? Of course. Demulin nodded. "Those GDI operatives are excellent practical targets. What about you?" Sade looked at Guhua Luosi and the Raven, who had appeared behind Guhua Luosi at some point. "Let's do it together." Guhua Luosi nodded. "Raven, come up with an excuse to smoothly involve us in the No. 0 dam. Just you only think of me now." Raven smirked, then looked at Sade. "Sade, pull out the soldiers stationed in the vault. I want to set off an explosion there, and conveniently give the GDI operatives a task to lure them to the vault." Sade frowned at Raven. "You already thought of an excuse this quickly?" Raven did not respond. He intended to stare back fearlessly, but recalling that he had been backstabbed by the Asala Guard, which had nothing to do with Sade, he hesitantly averted his gaze. "He'll settle this with you later," Sade muttered, then turned to Demulin. "Demulin, you and your sniper follow me. He'll find you a vantage point." "All right." Demulin nodded. "Raven, after you set up the explosives and tasks, go to the administration building. He'll guard the east building, and you guard the west building. Sounds like fun. Raven's lips curled up. Gu Huoluo Si take the soldiers to familiarize themselves with the environment and terrain. Sure. After Gu Huoluo Si finished speaking, he looked at the man by the shore. Beacon stopped dawdling, and the man by the shore finally came back to his senses, turning his head slowly and stiffly. Gu Huoluo Si, what did that broadcast just mean? What do you mean by GDI operatives? After the invasion, you'll understand. In the Qijia Club, Zhao Qijia handed Chen Ke a set of level 5 armor, while saying, Chen Ke, there's no need to be the no. Zero Dam map is the simplest among all maps. On this map, as long as you want to retreat, you definitely can. Even if things change, it will still just be the no. Zero Dam. Zhao Qijia smiled confidently. Let me put it this way, even if you just give me a G3, I can walk sideways in the no. Zero Dam. The only thing you need to be slightly cautious about at the no. Zero Dam is Sade, and the sniper on the dam. But that's only a slight caution. Sade's strength can't compare at all to Gu Huoluo Si. You don't even need to step in for this boss. He'll show you how to deal with Sade without taking damage. As for the sniper on the dam, don't forget we can dual wield level 5 sets. Oh, what's so scary about a little dam top sniper? Exactly. Gao Jinli nodded vigorously. If there's really a dam top sniper, let the manager draw the line for us, and he'll take Chen Ke to confront them. Heaton. Zhao Qijia. Gao Jinli, if you don't know how to talk, just shut up. Gao Jinli. Didn't the manager say he would draw the line for us? Climb. Chen Ke watched the two, bickering, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. Good thing I didn't teach the old lady how to deal with the dam top sniper. But what kind of physique is this? Every time he teaches a boss a trick, the boss turns around and uses it on him. Is this right? Forget it, consider it an early familiarization. In the Funghua Cup competition, he would definitely encounter these bosses. At that time, he couldn't let outsiders realize that he had a connection with the boss. Also, since the boss already calls him instructor, he as an instructor should not be outdone by his students, right? Alright, stop thinking about what happened in the prison earlier. Zhao Qijia's voice interrupted Chen Ke's thoughts. He looked at Chen Ke. If you run into prison guards blocking the spawn point, especially those superhuman guards from the prison, no one can do anything. You were lucky. Not long ago, the Provincial Association released a video, and the person in that video was he ran into 3 NPCs dressed as prison wardens, and they were likely 3 bosses dressed as prison warden. In that situation, even if the council members arrived, they would have no way to deal with it. Let's go, you come with me to the no. Zero Dam, and you'll see what level those normal NPCs are at. Really, you can kill randomly with your eyes closed. Chen Ke. Sure. Entering the no. Zero Dam, time space anchor point locked. You have entered the no. Zero Dam, remember extortion blackmail. If you fall, retreat. Is the spawn point a card steal? Zhao Qijia surveyed the surroundings, then grabbed his gun and headed directly for the outer door of the cement factory office. Chen Ke, Gao Jinli, come with me. Card stealing, or rather, there's a formulaic way to play the number 1 position in the cement factory's pipeline. As he ran, he raised his hand, pointing towards a gap in the cement factory's wall. First, let's take a look at the iron frame to see if any rocket soldiers have spawned. If no rocket soldiers have spawned, it means a group of people has spawned in front of dormitory 201 of the cement factory. If rocket soldiers have spawned, it indicates either the exile position or the pipeline is spawning. This is the spot. Zhao Qijia stopped by the wall, then raised his arm, pointing at the high iron frame. Do you see that iron frame? It's the one with a military green weapon box on it. That iron frame is the number 2 employee passage of the no. Zero Dam. Remember, never search that weapon box, nor the special forces box on that frame, otherwise you won't know where you got hit. Oh, okay. Since there are rocket soldiers on that frame, it means no one is spawned inside the cement factory, so it must be the pipeline or the exile position. Zhao Qijia's words abruptly halted. How did a white light cluster reflecting from a sniper scope appear on that rocket soldier? What? How could a sniper soldier spawn on the iron frame? And it's a sniper soldier wearing Hayfic clothing. Beside the weapon box, upon seeing the face in the scope, Cruis let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was. He thought to himself that his luck couldn't be this bad. Cruis steadied his breath, placed the crosshairs on the agent's head, and pulled the trigger. Bang! However, just as Cruis pulled the trigger, the agent, who had been frozen in place, was yanked back by someone. This pull caused the bullet, which should have hit his head, to smash into his arm. Seeing this, Cruis showed no change in expression. He grabbed his gun and took a few running steps before leaping onto the high platform beside him. As the only sniper at the cement factory's vantage point, he had to change his position once his location was exposed. Moments later, he stepped onto the cement bag across from the aviation box, rested his gun on the white metal sheet, and crouched down, aiming the scope at the center of the wall's gap. This way, regardless of whether someone peeked from the other side, he could pull the trigger instantly. This is what is meant by aiming in the middle and checking both sides. After a moment, the people outside the wall finally couldn't hold back. The person he had just shot must have already prepared. He saw someone peeking their head near the gap. At the same time, another agent also poked their head out from the other side of. If it were an ordinary person, facing these 2 gun lines would certainly be daunting. But Cruis was no ordinary person. Moreover, after changing positions, the enemy was in the open while he was concealed. He also had the advantage of a first strike. Cruis' shoulder twitched as he swiftly aligned the crosshairs on the face revealed next to the gap. Then he moved the crosshairs away with even greater speed. He recognized that face. In prison when he first sent off the instructor, the owner of that face had been right behind the instructor. If that person was here, does that mean the instructor is also here? Watching the two agents who had been peeking for a while, without finding him, a hint of bitterness crept across Cruis' face. With that reaction speed, if there hadn't been a third person, he would have undoubtedly avoided his shot just now. This means the person who pulled that agent back was most likely the instructor. Cruis was on the verge of tears. Why of all places did he have to run into the instructor at Zero Dam? Was his luck really this bad? Feeling aggrieved, he cast a glance at the two agents, then straightened up, exposing his entire upper body to their light, and those two finally noticed him. Accompanied by the urgent voice of Mr. M7, Cruis felt a sense of relief. Outside the wall, watching the fallen NPC, Gao Jinli put away his gun and looked at Zhao Qijia. Manager, didn't you say you were the king of Zero Dam? If it weren't for Chen Ke pulling you back just now, you would have already fallen. Zhao Qijia rolled his eyes at Gao Jinli, then grumbled, are these NPCs trying to destroy Zero Dam? This sniper using an AWM is one thing, but can he really shoot and change positions that quickly? How have they become? Manager, you just said that only 3 teams will appear on each side of Zero Dam, right? Chen Ke without any guilt shifted the topic. This isn't something he taught. At most it counts as Sai Yid's self-taught knowledge. Yes, Zhao Qijia nodded, then checked his gun again. Aside from the first position of the west building, there's one team at the western spawn point. Normally we should quickly deal with this rocket soldier, and then look to the left. Zhao Qijia pointed toward the left road. If the pipes or cement factory construction site spawn people, we can see their movements from this position. If we see anyone, we can enter through this gap and cover that dog hole on the left. But now, it's a bit late. Gao Jinli, you follow me and take some shots first. The team in the dog hole might be countering us. Chen Ke, you help. No need. Chen Ke tilted his head as if listening to something. After a moment, he looked at the two. The other team is spawning in the pipes, and they're running toward the military camp. It seems they're not planning to come over. Zhao Qijia. He blinked in confusion and then turned his gaze toward the military camp. How did Chen Ke know there hadn't been any gunfire from the direction of the pipes? Just as this thought popped into Zhao Qijia's mind, he heard a flurry of gunfire from the direction of the pipes. Then the confusion in his eyes deepened. This gunfire. Didn't it sound a bit strange? He couldn't even tell what gun. It sounded like a machine gun, but the firing rate was much faster than an ordinary machine gun. Why did it resemble the sound of an old tank at the aerospace base? Once this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Qijia let out a self-deprecating laugh. How could Zero Dam possibly spawn an old lattice tank? He must have misheard. Manager, since there's no one left, can you take me around the cement factory? Chen Ke looked at Zhao Qijia. I heard people say there's a lot of places in Zero Dam that can ambush people. Let's not end up flipping the card in the gutter later. It's a lie. Mainly Chen Ke wasn't sure if the spots he remembered from his recollection would work in this world. If they work, he would teach Saida later. Putting the sniper on the high platform by the weapon box was a bit too exposed. Zhao Qijia regained his focus and nodded. Exactly. The saying about Zero Dam being full of ambushes is not without basis. Not to mention anything else, just this cement factory has a plethora of spots. Take the office of the cement factory beside us, for instance. The saying about Zero Dam being full of ambushes is not without basis. Not to mention anything else, just this cement factory has a plethora of spots. Take the office of the cement. However, since the other team spawned in the pipes, there should be no one at the cement factory. Perfect, I'll demonstrate for you. Listen to how loud this sound is. Zhao Qijia stood in front of the door, then put away his gun, lifted his right leg, and kicked forward fiercely. The noise comparable to the sound of gunfire rang in the ears of the few. Then Zhao Qijia withdrew his foot. If you're going to kick the door, make sure to kick it sideways. Because there might be some old enemies spawning here. Also, Zhao Qijia walked into the room. If you have the access card for the cement factory office, when you use it, be sure to close the other door. Otherwise, you'll get shot by the old enemies on the blue container outside. He spoke while opening the door on the other side, then raised his arm to point at the wall. See right there. Chen Ke nodded. He knew this spot. The blue container outside can cover the cement factory office and also the several outdoor supply boxes on the Silk Road. He would later have Saida arrange for the sniper on the high platform to be placed here. Aside from this, the cement factory has another place where old enemies can easily hide. Zhao Qijia paused. No, strictly speaking, that isn't the cement factory. Chen Ke, you know there's a green truck on the road west of the cement factory construction site, right? I know. Old enemies can spawn there too. However, those old enemies will only spawn one type of person. Zhao Qijia raised his hand to point at the high platform. There's an aviation box up there. You know, right? I know. Chen Ke nodded. He knew which spot Zhao Qijia was referring to. If someone was searching the aviation box on the high platform and didn't crouch down, they would be shot in the head by someone lying on the truck. This spot he would also have Saida arrange later. Zhao Qijia's next words indeed aligned with Chen Ke's expectations. Remember, when searching that aviation box, you must crouch down. Manager, how do you remember so many spots? Gao Jinli interjected. Teach me, okay. There are many spots I still haven't memorized. Zhao Qijia. With so many spots, if he relied solely on memorization, he might forget them in a few days. But he would never forget. As for why he wouldn't forget, he didn't want to say. Zhao Qijia rolled his eyes at Gao Jinli, then awkwardly changed the subject. There are also some spots I can't describe, well, like setting another aviation box on the door frame, or hiding a large insurance in a corner. At the visitor center at the ticket office, Tang Xiaozhou looked at the Uzi magazine on the sofa, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Why was there an Uzi magazine on the sofa instead of a Rolex or Pirate Gold? Is this correct? Moreover, why haven't they seen a single NPC until now? Where did all the NPCs go? Manager, a level 3 bulletproof vest just spawned in the small insurance. One of the team members looked at Tang Xiaozhou with a pitiful expression. This visitor center is too poor. I've only found one horn so far. And besides being poor, the small insurance even has a 33 format. Tang Xiaozhou fell silent for a moment, then looked at the team member. You can search the card room and the center VIP room on the second floor later. The supplies might be piled up there. Really? The team member's previously scrunched up face instantly relaxed. You are the best manager. Don't be glib, be careful, maybe those NPCs have all gone to the second floor. Hey, they are just NPCs. If I can't beat the prison guards, how can I not beat the ASLR soldiers at the dam? The team member sniffed, and then defiantly hugged her submachine gun. Do you really think my submachine gun is just for show? Tang Xiaozhou shook her head. Let's go to the second floor. He'll scout ahead, and you guys cover me. Okay. Tang Xiaozhou cautiously peeked out, confirming there was no one before stepping out of the ticket office. She tried to slow down her pace. Although it would take longer, it would minimize the sound of her footsteps. The chaotic NPC footsteps that she had criticized countless times before had completely vanished. This eerie silence made her feel uneasy. She even began to miss those footsteps. The two team members who had originally been a bit restless were affected by her emotions and followed her closely, slowly, making their way toward the second floor. After about 2 minutes, the three of them who had been moving silently reached the staircase leading to the second floor. Tang Xiaozhou turned her head and threw a glance at the two. The two team members, understanding, slowly spread out, one covering their path back, while the other positioned themselves toward the interior of the second floor. Tang Xiaozhou turned back, took a deep breath, then tightened her grip on her gun, and suddenly jumped out. Although her peeking position, due to her nerves, wasn't perfect, fortunately the outcome was good. The second floor had no footsteps, no NPCs, no boxes, and no one was aiming at them. Tang Xiaozhou let out a long sigh of relief, then put her gun away and turned around. No one. Then should I go open the center VIP room? First check the card room, and after that open the center VIP room. Got it, Captain? The team member's eyebrows perked up again as she put her gun away and excitedly pushed open the door to the card room. As she expected, there were a few playing cards on the coffee table in the room. Not spawning cards is the norm, finding cards is the surprise. Tang Xiaozhou chuckled at the team member. You can't expect every time to spawn cards. Not spawning cards is the norm, finding cards is the surprise. Tang Xiaozhou chuckled at the team member. You can't expect every time to spawn cards, can you? So what? If the card room doesn't spawn cards, can it still be called a card room? Still joking around. How can you be so relaxed in a dungeon? The team member shrank her neck. I know, manager, I just thought this is Zero Dam, no need to be so tense. Even if this is Zero Dam, you should still have at least a basic attitude and respect. Tang Xiaozhou raised her right index finger and tapped the team member's forehead. Hurry and go open the center VIP room. After that we should retreat along the Silk Road. Okay. The team member nodded, then put away her gun and rubbed her hands together. Hey, Big Red, here I come. Still calling it Big Red. With this drop rate today, having a Rolex would be nice. Another team member complained. A Rolex would be good, it costs over 100,000. The team member stood at the door of the center VIP room. Just as she pulled out the room card, she heard a dull gunshot followed by the crisp sound of glass shattering. Good news, she dropped red. Bad news, it was an AWM bullet. She fell to the ground, and the scene before her gradually turned black and white, her brain somewhat malfunctioning. No, how could she be hit by an AWM bullet at Zero Dam? What are you bringing this thing into Zero Dam for? Where did the shot even come from? Wasn't the second floor empty? She looked in confusion toward the direction of the gunshot. Outside, behind the sandbags piled on the roof of the visitor center's small house, the white light of a sniper scope flickered. Then she heard 2 more gunshots. In the last moment before her consciousness faded, a thought flashed through her mind. Oh, the manager dropped red too. Evacuation failed. You lost your loot. On the flat ground beneath the rocket launch platform on the west side of the administration building, He Shouchao stared at the task labeled hard currency, his face a portrait of indecision. Judging by its distinctive icon, this must be Ling Hao Dam's new benchmark task. The question was, should he accept it or not? If he declined, benchmark tasks offered the highest chance across the map of yielding red supplies. If he accepted, this task had never appeared before, leaving no precedent to draw upon. They didn't even know the task's procedure. After hesitating for about half a minute, He Shouchao finally accepted. He and his two teammates were clad in level 4 armor sets and could move through the dam with ease. He planned to have those two provide covering support for him. He pressed accept. The radio chimed with the mission cues. You have accepted the hard currency task. Please follow Duya's arrangements. Hearing this, a puzzled look creased He Xiaochao's eyes. What in the world was Duya? What did that bird have to do with a raven? And what arrangements could it possibly make? Just as He Xiaochao was pondering, a very peculiar voice suddenly crackled over the radio. Old Celis went out on a spree and left Duya to guard the empty house. They've stripped the vault at the dam's base bare, leaving those two to regret it to their core. The vault door, no power. Open the spillway valve. Power up. He Xiaochao blinked. He suddenly looked up, a sharp glint in his eyes. No wonder he hadn't encountered any nor had he heard any shots from wild bulls or M870s. So Sayai had taken his guard off. Moreover, the mission actually stated that Duya had appeared at Linghao Dam. He had also found the cause of the prison disturbance. Duya had broken out and escaped to Linghao Dam. Wait a moment. So that meant the current Linghao Dam was populated only by Duya's faction's grunts. And he had just taken Duya's task. Did that mean he could move through Linghao Dam unchallenged? And according to the task, he was to follow Duya in raiding the dam's base vault. Would that also mean he was likely to meet Duya in person? The stock phrases had purchased earlier, wouldn't those finally come in handy? Manager Yuman Tang's voice interrupted his thoughts. Since this is a new task, would appreciate it if you could man the two of us need to feel out the task's procedure. It will surely make a big stir. No need. He Xiaochao shook his head, his expression perfectly calm. Since it's a new task, there must be unknown dangers. I am both your manager and your captain. Oh, in times like this, there is no reason to send you forward. Stick with me and help me man the gun. Manager. Yuman Tang's eyes widened. How can that be? There's no way we'd let you take the risks for us. No need to argue, He Xiaochao said resolutely. Instead of talking, use that energy to think about where the spillway valve might be. Yuman Tang's eyes showed a flicker of thought. Manager, I can't imagine where the spillway valve is, but since the task says opening it is for power generation, could the valve be in the substation? I don't think so. He Xiaochao shook his head. That's a substation, not a power plant. Huh? Yuman Tang blinked, genuine bewilderment plain in his eyes. Aren't they the same thing? Of course not. Although He Xiaochao's tone carried a hint of exasperation, his brow rose almost imperceptibly. After all, one of his chief pleasures was playing the teacher. He looked at Yuman Tang. A power plant generates electricity, a substation transforms it. How can something so simple elude you? Yuman Tang. He did not know how to retort the obvious point, yet he wore an expression of sudden enlightenment. I understand. Thanks, manager. Now that you do. He Xiaochao broke off mid-sentence and suddenly raised his gun. Someone. Where? Yuman Tang didn't hesitate to shield He Xiaochao behind him. East. Toward the substation. He Xiaochao cradled his rifle and called from behind cover. Understood. Yuman Tang nodded, then slowly made his way up onto the rocket launch platform. He crawled to the other side and cautiously peered out. When he saw the figure on the road, his pupils constricted. The warden. At Yuman Tang's panic-tinged exclamation, He Xiaochao froze for a moment. How could the warden be at Linghao Dam? Duya breaking out and fleeing to the dam made sense, but how could the warden have abandoned the prison to chase Duya here? This was impossible. Wait. No, hold on. The mission had said Duya was at Linghao Dam, right? Then. Yuman Tang, what weapon does that warden have? Weapon? Yuman Tang frowned and thought for a moment, then cautiously peeked and said he has no weapon. And the two men walking behind him had no weapons either. Hearing this, He Xiaochao's eyes lit up. As everyone knew, the warden's weapon was the ASH-12 assault rifle. Noticeable even when slung across. The only weapons that could be hidden in clothing and not seen at first glance were handguns or revolvers. Also, there had been a pause between Yuman Tang's two observations. In other words, he had probably only poked his head out to take a look. If it really were the warden, that single peek could have been fatal for Yuman Tang. But no gunshot had sounded and Yuman Tang had not collapsed. Coupled with the mission directive to follow Duya's arrangements and the anomaly at the prison. The person approaching was not the warden at all, but Duya dressed in the warden's clothes. Duya had come to guide them to the spillway valve and lead them through the task. A fierce heat kindled in He Xiaochao's gaze. He was about to strike it rich. This was a brand new benchmark task. If he filmed a walkthrough of its procedure and sold the guide, who knew how much he could earn? No, not just the task. There was also that earlier monologue. He could recite it in front of Duya and film that too. That would be sellable content as well. Brilliant. One run at Linghao Dam could net him 2 sellable videos. With that thought, He Xiaochao stood up. You two help me man the gun. Remember, no one fires without my permission. Huh. Yuman Tang froze. He Xiaochao offered no explanation and stepped out from behind cover. When he saw the NPC in the warden's clothing refraining from firing, He Xiaochao's tightened heart relaxed completely. It was indeed Duya. After all, having accepted the task, he was counted among Duya's camp. Why would one of their own open fire on them? He Xiaochao quickened his pace and moments later reached the Duya dressed as the warden. Jahilos regarded the approaching operative, and the brow behind his mask twitched. These GDI operatives' nerve had swollen to such an extent. Not only did they not flee at his approach, they even dared to step forward. Tisk whatever. The beacon following him was now also in GDI's camp right. For the beacon Sake after all they had already taken Duya's hard currency task. In the end they'd all die in the vault's trap. He shook his head, and was about to leave when the operative in front of him spoke. Their voice rang with righteous indignation as if delivering a speech. GDI accuses us of illegally seizing others' property and land while claiming to uphold justice on their behalf. I would first ask GDI to answer me. When Asala took in me a whistleblower, who was it that under the banner of punishing traitors drove us to the brink of annihilation? What? Jahilos wondered. You're a whistleblower too. What whistle did you blow? When Asala used neural rigs to treat patients who detonated explosives at the neural rig conference. Jahilos, how does this Asala local not know Asala even possessed that technology? When Asala built dams to eliminate droughts and illuminate the night, who was it that caused the dams to breach time and again? Jahilos, how do the words Asala built dams even come together like that? When Asala invested in aerospace to revive its economy, who caused the spires to collapse and the Skynet to fall, setting wildfires raging across Asala? Jahilos, alright. So it's always Asalas doing, is it? Even when GDI tried to pin the blame on Hafk, they didn't go so far. Tell me, are these acts not violent, not shameless? Shouldn't the people of Asala be angry? Shouldn't Hafk be angry? Asala cannot be without Linghao Dam. The New World cannot be without the Iron Order, just as the stars must return to their orbits. Evil must be tried and punished. Now chaos rises. Yet you do remain holed up here. Have you forgotten the vows you once swore? Answer me. Jahilos fell silent for a moment, then reached back toward the beacon. The beacon opened its mouth, produced a pistol from its hip, and placed it in Jahilos' hand. If Jahilos hadn't reached out, the beacon was poised to fire. This wasn't a GDI operative at all. This was an Asala guard turned into a planted pawn, brainwashed by Res. Gunfire in the distance caught Zhao Qijia's attention. The rocket launch platform. Zhao Qijia glanced toward the sound. Why would there be shooting there? Manager, you didn't notice? A new special task has appeared at Linghao Dam. They're probably fighting over that gal. A new special task. I hadn't noticed, Zhao Qijia said, opening his map. Then he froze. A blue skull icon had appeared on the rocket launch platform. Gao Jinli, where is the task's pickup point? On the rocket launch platform. The same place where we previously picked up the wall breaker operation, Gao Jinli said. Manager, shall we go and do that task? No way. Zhao Qijia denied without hesitation. Someone's camping that task. Look at the map. A squad just picked it up and died there. Then why don't we go and kill the team camping it? Gao Jinli asked. Kill them? How? Do you know where they're camping? Zhao Qijia ground his teeth. They can camp at the west gate of the administration building, by some trucks toward the cement factory, even along the road toward the substation. Most crucially, they can camp up on the dam. You know where they are. Then go and kill them. Huh? Gao Jinli blinked. Manager, how can they camp that task from the dam top? It's 400 or 500 meters. And there are so many buildings between. You can't hit them from there, can you? Zhao Qijia snorted. I don't know about this new task, but for the wall breaker operation you can definitely shoot from the dam top. Moreover, there are several vantage points that can reach it. Isn't there a house midway on the road from the visitor center to the dam? That house has a high ground nearby that has a clear view. Also, the zip line near the dam top's highest point affords a view. Put it this way, if you pick up this task without clearing the map, you won't even know how you died. Do you think Linghao Dam being fraught with danger is a joke? Gao Jinli. Who discovered all these creepy camping spots? Whoever found them, 9 times out of 10, it was the group that developed the dam top sniping tactic. Zhao Qijia shook his head, then turned to Chen Ke. Chen Ke, I have a suggestion. Chen Ke. Oh. Chen Ke snapped back to attention and looked at Zhao Qijia. What's up, manager? What are you thinking about so absorbed? Thinking about dam top sniping. Tisk, don't even think about that. Zhao Qijia clicked his tongue. At previous Finghua Cups, as soon as a dam top sniper was spotted, other teams tacitly rushed to eliminate him. One team picks the task, and another team swoops in to reap the rewards. And dam top sniping isn't that simple. If you're really interested, it'll teach you after the Finghua Cup ends. I suggest we withdraw from this round, Zhao Qijia said to Chen Ke. Judging by the timing, the squad that died at the rocket launch platform was probably the West Building's first position team. Only they could have picked up the task that fast. Yet they were assassinated. So in this round, at least one team is an old 6, a slime map-savvy opportunist. This place is different from the aerospace base. People can hide anywhere. If we get ambushed while learning the map, it'd be a huge loss. What do you say? Chen Ke thought and nodded. When Zhao Qijia mentioned dam top sniping, another idea had, if he remembered correctly, the dam's evacuation gate point was reached by taking the elevator to the dam top, right? Dimulin had come to Linghao Dam. He had to find her a suitable position, didn't he? Then, while finished searching the cement factory, sweep along the Silk Road, checking every substation big and small, and then withdraw, Zhao Qijia said. All right. The entrance on the east side of the administrative building. Be careful, the soldiers in the parking lot have disappeared. Crow said, his brow furrowed. Something might happen at Zero Dam this time. Should we still go inside, Captain? A team member asked Crow. Yes, Crow nodded. Position 1 in the east building. If we don't enter, wouldn't that waste our spot? And since we haven't heard any gunfire, it means the prison matches haven't reset. Crow glanced at the map as he spoke. The team at position 1 in the west building didn't go in to take on the mission and were ambushed instead. At this time, the only ones who could ambush them are at the dam's peak. So it means a team has spawned at the dam's peak. Gunshots have been heard at the cement factory, visitor center, and pipelines. Then the 6 teams are all set. Don't split up once we enter the building to confirm if anything unusual happens. Understood. After 2 team members responded in unison, they followed Crow into the administrative building. Then they heard someone on the 2nd floor say, "Enemies spotted." Hearing this voice, Crow let out a sigh of relief. Although the soldier's voice was a bit hoarse, it was still a soldier. The presence of a soldier indicated that the Zero Dam hadn't encountered too much chaos yet. Moreover, this soldier spoke only after they entered the building. This meant that there were no other people inside the building. As he walked, he said, "They'll go to the west building to cover the team at the cement factory. Xiao's son, cover the dam's peak from the 2nd floor of the east building. Don't engage them, just keep an eye on whether they come down or not." Yes. Xiao Wang, hurry up and search for supplies. Understood. After Xiao Wang responded, he raised his gun and headed up the stairs, facing the increasingly urgent sound of gunfire. There was no need to find cover. After all, they were just soldiers. As long as he wasn't stingy with bullets, these soldiers wouldn't pose a threat to him. Xiao Wang's thoughts abruptly stopped, and his eyes narrowed. He saw a figure wearing a red mask and gray clothing rolling towards the stairway. Before he could react, the figure crouched down and aimed a PKM at him. He heard the figure repeat, "Enemies spotted." Xiao Wang, isn't this your line? See. But Xiao Wang didn't have time to complain, because Saeed unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. The colorful world before Xiao Wang instantly turned into monotonous black and white. Xiao's son had just reached the other side of the stairway when he heard the urgent gunfire. Seeing Xiao Wang's box, he immediately grabbed his gun, hiding by the door while looking at Crow. Captain. Xiao Wang was instantly taken out by a super soldier. That was a hammer-type soldier. Crow rushed into the 1st floor conference room with his gun. Soldiers can't use PKMs. That was Saeed. Get inside, corner him, and eliminate him. Xiao's son was taken aback, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Saeed, this can't be right. Normally, if Saeed spawns in the administrative building, they would hear gunfire from afar. And when did Saeed add the line, "Enemies spotted"? But the gunfire was indeed from a PKM. No, is this right? How did Saeed become this powerful? Xiao's son cursed inwardly, and just as he wanted to rush into the conference room, he heard rolling sounds coming from the stairs again. Before he could find cover, Saeed's signature machine gun fire rang out once more. Watching Xiao's son turn into a box, Crow unhesitatingly closed the conference room door. Although Saeed was the weakest boss among the Delta Force, he was still a boss. Moreover, Saeed's marksmanship was not inferior to that of the warden. Saying Saeed was weak is because he is easy to counter. As long as he is cornered and gets close, Saeed will switch to melee weapons. In that form, with a bit of practice, he could easily take out Saeed. And Crow had done it countless times before. He calmly put away his gun and drew a dagger from his waist. This room was relatively small. Once Saeed entered, there would be no room to evade, even if he rolled. He would easily eliminate Saeed just as before. Moreover, if Saeed suddenly became this powerful, he either had something red on him or the administrative building had refreshed some red supplies. Their team might actually make some money at Zero Dam. After returning, he should give Xiao Wang and Xiao's son a bit more of the supplies. After all, they were the ones who stepped on the mines. Listening to the increasingly close footsteps outside, Crow shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. He gripped the dagger horizontally across his chest, his gaze firmly fixed on the door. The moment the door was pushed open, Crow reflexively stepped forward 2 paces and swung the dagger towards Saeed. Then the dagger missed. Saeed didn't come in. Crow's pupils suddenly widened, and he quickly rolled forward, taking cover behind the wall on the other side, while reaching out his foot to hook the edge of the door, trying to pull it closed after it was just pushed open. The good news was that he acted quickly, and Saeed seemed not to have reacted, so Saeed didn't fire. The bad news was that it seemed Saeed never intended to shoot. He opened the door to throw in a fire crossbow. Watching the ground catch fire, Crow opened his mouth. Wait, is this really Saeed? What has he become? What on earth has he turned into? Gao Jinli stared wide-eyed at the direction pointed by Zhao Qijia in the small substation. Is there really someone sitting on the transformer? Yes, Zhao Qijia nodded. These transformers in the small substation have no power. Standing on them is complete. Besides, ordinary people would only think about whether someone is hiding in the room beside the transformer dormitory with the small safe, though very few would look here. Moreover, very few operatives would look up at the sky. So crouching on the transformer while being exposed is actually the safest hiding spot. While this is too creepy, Gao Jinli remarked. Tisk, I said, Gao Jinli, don't just marvel here. Can't you learn from Chen Ke? Zhao Qijia rolled his eyes. You always say you can't remember the hiding spots. Can you remember this one? He not only listened very attentively along the way, but all the hiding spots I mentioned, he specifically recorded to watch repeatedly after we evacuated. Chen Ke, don't lend this recording to Gao Jianli. When you get back, you can't let Gao Jianli watch it with you either. Let this kid learn a lesson. Chen Ke, although this recording, wasn't he recording it for himself? Moreover, he already knew these hiding spots. No, not just these, he knew some even creepier spots. For example, the front door of the small substation, the pole opposite the security booth, the entrance corner of the room with the aviation box, for instance. Chen Ke knows what I know. Gao Jianli's assertive voice interrupted Chen Ke's thoughts. Besides, when the time comes, I'll just use my body to cover for Chen Ke. Won't that be enough? Chen Ke, Zhao Qijia. After hearing this, Zhao Qijia instinctively wanted to curse. But after thinking for half a minute, he couldn't find a place to curse. He sighed and looked at Chen Ke. Forget it, let's not bother with him. Chen Ke, let me tell you how to position yourself when you enter the room with the small safe. Unless our revival position is at small substation position 1, otherwise assume there's an old 6 in that room. Chen Ke nodded and followed Zhao Qijia to the second floor of the small substation. Before entering, take a look from this window to see if anyone is hiding on the bed on the second floor. Remember, when looking, be sure not to expose a large body. You need to peek. Moreover, besides the bed, also check if there are any laser beams in the room. Many people forget to turn off the laser when playing Old 6. Zhao Qijia stood by the window, demonstrated a peeking motion, and continued, good, now we've eliminated, but remember, this doesn't mean the room is safe. After pushing open the door, make a shaking motion. Just like Zhao Qijia walked to the door, quickly pushed it open, rushed into the room for a moment, and then swiftly retreated back to the corridor. This shaking motion can cause those unstable old 6s to open fire. As long as they shoot the advantages, of course, even then it still doesn't guarantee that the room is safe. Next, it's the final step of positioning. This step is very complex and difficult. Watch closely. Chen Ke nodded, adjusting the angle of the recording device. Turn back and let Saeed find if there are any blind spots based on the manager's positioning. After all, positioning doesn't completely equal not positioning. Zhao Qijia raised his gun, paused for a moment, then suddenly pushed off the ground and jumped into the room. In the less than half a second of being airborne, Zhao Qijia turned his gun to aim at the door behind him, then shifted the muzzle to another door. As he landed, Zhao Qijia didn't waste any time. He quickly adjusted his stance and continued to rotate 90 degrees, aiming his gun at the ground next to the small safe. His movements flowed smoothly like a top that had just been whipped. I aimed at 3 positions in total: behind the door, beside the side door, and on the ground next to the small safe. Zhao Qijia looked at Chen Ke. Once I've filmed these 3 spots, the room will be completely safe. Chen Ke, this positioning, isn't it a bit too detailed? Who could possibly ambush him? No, manager. Gao Jianli looked at Zhao Qijia. With such a small safe, is it necessary to be so detailed in positioning? You don't understand. Zhao Qijia shook his head. Zero Dam has the highest rate of failure among the dungeons. Many talented players have fallen here. The old 6 at Zero Dam will always appear in places you least expect. But manager, if there really is an old 6, your positioning won't help at all. Gao Jianli raised his hand. If there's a team of old 6s hiding in those 3 places, wouldn't you be blown up? Chen Ke, right? While this positioning is very detailed, the 3 hiding spots are all accounted for. But what if there are 3 people in the room? 3 lines of fire would surely be overwhelming, right? Zhao Qijia paused for a moment, then smiled in understanding. If a whole team is hiding here, what more can I say? It's all yours, brother. So Gao Jianli looked at Zhao Qijia. Manager, I think your positioning isn't something Chen Ke and I need to learn. When the time comes, you position, and we'll just cover you with our guns, right? Zhao Qijia. Gao Jianli, before this dungeon, and shut your mouth. Zhao Qijia cursed. Chen Ke, open the small safe, we'll go cover you at the dormitory of the substation. Ow. Chen Ke nodded. The small safe at the substation can sometimes yield miraculous results. As he thought this, he opened the small safe. Then he saw a 33. Just as he was about to get excited, the 33 popped out. Level 3 bulletproof vest. Chen Ke, what a boomerang of a structure. In the administrative building, East Building Manager's office. The bored crow leaned against the door, watching Saeed walk out of the manager's office. Are you preparing the heart of Africa for the instructor? Saeed nodded. 1 is on the ground, 1 is in the display case, and each of the 2 safes has 1 inside. 4 in total. A hint of envy flashed in Crow's eyes as he thought for a moment, and said, Saeed, I have a suggestion. Do you want to hear it? Go ahead, Saeed said while locking the door to the East Building Manager's office, then putting 2 brand new black and gold cards into his pocket. I can't just say it for free. I want to trade this suggestion for a heart of Africa. A hint of confusion flickered in Saeed's eyes. You've become this poor. What are you talking about? How am I poor? Crow immediately retorted. Isn't the material from Tidal Prison all distributed by the captain? For the instructor. All right, you say it, he'll give you 2 when the time comes. Crow, I really want to compete with you, big shots. Crow complained, then looked at Saeed. When we were at Tidal Prison, the instructor taught us a move which was to let me hide in the warden's office while Jahelrose goes to my cell. Oh, I know this one, Saeed nodded, then added. Oh, I forgot you weren't in the group back then. Crow, are you even listening? You say it. The East Building Manager's office is the place with the most concentrated resources in the entire Zero Dam, right? That's right. Since that's the case. Crow raised an eyebrow. Then why don't you hide in the East Building Manager's office? Saeed. He blinked, then his voice was somewhat puzzled. What if those operatives don't scan their cards to come in? Don't lock the door. Crow's eyebrows raised. Just leave the door open. I just saw that when you opened the door, I could see the weapon box and that white drawer in the East Building Manager's office from the entrance. Think about it, those operatives don't even spare the prison toilets. If they see the door to the East Building Manager's office open with the weapon box and drawer closed, wouldn't they come in to take a look? Saeed, good idea. Thank the instructor for me. Never mind, I'll thank the instructor in the group myself later. Crow, wait, shouldn't you thank me? Aren't you thinking from the things the instructor taught you? Saeed retorted, and without the instructor's consent would the rules of Zero Dam allow me to do this? Crow, that's also true. The instructor only agreed to let us appear at Zero Dam. We still haven't really achieved the ability to deploy freely at Zero Dam. When you asked, the instructor casually mentioned this matter. Zero Dam is probably the place least affected by the rules. We need to find a way to turn this into the instructor's training ground. All right. Saeed nodded, taking out 2 hearts of Africa from his pocket. Here you go. Thanks. Just as I was worrying about what kind of gift to bring the instructor, Crow reached out to take the heart of Africa. As he was about to continue speaking, he heard an announcement notice from Zero Dam. No. 58. Hostile forces have been detected leaving the combat zone. All departments, please redeploy. Wait, why did they leave? The things they prepared for the instructor haven't even been taken yet. Zero Dam, East Building parking lot of the administrative building. So the person we just encountered is the operative you mentioned that was recruited by those GDIs from who knows where. The beacon followed Garros, asking as they walked. Garros. He was silent for a moment before explaining that was just an isolated case. In reality, such operatives with serious issues are rare. I think otherwise. A female voice mixed with electronic synthetic tones sounded beside them. The beacon stiffened momentarily, then greeted with slight unease, Director. I can't bear the title of Director, Orion. Dumoulin snorted coldly. Or should I call you Beacon? She felt annoyed seeing Orion. She thought this person was someone who knew the times. Turns out they were a double agent. No, even more than that. This person was serving her Hudson and the GDI at the same time. If it weren't for the instructor's reminder, she probably wouldn't have imagined that this person was actually a triple agent. Dumoulin, that's enough. Garros stepped forward, calmly blocking Dumoulin's view of the beacon. Don't forget, it was the instructor who asked me to keep the beacon safe. Huh? It was clearly you who wanted to save the beacon. The instructor just knew your thoughts, Dumoulin scoffed. If he were only serving Hudson, that would be fine, and my conflict with Hudson is merely internal strife. But what does it mean if he serves the GDI? Don't forget, it was because of what the instructor. Captain. The voice of the Raven came from the second-floor window. I finally caught up with you. Help me, Captain. Get help. With the configuration at Zero Dam right now, what could make the Raven shout for help? And this isn't a time-space fragment, but a normal timeline. Oh, where's the danger? Has that kid Raven started causing trouble again? But before he could say anything, he saw the beacon already draw a pistol, half of his body shielding Garros, his cold gaze scanning for sources of danger. Seeing this scene, Dumoulin sneered. All right, there's no danger. You can only believe half of what that lunatic Raven says. Garros patted the beacon's shoulder, then stepped forward, looking up at the Raven. What trouble are you hiding this time? It's really not me causing trouble. The Raven's voice was somewhat anxious. Syed feels that the instructor has a problem with him and has already shut himself off. You should come and advise him. The beacon's body froze in midair as a question mark slowly appeared in his mind. Although he had never been to Zero Dam, he had heard of the deeds of Syed, the captain of the Asra Guard. Such a person, and now he has actually shut himself off. Just because he feels that the instructor has a problem with him. This combination of words is even more absurd than the GDI operative he encountered not long ago. No, I don't feel that the instructor has a problem with me. He was the one who shut himself off first. Dumoulin's electronic synthetic voice, which should have had no fluctuations, was now filled with grievance and confusion. What right does he have? Garros. He opened his mouth, then sighed. After just finishing advising the Raven, he had to turn around and advise Syed. Then, hearing Dumoulin's tone, was he going to advise Dumoulin in a few days as well? Is he supposed to be some caring big damn? Garros cursed as he walked toward the administrative building. As soon as he entered the office outside the East Building, he saw Syed, who was sitting on the sofa, looking utterly dejected. Upon seeing this, Garros frowned, then looked at the Raven, his voice cold. What is he freaking out about now? Since the instructor directly withdrew, he has been like this, the Raven said with a dejected face. No matter how I advise him, he won't budge. Garros said, bent over, covering his face with both hands, his hoarse voice flowing through the gaps of his fingers. Since the instructor appeared, he has been looking for you, and hardly replies to my messages. He came to Zero Dam with great difficulty and left without seeing me. You have a good relationship with the instructor. Help me think about what I did wrong. Here, just like that. The Raven spread his hands, and then shrugged. Anyway, I tried my best. Garros. He was about to curse crazy, but after turning his head he thought that Syed seemed to have a point. Since the instructor appeared, he had hardly interacted with Syed in the group. All the dungeons he entered were titled prisons. Could it be that the instructor really has an issue with Syed? The most crucial point is that Garros seems to be the one favored by the instructor. Now he doesn't have the standing to advise Syed, and he also doesn't know how to advise people. He has been guarding the prison for years, and is only slightly familiar with the Raven. His other interpersonal relationships have long been forgotten. Wait a minute. Isn't there a beacon? As a triple agent, isn't handling such matters easy for him? Garros thought for a moment, then looked at the beacon with a pleading gaze. The beacon, who was eating popcorn, stopped smiling upon seeing that look. He twitched the corners of his mouth, then raised his hand, pointing at himself with his index finger. Me. Garros nodded. He opened his mouth speechlessly, then his brain began to work. After a moment, he had an idea. After all, as a triple agent, he had plenty of experience handling such matters. Syed, the beacon spoke. You just said that the instructor has not seen you and does not reply to your messages, right? Yes. Syed still did not look up. Clearly both I and Garros are in the group, but the instructor hardly pays attention to me. Even the things mentioned in the group were just casually pointed out to me after teaching Garros. Hearing this, the corners of the beacon's mouth lifted again. He knew how to advise Syed. Then let me ask you. The beacon stepped forward, looking down at Syed. Do you often teach your subordinates what to do? They're all my subordinates. If I need to teach them everything, what right do they have to be my subordinates? Syed's voice was still low. How are you trying to change the subject? The beacon did not answer Syed's question. So when they become your subordinates, you hardly teach them anything. So you have an issue with your subordinates? Syed sighed heavily. He didn't want to deal with this man called Beacon anymore. All the words he said were nonsense. He just wanted to know what he did wrong to make the instructor have. Wait a minute. Syed froze for a moment, then raised his head. His suddenly urgent voice seemed to be searching for an answer. How is that possible? How could I possibly have an issue with my subordinates? Then why do you think the instructor not seeing you is a sign of having an issue with you? The beacon countered without hesitation. His originally dull eyes began to flicker with light. Yeah, the instructor doesn't have an issue with me. Seeing this scene, the beacon shrugged, then turned to Garros. It's done so. The beacon couldn't finish the second half of his sentence. He saw that Garros, who had always stood tall like a pine, had a hint of stoop. So it turns out. Garros' voice gradually lowered. The instructor has an issue with me. Beacon. Oh, I really can't take it. Are you all performing some melodramatic romance play in this room, full of famous people? The beacon cursed in his heart while his brain began to work quickly, thinking about how to smooth this over. But soon he didn't need to smooth things over, because Garros' phone rang. Garros weakly took out his phone to take a look. Caller ID Hudson. He originally wanted to hang up directly, but after glancing at the beacon, he pressed the answer button. It was the instructor who asked him to save the beacon. This call from Hudson might be related to the beacon. He had to answer. Hudson, what is it? How have you been, Warden? Hudson's voice came through. Garros had no mood to beat around the bush with Hudson. He spoke directly. Our friendship hasn't reached the point where we can chat casually, so get to the point. Warden, what you just said really hurts my heart as a comrade. Comrade. Garros snorted coldly. When did we become comrades? Warden, chaos is our common enemy. If I say we are comrades, what's the problem? Hearing this, Garros, his intuition told him that Hudson was not up to any good. So he put his index finger to his lips, and after everyone in the room nodded in agreement, and the Raven closed the door, he pressed the speaker button. Hudson, speak directly, don't beat around the bush. Haha, all right. Then it'll be straightforward. In short, I believe de Mullen poses a threat to the company's order. Not to mention Raven's jailbreak is the best proof of my thoughts. I want to remove de Mullen from the upper echelons and take her position. Only then can I create a better order within the company. De Mullen. Her eyes narrowed, a hint of coldness flashing in her pupils. Is Hudson trying to win over Garros? Is he serious? Garros, who was originally stooped, straightened. Since de Mullen still acknowledges the instructor, he can't just watch her be persecuted by Hudson. Order. What do you think those two words are as simple as just saying them? Garros retorted mockingly. Of course not. In fact, I already have a complete set of plans. To show my sincerity and to prove my longing for order, I can tell you a rough outline of the plan. I plan to use the Dark Star Project, which is controllable nuclear fusion, to provide unlimited energy. Then I will use the brain-machine interface of the Doctor as a tool for evolution to mass-produce absolutely loyal and efficient super soldiers to create the order seal of the future world. Garros pondered for a moment, then countered again. Hudson, don't make me laugh. I'm somewhat aware of the Dark Star Project. I just want to ask, how do you plan to send Dark Star fuel to the space station? Moreover, you said, where did you obtain the experimental data for producing super soldiers with the brain-machine interface? Hudson chuckled again on the other end of the line. You don't need to worry about that, Warden. I can only tell you that for both, I have comprehensive and feasible plans. Warden, I have only one request from you. That is to remain absolutely neutral when I go to war with de Mullen. The Doctor has already agreed to my proposal. Trust me, after I defeat Dumoulin, you will not be disappointed with the order I establish. Garros was about to refute again, but saw Dumoulin nodding at him, silently mouthing agree with him. Garros was silent for a moment before saying into the phone, then "We'll wait and see." "Thank you, Warden." On the other end of the line, Hudson said, "Then I won't disturb your pursuit, Warden. I wish you, Warden, to catch the Raven back to the tidal prison soon." Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Garros put away his phone, then looked at Dumoulin. "Why did you just ask me to? What do you want to use this opportunity to get rid of Havoc? Or do you want to get rid of the Instructor?" "Garros, don't start acting up with me," Dumoulin said mercilessly. "I had you agree with him because that would expose his conspiracy. Moreover, we now have the beacon as a trump card. Since Hudson wants to betray the Instructor, why not take this opportunity to wipe out his forces in one fell swoop?" Garros was about to speak, but the Raven spoke up before him. "Hudson wants to betray the Instructor. Dumoulin, how did you come to that conclusion? We previously only suspected it, but had no substantial evidence. Are you implying that you want to use the captain's blade to get rid of Hudson?" Garros was startled for a moment, then reacted. Indeed, they had previously only suspected whether Hudson still acknowledged the Instructor, but they never claimed that Hudson had already betrayed the Instructor. So is Dumoulin trying to use him as a weapon? Isn't that nonsense? Dumoulin answered without hesitation. Garros' judgment is clearly declining now. What if I say this, and he actually believes it? Moreover, since Hudson wants to go to war with me, why should I hold back against him? Listening to Dumoulin's assertive words, the Raven opened his mouth, then looked at Garros. "Captain, actually the Instructor said that the reason he made me the deputy team leader was that he didn't trust you, so he asked me to be ready to support you at any time." "Get lost," Garros said mercilessly. "Raven. All right, although Dumoulin wants to use the captain as a weapon, at least the captain is no longer considering the absurd reasoning the beacon just mentioned." "Wait a minute." The Raven's pupils slightly dilated. His gaze discreetly looked at Dumoulin. Then he saw the hint of a smile on Dumoulin's lips. "So Dumoulin said that on purpose?" Garros, Dumoulin, noticing the Raven's gaze, immediately retracted her smile. I suggest you tell the Instructor about this matter and listen to the Instructor's advice." "All right." Garros nodded. "This way, I can just happen to bring something to the Instructor. He'll bring something too." Syed said. "And me," the Raven added. Dumoulin. Her mouth slowly drooped. Why can't she send anything? Does the Instructor have an issue with her? Jihiruo's Instructor Hudson says he wants to establish a new order. Jihiruo's he intends to use the Dark Star project, which is controllable nuclear fusion, to provide infinite energy. Jihiruo's he claims to have a comprehensive and feasible plan to obtain the experimental data needed to produce super soldiers. Jihiruo's Instructor, should we remain spectators, or send a beacon to investigate the details of this plan? Or should we directly smash Hudson's plan? Looking at Jihiruo's message in the group, Chen Ke furrowed his brows, pondering aloud. The Dark Star project is likely the Brave's action that produces the Brave certificate, he muttered. But what on earth is that experimental data? Where is Hudson planning to? Wait, does that mean Hudson is about to start distributing equipment? Chen Ke's expression suddenly turned a bit strange. In the game on Blue Star, Hudson once told players, "The Havoc Armory is fully open to you. Resources are supplied without limit. I only need data. As for whom you fight, I don't care." After saying this, he sent players a pile of very fine equipment. Because of this incident, players changed their nickname for Hudson from Green Cucumber to Great Efficiency Minister. Although many immediately used the equipment distributed by Hudson to fight against him, given Hudson's personality, he certainly wouldn't care about such trivial matters. The problem is that was just a game. In the game, he could use the equipment given by Hudson to fight against him, but now that he has crossed over, how could that be possible? Wait a minute. Why can't it be done now? Hudson gives equipment to players, and then the players take that equipment into the instance to give it to the Warden. Hiss. Feasible. It's just a bit regrettable that right now only the No. Zero Dam and Tidal Prison can definitely convince players to leave their equipment behind. Players still do not have a good enough impression of the space station. I need to think of a way. Chen Ke pondered while typing on his phone screen. Chen Ke, Jihiruo's, there's no need for the beacon to take risks. I already know what Hudson is planning. Jihiruo's. Chen Ke, if I am not mistaken, Hudson will distribute the equipment from the Havoc Armory to those GDI operatives, letting them collect data for him. Jihiruo's Instructor Dumoulin just said that Hudson indeed has jurisdiction over the Havoc Armory now. Jihiruo's, thanks to Hudson's broadening plan, the Havoc Armory has indeed acquired many weapons that are not in use. Jihiruo's the beacon also mentioned that Hudson's department is using all the funds saved from the broadening plan to purchase weapons. He even purchased many very fine weapons through black market dealers from GDI and Titan Corporation. Chen Ke. Broadening plan. This doesn't sound like a good plan, or what on earth is it? Chen Ke. Broadening plan. Jihiruo's asked the beacon to explain this plan in detail. Jihiruo's the beacon said that at last year's company annual meeting, Hudson announced this broadening plan under the guise of increasing company efficiency. Jihiruo's he established many new rules that disregard humanity, focusing solely on efficiency and company interests such as fines for frowning at work, fines for not actively seeking work after completing tasks, and fines for not voluntarily working overtime when finishing on time. Jihiro's many people worked hard for a month only to find that they owed the company a lot of money when their salaries were. Jihiro's faced with these backward employees, Hudson gave two choices: either pay the fines and be laid off or voluntarily become brain machine testers for the doctor. Jihiro's the key point is that even if they became brain machine testers, Hudson did not let them off. Jihiro's these people's brain machines were implanted with an advertising system which would push ads accurately based on what the testers were currently chatting about. Jihiro's the beacon said that while chatting with an old soldier stationed at the space station, the soldier simply mentioned, "I was injured while stationed at the space city," and the brain machine controlled the soldier to utter an advertisement for a private medical company. Chen Ke. Damn it, Hudson is simply the ultimate form of a capitalist, a CS capitalist. Although Hudson turned dark because his father framed his close friend, but isn't this just too CS? This kind of thing. Otherwise, let Jihiro's and the others expose it directly. So, first we need to make Hudson a loner. Chen Ke asked Demolin how many people in Hudson's department are dissatisfied with him. 0. Chen Ke. No way. After he has done all this, you say none of his subordinates are dissatisfied with him. Jihiro's because Hudson gives too much. Jihiro's as long as you do not violate Hudson's new rules, he never hesitates to reward you financially. Jihiro's the basic salary is increased by half, overtime pay is doubled, and the excellent employee award is tripled with no upper limit on the number of recipients. As long as you do not violate the new rules this month, you will be considered an excellent employee. Jihiro's as for those voluntary brain machine testers, in addition to having their basic salary doubled, they receive 2 extra subsidies, one for advertising and one for family. Jihiro's the most critical point is that Hudson abolished the original rules for issuing pensions. Jihiro's under the new pension issuance rules set by Hudson, anyone who dies on the battlefield or dies due to injuries sustained on the battlefield or even goes missing on the battlefield will be deemed to have fallen in action. Jihiro's the fallen soldiers will be listed as lifelong employees of Havoc, and their salaries will be paid monthly to their families. Moreover, for the reasonable demands of the families of the deceased, Hudson has required his department to meet all requests without excuses, and he even demands that his department proactively seek out the difficulties of those families and solve them in advance. Jihiro's therefore, it is almost impossible for Hudson's subordinates to be persuaded to defect. Chen Ke. But then again, this cannot be taken lightly. Hudson's broadening plan is still too CS. Has Hudson perhaps split personality? The broadening plan is almost the perfect form of capitalism. With this plan, Chen Ke even referred to Hudson as the spokesperson of the evil giant known as capital. Such a spokesperson for capital, why would he do things like increasing salaries and distributing overtime pay to employees? This is not a case of the upper leadership has bad intentions, but the execution is done well. The starting point for these actions is in complete contradiction to capital. Why would Hudson, an incredibly shrewd capitalist who only pursues profit and efficiency, do such things? Chen Ke. Jihiro's asked the beacon if Hudson might have schizophrenia. Jihiro's the beacon said he also once suspected it. But, unfortunately, Hudson does not have it. He is always very calm and his mental state is quite normal. Jihiro's the beacon had a hypothesis. He suspected that someone had implanted a mental steel stamp in Hudson through some means. Chen Ke. Damn, who is so impressive as to be able to implant a mental steel stamp in this talented man. Jihiro's the beacon has since overturned this hypothesis. He has checked Hudson's past experiences through various channels, but found no abnormalities. Moreover, the experiences uncovered through these various channels corroborate each other, and the beacon believes that those experiences are all authentic and credible. Chen Ke. Tiski just said. Jihiro's so Instructor, do you mean we let Hudson smoothly implement his plan? Chen Ke. If you are talking about his means of collecting experimental data, then we should naturally agree. After all, in the end it will all become our equipment. Chen cannot only agree, but we should also add fuel to the fire. Jihiro's Instructor, do you mean we find someone to impersonate GDI operatives and get equipment from Hudson? Chen Ke. You're thinking too small. Chen Ke. After those GDI operatives receive the equipment, don't they still need to enter the instance? Chen Ke. At that time, you just need to leave their equipment behind. Chen Ke. How about it? Do you think that with good equipment, those GDI operatives will be unbeatable? Say that is absolutely impossible. Raven, of course not. Jihiro's Instructor, I understand what you mean. Rest assured, I guarantee that no operative will be allowed to leave the know. 0 damn. Chen Ke. Hiss. This sounds a bit too extreme. In this world, the know. 0 damn is also a relatively beginner-friendly map. The recent changes in the prison and the know. 0 damn are already suspicious enough if Jihiro's does this. When the time comes, will he retreat or not when entering the know? 0 damn. Moreover, the instances have been a bit too special lately. If this continues, it won't be long before someone notices the anomalies. However, he genuinely covets Hudson's equipment as many under Jihiruos are still using low-level weapons like M16A4 and Uzi. I got it. Chen Ke leaving everything behind is too extreme, you should do this. Chen Ke for those GDI operatives who dare to charge and shoot, well, you can allow your soldiers to be selectively lean. As for whom to let go, that depends on your feelings. Chen Ke for those who dare to charge, but are poor shots, you should give them more chances. They shouldn't be so precise with their shooting, and their position control shouldn't be so good. Chen Ke as for those operatives who avoid combat and only want to loot supplies most of the time, they should avoid shooting unless necessary, at most just firing a few shots to attract other GDI operatives. Chen Ke of course if they are wearing too good equipment. Then if your firearms accidentally misfire and a bullet flies into their heads, that's unavoidable. Chen Ke and those who are average shots and avoid combat when they see a full squad, but relentlessly pursue operatives who only want to loot supplies, don't let any of them go. Jihiruos understood. Thank you, Instructor. Jihiruos sent you an exclusive red envelope. Sade, thank you, Instructor. Sade sent you an exclusive red envelope. Raven, same here. Raven sent you an exclusive red envelope. Looking at the red packets in the group, Chen Ke felt a bit guilty. Of course, it wasn't about not seeing the prison competition. He didn't even realize this. He just felt that the suggestions he had given to the bosses earlier might hurt their feelings. These bosses were frequently killed by players acting as GDI operatives, yet he still had to ask them to spare these. In front of the players, these bosses, despite having stats and mechanics, were still too weak. Since he was the instructor for these bosses, he felt obligated to help these poor, weak, and helpless bosses. Chen Ke, let's not rush about the red packets. Raven did the hard currency for the new benchmark mission at 0 dam. Raven, sorry, Instructor, I did act without prior notice on this matter, but after entering 0 dam an idea suddenly flashed in my mind. At that time I thought this task would allow me to appear at 0 dam legitimately, while also causing trouble for the captain, so I agreed without much thought. Raven, Instructor, do you want me to cancel this mission? Chen Ke had just wanted to type in the group when his fingers suddenly stopped. His gaze was fixed on a sentence in Raven's message. An idea suddenly flashed in my mind. Is it really that coincidental? Hudson was preparing to issue equipment coupons, and Raven just happened to initiate the hard currency mission at 0 dam. Moreover, before being detained in the tidal prison, Raven was given to the doctor by Havoc as a test subject for brain-machine integration. Was this idea really his own, or did the doctor manipulate something in Raven's mind through the brain machine? Just as Chen Ke frowned and thought, another message popped up in the group. Raven, Instructor, why aren't you replying? Instructor, do you have a problem with me? Chen Ke, huh? Raven, are you out of your mind? You're a boss saying this. Chen Ke, I'm just confirming you set a trap in the vault, right? The aim of this mission is to lure those operatives into the vault and catch them all, right? Raven, yes, Instructor. Chen Ke, then I have a suggestion. Chen Ke, you could place a blade server or a high-speed disk array, a very conspicuous resource, on the table at the innermost part of the vault. Chen Ke, this way the vast majority of operatives will rush in fear of those resources being snatched by their teammates. Chen Ke, didn't you say to have your subordinates familiarize themselves with the equipment of the machine gunners? They're probably not very skilled right now, so it's a perfect opportunity for these operatives to practice. Chen Ke, you should have these people ambush near the industrial elevator in the dam, and when they hear the vault door open, let them block the vault door. Raven, right? How did I not think of that? Chen Ke, oh right, speaking of the dam's elevator, said, is the industrial elevator operational? Said, yes, Instructor. Chen Ke, then Ge Haloa asked Demulin if she's willing to take the elevator to the top of the dam to snipe. That should be the place with the best view on the entire 0 dam. Said, wait, Instructor, which top of the dam are you referring to? Chen Ke, the top of the dam accessed by the industrial elevator. Demulin shouldn't be afraid of heights, right? After all, the rocket launch platform is quite high too. Ge Haloa, Demulin said she will listen to the Instructor. Upon seeing this message, Chen Ke raised his eyebrows. Originally, the top sniping position already had a natural advantage due to its height, and with Demulin a boss specialized in sniping. It seems a bit inappropriate. Simply letting Demulin be the sniper at the top of the dam is a bit too straightforward, as there will still be many people pulling the lever and taking the elevator down from the top. Let's have Demulin bring a small cart up as well. Chen Ke, okay. Let her take the gray mackerel with her. After all, those who pull the lever and retreat usually have good equipment, and Demulin is somewhat lacking in dealing with close-range threats. Moreover, Demulin can just use the small cart as cover. Said Chen Ke, but Ge Haloa asked Demulin, when she aims at someone, does her eyes emit a red glow? That red glow makes it too easy for operatives to notice. Ge Haloa report, Instructor. Demulin said that this is unavoidable. It is a side effect of Havoc's modification technology. Whenever she observes through a scope, that red glow will appear. Chen Ke, so it means if she doesn't use the scope, it won't happen, right? Ge Haloa, yes, Instructor. Chen Ke, then I have an idea. Said, you can share the intelligence your soldiers have on the GDI operatives, right? Said, Instructor, I understand now. You mean let me follow Demulin up to the top of the dam and act as her? Chen Ke, being an observer would be a bit of a waste. I should have saved a few high magnification scopes. You can put one on the machine gun, and when you're at the top of the dam, don't hold back on the bullets, you just treat it as practice. Chen Ke, you still have a few soldiers proficient with rocket launchers, right? Bring them along as well, let them practice hitting distant targets. It doesn't have to be precise, just cover fire will do. Chen Ke, and generally those who can use the elevator to retreat, are not good people. If these individuals don't particularly appeal to you, there's no need to let them go. Alright, you guys shouldn't go to the top of the dam tonight. Don't get your bodies frozen. Said understood. I knew, Instructor, you wouldn't forget me. Chen Ke said, why are you acting like Raven too? He rolled his eyes and didn't reply to said, continuing to send messages in the group. Since Demulin and the prison competition are already at the top of the dam, why not let Raven and Guhaloa go up together? Chen Ke, Guhaloa, you and Raven should also follow up to the top of the dam. But don't just sit idle, Raven. You prepare a set of shield soldier gear, and Guhaloa switch to a high magnification scope, but when shooting, practice synchronizing with Raven. Guhaloa synchronizing. Chen Ke simply put, let Raven hold the shield to block the two of you while you peek from the sides behind Raven to find the opportunity to shoot. In this way, almost no one can defeat you two. Chen Ke, a detailed tutorial is in the videos I left before. You can find them under the CQB tactics category. Chen Ke, if you two get tired from practicing, just take the elevator down to find those operatives to rest. Guhaloa, Raven understood. Chen Ke, oh right, let Demulin learn as well. She can manipulate the gray mackerel right. It's a perfect opportunity to practice step tank coordination. Guhaloa, Instructor Demulin said she understands too. Chen Ke did not respond. He frowned at the phone screen, feeling that the suggestions he had given still seemed a bit too strict. These unchanging tactics will eventually be cracked one day, and when that happens, these bosses will suffer. Unchanging, right? How can the tactics of the bosses remain unchanged? He should come up with a few more unconventional tactics so these bosses can switch based on circumstances. No, that's not right. Even if he provides the bosses with plenty of tactics, it will ultimately be thoroughly studied. Just like how seeing a red glow indicates being aimed at by Demulin, hearing that unique gunshot from the administrative building signals the respawn of said, and hearing the warden's BGM means the warden has appeared. These tactics will ultimately be understood clearly and written down as Delta instance rules becoming well known. No way. The rules hearing the administrative building's gunshots indicates said's respawn, and hearing the warden's BGM means the warden has appeared have already been changed by him. Moreover, the new rules can never be studied. This means he can now teach the bosses how to deceive from the perspective of the rules. But how can he link the bosses' behaviors to the rules, and how can he create new rules? Chen Ke felt some vague elusive thoughts forming in his mind. He would need to think about it carefully later. After carving this thought into his heart, he then pointed his finger at the few red packets in the group. Now he could accept these red packets with a clear conscience. You have obtained Guhaloa's exclusive skill, Light of the Stars. Light of the Stars, your and your subordinates' morale will be greatly boosted, and the speed of weapon manipulation and aiming accuracy will be enhanced with a chance for bullets to drift towards the target's head when firing. This skill is a high-level skill, apart from teammates from the same space-time fragment and soldiers from the star team enjoying this effect. You can designate a marker. Players wearing this marker will also enjoy this effect when entering the Delta space-time. You have obtained Guhaloa's exclusive skill, Suppression of the Iron Order. Suppression of the Iron Order. When GDI operatives target you, they will experience fear. Operatives with insufficient willpower will firmly believe they cannot defeat you in a gunfight, and may even subconsciously want to flee. When you wear the warden's uniform, the fear effect will be doubled. This skill is a high-level skill, and you can designate a marker. Up to 4 players wearing this marker will also enjoy this effect when entering the Delta space-time. You have obtained Raven's exclusive skill, Smoke Perception. Smoke Perception. You can accurately perceive and aim at people within the smoke. You have obtained Raven's exclusive skill, Hallucinatory Smoke. Hallucinatory Smoke consumes a smoke grenade to create a hallucinatory smoke with a radius of 5 m. Being enveloped by the smoke will significantly reduce aiming speed and movement speed. If you designate a target within 20 m while throwing the smoke grenade will follow that target until it accurately hits their head. You have obtained said's exclusive skill, Glory of the Scarlet Eagle. Glory of the Scarlet Eagle. When you enter a space-time fragment, the aiming speed and accuracy of the members of the Scarlet Eagle team within that fragment will be greatly increased, and they will never miss a shot. You have obtained said's exclusive skill, The Scarlet Eagle does not die from falls. The Scarlet Eagle does not die from falls in a space-time fragment. When the fall damage from a high altitude is fatal, you will be immune to that damage, but your health and health limit will be reduced to 100. Chen Ke. Wait, buddy. What the hell is this? Not to mention anything else, just that the Scarlet Eagle does not die from falls skill is way too absurd, isn't it? According to the skill's description, after entering the instance, as long as he's about to die, he can just jump into a boom. Full health. What are they even hitting him for? Oh wait, this assumption seems a bit unlikely to hold. With the enhancements from high caliber mastery, breath perception, killing, intent perception, and headshots, it seems a bit difficult to get him down to low health. Now there are also the skills from Light of the Stars and Suppression of the Iron Order, plus the 2 skills given by Raven. One tracks, and the other drops smoke. Counting it all up, it really is a lot of tricks. Looking at it this way, the skill glory of the Scarlet Eagle actually seems to be the most straightforward. Although the soldiers of the Scarlet Eagle team will be greatly enhanced, and they are training based on the videos he sent over which feature SWAT teams from the 80s and 90s that were almost saints in physical prowess, as well as brand new tactics under the support of modern high-tech. Chen Ke doesn't want to go down. He merely gave the warden a rough suggestion about the 3-3 tactic, and the warden could train the prison guards like that. Set is now equipped with a full set of videos. He can't even imagine how the soldiers in Zero Dam will be trained. Most importantly, he got all 4 bosses to go to the top of the dam. One can only say that those who entered Zero Dam are fortunate. Let's hope they will be fine. Chen Ke formed a gesture of prayer in his heart, then turned off the chat group, and prepared to design the emblem. Chen Ke never expected that the procedures for changing shares would be so troublesome. For the entire afternoon, he became a human stamp, continuously signing and pressing his fingerprints. Sometimes he even had to take photos and record information. Just 2 more copies hang in there, Zhao Qijia said, glaring with his dark circles as he handed 2 documents to Chen Ke. All right. Chen Ke's voice revealed no emotional fluctuation as he numbly took the documents, mechanically signing, pressing his fingerprint, and pulling out 2 tissues to wipe the ink off his hands. He then looked at Zhao Qijia and said, "Done, what's next?" "Nothing else." Zhao Qijia turned to Chen Ke and said, "It's over now." Sitting behind Chen Ke, the already sleepy Gao Jianli suddenly raised his head. "Is it finally done?" "Yes." Zhao Qijia sighed in relief, looking at Chen Ke, whose eyes were almost closing. "From this moment on, you are a director of the Qijia Club." "Wait, that's not right." Gao Jianli's brain gradually came online as he looked at the stack of documents on the conference table, then turned to Zhao Qijia. "Manager, did you prepare all these documents last night?" "Pretty much." "Wow, manager, you really are amazing, preparing so many documents in just one night." Gao Jianli sincerely gave him a thumbs up. Zhao Qijia was momentarily stunned. Gao Jianli actually praised him. Although his words were a bit crude, his lips curled up as he was about to modestly downplay it while trying to find a way to mention a raise to Gao Jianli. But then he heard Gao Jianli turn to Chen Ke and say, "Bro, see, I told you it was right to let the manager handle our accounts, didn't I, eh? If the manager could prepare so many complex documents in one night, handling our accounts would be a piece of cake." Zhao Qijia fell silent for a moment and then let it go. He didn't want to deal with Gao Jianli anymore and turned to Chen Ke. "Chen Ke, I'm heading back to rest now. I'm going to watch the training videos and study tactics, bro. I'll head back as well. Tonight I'll design a badge. Manager, take a look at it tomorrow, okay? What you design will definitely." Zhao Qijia's words stopped halfway. He saw Gao Jianli. He felt assured about Chen Ke, but he was afraid that Gao Jianli would lead the honest, sunny boy Chen Ke astray. "Let's talk about it tomorrow. For now, just go home and rest well," Zhao Qijia said instead. "Gao Jianli, no need, it's not far. I can just walk a couple of steps." Chen Ke waved his hand. He was eager to see who had joined the holding shares worth 358,61547 yuan in the Qijia Club. A random group member will be added. Department Head of Havoc Dr. Romius has joined the group chat. Side mission module unlocked. Side mission departure can be accepted. Departure: use a 7.62mm caliber firearm to eliminate 3 players, or use any caliber firearm to eliminate 1 GDI operator. As soon as Chen Ke took out his phone, a series of notification sounds rang in his mind. He instinctively ignored the subsequent messages, focusing on the new boss. So the doctor really does see him. Good news. The doctor's Blue Eagle helicopter perfectly compensates for their lack of aerial firepower. It's just a pity that this thing doesn't seem too useful in Tidal Prison. "Hey, Tidal Prison helicopter." Chen Ke suddenly had an idea. Box Babel Tower top. That day has finally come. The doctor looked at the group chat and sighed. "Shoes, I can already contact the instructor." "Haven't you found No. 42 yet?" "H-1000 is on standby at any time. As long as Zoya follows your plan to reactivate No. 42's brain machine, I can find him immediately." A man who looked about 80 like the doctor lowered his head. "Hurry up then." The doctor turned his head, the transparent lenses reflecting the warm sunlight into cold lines. "It won't be long before you should be able to contact the instructor too. Hope for something good for me, bro." The man who resembled the doctor quickly waved his hand. H-1000, although much stronger than No. 42, his emotions have almost been destroyed by the brain machine. "I don't want the instructor to think I can only produce a failure. Besides, bro, I think you should consider yourself now." The man who looked 80 like the doctor, or rather Dr. Romia's brother, looked at the doctor, a strange smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Although your love brain for Zoya is just part of the plan, this plan is known only to me, no one else. Think about it, bro. If the instructor finds out that for all these years you've become a love brain, do I not have a mouth?" The doctor's left eyebrow drooped and his right eyebrow raised, making his expression somewhat comical. "I wouldn't tell the instructor about that." "Huh?" The doctor's brother blinked. "No, bro, you can't do that. You should deliberately not tell the instructor, then watch him misunderstand you. You, the publicity minister, have nothing better to do than watch these things." The doctor rolled his eyes. "If you keep this up, I might really have to control you." Bro, I see you've been watching a lot too. Alright, shut up now. The doctor shook his head in annoyance, then started typing on his phone screen. Then I won't mention your matter to the instructor. Yeah. The doctor's brother said. Let's talk after I bring no. 42 back. After all, that's my most perfect child. Alright. The doctor nodded. He looked at the words, instructor long time no see, in the input box, thought for a moment, and then deleted them. He glanced at the members in the group chat, thought for a moment, and began editing again. A moment later. Dr. Romeus, instructor, I want to report Guhalaw for embezzlement. After sending the message, Romeus' lips curled up. This message was perfect. With it, the instructor wouldn't mock him for being a love brain. But after waiting for 2 minutes, no one in the group replied. Guhalaw didn't reply. The crow didn't reply. The instructor didn't reply either. Romeus' smile froze. Bro, Romeus looked at his brother. Do you think the instructor didn't reply to my message because he has an issue with me? 0 damn industrial elevator. The beacon looked at Demurin, whose expression had completely collapsed, and then glanced at Guhalaw the crow, and said, who were all looking at him with pleading eyes. He closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Then he spoke firmly, Guhalaw, you either kill me today or let me go back to GDI. I can't stay in this damn place for another day. What a Guhalaw said. The crow, who had been elbowed twice by Guhalaw in the morning, frowned, and then looked at the beacon. Did you find evidence of the captain's embezzlement? So the captain wanted to eliminate you. Guhalaw. Beacon. Captain. Which captain? Demurin suddenly raised his head. Guhalaw, you embezzled. Guhalaw, crow, stop settling scores here. The doctor has already found out, and you still say you didn't embezzle. The crow held his phone up next to Demurin, while quietly giving the beacon an OK sign with his hand. Director, look, the doctor said it himself. Demurin frowned, first glancing at the messages in the group, then looking at Guhalaw. Did you really embezzle? The beacon gratefully looked at the crow, then also quietly gave the crow a thumbs up. This is slander. Guhalawo's voice could no longer remain calm. He violently ripped off the gloves on his right hand, then took out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen. Guhalaw, Romeus, this is slander. Dr. Romeus, slander. Tell me, why do you have a minimum allocation of 80 ocean tears each month, while those operators in the same base as the instructor can only take out dozens each year? Did you really embezzle it? Demurin's electronic synthesized voice was filled with shock. Chen Ke. Guhalaw feigned calmness and replied in the group. Guhalaw, is it my fault that those operators can't be found or were killed by prison guards after being found? Tisk, who would have thought, said, immediately joined the fray, clicking his tongue while shaking his head. Is this the order you desire? Talking about order with GDI people. Guhalaw ignored the faint sound of a kettle boiling in the elevator. Besides, said, what qualifications do you have to talk to me? Said. Guhalaw, instructor. I also report. Said has embezzled too. He has at least 500 access cards for the East Building's manager's office each month, but less than 1/10 of them are taken out. Chen Ke. Said. The sound of the kettle boiling in the elevator grew louder. Said, no way, that's my manager's office. I could barely give those people any cards. Said, besides, is it my fault that those operators can't be found or were killed by the Red Hawk team after being found? Chen Ke. Tisk, the crow shook his head. Is this self-proclaimed? Said, instructor. I report. The crow has also embezzled. The crow's voice stopped abruptly, then hurriedly took out his phone and began to compete with said in typing speed. The crow, instructor. Those operators not beating me are not my fault. I packed all the supplies for them. Said, this bastard hoarded at least 200 revival respirators every month. All of them are hidden by him. Chen Ke. The beacon listened to the nearly deafening boiling sound of the kettle in the elevator and felt his expression completely collapse. Being rescued by Guhalaw. Is that really a good thing? Why does he feel like his future is pitch black? I think. Demurin tried to make her voice sound as non-confrontational as possible. Shouldn't we unite against the outside? This matter was started by Romeus, right? The boiling sound of the kettle in the elevator abruptly stopped. Then the three people began to rapidly tap on their phone screens. Guhalaw, instructor, the doctor is the one who embezzled the most. He only allows one Blue Eagle helicopter to patrol the entire box. Yet every time he reports at least 3 Blue Eagle helicopters' losses to the company. Said instructor, my people have seen the doctor change the permission cards in the helicopter storage box to the least valuable golden permission cards. The crow, instructor, I think Guhalaw and said are right. Chen Ke. Botch babble tower top. Bro, the publicity minister who was peeking at the doctor's phone screen twitched his lips. Don't screw this up, okay? Screw up. The doctor's lips curled into a cold smile, just them. His fingers began to type rapidly. Dr. Romeus, exactly, instructor, I embezzled. The materials I embezzled are all kept for you. The warehouse is almost full. When are you coming to pick them up? Dr. Romeus retracted a message. Dr. Romeus, exactly, instructor, I embezzled. The materials I embezzled are almost full in the warehouse. When are you coming to pick them up? Bro, the publicity minister's expression was strange. Isn't this retraction like saying there's no silver here? Are you afraid the instructor didn't see that sentence? What else? The doctor showed no signs of panic, his eyes filled with calculation. The publicity minister's pupils widened instantly. Damn. Amazing, bro. Your planning is incredible. Comparable to the clever battles in romantic dramas. The doctor fell silent for a moment, then his gaze turned cold. Has no 42 been found? The publicity minister jolted. I'll go get it right now. Looking at the publicity minister who fled in a hurry, the doctor rolled his eyes and was about to send a red envelope to the instructor in the group when a call appeared on his phone screen. Hudson. Looking at the caller, the doctor's lips once again curled up. So have you finally been unable to resist taking action against Demurin? But perfectly. Since you both are not in the group, the instructor probably has an issue with you too. Then I just add fuel to the fire for you. Chen Ke's current expression was hard to describe. Looking at this group of bosses exposing each other's secrets, he was genuinely unable to hold on any longer. However, the doctor's last move made him hold on. If the doctor hadn't retracted that message, the phrase, all kept for him, could still barely be explained. Retracting this move only made it clear to him that there was a hidden agenda in that sentence. He could understand that the doctor was subtly informing him of certain information, but this way. Well, how should he put it? He could only say that after the doctor became a love brain, perhaps only Zoya remained in his mind. Chen Ke shook his head and took out the dormitory key. First design the badge and let Gao Jianli and Zhao Qijia wear it tomorrow to Zero Dam. Go to Zero Dam. For bosses are all at Zero Dam, and they're all at the top of the dam. What's he going there for? To get hit. Go to Box. Not going to Box either. Who knows what state the doctor's love brain will be in. Go to the aerospace base. Jinling in the office of the minister at the Han East Province Council. Chu Yunlong picked up the office phone and exchanged a glance with his secretary. The secretary understood, stepped forward to take the phone, and retrieved a box of tea leaves from the cabinet. After pouring water and steeping the tea for Zhao Jiangwo, he left the office. Once the secretary closed the office door, Chu Yunlong began, old leader, you really showed up? What are you saying? Zhao Jiangwo walked over to the sofa, took a sip from the cup, and said, Tisk, I came from so far, and you only let me drink Huishan Maojian. If you don't want to drink it, just leave it there. Who's begging you to drink? Chu Yunlong sat down on the sofa, to Zhao Jiangwo's left with an irritated expression. Why are you getting so worked up just because I said a few words? You said a few words. Chu Yunlong puffed his cheeks and glared, old leader, after you walked in you pulled out 2 ocean tears right in front of me. Do you really think I didn't see that? Oh, you're talking about this. Zhao Jiangwo casually raised his right hand. My nephew gave this to me saying I should play with it when I have nothing to do. Honestly, the feel is quite nice. You should ask your kid for a couple to try as well. Chu Yunlong paused for a moment, then expressionless raised his hand and pointed to the office door. Old leader, please leave. You're a grown man, how can you still have such a short temper? Zhao Jiangwo twirled the ocean tears in his hand. Besides, isn't your kid quite filial too? Aren't there 2 ocean tears that he didn't give you? Oh, surely he didn't forget. Chu Yunlong closed his eyes, his breath trembling. After a long pause, just as he was about to start cursing, Zhao Jiangwo spoke again. If you didn't give them, I can teach you how to get a few ocean tears from your kid. Chu Yunlong. Chu Yunlong's face turned red. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. You're so old, yet still so immature you can't take a joke at all. Zhao Jiangwo shook his head, disappointment filling his voice. No, old leader, who exactly is immature between? Chu Yunlong laughed in anger. If I came in and told you that your kid found 3 ocean tears in a tidal prison, would you believe me? No, old leader, I know you cherish that kid and I cherish him too, but do you really think I'd believe something so outrageous? Chu Yunlong trailed off mid-sentence. He looked suspiciously at Zhao Jiangwo, then glanced at the 2 ocean tears in his hand, furrowing his brows. Really? Fake. Chu Yunlong. No, old leader, you. Not found by your kid. Chu Yunlong. Chu Yunlong's fists clenched again. To be honest, if the person in front of him wasn't Zhao Jiangwo, who had saved his life twice. Alright, I won't tease you this time. Zhao Jiangwo looked at Chu Yunlong's flushed face and put away the 2 ocean tears, pulling out a USB drive. This is the playback of that day's battle. I edited out some unnecessary parts. Do you want to hear the conclusion directly, or do you want to watch the video and see for yourself how 3 ocean tears dropped from a dungeon before hearing my conclusion? Just tell me directly, old leader. Chu Yunlong felt his temples throbbing. To find ocean tears, 2 conditions are needed. Zhao Jiangwo set down the USB drive and looked at Chu Yunlong. First, the battle damage must be high. Moreover, the damage cannot just be from firearms and equipment, there must be other factors as well. Second, marksmanship must not be very good. Is that it? Chu Yunlong looked at Zhao Jiangwo. That's it. Zhao Jiangwo nodded. No, old leader. Chu Yunlong felt his blood pressure rising again. If we go by your theory, how many people in our Great Xia could possibly bring out ocean tears each year? You know, there are a lot of people in our Great Xia, but those who are skilled with firearms are actually quite rare. Moreover, the tidal prison dungeon is very difficult. Many people might just fall asleep after entering, and some might not even recognize the map. Moreover, many of those who focus on battle damage have been practicing for a long time, yet they have never found ocean tears. Did those people focusing on battle damage bring good equipment with them? Did they bring good firearms? Zhao Jiangwo interrupted Chu Yunlong. I'm not even talking about 6 sets. Did anyone ever bring in 5 sets? Has anyone ever brought in an AWM loaded with bullets? Chu Yunlong's brows furrowed. Old leader, many people wouldn't even dare to use those pieces of equipment, let alone the incredibly precious 6 sets in AWM. How could they possibly? Then isn't that the answer? Zhao Jingwo picked up his cup. Besides, if these people see the box, would they be able to resist taking out the high-value equipment and firearms inside? Old leader, do you mean? I have a nephew, Zhao Jingwo said, skimming the tea with the cup lid before taking a sip, and continuing, he is graduating from high school soon, and wants to take advantage of the shared prison day to make a move in the prison. I let a guy from our club, who has decent marksmanship, take him to the prison. You know that's my nephew, and he gets along well with that kid, so he let him wear 6 sets to go in. This kid believed in the battle damage method, and thought he could just throw away all the equipment to increase damage. As luck would have it, during that prison raid, nobody responded to their signal. Moreover, when those people heard the signal, they either rushed at them or set up ambushes on their route. Although my nephew's marksmanship and movement skills are quite poor, he's sensible. That guy had my nephew draw fire and then handled those people himself. That guy's marksmanship was solid. He single-handedly charged at the 5 teams, ambushing them, and the 2 bots. After everything was done, that guy stripped all the equipment from those people along with his own gear and stuffed it all into the soldier's box. After finishing all this, they originally planned to evacuate via the helicopter platform. But my nephew was only 18, and it was his first time in prison, so Zhao Jingwo sighed. He got shot by a sniper. That indeed was a bit inexperienced. Chu Yunlong nodded, then reacted, wait a minute, old leader, didn't you just say that was your nephew? How did he become your uncle? Oh, that doesn't matter. Zhao Jingwo waved his hand. What's important is that my nephew went into the prison again. Then he found 3 ocean tears in the soldier's box. Zhao Jingwo paused. Moreover, he found 3. My nephew kept 1 for himself, gave 1 to the guy who took him, and gave 1 to your kid. After coming out, my nephew gave your kid another ocean tear, saying to let him give it to me. Your kid is filial, so he gave me his ocean tear as well. A hint of emotion appeared on Chu Yunlong's face. So your nephew found 3 ocean tears, but ended up with none. He realized that the so-called nephew of the old leader was probably not related by blood. But let's not talk about that. Oh, just the fact that the kid would give the ocean tears to the old leader made him feel that the old leader's nephew was not mistaken. Even though his marksmanship was poor and he was inexperienced, marksmanship can be trained, but character cannot. The old leader's nephew sounds like that kind of grateful and sensible sunny youth. Well, that's not the case. He kept 1 for himself. Zhao Jingwo said casually. Chu Yunlong. He previously found 1 himself. Oh, not exactly found. Zhao Jingwo seemed to remember something that was given to him by the prison warden. You should have seen that video too. Kids, it's normal to have some wild ideas. Old leader. Could you please? I haven't finished my sentence yet. I don't want to hear it anymore. There are no ocean tears in the next part. Oh, then please continue. You say such a good kid, yet someone wants to scheme against him. Zhao Jingwo looked at Chu Yunlong. Tell me, can I talk? Give me the list of forget it. The video has it right. They'll have my secretary look for those information boards in the video. Chu Yunlong looked at Zhao Jingwo. Apart from the compensation, do you have any other requests? None. Then can you please leave? Chu Yunlong, your audacity is growing bolder. The driver has been waiting downstairs. Your sister-in-law should be finishing dinner soon. After I explain the situation to the secretary, he'll roll with you. Then I'll head down first. Chu Yunlong watched as Zhao Jingwo stood up, thought for a moment, and called out to him, what is it? Ocean tears, let's save some for now. Chu Yunlong said, with the cooperation of those GDI operatives over in Yinjing, they are about to come up with results. They say they have developed a device that after consuming 1 ocean tear can allow us to temporarily possess those operatives' abilities. Thanks. But don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Chu Yunlong stood up. You still haven't told me what your nephew's name. Chen Ke. What about that young man? The one who took your nephew down the dungeon. Gao Jianli. Got it. Moments later, the secretary pushed open the office door. Let the provincial club and those clubs know. Chu Yunlong's face had long regained its authoritative demeanor, that when they see Chen Ke, if his marksmanship is lacking, they should do their best not to hurt the kid's self-esteem. The secretary pondered for a moment, recalling the identity of the person the minister referred to as old leader, and said, is it Chen Ke from the Chijia club? Understood, minister. Also, Chu Yunlong looked at the secretary. Tell those clubs you have a good relationship with privately to try the battle damage method to find ocean tears. Moreover, let them bring in more good equipment. The specific operations are in the USB drive. Chu Yunlong handed the USB drive to the secretary. Make sure their lips are sealed. Understood. Also, there's a guy named Gao Jianli in the Chijia club. Pay special attention to him. This kid not only has solid marksmanship, but also has a very cunning mind. After no one responded to the signal in the shared prison, he actually made his teammates trick those people into firing first. For those clubs that fired first, go ask them for fines. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Understood. This kid not only has solid marksmanship, but also has a very cunning mind. After no one responded to the signal, Yinjing Council Headquarters. Can you confirm that the signal beacon is currently at the no. 0 dam? A strong man asked in not very fluent Chinese. Alexei, calm down. A man with a slight Sichuan Chongqing accent looked at the man beside him, and please trust my compatriots, trust. The instructor's compatriots. I'm just worried about the signal beacon. Comrade Alexei Lu Feng, dressed in a black council uniform, looked at Alexei. Please believe we care about Comrade's signal beacon just as much as you do. Trust them, Alexei. A man wearing a black mask and with a somewhat melancholic expression spoke up. I've experienced human experimentation, so I know that they truly have no malicious intent towards us, and they do not regard us as test subjects. They genuinely see us as people. Sorry, Comrade Lu Feng, I got too excited. The strong man sighed. I can understand. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he picked up a laser pointer and pointed it at the screen. Since Jihilos, Crow, and Demulin have all gone to the no. Zero, damn, it indicates that something is about to happen there. Though Crow wants to blow up the treasury at the bottom of the no. Zero, damn, and Jihilos is there to pursue the escaping Crow. What about Demulin? According to the intelligence provided by Comrade Wang Yuhao, Demulin's troops may have detected some issues after being drawn away by Hudson, which is why she wants to go to the no. Zero, damn, to search for the signal beacon. In other words, as long as you can find Demulin, you will likely find the signal beacon. When do we set off? Alexei looked at Lu Feng. Comrade Alexei, I understand your feelings, but Lu Feng looked at Alexei. The warden and Crow's soldiers have entered the no. Zero, damn, with them. There may already be a battle raging there, and if you go recklessly, it could be fatal. So I suggest you first enter the time-space fragments, what we refer to as the dungeon. Moreover, there are currently 4 bosses at the no. Zero, damn, none of them are friendly. This issue is easily resolved, said the black-haired man with the mask. These 4 will definitely fight among themselves. Oh, we just need to sit back and watch the show. Comrade Lu Feng makes a good point. Wuming, we shouldn't be overconfident. Alexei looked at the black-haired man, or rather looked at Wuming. Moreover, our task is to find the signal beacon before their actions and tell him that there are moles in GDI's upper echelons, so he can terminate the operation. Thus, we need to use the time-space fragments to clarify their characteristics and their deployments and deal with or avoid those 4 as quickly as possible. All right. Wuming nodded, then looked at Lu Feng. Then I have one more question. If we encounter your compatriots in the dungeon, what should we do? Lu Feng fell silent for a moment before speaking. Let them get familiar with your abilities first. What does familiar mean? Wang Yuhao, why are you stepping on my foot? Wuming looked at Wang Yuhao. We understand, Commander. Wang Yuhao ignored Wuming and said to Lu Feng. If possible, Lu Feng looked at Wang Yuhao, his expression somewhat complicated. Before using your abilities, it's best to design some distinctive phrases like, Tiger Cannon ready. Understood. They'll give you 10 minutes to discuss. After 10 minutes, go to the operations department to collect equipment and set off. Yes. After Lu Feng left the conference room, Wuming eagerly leaned towards Wang Yuhao. Wait, what does Commander Lu mean? An automated broadcast echoed across the compound. Attention. Hostile forces will breach Zero Dam in 30 minutes. All departments must reinforce defenses immediately. For a fleeting moment, the eastern parking lot of the brightly lit administrative building fell silent. Don't those people ever sleep? Beacon cracked open a beer and rolled his eyes. Must they stir up trouble here in the— Get used to it, Raven said, brushing the last skewer of roasted mutton from his fingers. How much did GDI pay them to work this hard? Beacon smacked his lips. And what about you? How much did GDI pay you to push yourself this far? Raven glanced at him with a faint, knowing smile. Triple Agent. Brother, you're truly extraordinary. I'm different from them. I'm not doing this for money. I'm doing it for Beacon. Raven. Enough chatter, for now. Garros frowned, cutting them off, then turned to Saeed. Saeed, before today had Zero Dam ever issued such a broadcast? No. Saeed's tone grew grave. The word must has never appeared in any prior broadcast, nor at the spaceport base. Demulin's eyes glowed emerald, a telltale sign of her mind operating at peak velocity. I've just reviewed every memory from the past several years. I am certain the word must has never once appeared in any spaceport-based broadcast. Humph. Then I think I understand. Garros let out a cold, humorless laugh and lifted his gaze toward the pitch-black sky utterly devoid of stars. GDI's hand reaches farther than we imagined. What on earth is Garros muttering about? Beacon leaned close to Raven, and the captain means GDI has deployed operatives into the Instructor's native timeline, Raven explained. From there they can descend directly into these temporal fragments. Huh. Beacon blinked, shook his head, and quietly slipped Raven a Rolex while continuing to murmur. Keep it for yourself. A flicker of disdain crossed Raven's face as he looked at the watch. Does this man have even less than I do? Oh. Beacon snatched the Rolex back instantly. So what does it mean exactly? Look, if you didn't intend to give it, don't pull it out in the first place. Honestly, I'm done. Beacon's antics earned another eye roll from Raven, but since he'd never wanted the watch anyway, he continued calmly. In short, there are 2.5 worlds. One is the Instructor's home reality, another is ours. The half-world is the temporal fragment you witnessed recently. This fragment is a sliver of our space-time excised and stabilized by an external set of rules. Under those conditions, individuals from the Instructor's world may intrude into our fragment. There are countless such fragments, and within each infinite mirrored versions of our world. If our consciousness does not descend into a given fragment, its mirrored selves act strictly according to our current logic and trajectory. When the broadcast sounds, it signals the beginning of a temporal node extraction. Beacon furrowed his brow. Yes, Raven nodded. We do not know when or why it emerged. We only know that beyond extracting fragments, it imposes rules upon them. Common ones include. Raven. Garros interrupted again. Cease the explanation for now. Understood, Captain. Raven fell silent and turned his attention fully to Garros. GDI has extended its reach here. Conflict with them is inevitable. Garros had risen without warning. Hands clasped behind his back, he gazed into the distance where lamplight bled slowly into the encroaching night. Before war begins, we must seize every second. Since GDI has sent them here, we'll use them as live-fire training. Raven, divide your squad in two. One unit secures the vault, the other holds the administrative building. Prioritize CQB drills from the instructor's videos. Affirmative. Raven snapped his heels together, his voice ringing sharply through the night air. Saeed, deploy all members of the Crimson Owl squad except your personal guard to the substation. Focus on urban combat drills. TCH, acceptable. Saeed rose into the evening wind, brushing dust from his uniform. Lu Wei, you lead patrols in open terrain. We've never engaged in field encounters before. This is our chance to close that gap. Yes, Captain. Demulan, your troops have never trained under the instructor. Assign them to the ambush positions shown in the evacuation point video he left behind. Let them internalize this combat doctrine as quickly as possible. Agreed. I'll await you in the industrial. Garros accepted the ASH-12 rifle from Lu Wei, fitted with a 612 variable zoom scope. Saeed, ensure your personal guard transports several crates of rocket launchers. The instructor's footage clearly demonstrates combined arms tactics and saturation bombardment. Urgent circumstances aside, I won't hold this against you tonight. Saeed met Garros's gaze unflinchingly. But Zero Dam's commanding officer is not you, it is me. Garros paused mid-motion, then stepped forward, rifle in hand, stopping before Saeed. His voice held no inflection, no warmth, no hesitation. Saeed. Zero Dam has only ever had one commander. Another hollow linguistic gambit. Saeed scoffed, unblinking. Words alone cannot forge true order. And if you truly wish to play with semantics, tell me, is the instructor merely Zero Dam's commander, not also tied prisons? A savage who understands no order. Garros sneered. A madman lost in his own delusions. Saeed shot back undeterred. Enough. Shall I call the instructor? Beacon raised his phone. If you're not deploying your squad, what are you waiting for? Garros whirled around instantly. Is this your concern? Saeed snapped, equally irritated. Raven, anticipating both reactions, merely shrugged at Beacon. Brother, shall we head to the dam crest together? Entering Zero Dam. Temporal anchor locked. You have entered Zero Dam. Remember, engage. Search. Secure. Withdraw. Why did I respawn at the tourist center exile zone? Inside the helicopter, Wang Yuhao, clad in hex armor, scowled at his map, then turned to the broad-shouldered man beside him, shield strapped across his back. Alexei, do not equip your blast suit immediately after landing. I know. Alexei nodded. We're still far from the administrative building. I'll don it just before entering. Wang Yuhao addressed the melancholic man opposite him, masked, concealing his features. Proceed with caution en route. Don't falter at the final hurdle. Understood. Wuming nodded, then raised his left hand. Night obscures vision. Upon descent, I'll activate silent infiltration immediately. Good. Wang Yuhao looked between them. Proceed per plan. I advance from the tourist center toward the container yard. Wuming heads to the substation. Alexei, to the administrative building. Rendezvous at the cement plant. Remember, those operatives you encounter aren't genuine GDI agents. They're players. Expel them from this temporal fragment. Nothing more. Understood. Alexei nodded. Are you certain this is Colonel Lu's directive? Wuming remained uneasy. Wang Yuhao rolled his eyes, ignoring Wuming entirely. Check weapons. Activate night vision. Prepare for fast-rope descent. After both men acknowledged, Wang Yuhao took a slow, deep breath. Though our primary objective is intelligence on Beacon, we'll also extract any usable supplies encountered en route. These materials will aid Colonel Lu and his team. No problem. Let's move. With that, Wang Yuhao secured his descender onto the rope dangling from the helicopter. Yet before he touched ground, a series of heavy, muffled sonic booms tore through the air overhead. He drew his blade in one fluid motion, slashing the rope, tethering him to the descender, clearing space for the others still aboard, then activated his dorsal thrust module without hesitation. White exhaust erupted violently, propelling him sideways toward a low southern hill. Simultaneously, disbelief ripped from his throat. RPG. Take cover. At Wang Yuhao's warning, Alexei and Wuming released their descent locks, plummeting nearly uncontrolled toward the earth. They braced for impact, intending to roll upon landing, but found their torsos rigid, unable to bend. Only then did they grasp, viscerally, the terrifying nature of temporal fragment rules. Two dull thuds echoed across the ground, followed by two battered figures scrambling swiftly to separate cover positions. Almost the instant all three were behind cover, relentless muffled explosions detonated in rapid succession, so close they rattled teeth and blurred vision. Had they been raw recruits, they'd have been paralyzed, or worse, by sheer terror. But these were veterans, battle-hardened, unshaken by artillery. And this was no ordinary battlefield. It was a realm governed by alien rules. The proximity of rocket blasts, shredded armor plates, opened fresh wounds, and clouded sight. But per the protocols drilled into them over recent days, such injuries were reversible. All three simultaneously unscrewed vials of analgesics, swallowed a dose, and instantly regained clarity of vision and suppression of pain. Status report. Wang Yuhao's voice cut through the dust. Agent Wang Yuhao. Full armor breach, single laceration to lumbar region, 2 wounds each to legs and arms. Agent Alexei. Full armor breach, no lumbar injury, a fracture to left humerus and right femur. Agent Eli. Full armor breach, 2 lumbar lacerations, bilateral tibial fractures. Eli, assume firing position with me. Alexei, repair armor, apply surgical kits and hemostatic dressings, then don blast suit. Wang Yuhao commanded. Affirmative. Affirmative. A metallic clatter followed. Then Alexei's voice returned, blast suit deploy. But these fragment rules prevent me from wielding firearms in this state. Completely forgot about that. Wang Yuhao muttered a frustrated provincial curse, glancing at his thruster unit before gritting his teeth. Alexei, you cover Eli. Eli, you stabilize status. My sector requires no assistance. I'll reposition instantly upon contact. Besides, the smoke's already lifting. Time is slipping away. Wang Yuhao wasted no time. He pulled out surgical kits and medical packs. Within half a minute, having restored baseline function, he retrieved the armor repair kit. By the time Wang Yuhao finished reinforcing his armor, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a sight that arrested his breath entirely. Midway down the narrow path before him stood a half infantryman clad in cobalt blue armor, his 6-barrel Gatling already spinning to life. Flanking him stood 3 half shield bearers advancing deliberately, each spaced roughly 8 meters apart. Their formation formed an inverted equilateral triangle, with the gunner anchored precisely at its center, fully. Behind each shield bearer, standard infantrymen crouched low, rifles braced atop shields, bodies concealed entirely behind reinforced plating. And still, more came. That familiar heavy sonic signature intensified, swarming toward him in tighter, deadlier waves. Wang Yuhao's mind froze. Since when does half train rocket troopers? And why does this tactic feel so disturbingly familiar? Artillery saturation, followed by mechanized infantry advance. Granted, there are no tanks here, but that armored gunner, he is a tank. Has half become even as cognition stalled, muscle memory triggered his thruster once more. He knew it was futile, but he refused. He leveled his rifle midair, aiming squarely at the gunner's head. Even if expelled from this fragment, he would take that gunner down, lightening the burden on Alexei and Eli. His finger tightened, then paused. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. He stared, hard, at the incoming rockets. But weren't their trajectories off? Judging by their arc, they wouldn't strike him. They'd converge there. Boom, 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 boom. Consecutive rocket impacts detonated precisely within the triangular shield formation, obliterating the entire tactical array in blinding fire and concussive force. Wang Yuhao exhaled sharply, suddenly relieved. Of course, half doesn't field rocket troops. So half and Asura are at war. We simply wandered into their battlefield. All that remained was vigilance. Crack, crack, tada-da-tada. 2 sharp rifle reports, then rapid automatic fire. Then, darkness. When Wang Yuhao opened his eyes again, he saw the familiar ceiling of the council chamber. Ah, so it's the council's ceiling after all. He turned his head mechanically, only to find Alexei and Wu Ming staring back. Well, what a coincidence. You two are here too. A moment later in the conference room, Lu Feng, who was just about to leave for home, looked at the 3 GDI operatives in front of him with a strange expression. You mean you were sent back by an RPG as soon as you landed? No, Wu Ming shook his head. We were indeed bombed by RPGs right after landing, but it was QJB-201 and ASH-12 that sent us back. Let me explain, Commander. Wang Yuhao stood up, handing a USB drive containing the combat footage to Lu Feng, while saying, as we were about to land, we first came under heavy fire with at least 4 RPGs hitting the surrounding area. After the bombardment, we collided with a Special Forces squad made up of Havoc machine gunners and shield soldiers. The formation of that Special Forces squad was quite strange. They approached us with the machine gunners at the core and the shield soldiers as cover, resembling a sort of infantry tank cooperation. Then a second wave of fire accurately struck those Special Forces. After that, we were sent back by QJB-201 and ASH-12. We suspect that the entire Zero Dam has already fallen into the flames of war, and the Havoc Special Forces squad attempted to launch a night raid, and then... Wait a moment. Lu Feng's brow furrowed without him realizing it. He interrupted Wang Yuhao and asked, you just said that after being bombed by RPGs you ran into that Havoc Special Forces squad. So you encountered this squad while relocating and seeking cover. Our armor was completely destroyed by the RPGs, so at that time we were repairing and regrouping behind cover when those special forces found us. Wang Yuhao suddenly realized something, looking at Lu Feng with disbelief in his voice. Commander Lu, are you implying that we weren't caught in the crossfire between Havoc and Asura, but that these two factions are working together using a barrage advanced tactic? That's highly likely, Lu Feng nodded. Havoc doesn't have rocket troops, so it must have been the rockets from the Asura faction that hit you. The Havoc special forces wouldn't specifically check an area that had been bombed by Asura rocket troops. Furthermore, if those rocket troops were initially targeting the Havoc Special Forces squad, then the squad wouldn't have maintained formation after the first wave of bombardment. Most importantly, according to your account, the gunfire that sent you back occurred only after the rockets hit that special. Let me ask you, did you change positions after the first wave of bombardment? No, Wang Yuhao shook his head. We were regrouping at that time. So that means... Lu Feng's expression grew more serious. The two individuals with QJB-201 and ASH-12 could fire at you right after the first bombardment. But they only opened fire after the rockets flipped the Special Forces squad. Wang Yuhao, what does this suggest? Wang Yuhao paused for a moment, then slowly pronounced two words, supplementary fire. Exactly, supplementary fire. Commander Lu nodded. Asura and Havoc's forces saw you as targets, as practice dummies to train their barrage advanced tactics. But their rocket troops were not skilled enough, and the second wave of fire struck their own men hard, which is why those two hiding in the shadows came to provide supplementary fire. Comrade Lu Feng, I have a question. Alexei raised his hand. Comrade Alexei, please go ahead. If that really was a barrage advanced tactic, isn't that too alarming? Alexei looked at Lu Feng. According to Comrade Wang Yuhao, at our closest we were no more than 20 meters away from that Special Forces squad. You must understand, even elite troops maintain a distance of 300 to 1,000 meters from their own forces. Moreover, I previously dealt with Asura soldiers when I was at GDI. For them, a unit that can coordinate infantry and armor without being crushed by their own tanks is already considered elite. I don't believe Asura soldiers can master such advanced tactics. Lu Feng remained silent for a moment, then looked at Alexei. Comrade Alexei, I cannot directly answer your doubts. However, I can tell you that perhaps the Asura soldiers wouldn't think of this, but the Havoc soldiers might try to do so. Havoc. Alexei frowned. That's just a vile capitalist company if their soldiers are merely faithless. Specifically, I cannot say. Lu Feng looked at Alexei. But Comrade Alexei, those Havoc soldiers who appeared at Zero Dam, originally stationed at Tidal Prison, are not the same as ordinary Havoc soldiers. Comrade Lu Feng, I request to enter Zero Dam once more. Alexei looked at Lu Feng. I don't want to argue with you. I want to prove who is right through practice. All right, Lu Feng nodded. Comrade Alexei, I can assign you 6 more team members, so each of you can bring 2 team members to form 3 teams to go to Zero Dam. Thank you for your kindness, but the situation at Zero Dam is unclear. It's best if the 3 of us go together. Alexei refused. Okay. After Lu Feng left the conference room, Wu Ming leaned over to Wang Yuhao. Hey Longzi, what is a barrage advance? The sudden voice startled Wang Yuhao, and upon seeing Wu Ming, who had crept up without notice, he nearly jumped. Damn it, you little brat, don't come near me. I have a wife. TCH can't take a joke. Wu Ming awkwardly scratched his nose, then looked over Wang Yuhao to Alexei. Instructor, what exactly is a barrage advanced tactic? Eli, the instructor, taught this in tactics class. Alexei's calm voice sounded. Have you forgotten? Wu Ming tilted his head. When did you teach? I don't remember. I mean the instructor, not me, but... Alexei. Wang Yuhao suddenly turned his head. Don't you know why the beacon ended up in danger? What are you trying to say now? Alexei lowered his eyelids. Sorry, it was too calm here, and I became a bit relaxed. It's my fault. Pack up and head to Zero Dam. Wang Yuhao's voice turned grave. First, let's find the beacon. At Zero Dam, on the dam top. Ever since arriving at the dam top, the beacon was dumbfounded. As a triple agent, he thought he had seen a lot. But what the hell did he just see? It was one thing for rocket launchers to wash the ground, but there was even a second wave of fire cover as the special forces advanced. Isn't this the barrage advance tactic that only those major powers have? Is this really the Asura Guard? 3 people have already been taken out. Demolin glanced at the scene through the sniper scope, then raised his head to speak to the others beside him. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the error of the rocket can be controlled within 10 meters. The accuracy is acceptable. Gororos lowered his gun, his voice sarcastic beneath the mask. If it can avoid hitting our own people, that would be even better. Said did not retort, because his men had indeed severely hit Gororos' team just now. Captain, isn't what you said a bit problematic? Raven started causing trouble again. I see this is quite accurate, isn't it? It accurately hit the Havoc Special Forces squad, right? Said Raven. Gororos suddenly turned to glare at Raven. Raven had truly lost his mind. Did he not know what could and couldn't be said? Though the instructor had returned, they had not seen said for more than a day, so how could they be that familiar? Kareem, don't shout. If you have the ability, come at me, said retorted without hesitation. The visibility at night is poor. I want to see how far you can shoot with that thing. He'll do it. Raven fearlessly walked up to the ammunition box and opened 2 rocket launcher boxes. Hassan find Kareem a new launcher. Said crossed his arms and coldly watched Raven. Don't let this kid say we gave him defective products. Understood, boss. Said subordinate nodded. Let's go, Kareem. Shall I take you to get a new one? What launcher do we need? Raven scoffed, fiddling with the 2 rockets before tucking them into his waist, then starting to dismantle a new— Wait, what's this vice captain doing? The beacon, coming back to his senses, was confused by Raven's actions and looked at Gororo's. What does it mean that he has rockets tucked into his waist? What does it mean not to have a launcher? Gororo's ignored the beacon, looking at Said, and whispered angrily, how many times did the instructor say not to let Kareem touch the RPG, and you just forgot those words after he provoked you? Is this my fault? Said also retorted angrily. Aren't you the one who didn't manage your men well? You just want to put the blame on me. Gororo scolded loudly, then picked up his phone to report to Chen Ke. After all, Chen Ke never said Raven could touch the rockets. The problem wasn't that big. However, illuminated by the light from the screen, Gororo's saw Raven's face. Raven's face held no grudge or deep sorrow, only genuine enthusiasm and fervor. Gororo's remained silent for a moment, then sighed. Gororo's Chen Ke, instructor Raven wants to use an RPG too. Should I give it to him? Chen Ke. If he wants to play, let him. If you don't have enough RPGs, I will find a way to get them for you. Gororo's no need, we have enough, thank you, instructor. After hearing the phone's notification, Said took out his phone, saw the message, and paused, first looking at Gororo's, then following Gororo's gaze to Raven, who was squatting there. After a moment he sighed, put away his phone, and signaled to his subordinate. The subordinate nodded in understanding, and then moved several boxes of new rockets to Raven's feet. Moments later, Raven's somewhat fervent voice rang out. Said, today, he'll show you how rockets should be used. He grinned, stood up, attached the rocket to the ignition, and then holding the rocket by its handle walked into the elevator. Said looked at Raven's bouncing figure, his mouth twitching, then turned to Gororo's. I say, this wild man has gone mad. Oh, aren't you going to do something about it? Don't think I didn't see you having your subordinate move 2 boxes of rockets for him. Gororo's voice was barely contained. Wasn't it you who asked the instructor in the group first? He had been holding back for so long. Gororo's turned around, looking at the shadow in the dark, whistling and walking cheerfully inside. And over the years, if he hadn't acted so crazy and attracted all the attention, I would have been regarded as a madman long ago. What are you talking about? The beacon's words were cut off by a frenzied voice. Royal Supply. Welcome to Taste. Boom, 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 boom. He suddenly ran to the edge of the dam, and then saw a figure standing on a container, constantly throwing rockets into the windows. Beacon. Wait, is this right? The beacon rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't seeing things, then turned his head. Raven is throwing rockets. And the rockets he threw actually exploded? You'll get used to it. Demoulin, holding a sniper rifle, walked over to the beacon. This kid asked me before if he could open a window for the co-pilot. He wanted to throw rockets down from the co-pilot's seat. The beacon's eyes widened in shock. No, 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 Director, weren't you flying a fighter jet before? Yes, Demoulin nodded. Once this kid discovered he could modify rockets, he has always wanted to do this. He even found a twisted logic saying that a fighter jet without rockets isn't a fighter jet, and claimed that the instructor said this. Modify rockets. Isn't that thing impossible to be modified into something that can be thrown by hand? How did he even think of this? Well, this is actually the instructor's fault. Demoulin smacked his lips. The instructor casually mentioned that grenades could substitute for artillery, and Raven remembered that. The ridiculous part is that back then Asura had no grenades, but they certainly had RPGs. So, that's how it turned out. Beacon. Consider yourself lucky, this kid has already restrained himself a lot now. Demoulin's electronic synthesized voice showed a hint of fluctuation. If it weren't for the instructor's strict prohibition, this kid even wanted to tie rockets onto sticks. The beacon exclaimed, isn't he insane? Then what's the point of a launcher? Because not everyone can use it. Said had unknowingly arrived at the top of the dam, looking down at Raven, sighing. Those who have lost their families, those who are alone in the world, those who only seek revenge, how could they possibly use a launcher? The beacon opened his mouth, then his voice turned hoarse, but like this they will die too. Then that is what they seek. After Said's words fell, all that remained on the dam was the cold wind rustling the cloaks and the booming sound of rocket launchers exploding beneath their feet. Jahilos and Demulin also fell silent, standing on either side of Said, raising their heads together to gaze at the pitch-black, lightless night sky in the distance. Know that pitch-black sky had already been torn open by the Raven's rocket launcher, with the blazing flames reflected in the eyes of the few. About 5 minutes later, when the Raven stuffed a rocket into the mouth of the last GDI operative, the sound of the broadcast echoed in their ears. Detected that hostile forces have withdrawn from the combat zone. All departments, please redeploy. Let's go, it's time for the debriefing, Jahilos said instinctively, trying to place his hands behind his back. But he suddenly remembered something, and awkwardly let his hands drop naturally by his sides. However, the habit developed over the years made his movements slightly uncoordinated. Upon seeing this, Said suppressed his urge to leap off the dam, waiting for Demulin to catch up with Jihilos before lifting his foot to follow behind Demulin. 2 formed a line, 3 formed a column. This was the most basic lesson taught by the instructor. A moment later, in the meeting room on the first floor of the east building of the administrative building. Raven, you go first. Jihilos tapped the table with his fingers, looking at Raven. Boss, these GDI operatives are too weak. Raven's face still bore a hint of sickly redness. My brother said they didn't even get a chance to strike. A single machine gunner can take down a full squad of GDI operatives. Hammer. Jihilos' tone turned cold. The equipment I've given you for the machine gunner is for your men to wield the barrel and hammer people. It's just a habit. Raven scratched his head. Besides, they tried it in prison. Let me tell you, this thing is pretty handy for hammering people. What is being embarrassed in prison not enough? Jihilos' voice suddenly rose. Now you're embarrassing yourself at Zero Dam. That's not what? Jihilos interrupted Raven mercilessly. I had your squad practice CQB tactics. Did they do it? They practiced. Raven's voice diminished. How did they practice? Well, Raven lowered his head and murmured softly, they. Shield bearers opened the door, and then machine gunners entered with the barrels, while shield bearers followed to Don't set the bar too high, Jihilos said, spoke up in defense of Raven. At the very least, they should know not to enter a confined space alone after opening the door. Raven's head buried deeper. This comfort was worse than no comfort at all. Said, if it were your squad, what would they? Jihilos looked at Said and asked. One person stands on each side of the door, one is responsible for opening it, while the other prepares to toss in a grenade once the door is opened. Said shrugged. After tossing in, at least a 4-person squad should rush into the room simultaneously, and then the 4 should begin indiscriminate firing within the first moment of entering the room, each covering a 90-degree field of fire. Of course, Jihilos, my squad and Raven's squad are different. The people under Raven were specifically trained for Who said that? Jihilos activated his non-mercy mode, staring intently at Said. Who said the people under Raven were specifically for close combat? Was it the instructor? Huh. Upon hearing Jihilos' reprimand, Said suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up with an abrupt motion. Jihilos, stop pretending here. This is Zero Dam, not your title prison. Beacon. Jihilos ignored Said and turned to look at the beacon sitting in a chair against the wall. Huh. What's wrong, Jihilos? Said is evading issues and getting angry during the post-battle debriefing. Huh. Beacon, listening to Jihilos' words, felt a bit confused. What does this have to do with him? Record my previous statement along with what Said just said. Although Jihilos faced Beacon, his gaze shifted back to Said. At that time, you will present these records to the Beacon. You guys are playing me right. You. Said gritted his teeth and spat out one word before angrily sitting back down. Jihilos, Demulin, who couldn't stand it any longer, tried to mediate. I have heard a bit about those few people under Raven. They got used to using hammers in prison, and it's difficult to change that habit in a short time. I think this issue could use the instructor's advice. Fine. Jihilos took the step Demulin offered. Then I'll mention the problems within my squad. Lu Wei. Present. Lu Wei, sitting by the wall, stood up immediately. Reflect on the problems present in the previous battle. Yes. Lu Wei straightened his legs together. Report, Captain. After the recent combat, our unit identified 3 issues. 1. Our unit did not grasp the essentials of the barrage advance tactics. After the first round of artillery coverage, we failed to apply fire suppression on the enemy and merely advanced mechanically. 2. After the enemy was scattered by artillery fire, our unit failed to achieve an encirclement annihilation, but relied on formation advancement, and during the advance, we did not seek cover overly, depending on our equipment. 3. Our unit lacks close-range fire suppression capabilities. The firepower of the machine gunners is insufficient to cause effective damage to enemies behind cover. Report complete. Please advise. Said, do you have anything to add? Jihilos looked at Said. Yes. Said, who had just been glaring at Jihilos, gradually calmed down. There was no need to involve Lu Wei in their quarrel. Regarding the issue of insufficient firepower mentioned by Lu Wei, I can have my deputy teach you how to use the rocket launcher. But this is merely a temporary fix. Jihilos, both your squad and my squad share a common problem. Said glanced at the 2 guards behind him before looking at Jihilos. In fact, this issue extends beyond just our squads. You meet Demulin and Raven also encounter this problem. What problem? Overemphasis on individual heroism. Said stared at Jihilos. Their combat is like every seasoned veteran fighting individually. Although each person is strong, they are fighting their own battles. Do you remember what the instructor's first piece of advice was? I remember. Jihilos nodded thoughtfully. He said to disguise myself as an ordinary prison guard. So the instructor actually provided the answer on the first day. Said spoke in a deep voice. It's just that until tonight, I never understood the instructor's meaning. After listening to Demulin's words, just now I finally figured it out. Do you remember what the instructor most frequently said phrase? Jihilos pondered for a moment. Isn't it charged with me? What does this have to do with what you're saying? The moment Said heard these 3 words, the figure of the person he could never hold back during every fight surfaced in his mind. His mouth twitched beneath the mask. It's not that phrase, it's another one. Isn't the one he most often says. Jahilos looked at Raven. Does the instructor have any other catchphrases? Maybe. Raven's voice was somewhat hesitant. Sometimes he says, I'm your instructor, if I don't charge who will. Said. He somewhat exhaustedly opened his mouth. Forget it, let me just say it directly. Jahilos, I ask you, if you were to wear the machine gunner's gear, could you do better than those under Raven? Of course. Jahilos initially responded without hesitation, but after 3 words, he found himself unable to continue. Could he? Said sensed Jahilos' hesitation and did not mock him, instead, giving a self-deprecating laugh. I don't know about you, but I feel like I can't. Therefore the root of the problems with Raven's squad lies with us. As captains, if we cannot lead by example, what right do we have to demand that our subordinates perform well? Jahilos nodded after a moment of silence. You're right. After the debriefing, I'll ask the instructor if I can also wear the machine gunner's gear. Also please ask for me. Said sighed. In any case, I doubt the instructor will pay any attention to me. Beacon, who caught the keyword, suddenly lifted his head. No boss, not again. Jahilos, sensing that Said was getting out of hand, quickly turned to Demulin. Demulin, do you have any issues to summarize? Yes. Demulin nodded. During the day I deployed a gray Mako tank in the military camp pipeline. Although the tank cleared a full squad of GDI operatives in over 20 seconds, 3 Hafik soldiers were caught in the tank's fire coverage and were also taken out. Furthermore, during the tank's movements, 2 Hafik soldiers and 1 Astra soldier had their legs broken by the... This reflects 2 issues. First, as my distance from the gray Mako increases my control precision over it. Second, our soldiers are not familiar with the gray Mako's performance. The second issue can be resolved, but time is running out. Beacon, according to Hudson's plan, when will you seek out Reese? 3 days later, Beacon said. Then that's that. Demulin nodded. So this issue cannot be resolved for now. However, after hearing your words just now, I believe we can modify our infantry tank coordination tactics. I can be assigned a set of machine gunner gear, and I will take the lead with the gray Mako, allowing those soldiers to follow behind me to advance. Then I will ask the instructor as well. There's another issue. After Demulin finished speaking, his voice became somewhat hesitant. I don't know if it's appropriate. You say? I feel. The GDI operatives are somewhat weak. Demulin frowned, practicing with them. Seems like we can't gain anything from it. Even without the gray Mako, I could take them out one shot at a time from the dam. They wouldn't even seek cover. Beacon. No, Director, is it possible you were on the dam? How do you expect those people to find cover? I said, nodded. I simply said enemy spotted in the administrative building, and those GDI operatives charged at me like fools without any cover. They really are too weak. Beacon. While they're still experts, he has now learned some rules of the time-space fragments, and if he remembers correctly, the phrase enemy spotted can only be called out by minions, right? You said saying this phrase is like the sound of a tank's engine running, emitting footsteps from a person. What difference does it make? I think so too. Raven echoed. I just threw rockets into the building for 5 or 6 minutes from a container, and not a single GDI operative thought to suppress me at my firing point. Beacon. Nobody suppressing your firing point. You threw out 3 boxes of rockets in less than 5 minutes while hiding behind cover. How do you expect them to suppress you? Jahilos pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, when Lu Wei and the others advanced, they merely formed a static formation while those GDI operatives appeared to be befuddled. Beacon. Hey dude, GDI operatives are meant to execute special operations behind enemy lines, not to face off against an army hidden. Don't even mention those so-called operatives. Even if real GDI special agents showed up facing this situation, I estimate only Alexei and Wang Yuhang would not appear foolish. This problem should also be reported to the instructor. Demulin frowned. After all, we are going to attack Queen's Hotel in Longbow Valley. If this continues, our soldiers are likely to be trained into arrogant soldiers. How are we to seek revenge on Reese then? Beacon. Does Reese know how amazing he is? Jahilos, Chen Ke instructor said, Raven, and I want to switch to machine gunner gear and familiarize ourselves with the combat style of machine gunners. Is that possible? Watching the message pop up in the group, a question mark slowly appeared on Chen Ke's head. Boss, were the machine gunners... How are these 2 sentences related? No, what kind of crazy situation has this group of bosses descended into? Oh, when those players finally managed to shoot off the machine gunner's helmet with great effort. Huh, a mask. Are they still playing this market trade? Jahilos, oh right, instructor Demulin has researched infantry tank coordination tactics and also wants to switch to machine gunner gear, then advance with the gray Mako. Chen Ke. No, buddy. Is this how infantry tank coordination works? Dr. Romeus. This is amusing. I want to play too. Can I pair some ground troops with the Blue Eagle helicopter? Ground troops consisting only of infantry are still too weak. Instructor, can you help me ask Demulin if I can exchange the gray Mako for the Blue Eagle helicopter? Chen Ke. No, what does this have to do with you? Jahilos, also instructor, we feel that those GDI operatives are a bit too weak. Training with them seems unproductive and risks turning our soldiers into arrogant warriors. Chen Ke. Upon seeing this message, Chen Ke was so amused that he almost laughed. Is it a problem with the weakness of the GDI operatives? You guys have become like this, who could possibly defeat you? I don't know which person helped these poor weak bosses find a way to deal with the GDI operatives. It's hard to guess. Jahilo's moreover instructor after Raven's subordinates were machine gunner gear, they always want to wield the barrel to hammer people. Is there any way to change this habit? Chen Ke sighed in relief. At last they asked a question that wasn't so absurd. Chen Ke understood the situation proposed by Guhala. It was reasonable for the crow's minions accustomed to smashing people with hammers to prefer using gun barrels to hit others. As for how to change that, it was simple. Just make sure they can't hit anyone right. Chen Ke let those machine gunners take positions on the dam, and they are not allowed to come down. When they can't hit anyone, they will naturally think of shooting instead. Guhala understood. Chen Ke, as for what you just mentioned about the equipment of the machine gunners, let them wear whatever they want. There was nothing he could do, the boss had already said so, and what could this instructor do? As for the issue of the GDI operators being too weak as mentioned by the bosses, this kind of arrogance in the military is unacceptable. These bosses may have been a bit cunning, but their methods would eventually be cracked by others. This is not the new Three Kingdoms. There is no cycle of arrogance leading to defeat, defeat leading to sorrow, and sorrow leading to victory. Moreover, Chen Ke closed the group chat and glanced at the WeChat groups for the Jingzhou Club and the Handong Province Club that he had just joined during the day. The group was already discussing the unusual performances of these bosses and starting to look for countermeasures. Even ordinary players could notice the anomalies and seek solutions. What about the GDI? Those high-ranking officials in GTI, although they are in CS, are not fools. Moreover, GDI has a group of specially skilled operators. He needed to find a way to dampen the arrogance of these bosses, otherwise they would suffer greatly. Just in time, the emblem had also been designed. Let's see what these bosses have become. Chen Ke, Guhala, you just said that GDI operators pose no threat to you. Guhala, it's not entirely untrue. There are some GDI operators who can survive for a minute after land. Chen Ke, alright, fine, hitting the body counts as a hit, while not dying from a shot counts as a failure, right? Chen Ke, okay, they'll go check your training results in the instance later. Guhala said, Instructor, didn't you say you wouldn't do surprise attacks before? Crow's instructor, it's getting late, you've been busy all day and must be tired. Why don't you rest well, and check tomorrow? Romisius, no problem. If the instructor is too tired to walk, I can send a few Blue Eagles to act as a transport vehicle for the instructor. Guhala, Romisius, shut up. You don't want to be a volunteer for the brain machine experiment, do you? Romisius, forget it, Warden. The prisoners you sent are all death row inmates, and very few have normal brains. Using them for experiments is just a waste of effort. You can't threaten me. Chen Ke, I'll enter the instance in about 30 minutes. See you in the instance. I have only one request, don't go easy on me. Let me see how far you have come to believe that GDI operators pose no threat to you. At Zero Dam Administrative Building Conference Room. Seeing the four worried faces, the beacons that had just quietly stood behind Guhala and peeked at their phones couldn't help but smile. Well, it seems you guys are in trouble, making you think that GDI operators pose no threat at all. How come your instructor isn't a GDI operator? After a moment of silence, Guhala finally spoke. Reassign 8 shield soldiers, 3 flamethrower soldiers, 3 machine gunners, and 3 snipers to form an elite team. Crows, recall those machine gunners under your command to form a fire point for the elite team. Remind them that they are to shoot the instructor and must never use gun barrels to smash people. Understood. Demulin, bring back the 2 gray Mako tanks deployed in the military camp pipeline to serve as temporary artillery for the elite team. After finishing off the other GDI teams on the dam, quickly move to the vicinity of the elite team and control the tanks with full concentration. No problem, said. Give Crows 2 boxes of rockets. Before Demulin finishes off the other GDI teams, your Red Hawk team is responsible for suppressing fire against the instructor. Guhala paused. No, since it's an instructor, regular fire suppression is no longer effective. Have your Red Hawk team fire a few rounds at those GDI helicopters first. Sure. My guard team will serve as the second wave's reserve team, and we will try to delay the time for the instructor to wipe out the elite team. Is there any problem with the above deployment? No, said, and the others shook their heads. If there are no problems, execute quickly. Lu Wei asked Klus which spawn point he wants to squat at this time. After clarifying, let the elite team guard that spawn point. Beacon felt increasingly uneasy. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly spoke. Wait, I have a question. Speak. Guhala stopped and turned to Beacon. No, are you really planning to ambush your instructor? Beacon's voice was filled with disbelief. Are you all crazy? What problem? Guhala countered. The problem is huge. Beacon said with a tone of frustration. Do you even understand the situation? Your instructor clearly thinks you have become too arrogant, so he wants to dampen your spirits. I know. And then Guhaluo's voice remained calm. Donnie, what exactly are you trying to say? Listen, Guhalua, you can't do this. Beacon stepped forward. At this point, what you should do is deliberately go easy, get defeated one by your instructor, and then endure the instructor's scolding. After Beacon finished speaking, he turned to Demulin. Director Guhala may not know, but don't you understand the ins and outs of this matter? When those high-ranking officials from half come to inspect, isn't it always like this? After all, if we don't make mistakes, it would reflect poorly on them, right? You are the one who doesn't understand the situation, Orion. Demulin looked at Beacon. That's not half's high-ranking officials, that's the instructor. Even if he really loses, he will just admit his mistakes. Moreover, I believe the instructor won't lose. He'll explain this to you after the instructor's inspection. Guhelua turned around. Time is tight, everyone prepare for deployment. Looking at Guheluo's back, Beacon stood there in a daze. So, will there really be such leaders? As crows passed by Beacon, he patted Beacon on the shoulder and then whispered, "Do you really think we can't forget the instructor just because he trained us?" Report Captain Kluss said he still wants to spawn at the cement factory pipeline. Lu Wei said at the conference room door. Then let the elite team be deployed at the cement factory. Understood. Xijia Club. Brother Chun is 2 sets of level 6 armor enough. Gao Zhanli handed the 45 grid backpack in his hand to Chen Ke. Should I bring 2 more sets for you? That's enough. Chen Ke looked at Gao Zhanli. I'm just going to take a look at the anomalies at Zero Dam. There won't be any accidents. All right then. Gao Zhanli nodded. Anyway, I won't be polite with you. If you need my help, just let me know. MHM. Chen Ke took the bag and equipment handed over by Gao Zhanli, checked them, and then walked into the teleportation point. Entering Zero Dam. Time anchor point has been locked. You have entered Zero Dam. Remember, engage search finish, and with hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Chen Ke furrowed his brow slightly. When did this prompt turn into such a serious? Wasn't it always extortion, blackmail, finish, and withdraw? Just as Chen Ke noted this change, and prepared to ask Zhao Qijia, when he returned, the voice rang in his mind again. The light of the stars has been activated, and the morale of the star team will be greatly enhanced. The speed of firearm manipulation and aiming accuracy will be strengthened, and bullets will have a chance to drift toward the target's head when fired. The suppression of the Iron Order has been activated, and when GDI operators target you, they will feel fear. Operators with insufficient willpower will firmly believe they cannot defeat you in a gunfight, and may even subconsciously want to flee. The glory of the Red Hawk has been activated, and the aiming speed and accuracy of the Red Hawk team members have been greatly enhanced with no chance of misfires. Chen Ke, wait buddy. He came here to face off against the Warden and said, "Why is this skill buffing the Warden?" And no way. Wait a minute. Guhelua doesn't belong to the star team, but said is definitely a member of, so this skill also buffs said. This boomerang can come back like this. Before Chen Ke could finish his complaints in his mind, alarms went off in his head. Killing intent detection alerts him that at least 20 gun lines are pointing at him. The moment the warning sounded, Chen Ke unhesitatingly activated his night vision goggles and leaped from the plane. With so many gun lines targeting him, if he dared to use a zipline to descend, he might as well wait to be shot into pulp. In the instant Chen Ke leaped, 2 RPGs, trailing flames, flew out from the cement factory, heading straight for the helicopter above Chen Ke. Facing the bosses who were no longer satisfied with blocking the spawn point, but had switched to blowing up planes, Chen Ke showed no mercy. In midair, he drew out his Ash-12 and decisively pulled the trigger at the position where the missiles were launched. Boom. The explosion of the helicopter drowned out the gunfire. Taking advantage of the brilliant fireworks from the helicopter, Chen Ke saw 2 figures falling from the cement factory's high platform, turning into boxes midair. Confirming the deaths of the 2 rocket soldiers, Chen Ke quickly turned his gun and aimed at the machine gunner standing beside the cement factory office. Then alarms started ringing in his mind again. The corner of his eye caught the direction of the alarm, and when he saw what happened, his thoughts stopped for a moment. At the top of the dam, next to a blinding red light, at least 5 missiles flew toward him. On the ground, the gun barrels of 2 gray Mako tanks on the construction site near the cement factory and riverbank began to turn. Around the pipeline spawn point, at least 7 or 8 shield soldiers were covering the machine gunners and flamethrowers, all set up in formation, with several others sneaking around to flank and block Chen Ke's escape. Chen Ke, all right, fine. So this is how we're playing, huh? Chen Ke unhesitatingly put away the Ash-12 and pulled out the AUM. Deep Blue, give me. Ugh. High caliber proficiency headshot health on landing, activate now. At the top of the dam, Beacon put down his binoculars, already stunned. The actions of the rocket soldiers behind him were like they had hit the accelerator. The most outrageous part was that the RPGs they fired were not aimed at a wide area, but were directly targeting people. What does this mean? Did they turn the RPGs into sniper rifles? Demulin was even more outrageous. She was changing magazines so quickly that her hands seemed to create afterimages. They weren't this fast just now. So you guys weren't using your full strength earlier, and this is your real power now. And you really plan to take down your instructor? Is this even right? Oh right, and about your instructor. You tell me that person who jumped down from a helicopter at least 100 meters above ground unfazed by a hail of bullets, even changing into a bulletproof vest while flipping in midair, is your instructor. He was clearly not aiming when I saw him through the binoculars. Moreover, didn't your instructor almost get turned into a sieve just now? How come he lands and rolls, and it looks like he is fully revived? Wait buddy, how did you end up like this with Gu Haloa? Aside from the team by the military camp pipeline, all other GDI teams have been eliminated. Demulin stood up while changing to a new magazine. I've left 2 snipers and your guard team by the military camp pipeline. Ooh, I won't interfere. Understood. Gu Heluo's voice came through the headset. This side is about to hold out no longer. I need you. No wait. I made a mistake. I accidentally aimed at the instructor just now. Gu Heluo's voice suddenly stopped. Gu Heluo. Demulin paused, pressing her right hand against her headset, calling several times, but still received no response. After pondering for a moment, she raised her left arm, aimed the arm at the riverbank of the cement factory. The red light that should have illuminated the sky was like a fleeting flower, existing only for a moment. Beacon looked at the box that had become of Demulin. Beside him, Adams, Apple moving, then saluted in the direction of the gunfire with a French salute. Koshi, he didn't do anything. We can negotiate. Wait, this is a time fragment. No matter what, dying just means returning to the original time. Why be afraid of anything? After sending away the last thing on the dam that could still breathe, Chen Ke understood why Guho thought none of those GDI operatives could fight. Not to mention anything else. Launching a rocket to blow up a helicopter at the start is enough to eliminate 99 of the players. As for the remaining one, after landing they would still have to face machine gunners who can survive 2 shots to the head with an AWM, RPG bombardments of at least 40 rounds per minute, and snipers with an AWM who are untraceable in high positions, as well as Warden's Ravens, instead preparing to give them a surprise in the room. Oh right, there's also Demulin on the dam, using an AWM as well. The intensity of this regular army's combat combined with special forces support is indeed a bit difficult for players like Chen Ke. But it's only a bit difficult. When they encounter the real GDI special operatives, these bosses will probably behave them. Not to mention that these bosses ultimately have to go to Longbow Valley to fight Reese. Moreover, once the Council of the Great Xia thoroughly studies these bosses' tactics, those ordinary operatives played by the players will probably be just as slightly embarrassed and a bit singed as Chen Ke at most. They still need to practice. Of course, he can't just reprimand these bosses. On the contrary, he needs to find a way. After all, they all call him Instructor, right? Moreover, the tactics he provides indeed have room for improvement. Not to mention letting Demulin go to the dam now seems inappropriate. Which sniper doesn't change their position? Hey, a sniper, change positions. Otherwise, let the doctor adjust a few Blue Eagle helicopters and have Demulin take the co-pilot's seat. Feasible. However, that's still not enough. These bosses ultimately have to go to Longbow Valley to fight Reese, and according to the information they provided before, the battle will occur in real time. In other words, if they die, it's truly death. Chen Ke felt that he could not accept these bosses dying in Longbow Valley. Reasoning from himself to others, those bosses are also unlikely to accept their subordinates dying in Longbow Valley. So, how to solve this problem? Chen Ke pondered while walking to a machine gunner's box. He opened the box, casually stuffed the gun from his body into the machine gunner, then took the revival respirator from the machine gunner's box and stuffed the snacks he brought into the machine gunner's empty backpack. What a pity, if only these machine gunners could use the revival respirators. Wait a minute. These bosses and soldiers cannot use such things, but they can be rescued, right? The Dr. B definitely can't. He joined GDI long ago. But there's still a doctor among GDI's special operatives. The Beacon is still alive, and Hudson hasn't officially started fighting Demulin yet, so it should still be the S8 season, not yet the S9 season. In other words, although Ms. Vandermeer has joined GTI, she is still participating in humanitarian aid in the Asura Civil War as a doctor without borders. Hiss. If Guhaloa could take people and rescue Lena before the Red Wolf. No, Guhaloa is not up to the task. Lena was originally a core researcher at the Havoc Group's biotechnology laboratory. She defected with top-notch drone medical equipment due to her opposition to Havoc's abuse of medical technology. Let's said go. First let's said rescue the person, and then we'll talk. If that doesn't work, we can have the Beacon deceive this naive girl. Feasible. With this thought, Chen Ke quickened his pace. Moments later, the gun armor, bullets, and snacks he brought were stuffed into the box of the minion, and his bag was filled with revival respirators, ECMO miniature reactors, and other supplies. Oh, and 2 smoothbore guns. What a shame, there's no African heart. However, whether this thing exists or not is no longer important. The tears of the ocean can at least be played around with. The African heart cannot be played, so what's the use of having it? Wait a minute. Chen Ke looked at the several uniforms and masks in the safe, frowning. How did he forget about this? Forget it, no rush, hurry back first, and let these bosses deceive Lena. Chen Ke picked up his pace and headed straight for the evacuation point at the visitor center. Yinjing the headquarters, Lu Feng knew he might have to work overtime tonight, so after Wang Yuhua and the others left the conference room, he simply didn't pack his things and waited directly in the conference room. When he saw the 3 people walk in, Lu Feng knew he was right to wait. He sighed inwardly, just about to speak, but suddenly realized something was off. Wait, isn't this too fast? He raised his wrist and glanced at his watch. 2218. If he remembered correctly, these 3 had just left 11 minutes ago. According to their habits, they usually need at least 10 minutes to organize their equipment and discuss detailed tactics before entering the map. Oh, so after discussing tactics they felt there were still unclear points, and came back to ask him right. Lu Feng, Commander, Wang Yuhua said lowering his head, we have failed to evacuate again. Upon hearing Wang Yuhua's words Lu Feng nodded. As expected they came back to tell him. Wait a minute. Lu Feng's thoughts came to a sudden halt, and his expression, what did Wang Yuhua just say? Failed to evacuate. Oh, that's not hard to understand. These three arrogant fellows were definitely eager to go back to Zero Dam for revenge, so they entered without discussing tactics. This won't do. Lu Feng shook his head looking at Wang Yuhua, his voice somewhat heavy. Did you not discuss tactics before entering the dungeon? We discussed it. Wang Yuhua sat down on the chair looking utterly dejected, but it was useless. Lu Feng, how long? He pressed further. About 10 minutes. So you mean this time you entered the dungeon, and were sent back in less than a... Not that long, Wang Yuhua sighed. We were sent back while still on the helicopter. Lu Feng. Comrade Lu Feng, let me explain. Wang Yuhua is a bit shaken. Alexei, who was as big as a bear, spoke in a muffled voice. According to your description, we heard the whistling of RPGs during the loading process of the dungeon. We thought those RPGs were still preparing to bombard our landing point, so we were ready for a rapid descent. But in the next moment after the dungeon loaded, those rockets had already hit the helicopter we were on. Alexei, those rockets did not hit our helicopter, Wu Ming added. Those things all exploded on us. Exactly. Wang Yuhua's dejected voice echoed. The accuracy of those Astra bastards suddenly became terrifying. 9 rockets hit, without a miss, all landing on us. 3 rockets, each 2 armor-piercing, and 1 sent away. If we weren't wearing armor, 1 would have been enough. I and Eli were sent back on the spot. Alexei, who was wearing an explosion-proof suit when entering the dungeon, temporarily escaped a disaster. Commander, how are we supposed to fight this? We can't expect to enter Longbow Valley, and then sneak back to Zero. Lu Feng. Indeed, it seems there's really no way to fight. Oh no, there might still be a chance. The research on the tiers of the ocean is almost complete. When the time comes, wouldn't it be enough for everyone to wear explosion-proof suits into the dungeon? Alexei could survive then, right? He hurriedly turned to Alexei. So, Comrade Alexei, what did you encounter after getting off the plane? I did not... Alexei shook his head. I was just about to jump from the plane when I heard the sound of an AWM. Then I was sent... Lu Feng. Wait, how is there a follow-up kill? Who can still enter Zero Dam now? Otherwise reflect this to the higher-ups and suggest canceling the Zero Dam map for the Fire Signal Cup. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Feng, coming back to his senses, looked at the door. Come in. Commander, a council member in uniform opened the door. The club in Handong province reported a strange video. After watching it, they suggested I bring it to you for analysis with you and the 3 operatives. Wang Yuhua? What video? Lu Feng took the USB drive, asking as he inserted it into the computer and opened the conference room's projection. It's a combat video about Zero Dam. You'll understand once you watch it. Okay. Lu Feng nodded. Moments later, the large screen in the conference room lit up. Is the spawn point in the military camp pipeline. Lu Feng looked at the pipeline, initially pondering what the video meant, and in the next moment, he heard continuous, that's the sound of RPGs. Wang Yuhua instantly raised his head upon hearing this sound. He was almost on the verge of PTSD due to this noise. Manager, a somewhat trembling female voice sounded in the video. Isn't this commotion outside a bit unusual? Let's assess the situation first, don't move. The video's owner said, forcing herself to remain calm. Okay then. Lu Feng and the others couldn't hear what the female voice said next. Her voice was completely drowned out by the explosion and gunfire. The frequency of RPG explosions suddenly accelerated, no longer a single one, but more like an ammunition box detonating. At least 6 Gatling guns were also firing at this moment. No, not 6 Gatlings. 4 of them were indeed Gatlings, although their firing rate sounded at least twice as fast. They were still Gatlings. What were the other 2? Why did the gunfire sound so much like the cannon mounted on Demoulin's damned remote-controlled? And why were there at least 9 AWM sounds? Damn, was this the intensity Wang Yuhua and the others faced earlier? It would be a miracle to survive this. Lu Feng sighed, lowering the video volume. He turned to Wang Yuhua and the others, comforting them. Wang Yuhua, your failure to survive isn't your fault. At this intensity, anyone would have fallen. Wang Yuhua was momentarily stunned, then turned to Alexei. Wait, Alexei, after Eli and I died, you actually encountered this? Alexei, equally bewildered, shook his head. I only heard at most 3 AWM shots, and then Lu Feng. What the hell? Did Alexei only take 3 shots? What was going on in that video? Oh, Lu Feng understood. Reese led a large force to attack Zero Dam, right? No wonder the soldiers at Zero Dam suddenly... That's not surprising. Zero Dam, no. 12 notification hostile forces detected to have withdrawn from the combat zone. Please redeploy departments. In the next moment after the voice sounded, the beacon, which had been frozen in the conference room, finally moved. He stared blankly at the bosses in the conference room, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. There were too many complaints, and he didn't know where to start. Never fought before. Gu Halua broke the silence. Normal. The undeterred Raven nodded naturally. It would be abnormal if you had fought. The beacon also nodded. Indeed, faced with that thing that leaped from 100 meters high, braving a hail of bullets, changing magazines and bulletproof vests in the air, and rolling upon landing, to fully recover, it would be a problem if someone had fought. If I remember correctly, didn't you say the instructor had amnesia? Demoulin's characteristic electronic synthetic voice was filled with confusion at this moment. The beacon also nodded. Huh, what's going on? Amnesia. Wait a minute, if he has amnesia, how can he do these things? If he didn't have amnesia, what could he accomplish? Amnesia is still the instructor. Guhalua said, let's stop the small talk and start the review. First, my issue is that I shouldn't have rashly aimed at the instructor. I should have waited. Beep beep beep. The sound of a phone interrupted Guhalua's words. Guhalua instinctively took out his phone and pressed the power button, but then he suddenly released his hand. He glanced at the phone screen. Sure enough, it was a message from the instructor. Chen Ke, Guhalua said if there's a humanitarian doctor in Zero Dam, and then asked the beacon if he knows where Lena Vandermeer is now. A hint of confusion flashed in Guhalua's eyes as he looked up. It said the instructor asked me to ask you if there's a humanitarian doctor in Zero Dam. Humanitarian doctor. Said thought for a moment. There was a doctor who wanted to come, but she took a quick look at the hospital in Zero Dam and left. Left? Yeah. Said nodded. She said Zero Dam didn't need her assistance, and before she left she even wanted to take a few doctors with her. Did she say where she was going? Guhalua pressed on. She said she wanted to help the people in Asura suffering in the depths of despair, said recalled. At that time, she asked me which place in Asura had the most intense fighting and where the most displaced people were not receiving treatment. Jihilo's instructor sighed, said that Lena Vandermeer is highly likely to be in Longbow Valley. Upon seeing this news, Chen Ke was momentarily stunned. Longbow Valley again. How is this all connected? But this works out perfectly. Our rescuing the signal is rescuing, and saving Lena is also a rescue. Wait, hold on. Going to Longbow Valley to rescue the signal, right? Chen Ke suddenly had a new idea. Chen Ke Jihilos asked the signal if he still wants to return to GDI. Jihilos, he doesn't want to. Looking at Jihilos' almost instantaneous reply, Chen Ke raised an eyebrow. Did Jihilos really ask? Zero Dam Administrative Building Conference Room. You don't want to return to GTI, do you? Jihilos looked at the signal, his voice devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this question, the signal was first taken aback, then his brows furrowed. Didn't you tell me before that the mole within GDI had revealed to Hudson and Reese that I was a spy, and that Hudson planned to eliminate me using Reese? Why would I go back? The instructor saved me, and then I would just return this life. Upon hearing the word, instructor sighed, frowned beneath his mask. That's good. Jihilos nodded, waving his concealed hand towards the Raven. The Raven subtly turned his head and nodded slightly, while the few heavily armed soldiers in the conference room placed their machine guns back on the ground. After pondering for a moment, the signal understood why Jihilos had asked, what new idea does the instructor have? Jihilos hasn't answered yet, but sighed, looked up at the signal, his voice filled with alertness. That is our instructor. Signal. Are you out of your mind? Sighed. Not to mention that the instructor saved his life and pulled Jihilos back from the brink of madness. What's wrong with him calling the instructor? Jihilos ignored the two, glanced at his phone, and then looked at the signal again. The instructor asks, can you apply? Yes, the signal nodded. It's one of the essential skills for a spy. Can you make a corpse look like you? Jihilos continued as a messenger. The signal was truly taken aback. What does the instructor want to do? The instructor said. Jihilos looked down at his phone screen. To make a corpse look like you. Jihilos' voice suddenly stopped. He glanced at the message Chen Ke had sent in the group chat, blinking. Isn't this a bit too sinister? No, what exactly does the instructor want me to do? The signal was someone he realized. This is the instructor helping him escape, helping him wash away the identity of the signal. Once he understood this, he started to call the instructor more comfortably. The instructor said to disguise the corpse to look like you, hang it in the most conspicuous spot in Longbow Valley, and then hang a sign next to it that says Signal GDI's dog. The Raven's mood became somewhat elevated. This is too amusing. Signal. He was first taken aback, then his brain realized what he had just heard. Then the signal couldn't hold back any longer. No, is this really a matter of amusement? This is incredibly sinister. Ugh. No. This plan of the instructor is simply killing three birds with one stone. First, this would allow him to completely rid himself of the identity of the signal, no longer having to worry about the pursuit of Hudson Reese and that mole within GTI, and he could live openly in the sunlight. Secondly, after Reese sees the corpse and the sign, he will definitely think that Hudson is framing him, sowing discord between him and GDI. Although Rice's relationship with GDI has always been poor, after such a silent loss, he will definitely not. Finally, when those special agents discover the corpse and the sign, they will be enraged and will not only seek revenge on Reese and Hudson, but will also definitely connect it to the mole within GDI. Hiss. Three birds with one stone. Instructor. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Should I set off right now according to the instructor's instructions to Longbow Valley to dig up the grave? The signal was already getting impatient. Say-eyed. Jihilos, don't you have any psychological burden at all? Am I an idiot? The instructor is planning my escape. You're now asking me if I have a psychological burden. The signal raised an eyebrow. Jahilos, are you out of your mind? Say-eyed. Jahilo's instructor, the signal, is already eager to go to Longbow Valley to dig up the grave. Should we let him go? Chen Ke, isn't the signal a bit too eager? Does he really have no psychological burden? Is the atmosphere becoming misaligned? Never mind, it's not a big deal. Chen Ke. Jahilos asked Demolin if the Poseidon team came to Zero Dam with. Jahilo's instructor Demolin said the Poseidon team is here. Chen Ke then let the Poseidon team accompany the signal to Longbow Valley. Remember, the top priority is to survive, secondly, to bring back Lena Vandermeer, and finally, to find the corpse. The signal is actually a triple agent. If it weren't for the betrayal of that mole within GTI, he probably wouldn't have been discovered by Hudson by now. Moreover, Chen Ke also sent the Poseidon team to support the signal. If he could still die in Longbow Valley, then he really would have nothing to say. Jahilos understood. Great, this way the waters of Longbow Valley are almost thoroughly muddied. But this is the limit of what he can do. At most, when Hudson starts issuing equipment vouchers, he can let the Raven initiate the identity card collection plan and add fuel to the fire. The rest will have to be fought with real guns and knives. At that time, it won't be like this small-scale skirmish, but a real war meat grinder. Moreover, it will involve high-intensity warfare with large-scale urban combat. He still needs to hurry up and train the troops. However, with the methods of the current bosses, those players portraying GDI agents really can't stir up much trouble. How to continue training? After pondering for a long time, Chen Ke finally had an idea. But this idea still needed to confirm one last thing. Chen Ke. Jahilos, let me confirm once more, those ordinary soldiers like you will return to the normal timeline after dying in the time-space fragments, right? Jahilos, that's correct, instructor. Chen Ke, will they have memories? Jahilos, they will only have the memories of the time-space fragment that their original body was in. Chen Ke, okay, that's enough. Listen, I have an idea. Chen Ke. Jahilos, Say-eyed Raven, and Demolin, you four each lead a small team and practice against each other in the time-space fragments. Zero Dam Administrative Building Conference Room. The four bosses first froze for a moment, then they all raised their heads in unison, looking at each other. What does the instructor mean by this? Before they could understand, the phone's notification sound began to ring again. So the four bosses lowered their heads again. Chen Ke, you said before that GDI's agents pose no threat to you. This statement is true, but not entirely so. Chen Ke, you are using military tactics to deal with a special forces team executing infiltration missions. The combat power between these two is inherently unbalanced. Moreover, you were already prepared, so those GDI agents naturally pose no threat. Chen Ke, so you need to change your mindset. What if a third-party special forces team suddenly appeared during the battle? In such a situation, wouldn't they pose a threat? Say-eyed, the instructor is right. I've learned. Chen Ke, Say-eyed, don't get ahead of yourself. Oh, I haven't finished speaking. In the conference room, the glimmer of hope in Say-eyed's eyes began to fade. Originally, the signal was peeking at the phone behind Raven, preparing to see what the instructor was planning next, but upon seeing this message, he turned and ran without hesitation. Chen Ke, Say-eyed, the combat methods of those small teams under you, including yourself, have significant issues. If you recklessly enter Longbow Valley like this, it could easily result in casualties. Chen Ke, not to mention, I said to let the rocket troops go to the dam top, and you just let the rocket troops stay completely still. Have you heard of firing a shot and changing positions? Even if you just move your position at the dam top. Artillery is the most precious resource in war, and moreover, they are your troops. Are you really so careless with their lives? Said was stunned for a moment. Artillery is the most precious resource in war. Chen Ke, Jahilos, and you, do you dare to let the jailers stand behind several shields in the open and advance? Yes, I know you can't properly practice the coordination between infantry and tanks now, but you can have Demolin's small vehicles conduct a second round of fire sweep after the first round of artillery fire from side. Chen Ke, if the small vehicles are lost, they can be repaired. If lives are lost, can you summon them back? Demolin, if you don't have enough funds, tell me, you'll get you equipment, and you can sell it later. Remember, what you should be concerned about is not money but the lives of soldiers, understand? Jahilos opened his mouth. Having stayed with Havoc for a long time, he had forgotten that before he was the warden of this capital company, he was. Demolin's gray mackerel is indeed expensive, but it's just expensive. Chen Ke, Demolin, your red dot when aiming is too obvious. Yes, I know your sniping skills are excellent, but this is war. Once a sniper is discovered, the response is not to duel, but to call for fire strikes. Chen Ke, doesn't the doctor have Blue Eagle helicopters? Go ask the doctor for a few, and you can sit in the co-pilot. Those helicopters also have guns. Chen Ke, remember, the first duty of a sniper is to survive. Only then is it to eliminate high-value targets. Do you understand? Demolin looked at the lines of text on the phone screen that Jahilos passed to her, and a flicker of emotion appeared on her weathered face. Only the instructor would tell her that her first task is to survive. Romisius, instructor, is 30 Blue Eagle helicopters enough for the first batch? Chen Ke, enough. Romisius, understood, I will go for dispatch. Romisius, oh right, I forgot something. Romisius sent Chen Ke an exclusive red envelope. Chen Ke, we can talk about the red envelope later. Raven, you can't escape either. I ask you back in that instance, what were you trying to do charging towards me with a rocket in each hand on the open ground? Chen Ke, do you want to trade one for one? How is it that there is someone on this land of Asura who is worthy of trading one for one with you, a legitimate prince? Originally Raven, who was cheerfully enjoying the spectacle, suddenly stopped laughing. Yes, he is a prince. Not only is he a prince, but he is also a soldier under the instructor, who is worthy of Chen Ke. The words, just now think them over when you get back. Now I will begin discussing tactics. Chen Ke, first we are going to Longbow Valley, which is an away game. We are facing Reese and his soldiers who have already set up defenses, so we will definitely be at a disadvantage. Chen Ke, moreover, the intensity of urban warfare is far beyond the current skirmishes. Chen Ke, behind every building, behind every window, and even under every manhole cover there may be enemies ready to ambush you. In every box, beside every truck, and even by the roadside there could be bombs ready to take your life. Chen Ke, not to mention just the tactics of trench warfare and mine warfare. Can you endure that? You should ask either me or Raven. He raised his hand. Asking the captain is pointless. Garros nodded. I only heard a rough idea about these two tactics. The instructor explained them specifically to ask Raven then. Saeed seemed to recall something and sighed. He learned it better than I did, and many of his methods were taught directly by the instructor. Cough, cough. Raven pretentiously cleared his throat, stood up, walked to the whiteboard in the conference room, and picked up a black marker. The so-called tunnel warfare refers to using tunnels for combat. Let's talk. Garros' voice was a bit cold. Raven rolled his eyes, and then said the core of tunnel warfare is utilizing concealed transportation networks like sewers, either for ambush or rapid troop movement, ultimately creating a localized battlefield to outnumber the enemy. At the same time, tunnels can create crossfire points with surface buildings. To give a simple example, Raven tapped the whiteboard, and then raised his hand pointing to the east side of everyone. Assuming a squad of enemies wants to attack the administrative building from the east parking lot, then they will certainly rely on the buildings and cover within the parking lot to engage with the people at the administrative. When the enemy's attention is fully drawn to the people in the administrative building, our troops ambushed in the parking lot sewer can strike unexpectedly. Demulin looked at Raven, waited a few minutes and frowned. Is that it? That's it, Raven shrugged. This sounds a bit too useless, right? Raven turned to Demulin and asked. Demulin's expression was quite conflicted at that moment. This tactic was provided by the instructor. It must be useful, but the problem is it sounds like it sounds useless for a reason. Raven smirked. Because for you and Havoc Company this tactic is indeed useless. What do you mean? Demulin frowned. Are you saying that the troops of Havoc Group are too low in quality to use? No, it has nothing to do with troop quality. Raven shook his head. The fundamental core of tunnel warfare is to provide a concealed space for maneuvering when the enemy is strong and we are weak and there are no fortifications in the plains. Does Havoc Company ever find itself in a situation where the enemy is strong and we are weak? No, Demulin answered without hesitation. Exactly, you are used to pushing through with superior numbers, so naturally this tactic is useless. Raven looked at Demulin. But the problem is we are going to attack Lays. Although the Longbow Valley has many mountains, often we need to attack on the plains where there are no fortifications to hold. Moreover, can you guarantee that when facing Lays we will still have superior numbers? Havoc's radar station hasn't been completely taken back, yet has it? That is true. Demulin nodded thoughtfully, but quickly shook her head. No, Raven, we are going to fight in the Longbow Valley as the away team. How do we know where there are underground pipes in Longbow Valley? You don't need to worry about the pipeline maps. I have already sent someone to handle it, Saeed interjected. But, Demulin hesitated. How about this? Raven looked at Demulin. Let's have a match. After one match, you will know whether this tactic is useful. In the first offensive and defensive battle, I request to be on the defensive side with Saeed. None of us four should go down to the field. After the match, let's take a look at the casualty ratio. If you still think this tactic of tunnel warfare is useless, I will give this feedback to the instructor. How about it? All right, Demulin nodded. Hey. Upon hearing Demulin's answer, Garros sighed. Raven, can you not make me look bad in front of others next time? Garros, do you really think this tactic is useful, eh? Demulin looked at Garros with furrowed brows. Demulin, you were a pilot and an astronaut before. You have a high perspective. I can understand that you think this tactic is useless. Garros did not answer directly, but you must understand one thing. All tactics in war can be summarized in the 4 words more against less. Don't explain, Garros. Saeed shook his head at Garros. You were the one who disliked hearing the instructor's lengthy discussions the most. Let Demulin experience it firsthand. All right, Garros nodded. Looking at it this way, the instructor seems to have some foresight. We haven't even started the drill yet, and a problem has already come up. So should I continue explaining the mine warfare, or should we have a match first? Raven asked. Let's have a match, Garros said somewhat helplessly. Don't point at me. You can use mine warfare as Demulin. Inform your troops in advance to avoid getting too heated later. Is this tactic really as good as you said? Demulin's expression grew increasingly doubtful, but I really don't see it. Just fight. Garros waved his hand. Raven, go prepare your RPG. He, the captain, understands me. Raven chuckled. They'll go get ready now. Good, Garros nodded. Jingzhou the Qijia Club. After Chen Ke finished explaining things in the group, he didn't rush to turn off his. As he walked towards the dormitory, he opened the shopping app and started searching for the warden's outfit. If there is one, then the clothes Demulin brought him from Havoc headquarters can be used directly. If not, he would have to find a reason to fool Zhao Qijia. Oh, no need to fool, there is one. Chen Ke, having found the result, put his phone back in his pocket. Not long after, Chen Ke returned to the dormitory, closed the door, and took out those few pieces of clothing from the safe. The feel of the fabric was incredibly smooth, and it was evident that the quality of the clothing was excellent. He walked to the dormitory mirror and held the clothes up to compare. The black uniform had sharp lines, and the insignia of Havoc was faintly visible on the shoulder epaulettes. The most crucial thing was, the size seemed to fit perfectly. Chen Ke raised an eyebrow, then stretched the clothes out, shook them in the air, and then slipped his arms into the sleeves. Moments later, as Chen Ke fastened the last button, his eyebrows raised even higher. This outfit fits a bit too well. Where did the warden get such precise measurements? Chen Ke thought, while picking up the white mask next to the table and putting it on his face in front of the mirror. In the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Hidden task completed. When wearing the warden's uniform and mask, you can enter Delta at any time. When wearing the warden's uniform and mask, you can choose to consume a tier of the ocean to enter the Delta instance as the warden. At this time, your teammates can use Havoc's exclusive weapons and equipment, but they will be notified across the board upon entering the instance. Please note, in this state, if the instance you enter is the title prison, the mask and uniform you wear will become drop items. Whoever picks up and equips both the mask and uniform will inherit your identity as the warden and the skills that belong to the warden. Chen Ke. No, is this right? So the warden's patrol is real. Also, what does it mean that the person who picks up the mask and clothes is the warden? Although he had long known that the person who set him up might very well be himself in the future, this setting was still too absurd. So the one who grabs the mask is the warden, the one who grabs the hammer is Hammer Guy, and the one who grabs nothing is Raven Right. Then, according to this setup, is the one who grabs the Red Hawk mask Saeed. Suddenly, a voice from above interrupted Chen Ke's thoughts. Please note, due to Daxia's successful creation of the power replication device and its associated equipment, the Delta instance is about to undergo a significant update. This update is expected to take 72 hours. It is not recommended to enter the instance during the update. This update focuses on significant AI optimization. This update preview includes new special events in all instances: Hudson's Generosity in Longbow Valley, Olay's Offensive and Defensive Battle in Longbow Valley, Hudson's Invasion and Brave Action in the Aerospace Base, Beacon's Funeral in Zero Dam. New special events: Red Hawk Patrol, Warden Inspection, Demulin's Inspection, Raven's Jailbreak. Roma's Fury in all instances. After this update, non-Daxia players can choose to consume a tier of the ocean to randomly unlock a permanent exclusive ability or equipment of a GDI special agent. After unlocking, players can take that equipment or ability into the instance. Please note, unless in special circumstances, each time a player enters an instance, they can only choose equipment or abilities from one special agent. After this update, Daxia players can choose a kinetic assist device for free when entering the Delta instance, and enter the instance under the code name of GDI Special Agent Dragon. They can also consume a tier of the ocean to unlock all exclusive abilities or equipment of GDI Special Agents. After unlocking, players can take that equipment or ability into the instance. Please note, unless in special circumstances, each time a player enters an instance, they can only choose equipment or abilities from one special agent. After this update, if at least one teammate is alive when a player enters the Delta instance, a new status down will be added, the first death. While in down, status will not result in an immediate exit from the instance and can be revived by teammates. Current unlockable agents: Dragon, Deep Blue, Nameless, B, Dr. Luna, Shepherd, Uru, Chen Ke. What is this expansion? Can players really possess the abilities of those GDI special agents, just like in their past lives? Isn't it dangerous for the bosses under his command? The tactics he taught were only meant to deal with ordinary people and couldn't handle these superhumans. Although the number of unlockable agents is currently very small, they are all top-notch entities. Not to mention anything else, just Uluru alone can deal with almost all bosses without taking damage. 2 firebombs, plus a small flying stick, nothing else works. He needs to come up with a few new tricks for these bosses. Urgent task triggered: Special Agent Butterfly has lost contact. Please successfully retrieve her before maintenance is completed. If the task fails, this agent will not be unlockable. According to unreliable information, the last known location of this agent is at Zero Dam. The sudden voice left Chen Ke in a daze. What is this? Oh right, he did tell Beacon to bring Butterfly over. But, is it really that fast? Chen Ke frowned and took out his phone, preparing to open the chat group. If Beacon really has found Butterfly, then they won't have any peace for the next 3 days. Just as he opened the group, a voice echoed in his mind. Locking onto temporal anchor point. Locking successful, entering Zero Dam. Chen Ke. No dude, why is this still forcibly entering the instance? As soon as Chen Ke complained inwardly, everything went black before his eyes. Then some glaring lights turned on above his head. Instructor? Saeed suddenly stood up, his previously hoarse voice now filled with excitement. The three people who were about to leave coincidentally stopped. Chen Ke squinted, and after his pupils adjusted to the glaring light, he turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. Raven, who was fiddling with the RPG, instantly hid the box of rockets behind him and stood up awkwardly. Instructor, what brings you here? This is Zero Dam. Chen Ke did not answer directly, asking while surveying the surrounding environment. Is this the conference room on the first floor of the administrative building? That's right. Raven paused for a moment. This is the conference room in the East Administrative Building. You just assigned us the task, and Garros and the others are currently choosing team members over at the parking lot. Reading the messages in the group chat, Chen Ke pondered for a moment before returning once more to Dam Zero. He wanted to go back to verify something. If he had entered the world of the Delta, did that mean he could also manifest within the instance? The thought made him, would that not mean he could disguise himself as the boss and ambush people? Yet as soon as he appeared in the conference room, he heard Saeed's outlandish claim. Guhi Luo, the instructor must be in trouble, Saeed said, looking at Guhi Luo. You and Demulan, pull your people out first. Do you come with me to blow up the dam? I'll go find the ocean at the dam's bottom. Instructor, are you all right? Don't keep speaking in riddles, Chen Ke said to Saeed. Finish your sentence. What is hidden at the bottom of the dam? Saeed replied. The tier of the ocean, instructor. Did you forget? Chen Ke was bewildered. He watched Saeed, who was clearly changing the subject, and sighed without a word. Never mind. Riddlers will be riddlers. In any case, I'm fine. Saeed hesitated, a faint, almost imperceptible hope appearing in his eyes. Instructor, will you return? I will. Chen Ke did not notice the hope in Saeed's gaze. I'm just here to see how your training is going. You're planning to practice tunnel warfare later, right? Yes, instructor. After Saeed remained silent, Guhi Luo addressed Chen Ke. Then I'll descend into the instance with you later. Chen Ke tried to make his voice sound normal. Understood. Guhi Luo nodded and produced a badge from his pocket. Instructor, will you descend as the warden? Then take this badge. A badge. Chen Ke reached out. As Guhi Luo placed the metal badge into his hand, a voice sounded again in his mind. Warden identity badge recorded. Identity information logged. Duplicate unit generated. Now you may descend into the instance as the warden. And this one, instructor. Saeed handed over a mask-shaped badge. The emblem looked somewhat familiar to Chen Ke, resembling the token of Saeed from the game he had once played. Red Hawk, Saeed identity badge recorded. Identity information logged. Now you may descend into the instance as Saeed. Instructor, hey, race mine. Instructor identity badges. Duya and Demulan handed over their badges one after another. Chen Ke was momentarily speechless. He accepted the identity tags, listening to the prompt tones in his mind as a twitch crept at the corner of his mouth. If he were not worried about hurting Saeed's feelings, he would not have accepted even Saeed's token. One identity to descend into the instance would have sufficed. Why so many? You were preparing mines for the mine warfare just now, right? After Chen Ke finished registering the badges, he turned to Duya. Yes, instructor. Duya answered, somewhat restrained. Then I'll go with you. At the thought of what they were about to do, Chen Ke's mouth lifted into a grin. Truly, when men plot wicked deeds, they do not notice fatigue. Oh, Duya was clearly taken aback. If he accidentally blew up the instructor. No, don't. I saw you modified an RPG the other day, didn't you? Then modify 2 RPGs and set the fuses like pole ring grenades, Chen Ke instructed Duya. First, bury 2 trip mines at the East Building's main entrance. Understood, instructor. Demulan, Guhi Luo, don't rush off. Stay and observe a while. Chen Ke glanced at the 2, then looked at Saeed. Saeed, I remember there's a minefield near the substation, right? Did we lay that minefield? After all, since they were preparing a mine war, they might as well ambush those GDI operatives. Yes, instructor. So the minefield sign with the pattern on the front means there are no mines, right? Exactly. Saeed nodded. And the positions of the markers are basically fixed. Change that. Chen Ke could not hide his smile. Move 1 large fuse box and 1 small fuse box to the edge of the minefield, then scramble the front and back positions of all the markers. No pattern at all. Instructor, do you mean some mines are buried on the front side of the markers and some on the back? Saeed asked. No, Chen Ke said to Saeed, we bury the mines at the entrances. Saeed was stunned. Isn't the minefield fenced with barbed wire, leaving only 2 entrances? Chen Ke's eyebrows rose. We plant the mines right at those entrances and bury a few in front of the large and small fuse boxes as well. Yes. Saeed's hoarse voice grew excited. Duya eager raised his hand. Should we stuff a few RPGs into the fuse boxes? Chen Ke was silent for a moment, then shook his head. That would be unwise. Agreed, Duya nodded. That does seem right, Chen Ke said. The fuse boxes are so sturdy that an RPG's blast might not even breach armor. Duya. Oh. Demulan, Guhi Luo, Chen Ke said as his smile faded. Having set the players up, he turned to the 2 bosses. Tell your men they can revive if they die inside the instance. If they die in Changong Creek Valley. Understood, Instructor. Gu He Luo Si nodded. I was once Asala. I know what those Asala warlords are capable. Good. Go and rally your soldiers. Do you Sai to take the explosives and come with me? It'll lead you to Yes, came the chorus. At the spaceport docks, Hadesan propped his legs up on the table and casually pressed his phone to answer. Hadesan, am curious about something, a slightly distorted voice said over the line. In your plan, you've managed to offend GTI de Mulan and Asala all at once. What exactly are you after? After what? Hadesan chuckled, then broke into a coughing fit. He took a draw from his portable inhaler and once steadied said naturally to establish a new order within the company. You didn't tell Luo Mishio that the caller retorted without hesitation. You told him you too crave chaos, remember? Huh? Are you boasting that you already have influence over Luo Mishio? Hadesan asked while smoothing his hair with his left hand. All right, GDI busybody, let's cut the chatter and get to the point. Why are you calling me? Ha, I hope you know what you're doing, the caller said as if shaking his head, then continued, now for business. We have a special operative who vanished without explanation. Her last known location was Changong Creek Valley. You should know her. Her name is Lina Fan de Meyer. Lina Fan de Meyer. Hadesan raised an eyebrow and considered. Oh, so she's that girl who can't distinguish reality. Why tell me this? Are you short on missing operatives? He paused, then added casually, besides, isn't the beacon about to disappear any? The caller was momentarily taken aback. You know. Yes, Hadesan said, tugging at his collar with a restless left hand. I not only know the beacon will die in Changong Creek Valley, I also know you intend to pin its death on me. You've already managed to anger GDI completely, so one more beacon won't matter, the caller said, as if mentioning trivia. Back to Lina. Hadesan, Lina is on that list. The list. Hadesan was momentarily stunned, a chill flickering across his eyes before experience smoothed his expression. And, he asked, what does her being on the list have to do with your plan to inexplicably frame me? Framing you by killing the beacon was admittedly poor judgment, the caller admitted. The caller thought for a moment. You're preparing to gather combat data for brain machines, right? They'll tip off a few arms companies to supply you another batch of cheap weapons, and have them arrange to get the arms into the hands of those test subjects, he continued. Fine, suit yourself, Hadesan said, shaking his head. Then let's continue with Lina's matter. After pausing to ensure Hadesan would not object, the caller resumed. Hadesan, too many unexpected things have come from that list. Gu and Hong Lang are nearly mutinous. Haizhua has been obsessively tracking Wei Long since his disappearance. Yi has found leads, and is using the hunt for Gu He Luo Si as an excuse to unmask me. Bai Te has completely vanished without a trace, the caller continued. Listen, Hadesan, we cannot endure any more act. Lina Fan de Meyer is one of our most controllable operatives. I don't want anything to happen to her. So, Hadesan replied nonchalantly, ultimately, this is GDI's affair. What does it have to do with me? Fine. The caller said, to show good faith, I'll offer a concession. Besides collecting experimental data, you intend to implement the Brave Ones project, correct? They'll cooperate by leaking traces of the Brave Ones project to those special operatives and guiding them to help you complete the plan. How about that? Hadesan considered the offer, a smile curling at his mouth. Very well, I agree. Tell me, where was that operative? Changong Creek Valley, the caller said. The Doctors Without Borders relief point there. You know where it is. Good. Hadesan nodded. Luo Mishio has a batch of new brain machine volunteers. He'll brief the doc. Anything else? Nothing more, the caller replied without hesitation. Pleasure doing business. Pleasure. Good. Hadesan hung up without hesitation and immediately called Luo Mishio. After 2 rings, the call. Hadesan. What's the matter? Luo Mishio sounded surprised. Dr. GDI has planted a mole. Hadesan did not hesitate to relay what he had learned to Luo Mishio. This mole can even eavesdrop on our call. A mole. Eavesdropping on calls. Luo Mishio's voice froze, then grew anxious. Zuya is not. She listens to my phone for my own good. She's different from those GDI people. Hadesan thought. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began coughing again. He had expected this. Luo Mishio's mind was full of Zuya. He had long since forgotten the instructor. Just like de Mulan and Gu He Luo, those 2 vermin. One obsessed with Jacob saving his daughter, the other consumed by the single-word order. Once he fully controlled Hafuku Company, he would march those 3 vermin to the instructor's grave, so the instructor could see that in the end only Hadesan had remained loyal to him. He took a long draw from his inhaler to suppress the urge to hang up, then continued, indeed Zuya is she truly loves you, she has merely been brainwashed by the malicious GDI. Good to know, Luo Mishio replied, curtly. So why did you call? A key talent from the company has lost contact at Changong Creek Valley. Her name is Lina Fan de Meyer. Like Zuya, she is a doctor. Moreover, she has been brainwashed by GDI as well. What? Zuya? Luo Mishio snapped, alert. Changong Creek Valley. He'll send people. No, will go myself. Good. Remember, hello. Hadesan heard a busy signal, paused, then began coughing again. Damn you, Luo Mishio, you vermin. He now had a reason to dispatch troops to Changong Creek Valley. After hanging up, Luo Mishio shrugged at his brother. Do you want to come with me to find H-42? The publicity minister was dumbfounded by Luo Mishiosis' instant change in demeanor, only recovering after a moment. No need, brother. Once Zuya reactivates H-42's brain machine, I can lock his location. Very well. Luo Mishiosi nodded. You keep an eye on Babel Tower. It'll take people to Chonggong Creek Valley to look for the instructor. In Jingzhou at the Tang Xiaozhou Club, a top player called in for overtime, looked at Tang Xiaozhou and asked, Manager, are we really going to take 6 sets into the dam? Yes. Tang Xiaozhou replied somewhat indignantly. Not only do we need to bring 6 sets, but we also need to bring the AWM. Make sure the bullets are fully stocked. They'll cover the cost of the equipment. I only have one request. Upon hearing that the money would be covered by Tang Xiaozhou, the 2 top players immediately showed expressions of loyalty. Being called out at night to escort the manager at the dam, not only would they receive overtime pay, but the manager would also reimburse the cost of equipment and bullets. What more could they ask for? The 2 players exchanged glances, and then the one usually responsible for tactical command looked at Tang Xiaozhou and asked, Manager, what is your request? Do not let a single Kharkov or a Sala soldier escape. Tang Xiaozhou said, enunciating each word with gritted teeth. It's infuriating. Really, it's one thing to be killed by players, but to be killed by minions. What does that even mean? And it happened twice. The most ridiculous part is that they bring barbecues and food into the dungeon, and instead of taking out the sniper, they shoot her after the job is done right. It's like this in the prison, and it's the same at the Zero Dam. Why? Is she the logistics chief or something? If this grievance isn't avenged, she won't be able to sleep tonight. Huh? The team member blinked. What do you mean, huh? Fill the safe with AWMs. When you see those minions, take them out with the AWM. Tang Xiaozhou grew increasingly furious. Not a single one can be left alive. Understood. In Yinjing at the council headquarters, Lu Feng looked at Alexei in the conference room, frowning slightly. Comrade Alexei, you just said that having each of you lead 2 players who chose your abilities into the dungeon is not a good choice. That's right, Comrade Lu Feng, Alexei nodded. The most suitable pairing should be 1 player choosing Deep Blue and 1 player choosing B Medic. This pairing provides both cover and support. Yes, Commander, Eli added. Back in GTI, Alexei and Roy were almost fixed teammates, and their coordination was indeed strong. Wang Yuhao, what do you think? Lu Feng turned to Wang Yuhao. I agree with Alexei and Ella's statement. Wang Yuhao replied almost without hesitation. The combination of Deep Blue and B Medic indeed provides a sense of security when facing dangerous missions. Even if they are not familiar with the abilities, it doesn't matter as long as they follow our commands. Upon hearing the unanimous opinion of the 3, Lu Feng nodded. All right, well, proceed, as you suggested. Remember, be cautious at all times. Rest assured, Commander, Wang Yuhao nodded. We have seen the tactics against Zero Dam, whether it's rocket launchers or snipers. Then I'll take you to meet those special forces. You can tell them about the current situation at Zero Dam, and also teach them how to use the abilities of Deep Blue and B Medic. You have 1 hour, is that enough? That'll be fine, Commander, Wang Yuhao nodded. At Zero Dam, in the Raven, stuff an RPG into this ammunition box. Chen Ke pointed at the red container. Said, put a minefield symbol at the entrance of the container. Instructor, do you have something against us? Raven asked while placing an RPG into the ammunition box. No, Raven, what now? Chen Ke replied, somewhat annoyed after spending nearly half an hour getting to know Raven and Said's temperament. Look, Instructor, along the way, if Said and I bury a mine, we have to put up a sign. Raven looked at Said, who was directing the junior members to set up the minefield symbol. Isn't this a reminder to Demulin and the others? Chen Ke sighed. I ask you both, what do you think is the core of mine warfare? Mines. Raven raised his hand in a playful manner. Chen Ke wasn't keen on engaging with Raven and turned to Said. After a moment's thought, Said said, to inflict dual psychological and physical damage to the enemy at the lowest cost. See, it causes fear. Chen Ke nodded initially. Those who see the minefield sign, don't they subconsciously search for mines or simply avoid the area? We can reverse that, either bury mines far from the minefield sign or even not bury any at all. After they get blown up a few times, when they see the minefield sign again, won't they become neurotic? Will they start to wonder if there are mines here? Where exactly are the mines? Raven commented. Indeed. So if we can solve the problem with mines, why should we confront those enemies directly? Chen Ke shrugged. Of course, the true locations of these minefields must be remembered so we don't end up blowing up our own people. He doesn't want to create a minefield that specifically targets his own people at Zero Dam. One of those is enough, and understood, Instructor. Raven nodded. Just as he was about to continue, the announcement echoed in the sky. Attention, hostile forces will invade Zero Dam in 30 minutes. Each department must strengthen their defenses. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in Chen Ke's mind. Identity detected. You can now choose any identity and descend into any Zero Dam Delta dungeon as a boss faction. Chen Ke. Hiss. Is that really possible? Wait a minute. If he descends as the warden, wouldn't Grehelos have nowhere to... As he pondered this question, the system provided an answer. The identity you choose does not conflict with the boss. Chen Ke. Not conflicting is fine. Then wouldn't Zero Dam have 2 wardens? Hiss. Isn't that a bit too hellish? Check the equipment one more time. Lu Feng looked at the 3 teams ready for action. No problem, Commander. Wang Yuhao looked at Lu Feng. Then we're off. Stay safe. Understood. Wang Yuhao saluted, and then stepped into the Delta dungeon. Entering Zero Dam timespace anchor point locked. You have entered Zero Dam. Remember the following points: engage, search complete, and withdraw. Inside the plane, Wang Yuhao looked at the Special Forces soldier beside him, just about to speak, when the announcement, warning the Warden is patrolling, warning the Red Hawk is hunting, warning the Warden is patrolling, warning Demulin has begun patrolling, warning Raven has escaped. Wang Yuhao. Chen Ke's expression was somewhat strange, because he also heard that announcement. He could understand why the announcement mentioned the Warden twice. What puzzled him was why he could hear this announcement. According to logic, shouldn't this kind of announcement only be audible? Is this a normal phenomenon, or did he encounter a bug? After thinking for a moment, he turned to the 4 bosses who had descended with him into the dungeon. Grehalos, did you hear the earlier announcement? Announcement? Grehalos thought for a moment, and then shook his head. If you're not talking about the announcement from half an hour ago, I didn't hear it. As expected. Chen Ke muttered softly. So now he had glitched being both a boss and a player. Does that mean he could also enjoy the conveniences of a player? For instance, being resurrected if he died. Find an opportunity to test this. Just as Chen Ke's eyebrows gradually rose, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Your current identity is Warden Grehalos. The effect of the skill star light has doubled the suppression effect of Iron Order, has doubled the glory of the Red Hawk, has been activated when you are close to death. If there are unactivated identities in this dungeon, you will be fully resurrected and randomly switched to an unactivated identity in this dungeon. Current unactivated identities: Red Hawk Security, Director Raven, Chen Ke. Wait, brother. What do you mean by randomly switching to the next identity after being on the verge of death? He thought that his idea of being revived after death was already quite hellish, but now this was another layer of absurd. Is the boss entering the second phase now? To be honest, he felt a bit hellish himself. But it wasn't a big problem. After all, he wouldn't be fighting against himself. Wait, hold on. When he took the Grehalos badge earlier, didn't the system prompt say something like clone has been generated? Damn, that clone wouldn't inherit these abilities, would it? Could the boomerang construct let him off the hook? Instructor, all personnel have been surveyed, Sade whispered behind Chen Ke. The 6 teams are located at the visitor center, the top of the dam, the substation pipe team, 1 the front entrance of the cement factory, and the construction site of the cement factory. Should I lead a team to deal with them now? Although the instructor previously mentioned that their task in this dungeon was to fight each other and test tunnel warfare and mine warfare, now that the instructor has descended into this dungeon, Sade naturally wouldn't let those GDI operatives tarnish the instructor's eyes. Chen Ke's thoughts were pulled back by Sade. Fine, let it be a boomerang. He's used to it. But are these 6 teams this bold? Faced with a slew of invasion reports, not a single one signaled. Hey, wait a moment. Signal. Chen Ke raised an eyebrow. Since they are already in hell, might as well be a bit more chilling. You all know the locations in your maps where the GDI personnel are invading, right? Chen Ke looked at the 4 bosses. The 4 bosses nodded in unison. Are we blocking the invasion points, Instructor? No, Chen Ke shook his head. If we only block the invasion points, at most in half a month they will find a way to crack. There are only a few invasion points. If we keep assigning people to stake them out after the GDI operatives are prepared, it could. Moreover, the invasion points may not always spawn GDI operatives. If we ambush at every invasion point, it would waste manpower. So we need to find another way. Chen Ke paused. First, we need to let those GDI operatives lower their guard. Do you have any Uzi or Wild Boar left? Yes, Instructor, Sade nodded. Titan Company delivers a large batch of Uzis and Wild Boars to us every day under the guise of arms assistance. Then it's settled, Chen Ke said with a smirk. First, let each brother carry a Wild Boar as a secondary weapon. If any brother finds that GDI operatives haven't appeared at the invasion point, arrange for 3 brothers to head to the invasion point immediately and let them use the Wild Boar or Uzi to signal. If there are no Wild Boar or Uzi, CR-15 will do. Oh right, you all know the signal, right? It's of this. Raven was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Instructor, can we use the warrior submachine gun? Demulin looked at Chen Ke. Over here, my stock of Uzi Wild Boar submachine guns and CR-15 is very low. If we place an order with those arms companies rashly, it might raise their suspicions. The warrior is fine too, Chen Ke thought for a moment and added. But remember, absolutely do not use SMG-45 of Vector M7, M14O, and AS-Val. Understood, Demulin nodded. After we signal, there will be 2 scenarios. Chen Ke continued. The first scenario is that nearby GDI operatives do not respond to the signal after hearing it, and instead charge directly at our people. In such cases, their level of vigilance will be very low, and often they will charge without cover. As long as our people switch to their main weapons and eliminate them, it will be very easy. Yes. For the 4 bosses replied in unison. Although they didn't know the specific reason, since the instructor said, so it must be correct. The second scenario is that the people at the nearby invasion points respond to our signal. I know this. Raven raised his hand. Instructor, you previously said to try to reach an agreement with certain players to help you open the boxes of GDI operatives. Those who respond to the signal, are those people right? No, Instructor, the Raven man said, somewhat dumbfounded. Then who are we trading with among the GDI operatives? You can see he was anxious. After Hudson's data comes out, you'll decide who to trade with. Chen Ke looked at the Raven. Until then, unless it's someone you find agreeable or someone who brings you benefits, let the brothers take them down without hesitation. Understood. The Raven nodded. For example, I find your previous two teammates quite agreeable. Can I trade? Chen Ke, you brat. Speaking of which, Instructor, Gu Helosai stepped forward. Instructor, previously Sure Lei reported a situation to me. While he and Cruz were at the helicopter evacuation point, they saw a few people putting food into those supply boxes. Moreover, one person even attempted to communicate with Sure Lei. My. Chen Ke was taken aback. There really are clever people, huh? How did they communicate at that time? Chen Ke asked curiously. Gu Helosai shook his head. There was no. Sure Lei initially planned to let them go, but the person who attempted to communicate with Sure Lei had a feud with him, so Sure Lei sent her away. If there's a grudge, then what's there to say? Chen Ke said without hesitation. Clever people are not lacking. If there's a grudge, chase and beat them later. Let's get a camera for Sure Lei, so he can take pictures of his enemies and send them to the brothers. Yes. Gu Helosai nodded slightly. Sure enough, even after losing his memory, the Instructor remained the protective one. Chen Ke didn't take this small interlude to heart. He looked at Sade. Sade, do you have any spare guns? Give me two. If there are wild boars or Uzis, that would be best. Before he came in, he was too busy laying mines with the Raven and Sade to remember to bring a gun. There are two wild boars in the weapon boxes on the container outside. I'll go get them for you now. No, Chen Ke stopped Sade. Have you forgotten we laid those landmines around the container? I remember the positions, Instructor. Sade said, don't worry, I won't blow myself up. Not yet. Chen Ke stopped Sade. Give me your gun, and I'll take you to familiarize yourselves with the process. At the same time, we'll see if we can find agreeable individuals and teach you how to trade with those GDI operatives without speaking. Sade nodded, and then handed his PKM to Chen Ke. Instructor, should I and Demulin notify our troops to halt the attack for now? Gu Helosai asked. Chen Ke thought for a moment and nodded. That works. He had indeed planned to let these bosses familiarize themselves with landmine warfare and tunnel combat. However, these bosses insisted on following him into the dungeon instead of sending their troops for training. It didn't matter for this round. Moreover, these bosses often charged to the front lines during battles. Their absence would significantly diminish the effectiveness of the training. Yes. The warden took 2 steps back and then put on his headset. Lu Wei, notify everyone that this dungeon exercise is on hold. Oh, everyone should remain on standby. Understood. Lu Wei's response came through the headset. So then, Chen Ke pulled the PKM's bolt back, chambering around, then looked at the 4 bosses. Let's go, I will teach you how to communicate with those GDI operatives. Yes. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of signals in the air pulled Wang Yuhao's thoughts back to the zero. Without hesitation, he raised his gun and fired at the sky. Under normal circumstances, almost no one would use signals at the Zero Dam. But this was clearly not a normal situation. 2 high-ranking members of Hayfek and 2 dangerous individuals from Asala had gathered at the Zero Dam, and anyone could discern the urgency right. After his gunfire, the signals rang out again from the administrative building, followed by 5 more signals from the transformer station, dam, top cement, plant, riverbank, and military camp pipeline. Wang Yuhao let out a sigh of relief, then turned to the 2 special forces soldiers behind him. When we landed earlier, were we not attacked? No. The 2 special forces soldiers shook their heads. Then I think I understand. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yuhao nodded. It seemed that during his last arrival at the dungeon, a high-intensity war had indeed erupted at the Zero Dam. It was this war that attracted all 4 notorious figures to the Zero Dam. No, the sequence is incorrect. It should be that those 4 notorious figures came to inspect the Zero Dam, which is why Asala and Hayfek ended up fighting. He often did this when he was in a real GDI. When those bigwigs from GDI were going to a place for a show, they would first send their special operatives to clear the area. In other words, the war at the Zero Dam had already progressed significantly. They just needed to be careful to avoid the... Wang Yuhao recalled the locations of the gunfire earlier: administrative building, dam top, transformer station, cement, plant, riverbank, and military camp pipeline. Including their team at the visitor center position 2, there were a total of 7 locations. The Zero Dam didn't necessarily only refresh 6 teams, but consistently appeared with 15 players. The data clearly stated that if the 6 teams couldn't gather 15 people, another team would appear up to a maximum of 7 teams. That's exactly the current situation. Then, the route should be: first go to the transformer station, then follow them to find the people at the administrative building, Wang Yuhao said to the 2 teammates. After joining up, we'll proceed along the containers to the military camp pipeline and evacuate from there. The emergence of the four bosses already brought immense psychological pressure on Wang Yuhao, especially since he was now accompanied by two unfamiliar Special Forces soldiers. This is not the time for training. After evacuating, he would have to re-enter with Alexei and Eli. The route he selected seemed to be the safest option for now. The administrative building was the first to send signals, and the sound of the signals was from a PKM. So it's highly likely that two teams spawned at the West Building Position 1, and a lone wolf who didn't feel the pressure charge toward the administrative building colliding with Sade, who was about to patrol outside. That person stabbed Sade, then used Sade's gun to signal. Such a person wouldn't likely be misleading with signals. Understood. The two Special Forces soldiers behind nodded. Be cautious, there might be a Hayfek Special Forces squad lying in ambush around the corner ahead. Stay alert. Wang Yuhao glanced at the somewhat familiar path and said softly, Deep Blue, lead the way, I'll be in the middle, and be medic, you cover the rear. Under the pitch-black night, none of the three noticed the sign with the minefield logo rising above the grass behind them. Yes, the special operator who had chosen the ability of Deep Blue raised his shield and lifted his foot. In the next moment, an explosion sounded. The soldier holding the shield fell to the ground with a thud, and the already blurred vision of the night turned entirely black and white at that moment. He could no longer lift the bomb shield in his hands. No, not just the shield. He couldn't even stand up. Moreover, he felt his health rapidly draining. The shockwave close at hand made Wang Yuhao and the soldier who chose the B medic ability dizzy instantly. Damn it. I was wondering why there were no RPGs. It turns out that group of fools switched to landmines. Dazed Wang Yuhao cursed in dialect, and then looked at the fallen Deep Blue. Don't move there. We're coming to rescue you. Just as the fallen Deep Blue was about to speak, he heard a faint rustling sound in his ear. The vigilance trained in Special Forces made him not believe that the sound was an illusion or just the wind blowing the leaves. He struggled to lift his head and looked toward the direction of the sound. The sound was coming from the road ahead. He recognized that it was the path leading to the transformer station. Were the enemies from the transformer station? Captain, there's movement. Suspected enemies from the transformer station have come out. He shouted softly. You guys maintain your positions. Don't mind me. His words alerted not only Wang Yuhao, but also those who made the noise. He listened as the sounds no longer concealed themselves and transformed into hurried footsteps. The footsteps grew closer and louder. But why couldn't they be seen? Deep Blue desperately opened his eyes, searching for the enemy's traces. But there was nothing. Not behind the trees, nor in the grass. Clearly the enemy's footsteps were right at hand, yet he could find none. Suddenly a dull sound echoed in the darkness. In the next moment, Deep Blue finally realized where the sound was that of wood breaking. There was indeed a wooden board on the road leading from Visitor Center Position 2 to the transformer station. Under the wooden board was an underground cave. So, were the enemies there? Deep Blue turned to look at that cave entrance, and then he saw an Asala soldier popping his head out from that underground space. Deep Blue showed a hint of relief in his eyes. So it was indeed underground. No wonder he couldn't find the enemies. After entering the Delta dungeon, everyone's hearing would be affected. They would lose the ability to perceive sound in 3 dimensions. In simpler terms, they couldn't distinguish whether the sound was beneath their feet, above their heads, or at the same level as them. He fixed his gaze on that space and said, Captain, those Hayfek soldiers are ambushing in the underground space. After they heard the explosion, they're ready to come out. Be careful. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 shield soldiers, 1 machine gunner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Deep Blue's voice grew fainter. He watched as one after another Asala soldiers poured out from that underground space, forming a formation centered around the machine gunner and the flamethrower, his mind going blank. Before entering the dungeon, he had been aware that the behavior patterns of Asala and Hayfek soldiers had changed. But this change was too drastic. This group of Asala soldiers, who could clearly engage in a frontal fight, instead hid in the underground tunnels waiting for them to step on the mines before ambushing them. Is this really right? As he watched those Asala soldiers form their formation, Deep Blue despairingly closed his eyes. Captain, run. Those Asala soldiers are just waiting for us to step on the mines to ambush us. Don't think about saving me, you just survive. Run. I've never abandoned my teammates. Moreover, dying here only means exiting the dungeon. You want me to be a coward in a place like this? The voice of Weilong was filled with hostility. Asala sword tombs, taste the wrath of your grandpa. Weilong's tiger crouch cannon. Compressed air was suddenly released in the cannon barrel, followed by a compressed air projectile, glowing white, striking at the group of Asala soldiers. With the simultaneous sound of jet propulsion, Wang Yuhao suddenly leaped out from behind cover. Even a mud figurine would have some fire, let alone Wang Yuhao, who had been beaten down all night. Earlier, Deep Blue's words made him realize he had encountered that damn squad again. That squad composed of shield soldiers and machine gunners. Before he burst out, he rapidly formulated a strategy in his mind. The compressed air cannon could knock down those ordinary soldiers and shield soldiers for about 4 seconds. During this time, they would completely lose their ability to act. Thus, as long as he dealt with the machine gunner who wouldn't be affected by the compressed air cannon, those soldiers would become lambs for slaughter. He quickly locked onto the machine gunner in the center of the formation and then ruthlessly pulled the trigger. B-Medic also poked his head out from behind cover, aiming his gun at that machine gunner. Bullets sparked off the machine gunner's helmet. Finally, after 4 shots, the machine gunner's helmet fell off. However, those soldiers had also locked onto Wang Yuhao, who was about to land. Wang Yuhao completely ignored those gun muzzles and continued pouring bullets into the machine gunner. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. The compressed air cannon exploded, sending those soldiers tumbling to the ground. Wang Yuhao paid no attention to this. His right index finger firmly pressed the trigger, and the veins on his left arm, which held the gun, bulged. 7 shots, 8 shots. After 10 shots, the machine gunner finally became a box. Wang Yuhao slightly relaxed his right index finger, unhesitatingly turned the gun, and aimed at the soldiers on the ground who were struggling to get up. Then his finger pressed down. Boom. The sound that a firearm could never produce rang out from the trees not far. No, it wasn't just one tree. At least 3 trees simultaneously echoed this sound. 6 RPGs glowing with red fire flew toward Wang Yuhao and the B-Medic behind cover. Then Wang Yuhao's vision went black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back at the Special Operations Office. He looked at the 2 soldiers behind him, opened his mouth to speak, but Alexei and Eli appeared one after another. After a moment of staring at each other, Eli scratched his head. What a coincidence you're here too. In the administrative building, as Chen Ke was about to lead the 4 bosses out, he heard the sounds of explosions and gunfire erupting outside. Then the skill intelligence sharing informed him that out of the 6 teams that were fine just moments ago, only the cement factory and the dam top teams remained. He was about to ask Sade what was happening, but as he turned, the realization dawned on him. Guhaloa indeed called his soldiers back, but it seemed he hadn't ordered Sade to call back his men. Previously, he had instructed Sade to ambush a number of soldiers in those underground spaces. Oh, he had also set ambushes in the trees. Moreover, aside from the soldiers, he had planted a large number of landmines at the Zero Dam, especially near those crucial supply points. After hearing these signals, those players would certainly search for supplies with confidence. But why did the team at the cement factory survive? Sade. Chen Ke turned to look at Sade. What's the situation with the team at the cement factory? 5. But why did the team at the cement factory survive? Sade. Chen Ke turned to look at Sade. What's the situation with the team at the cement factory? When Sade heard Chen Ke call his name, his finger twitched. He thought his little actions had been discovered by the instructor. However, even if he had been discovered, it didn't matter. He would never allow any GDI members to appear near the instructor again. But upon hearing the latter part of Chen Ke's statement, Sade let out a sigh of relief. It turned out the instructor wasn't blaming him for those little actions. That's good. He raised his head to look at Chen Ke. Please wait a moment, I'll ask. After receiving Chen Ke's permission, Sade took out a headset and put it on. Then he pressed his right index finger against the headset, closing his eyes as if listening to something. Chen Ke was taken aback at this scene. Was Sade using this headset to share intelligence with those Asura soldiers? Wasn't that a bit too incongruous? After all the intelligence sharing Sade had given him didn't require a headset, oh, why would Sade himself need this? Oh, understood. His intelligence sharing could only tell where those players' teams were located, but didn't know what those teams had experienced. With that, everything made sense. By the way, did Romeus send him a red envelope in the group earlier? He should claim it later. As Chen Ke's thoughts began to wander considering what Romeus might send, Sade opened his eye. Instructor Sade's voice sounded strange. The team at the cement factory. The situation is a bit special. My. Chen Ke's interest was piqued. What's so special about it? Their leader has been searching for supplies. Sade looked up at Chen Ke. As you know, we buried mines in those supply crates at the cement factory. Then their leader has been blown up, knocked down, rescued, and continued to search for supplies. Blown up, knocked down. Chen Ke, imagining their leader's experience, seemed quite despairing. Always getting blown up indeed. Wait, wasn't there something? From their leader's actions, it appeared they came to the Zero Dam to search for supplies, or perhaps to loot. In that case, they should have been among the first teams to be eliminated. Why was it only that leader who got blown up? Did the other 2 not go search for supplies? Chen Ke asked. No, Sade shook his head. The other 2 had no intention of searching for supplies. They've been on guard since they landed. Moreover, even after their leader was blown up so many times, they didn't complain. Every time their leader was blown up, someone would rush to rescue him, while another would cover him with fire. Chen Ke raised an eyebrow. He sensed something was amiss. However, he needed to confirm one last thing. What gear do the 3 of them have? The 2 who didn't search for supplies are wearing trick armor, and both carry an AWM as a secondary weapon, Sade replied. As for their leader, he only has a large backpack and no armor. Tisk as expected. They brought a convoy to the dam, it seems. But using this little team to teach the bosses how to trade with players would be just right. As for the remaining team at the dam top, how one appeared above the maintenance station on a zip line, and the other appeared at the dam top. These 2 didn't go to the containers, didn't go to the parking lot, and didn't go to the maintenance station or the Zero Dam. Constructed this way, a player who simultaneously exchanged signals and sniped from the dam top could not be allowed to trade with the bosses. Demulin. Chen Ke looked at Demulin. Here. There's one person at the dam top and another near the small house above the maintenance station. Go take care of these two. Understood. Likes to snipe from the dam top. Go snipe against Demulin then. We need to head to the cement factory. After dealing with these two, come find us. Got it. Demulin, holding the AWM, headed towards the east building. Sade, Chen Ke turned to Sade. Does that person with just the backpack have any other distinguishing features? Yes, Sade nodded. The two with guns are male while the one with just the backpack is female. Okay. Chen Ke looked at Guhala and Guhala. Here. 2. Once we reach the cement factory, don't shoot the one with just the backpack. After dealing with those two, understood. At the cement factory, on the elevated platform, Tang Xiaozhou had come to terms with everything. She, who was spawned at position 1 in the west building, intended to lead her team to the administrative building to thoroughly eliminate those Asura and have soldiers inside, and then effortlessly kick out any other players entering the building, after which she could feast on the entire administrative building. But after entering the instance, a long series of notifications rendered her dumbfounded. She knew what had happened to the two henchmen she brought in. Those half-soldiers had turned out like that. If she encountered the warden in the administrative building, what would happen? Moreover, she absolutely didn't believe that the announcement of the warden twice was a coincidence. In other words, there could very well be two wardens in this zero dam. What was the point of playing now? She initially planned to retreat with her team, but after hearing the signal, she changed her mind. However, even though she responded to the signal, she still didn't lead her team to the administrative building. First, she was very suspicious of running into the warden in the administrative building. Second, she had already agreed with her henchmen before entering the instance that they would use the AWM to deal with those small fry. If the sound of an AWM echoed in the administrative building, even if she had previously made the signal, no one would probably believe her. So she simply decided to bring her team to the cement factory, and after looting it, meet up with the players on the construction site, then retreat along the path humorously dubbed the Silk Road. Then her nightmare began. Driving a cement truck, stepping on landmines. Opening a drawer, stepping on landmines. She was initially so hot-headed that she wanted to take the AWM from her henchmen to vent on a few small fry. But then she couldn't find a single small fry. She was on the verge of tears. She cursed as she returned the AWM to her henchmen and then sprinted into the pipe, hiding the weapon boxes inside the cement factory. She didn't believe that an empty pipe could still have landmines. As it turned out, the pipe indeed couldn't have landmines, but there were weapon boxes inside. After being rescued by her henchmen, once more she laughed. Truly, she laughed with great relief. After all, it had come to this, is she wanted to see how many times she could be blown up here. She walked up to the aviation box on the elevated platform, then turned to look at the henchman who had been waiting behind her, lifting her chin. The henchman immediately signaled to step back nearly 30 meters. It ensured that he wouldn't be blown up with her, and that he could rush forward to rescue her the moment she was blown down. Tang Xiaozhou indifferently reached out toward the aviation box, but just as she was about to open it, the henchman aiming at the west gate of the cement factory suddenly spoke up. Manager, wait, it seems there's... The sound of gunfire abruptly interrupted the henchman's words and mercilessly sent him crashing onto the cold iron frame. Watching the henchman fall instantly, Tang Xiaoz's eyes, which were like still water, showed no emotion. After all, having been blown up, all the way encountering a backstab after exchanging signals seemed quite normal. The henchman who had originally been on standby immediately grabbed his gun. Manager, you pull him. I'll cover. Tang Xiaozhou mechanically nodded, walking to the henchman's side and reaching for the device that had suddenly appeared behind her when she entered the instance like an automatic external defibrillator. She pulled out a metal needle and inserted it into the henchman's arm. Then the beeping sound of the device began to ring out. While holding the needle, she lifted her head. She saw the henchman bend down cautiously and walk to the railing. She saw the henchman carefully but quickly stand up, preparing to peek. She heard 2 gunshots. Oh, this henchman also fell down. She heard footsteps climbing the stairs. The sound was filled with a rhythmic cadence, as if someone was out for a leisurely stroll. Oh, there were 5 footsteps in total. No wonder. Tang Xiaozhou did not loosen her grip on the metal needle. After all, it had come to this, so it didn't matter. Besides, after sending her back to the Special Operations Department, these 5 people would also be blown up. After thinking this, even though the footsteps were already close at hand, a faint smile crept onto Tang Xiaoz's usually expressionless face. She smiled and lifted her head. It was just a bit regrettable that she couldn't see these people being. Tang Xiaozhou's smile froze. She saw a mask. A silver-white mask. The person wearing the mask stood with their hands behind their back, looking down at her. In the second after gazing into the mask, she was enveloped by endless fear. Every cell in her body began to tremble, and her mind went completely blank. She felt her body could no longer move. Just then, the beeping sound of the device stopped. The henchman who had fallen first was rescued by her. Oh, he wasn't rescued. The person behind the mask fired 2 shots at the henchman who had just been saved. One shot, the henchman fell. Another shot, the henchman became still. Tang Xiaozhou opened her mouth, looking at the warden standing above her, and at the warden behind him. Lined up in a row were Sade, Demulin, the warden, and Crow. She closed her eyes in resignation. But, after waiting for a minute, there was still no movement. Her eyelashes trembled a few times, and then she cautiously opened her eyes little by little. The warden closest to her, after seeing her open her eyes slightly, tilted his chin towards the corpse of the henchman. Tang Xiaozhou blinked, then blinked again. What did that mean? She tilted her head, and suddenly thought of a strange moment earlier. Just now this warden didn't seem to stop her from rescuing people. Does that mean he wants her to do it again? After thinking this, she tentatively took out the metal needle from behind again, looking at the warden in front of her. The warden nodded somewhat approvingly. Strange, why did she feel that the warden seemed somewhat approving? Perhaps she was, as she thought. She inserted the needle into the henchman's arm. Beep, beep, beep. The device's sound rang out once more. Not long after, when the device stopped and the henchman stood up, the warden behind the warden fired 2 shots again. Hey, how strange, there were 2 wardens. This strange thought suddenly surfaced in Tang Xiaozu's mind. She looked at the henchman who had turned into a box, and then raised her head again. Then she saw the warden in front of her, first glance at the box, then shook his head at her. It was as if he was saying, this henchman of yours isn't good enough. She saw the warden raise his right hand and beckon to the box. Tang Xiaozhou understood. She picked up the box with both hands, then wobbled to her feet and handed the box to the warden in front of her. The warden did not take it. Moreover, she saw the warden shake his head, then beckon again towards the box. After pondering for a moment, she understood. She put down the box, opened it, and took out the head armor gun, backpack, and chest strap, laying them all on the ground. Then she saw the warden nod, and then the warden in front of her extended his palm upward towards Sade behind him. Tang Xiaozhou let out a sigh of relief. Strange, why did she feel relieved? Wasn't this box her henchman's? All these things in the box were her belongings. She looked at the golden card in the warden's palm, and suddenly felt as if this might not be so bad. She cautiously extended her hand little by little, then pinched the card with her thumb, and throughout this process, she kept her eyes on the warden in front of her. After confirming that the warden showed no sign of objection to her actions, she closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then at lightning speed swiftly pulled back the card. Profit. After all, if it went into the safe, even if they killed her, this card would still belong to her. But the warden in front of her still showed no anger. He merely shifted to the side, revealing another henchman behind him who had yet to be turned into a box. Tang Xiaozhou looked at the warden, who had another golden card in hand, and unhesitatingly walked towards her. No, wait. What other henchman? She was not familiar with him. The moment the second henchman turned into a box, Tang Xiaozhou eagerly opened it, lifting her head with anticipation after emptying its contents. After a moment staring at the 2 golden cards in the safe, Tang Xiaozhou felt a bit confused. One was a warden's collection room access card, and the other was a conference room access card. Together they were worth nearly 10 million. That means she could buy 10 more sets of henchman's gear. It's a pity, though, that each henchman could only bring in supplies 3 times a month. Wait a minute. The negative status of the henchman can be cleared with a revival respirator. No, it's not worth it. 1 revival respirator could buy 5 or 6 sets of equipment. Instead, she thought of selling the revival respirator, using half of the money to buy equipment and the other half to compensate the henchman. Just then 2 gunshots suddenly rang in her ears. She was startled by the gunfire, nearly jumping up. Once she regained her composure, she looked at the warden, who was holding a PKM, first pointing the barrel at her, and then firing 2 shots towards the west gate of the cement factory, before turning the gun back towards her. Tang Xiaozhou blinked and tentatively asked, "You want me to go with you?" Chen Ke dressed in the warden's but. Tang Xiaozhou bit her lip, glancing back at the aviation box a bit reluctant. "But I haven't finished searching the supplies in the cement factory yet." Chen Ke. "No, friend, please pay attention. I'm right. Still thinking of opening after being blown up so many times. However, this way he could demonstrate again for Gu Heluo's and the others in case the players involved in the transaction didn't leave." He first raised the PKM in his hand, thought for a moment, and then lowered it. "This thing is not suitable. It easily causes a stress reaction and can instantly kill someone." But he couldn't use close combat weapons like knives either. Who knows if Sade could instantly kill someone with the claw knife of the... He handed the PKM to Sade behind him, then extended his hand towards Raven. After a moment's thought, Raven took out a grenade from his waist and placed it in Chen Ke's hand. Chen Ke. He was just about to directly take the revolver from Raven when he saw Raven's mischievous smile after succeeding in a prank. He squinted his eyes, watching as Raven took back the grenade and handed the revolver to him. Then he rolled his eyes at Raven and unhesitatingly picked up the revolver, aiming at Tang Xiaozu's calf. Bang! Ow, ow, ow. This time Tang Xiaozhou truly jumped up. It's hard to say whether it was from fright or pain. She was about to curse, but then she saw that mask. Her originally indignant expression instantly turned into one of grievance. Why hit her? She bit her lip, about to ask, when she saw Chen Ke turn the gun and pull the trigger towards the west gate, then aim back at her other calf. "Fine, I'll go with you." Tang Xiaozhou sniffed. Can't the warden communicate properly? If she doesn't go with him, she stood up limping, and just as she was about to leave, she saw the warden raise the revolver again. What's going on? What did she do wrong this time? She looked at the warden as he pointed the revolver at her feet. There lay the surgical kit and medical kit she had just dug out. This warden actually seems somewhat understanding. Moments later, an energized Tang Xiaozhou followed the warden and the group. At first she was still cautious. Every time she saw the Asura and Havoc soldiers by the roadside, she instinctively hid behind the boss. But those soldiers did not pay her any mind. Upon seeing their group, they began saluting from a distance. Watching those soldiers standing straight with their legs together, guns cradled in their arms, Tang Xiaozhou's confidence gradually grew. She even dared to make eye contact with the soldiers by the roadside. Soon after, the leading warden stopped. Seeing the four bosses turn their heads to look at her in unison, Tang Xiaozhou felt no psychological pressure and happily hopped over to stand in front of the warden. As expected, in the middle of the road at the substation entrance, there were 3 boxes neatly lined up. Tang Xiaozhou emptied them all in under half a minute. Then she looked up, eagerly gazing at the warden. However, this time the warden did not give her anything. He even took a few steps back, pretending not to see her. Tang Xiaozhou sniffed. Well, one shouldn't be too greedy. Just as she was about to return behind the bosses, she saw Sade take a few steps forward and stand in front of her. Then Sade took out a heavy human statue. Tang Xiaozhou tilted her head, then her lips gradually curled, and Sade is also a good person. She held the statue with both hands, weighed it, tucked it into the safe box, and returned to stand behind the warden. Although it's unlikely anyone would eat at the substation, she doesn't want to be shot again. However, things rarely develop as she expects. The warden did not leave, but instead took out the revolver again. Tang Xiaozhou watched as he pointed his chin towards the substation. Tang Xiaozhou watched him raise the revolver towards the substation. Tang Xiaozhou saw him pull the trigger. Her vision went dark, and when she opened her eyes again, the scene of the club appeared. Tang Xiaozhou. How did she die? What did she do wrong this time? 0 damn notification detected. Hostile forces have withdrawn from the combat zone. Please redeploy. Chen Ke was a bit dazed. What he meant was to let that boss finish searching the supplies at the substation. But how did the bullet drift to that boss head? He clearly shot towards the substation. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ke found the answer. He had a high-level skill called Starlight. One line in the skill description stated when shooting, bullets have a chance to drift towards the target's head. But isn't that parameter too absurd? The direction he aimed at was the iron frame outside the second floor of the substation where the rocket soldier was positioned. And where was that boss? Right behind him. Raven didn't know what Chen Ke was thinking. He looked at the box behind Chen Ke, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and said, So Instructor, were you just using action to tell us that we can first gain the trust of those GDI operatives and then shoot them when they are off guard? Chen Ke. He turned his head with irritation. Do you really need to gain the trust of those GDI operatives with just a few of you? Raven wanted to say that this way he could rightfully approach those operatives and invite them for tea, but in front of the Instructor. Maybe it's better not to say it. So he scratched his head and showed a harmless smile. I guess so. Chen Ke didn't want to pay attention to Raven. He looked at the remaining 3. Did you learn how to communicate with those people, eh? Yes, Instructor. Somewhat guilty, Raven continued to chime in. But he wasn't just saying that. He really understood. It's just about. The other 3 nodded thoughtfully. Chen Ke didn't know that these 4 bosses were all thinking of some crazy ideas. He nodded. As long as you understand, that's good. However, it's not necessary to always choose person-to-person transactions. And Sade Gaheluo's Chen Ke looked at the 2. The things you provide are a bit too valuable. 2 access cards. Those GDI operatives just helped open a few boxes. Is it necessary to give them such valuable items? Just give them a few gold bars or graphics cards. At most, it's a gazelle or a golden crocodile head. Yes, Instructor. As long as you understand, prepare yourselves. I will return later in the identity of GTI. Sade was stunned for a moment. Instructor, it's so late, just tell us what you want us to do. You can't do this task. Chen Ke shook his head. He still felt a bit of a loss. Of course, he wasn't upset about those 2 cards he felt sorry for Sade and the others. The people they killed, the maps they cleared, and those lucky ones didn't even pay tribute, just helped those bosses open a few boxes and got to enjoy the spoils. These bosses under him were already pitiful enough. He absolutely couldn't let them suffer such injustice. He had already thought of a solution. Previously, Gaheluo's had given him that video of Ocean's Tear, which had almost become common knowledge. Moreover, he had also brought food to Gaheluo's and the others in jail. Bringing them food again wouldn't be a problem. Of course, this time after bringing them in, he wouldn't stuff the food into those minions. He wanted to openly give the food to the bosses. He even had a ready-made reason. Wasn't there a notice that stated greatly optimized AI? This reason could completely explain his attempts to communicate with and even trade with the bosses. At that time, as long as he sent this video out, wouldn't those players line up to pay tribute to the bosses? Is there anything you want to eat? Chen Ke looked at the few of them. Or is there anything in the supplies that is in short supply? Reporting, Instructor, the supplies are currently quite sufficient. Sade answered without hesitation. At this late hour, he definitely wouldn't let the Instructor run errands for them. Yes, Instructor, there are still plenty of supplies. A lot, huh? Chen Ke thought for a moment and continued. Then I won't be polite with you. This way, since the brothers have been working overtime for so long, I will bring them some food. Tell the brothers it's too late and a bit cold, not suitable for barbecues, so I'll just bring them some simple late-night snacks along with some nuts and chocolates. They'll also bring some goji berries. It's not suitable to drink coffee this late, or else they won't be able to sleep. Is there water? Do I need to bring some mineral water or something? There's water, Instructor, Sade said. We're at 0 dam, so we're definitely not short on that. That water won't do. Chen Ke decisively shook his head. In his past life, a bottle of mineral water could sell for nearly 10,000. If calculated in terms of purchasing power, 3 or 4 bottles of mineral water could even trade for a gun. That means although this place is called 0 dam, those water sources have probably long been contaminated. Then he'll bring you a few more boxes of water. Go Heluos, when the time comes, communicate with Romeus and ask him to bring some pure water when he brings over the Blue Eagle helicopter. Understood. Go Heluos nodded. That should be about it. Chen Ke thought for a moment. Alright, also bring some liver protection pills and vitamins or something. I will need about an hour to prepare. When I return, I will let you know before entering the instance. Go Heluos, you should ask Cruz which spawn point he wants to wait at, then you patrol near that spawn point. At that time still act pretending you don't know me. Remember, act like it. Yes. 4. Tangzhou Club. Manager reimbursing me for the equipment costs is already enough for us to feel guilty. This bonus I really can't accept. One henchman looked at Tang Xiaozhou, waving his hands repeatedly. That's right, manager, another henchman said firmly. If this escort order was placed by outside bosses, this order counts as a blown order, manager. We have no reason to charge. All right, Tang Xiaozhou did not insist. You don't want it now, right? Then I'll let the finance department send you bonuses later. Manager, you. Not manager, this makes me. All right, you two, stop saying those formalities to me. Tang Xiaozhou stopped being polite with the two. Since you both worked overtime tonight, let's make it a bit longer and go with me to 0 dam later. Okay. Manager, this time I'll personally pay for 6 sets of dual guns to bring in. Don't worry. I will definitely repay you. Me too, manager. Tang Xiaozhou fell silent for a moment and said, no need for revenge, you two are just going to die this time, but there's still a bonus. Are you going or not? The two henchmen were stunned for a moment, glancing at each other and recalling the considerable bonus Tang Xiaozhou had mentioned earlier. They nodded in agreement. Isn't it just going to die? Let's go. Tang Xiaozhou nodded. All right, you two, get ready. Don't worry about the equipment. I will adjust 6 sets of dual guns from the warehouse for you. No need to prepare. We can go anytime, manager. I haven't said what I want you to prepare yet. Tang Xiaozhou, what should we prepare, manager? You two right now find the 3 best barbecue places nearby, according to the ratings on the takeout app, and order heavily. Tang Xiaozhou spoke with a bit of gritted teeth. She realized just now why she was sent away by the warden. The warden was using the substation as a cover for her. There were so many supplies in the substation, and she thought she could freeload just for helping to open a few operatives' boxes. Those 2 cards and that bust were not because she helped to open those operatives' boxes. That was the warden and Sade thanking her for bringing a bunch of food to the prison and 0 dam beforehand. It had nothing to do with opening boxes. She even suspected that opening boxes was just a cover. She finally understood what the notice about greatly optimizing AI meant. That means as long as she raises the favorability of those Havoc soldiers and Astra soldiers, the warden and Sade would reward her. Order barbecue, a henchman asked uncertainly. That's right. Order barbecue. In the council room, Lu Feng furrowed his brows tightly after hearing how Wang Yuhiao's evacuation had failed. The atmosphere of 0 dam was peculiar. Something felt off. Mines scattered everywhere, shield soldiers hiding underground for surprise attacks, and snipers perched in trees waiting to strike. This tactic felt oddly familiar. Uncertain, Lu Feng decided to ask again. Comrade Alexei. Lu Feng looked at Alexei. How did your team fail to evacuate? Our starting point was at the pipeline south of the cement factory. Deep Blue said, because we received information about the madman's invasion along with the signals from the other 6 teams, we decided not to go through the military camp. That decision was sound. Lu Feng nodded. There are indeed many Asahara soldiers in the military camp, and passing through there would easily expose us to their guns. I thought the same, Alexei nodded. So we prepared to head directly to the cement factory. But just as we entered the one-way street behind the locked door, the unexpected happened. Alexei sighed, his tone heavy. I stepped on a landmine. Lu Feng. The military camp's pipeline was called a pipeline because it was filled with metal plates. There was no soil at all. Moreover, there were almost no intersections on the one-way street leading from the pipeline to the cement factory. Where did the landmines come from? Did you see where they buried the landmines? Lu Feng pressed. I did see them. Alexei's tone was filled with self-reproach. They buried the landmines in a storage box and pulled a wire from it, connecting it to the other side, creating a makeshift triggering device. And now that I think back, that storage box actually exploded twice. In other words, besides that triggering device, the storage box contained another activation device and buried another. I suspect that the other set of mines would trigger as soon as the storage box was opened. So, that storage box we have to search will explode. Not searching will also lead to an explosion. Lu Feng. What the hell? What kind of tricks are these Asahara soldiers playing? So many schemes. Who are they working with? Even in his mind, Lu Feng suppressed the last curse. This sense of déjà vu was growing stronger. He had definitely heard something similar before. Better not to curse for now. Lu Feng muttered to himself, then looked at Alexei. Comrade, Alexei, please continue. Just as the landmine knocked me dizzy, the door outside the pipeline was kicked open. Although we had already signaled after the door was kicked open, we did not see anyone. So I raised my shield and moved to the front of the team. Then 2 RPGs struck me, heavily injuring me severely, along with the 2 team members behind me, who suffered multiple fractures. Before we could regain our senses, the people outside began to fire at us. Judging by the gunfire, there should be at least 2 machine gunners. Gunfire. Lu Feng caught the keyword in Alexei's words. You mean you didn't even see those firing at you? And wasn't someone kicking the door? Where's the one who kicked the door? I didn't see them. Alexei shook his head. The one who kicked the door must have done so sideways, and after kicking the door, he had no intention of entering. He was simply providing a firing window for the machine gunners hiding behind trees in the cover of night. Lu Feng. He was almost laughing in anger. Listen, is this even human language? Machine gunners hiding behind trees, just waiting for them to step on a landmine before opening fire. Was there even someone specifically breaking the door? This is what you call a significant optimization of AI. All optimized for tactics. Wait a minute. Tactics. A flash of lightning crossed Lu Feng's mind, and he finally understood where the sense of déjà vu was coming from. This wasn't an illusion brought on by the hippocampus effect. He had indeed seen or heard of these Asahara soldiers. To deal with enemies in an indoor space, the standard tactical maneuver is for one person to break the door, while another throws explosives inside, then using the cover of the explosives to eliminate enemies in the confined space. This is a standard CQB tactical maneuver. He had seen and executed this before. Some tactics he had only heard of in old books or video materials. For instance, tunneling warfare that shifts through underground passages, or using landmines to demoralize the enemy and modifying and camouflaging landmines. Alexei was unaware of Lu Feng's thoughts as he continued. Moreover, a rocket soldier and 3 Asahara shield soldiers quietly surrounded us from the military camp, blocking our retreat. They didn't shoot, just hid behind cover, applying fire suppression on us. Our team member, who chose the B-Doctor ability, moved up to the 2 shield soldiers hiding behind cover, using the smoke as cover. Then in close combat, he couldn't defeat those 2 shield soldiers. He didn't even last 2 moves before being knocked down by a shield, and then he was killed and finished off. After that, we all returned to the Special Operations Department. Lu Feng. He tried to put himself in Alexei's shoes to find a way to turn the situation around, but he despairingly discovered that there was not a shred of possibility to turn the tide. If those Asahara soldiers only knew how to use landmine warfare and tunneling warfare, they could steadily break through from the front. If they only knew how to apply fire suppression, they could maneuver flexibly and take them out one by one. If those Asahara soldiers only knew how to shoot, they could use smoke and cover to sneak up on them for close combat. But unfortunately, in this world, there are no ifs. That group of structured Asahara soldiers knew everything. The key point is this is just the first stage. There are still 4 bosses yet to move. In such a zero, damn who can get out. But the problem is this doesn't add up. The Delta instance has been around for so many years, and the rules have long been thoroughly studied. Among them, the most crucial point is that the Delta instance must be able to evacuate. Indeed, the instance has its difficulties, but as long as those obstacles are overcome and reasonable solutions are found, evacuation is not difficult. Can they really get out in this situation? Could it be that this update has directly changed the underlying logic of the Delta instance, must allow evacuation? He took out his phone and sent a message to his deputy. He wanted to see if tonight's Zero Dam would truly be a no-survivor scenario. Zero Dam East Building Manager's office. Said closed the office door, then looked at the 3 people standing there. His already hoarse voice now seemed incredibly heavy. You heard the broadcast just now, right? I heard it. Demoulin's expression was also somewhat grim. She knew that Said was referring to the broadcast that occurred about an hour ago when the instructor returned that GDI operator to the Special Operations Department. Zero Dam notification: hostile forces detected to have evacuated the combat zone. All departments, please re-establish defenses. When this broadcast sounded, Demoulin sensed that something was wrong. To be precise, all 4 of them sensed that something was off. This broadcast was about Zero Dam, not XX. If it weren't for the Raven's earlier jest attracting the instructor's attention and reminding the 3 of them, perhaps the instructor would have noticed their anomaly. Can we prevent the instructor from appearing like this in the future? Demoulin asked. How do you think that's possible? Raven scoffed, not to mention the instructor not being aware. Even if he is, he would continue to do so. So you mean we just watch and do nothing, and like 10 years ago once again watch the instructor die before our eyes? Demoulin's voice suddenly turned sharp. I will strengthen the training intensity of the Red Hawk Guard to protect said side. Let them protect the instructor. Demoulin suddenly turned to said, they can't even protect their captain, and now you say to let them protect the instructor. Do you really think you are? Demoulin. Garrus sternly reprimanded. Demoulin closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then looked at the 3. Regardless, I disagree. You disagree. Said's mouth curled into a cold arc beneath his mask. Do you think I would agree? Said Garus' cold silver mask turned to said the instructor established the school to allow you to learn knowledge, not to allow you to curse. I'm sorry. At this point arguing is of no use. Garus shook his head. Design a signal for the soldiers. Once those soldiers hear the signal, they must kill all GDI operators at the fastest speed and at all costs. That can be arranged. Raven nodded. When the time comes for what the Asahara brothers do, I will take the blame. What the half-brothers do, let the captain take the blame. I still hold reservations. The now calm Dumoulin looked at the three, not to mention anything else. I don't trust them. After the meeting, I will have the base produce a batch of gray Mako armored vehicles and send them over at the fastest speed. I will take responsibility. I will send at least 2 members of the personal guard to each of your teams. They are familiar with the terrain of Zero Dam. Said did not respond to Dumoulin. Of course, after leaving Zero Dam, you must have your personal guards familiarize themselves with my people on the map. That is naturally no problem. Garus nodded, but said, let me ask you, did you anticipate this situation when you had those Asahara soldiers eliminate GDI operators? You think too highly of me, said with a bitter smile. I simply didn't want that bunch of GDI scum to dirty the instructor. This time you did well. Garus sighed. If possible, I really don't want to hear you praise me for such things. Said shook his head. Attention, hostile forces will invade Zero Dam in 30 minutes. All departments, please pay attention to defenses. After hearing the broadcast, Garus looked at the three. Remember, in the upcoming instance, we must not let the instructor detect anything unusual. Said and Raven did not respond. They both looked at Dumoulin. After a long contemplation, Dumoulin sighed once again. I hold reservations about this matter. As for what Garus just said, rest assured this kind of thing doesn't need reminding. That's good. After procuring supplies, Chen Ke, who intended to depart from the dormitory, discovered an awkward problem. He had no backpack or weapons. He sighed, then hailed a taxi carrying a large bag of supplies to the startup club. After all, he was now a director of the startup club. What's wrong with bringing some supplies into the instance tonight? On the way, Chen Ke looked at the pile of bottled water and raised an eyebrow. It wasn't practical to keep bringing in this much bottled water. How much could he bring this time? How many people were there in the entire Zero Dam? This was merely a drop in the bucket. Even if his video spread tonight, the number of people willing to bring supplies to Said and the others would probably be pitifully few. He had to think of a way to have Said and the others build a water plant. Although this wish was somewhat unrealistic, it had to completely resolve Said's issues. No, it wasn't about resolving Said's problems. It was about realizing Said's wishes. After all, he genuinely wanted to see Asahara thrive. However, starting from this angle, the first problem to solve was probably not the technical issues of the water plant. The first thing to deal with was rest. If rest wasn't resolved, Zero Dam would never settle down. In a war-torn combat zone, who has the mind to build infrastructure like a water plant? Moreover, building a water plant was not as simple as imagined. At the very least, there needed to be a stable power supply and workers who had received at least the most basic education right. Just take it step by step. Moments later, after organizing his gear, Chen Ke checked his backpack, once more confirming that he had everything before glancing at the warden's outfit in the safety box. In Yinjing, at the headquarters of the council, Lu Feng's expression was somewhat grim. It had been 4 hours since Wang Yuhao's evacuation failure. In these 2 hours, a rough estimate revealed that at least over 700 people had entered Zero Dam. No, the evacuation rate could no longer be calculated. Only 2 people had successfully evacuated throughout the night. Commander, the combat record playback just transmitted from the Handong province branch. The assistant handed a tablet to Lu Feng. All right. Lu Feng took the tablet and opened the video. Entering Zero Dam time anchor point locked. You have entered Zero Dam. Remember extortion blackmail. If you warning, the Red Hawk is hunting. Warning, the Warden is patrolling. Warning, Dumoulin has begun to survey. Warning, the Raven has escaped. Lu Feng listened to the broadcast while opening a coffee. He had long known the situation at Zero Dam from Wang Yuhao and others, so he was not surprised by the series of He twisted open the coffee, took a sip, and then glanced at the tablet. Just one look and the drowsiness in his mind vanished, nearly pushing him to the edge. The background of the screen was a cement factory at Zero Dam. This was quite normal. 2 hands appeared in the frame. This was also quite normal. One hand was holding a steaming lamb skewer. The other was carrying a box of beer. Now that was not normal. From the damp green beer box, it was clear that these beers were even chilled. Wait, who in their right mind would bring this to seeing people running to Zero Dam to scavenge supplies, seeing people going to Zero Dam to kill, but how could someone go to Zero Dam for a picnic? And they even had 2 escorts dressed in full gear carrying AWMs and ASFLs. What were they thinking? Manager, is it enough to just take this off? The voice from the tablet interrupted Lu Feng's thoughts. He suddenly looked up at his assistant. Are you sure this video is not wrong? This thing isn't something you downloaded from some small website. No, this is from the Handong Province Union. The assistant's words were interrupted by a woman's voice from the tablet. Yes, that's right, just take this off. Remember, take off your headgear, chest rig, and backpack. Then you both just need to jump down from the rack. After you jump, it'll pull you back up, and then you can jump again. Once you return to the club, remember to collect your bonuses and overtime pay. All right. Lu Feng watched as the two escorts quickly removed all their gear with an almost possessed speed, then dashed to the high rack and leaped off. Opt. After two cries of anguish, the videographer shifted her angle. Then she looked around and hopped towards a small soldier running around with an M14. Lu Feng. Wasn't it supposed to be the case? What kind of super soldiers were those at Zero Dam? She just walked over and surely. No. No. According to the strength of those ASLR soldiers at Zero Dam, she should have been dead long. He could even guess how she would die. First stepping on a landmine, then getting blown up by an RPG, and finally being taken away under the fire suppression of machine gunners. But what the hell was going on now? That little soldier, why aren't you shooting? What's the point of running around with a gun? If you don't plan to shoot, at least act like it. Look at how standard your running posture is while holding a gun. Your index finger has never left the trigger guard, and the gun barrel hardly shakes. Even the nearest cover, while running, never exceeds 5 steps away. But why isn't he firing? And why is the person filming still holding a lamb skewer and beer crashing into the soldier? Finally cornered you. The videographer trapped the soldier behind a box. The soldier seemed a bit desperate, first shouting, "Let's practice." Then he raised his gun and aimed at the sky, pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Are you done? Are you tired? The videographer was not at all frightened by the gunfire. She approached with the beer, tired. Want some lamb skewers? Spotted an enemy. You mean you want another bottle of beer? Chilled or room temperature? You don't deserve to fight me. Oh, you don't like? Then I also brought cola, want some? It's too late to regret. Hey, don't run away. The videographer watched the fleeing soldier put down the beer box and chased after him with the skewer. Watching the scene unfold on the screen where he runs, she chases, and he can't fly away. Lu Feng felt something shatter. Oh, it was his worldview that had broken. But never mind. Thump, 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 thump. Suddenly, a powerful music surged from the tablet. Lu Feng instantly sat upright. He was very familiar with this music. It was the warden's exclusive BGM. The scene on the tablet was also not surprising. A figure wearing a white mask and black uniform slowly emerged from the night. No, it wasn't just the warden, said the Raven, and Demulin walked out of the darkness together with Jahelrose. Lu Feng instinctively felt that this videographer was finished. Facing a single boss was already difficult, let alone 4 bosses teaming up. But quickly he denied this thought. Because this woman had already retreated, otherwise there wouldn't be this video. But that was even more strange, right? How could someone without armor or a gun escape from these 4 bosses? Lu Feng continued watching. In the video, the hand holding the lamb skewer trembled slightly. This was normal. Oh, anyone would be startled upon seeing these 4 bosses. Oh, I forgot. The videographer suddenly exclaimed, then stuffed the lamb skewer into Jahelrose's hand and dashed towards her 2 teammates who had been lying dead for a while. But halfway through her run, she stopped. She turned her head and looked at Jahelrose. So, that. I had them take off all their gear. Do I still need to make them into boxes? Lu Feng. What's going on? Why does this person seem to be quite familiar with the warden? Could it be? After the update, these bosses could really communicate with people. Is that right? Lu Feng frowned at the screen. The warden slowly raised the lamb skewer in his hand to give to the Raven, then slowly raised the ASH rifle. The warden paused for a moment, then lowered the rifle again. The warden turned to look at the Raven. The Raven shook his head and looked at said. Only then did Lu Feng notice. Why was the Raven carrying a big backpack? Could the Raven carry that? Lu Feng pondered as he continued watching. In the video, said seemed to sigh, then raised a QJB-201, first shaking it at the videographer, then turned and pulled the trigger at the cement factory gate. Rat-a-tat-tat. No need, right? The videographer rubbed her hands together. So, look, I brought some beer and barbecue. How about you split it up first? Otherwise the barbecue will get cold and won't taste good. The 4 bosses exchanged glances, then all turned to look at the lamb skewer in the Raven's hand. The Raven side waved at the small soldier who had just run away, stuffed the lamb skewer into his hands, then slowly walked up to the videographer. This time the videographer was really a bit scared. Her fingers started to tremble. After all, that was the Raven. Once you get close, you'll have to drink tea. But the videographer didn't run away. Instead, she extended both hands towards the Raven, and it was with her palms facing up. What was going on? Hissing. Looking at the electronic shackles that the Raven placed in her hands, Lu Feng immediately gasped. This thing was a red resource. Moreover, it was a highly valuable red resource, worth about 7,000. So this videographer exchanged a lamb skewer for a 7,000 electronic shackle. Is that really right? Thank you, Brother Raven. Brother Raven is also a good person. The videographer held the electronic shackle with both hands, then raised her arms like a lucky cat towards the Raven. Lu Feng. Brother Raven, good person. How on earth do these 3 words fit together? The videographer put away the electronic shackle, then took out a box of barbecue wrapped in tinfoil and presented it to said. Brother said, I know your throat is hoarse, so I specially didn't add spicy. Eat it while it's hot. It's delicious. Said remained silent for a moment, then took out 2 gold bars. Brother said is also a good person. The videographer tucked away the gold bars, bouncing over to the warden, Jahelrose. Jahelrose shook his head, then looked at the Raven. The Raven nodded, put down his backpack, unzipped it, and then waved at the videographer. You mean I should go? After receiving the Raven's response, the videographer tiptoed over to the backpack. Then the supplies in the backpack appeared on the screen: bottled water, milk, nuts, chocolate. Lu Feng, with sharp eyes, even spotted 2 bottles of cod liver oil capsules and 3 bottles of liver protection tablets. Wait, there's more. The videographer looked up at the Raven, who was close. Brother Raven, are you saying you prefer these things? The Raven did not answer. He first gestured for the videographer to step back, and when there was space, he reached into his pocket. A moment later, an African heart appeared in the Raven's hand. The videographer's breathing quickened, but the Raven did not give her the African heart. He first pointed to the bag on the ground, then shook the African heart. After that, he put the African heart away, pointed to the lamb skewer in the videographer's hand, and took out a golden gazelle. Brother Raven, are you saying that the items in this backpack can be exchanged for an African heart? The videographer's voice was a bit hurried. Then I will. Rat. Ow. Looking at the screen where the Raven suddenly pulled out a revolver and shot the videographer, and seeing her clearly hit, but only letting out a cry, without any other movement, Lu Feng's brows furrowed again. It was clear that this was not the first time such a thing had happened. So, was the Raven using this method to communicate with these players? But, since they have intelligence, why not just speak directly? Is it unwilling? Or, unable? Why are you hitting me again, Brother Raven? The videographer's voice was pitiful. After pondering for a moment, the Raven picked up the revolver, pointed the barrel at the videographer's backpack, then pointed at himself, first shaking the barrel, then pointing at the sky, and finally nodding. Brother Raven, I don't understand. The Raven, looking a bit troubled, poked his forehead with the barrel of the revolver, then lowered the hand holding the revolver, turned to look at the warden, and shrugged. The videographer also turned her gaze to the warden. The warden said nothing and made no other moves. He simply stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching the videographer. Forget it, I'll think about it again later. The videographer sniffed, then took off her backpack. Elbow Brother Jahelrose, where are those boxes? They'll go help you open them. Jahelrose nodded, but he did not rush to lift his foot. Instead, he reached out his hand towards the Raven. The Raven nodded, took out a respirator, and walked over to the videographer. Wow. Thank you, Brother Raven. Thank you, Brother Jahelrose. Lu Feng expressionlessly closed the video. He felt there was no need to continue watching. Really, if he hadn't seen this video, he would never have imagined that this person made such an escape. As for the other video, there was even less need to watch. The items in the Raven's backpack, including nuts, milk, and chocolate, were enough to explain everything. Oh, and there were even liver protection tablets and fish oil capsules. Is this really right? What do you think? Lu Feng looked up at his assistant. Report, Commander. Am watching while standing. Lu Feng. The amused assistant straightened his expression. Commander, I'm thinking, have we been mistaken all along? What do you mean? Why do we think? The Delta Force instances are about scavenging, fighting, and evacuating. The assistant looked at Lu Feng. Are you saying GTI? Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. GTI. Yes, combat, extortion, evacuation. The assistant whispered. Is this an introduction to the instance, a mission, or perhaps a form of... The words of the deputy fell upon Lu Feng like a heavy silence. All along, they had never questioned the phrase engage, extort, and retreat upon falling. When the Delta copy first arrived, computer games had already emerged. Thus, people had always believed that these words were the introduction to the instance, their mission. But is the truth really so? After pondering for a long time, Lu Feng lifted his head and said, Wang Yu. As he began to speak, he suddenly froze. The voice was too hoarse, nothing like his own. It didn't even sound like a human voice. He cleared his throat and spoke again. Where are Wang Yuhao and the others? They are in the third small conference room, studying the combat footage, the deputy replied. Bring them over. Yes, the deputy saluted and turned to leave. Forget it, don't call them, I'll go myself. Lu Feng stood up with his tablet. He paused at the door and looked at the deputy. It's too late, you should go rest. Commander, I should be on night duty today. The deputy shook his head. I can handle it. I probably won't be able to sleep tonight. A trace of caution appeared in the deputy's eyes as he took a half step back. Commander, have you encountered any trouble? Do you need money? Lu Feng, are you trying to take my night duty just to get the night duty allowance? The officer said seriously. Lu Feng raised his hand as if to strike, but after the deputy playfully nudged him, his groggy mind became much clearer. Moreover, he understood that the deputy meant to accompany him through the night. He lowered his hand. Forget it. If you don't want to sleep, then don't. Contact the old general and ask if he can find detailed information on those 2 videographers. After all, both of them are from Handong province. The old general should be able to find out. Yes. Shortly after, in the conference room. After the phrase in the video, remember extortion, engage, and retreat upon falling. Finished playing, Lu Feng pressed the pause button, then turned to Wang Yuhao and the others. Have you heard this broadcast before? Wang Yuhao did not answer, but turned to Alexei beside him. Alexei first shook his head at Wang Yuhao, then looked at Lu Feng. Comrade Lu Feng, we have never heard the commander say such things. Commander. Lu Feng's brows had not relaxed all day. Are you saying this isn't a broadcast? It's not. Alexei explained. I can confirm this is the commander's voice. Moreover, the timing aligns perfectly. Every time before we begin a mission, the commander would repeat the mission briefing over the radio. Since we were dispatched to handle matters related to Asala and Havoc Company, the mission briefings have all turned into engage, search, and retreat, and the exasperated commander recorded a segment to replace his calls. The commander, Lu Feng murmured softly. So the problem lies with that commander. No, it doesn't seem so. Perhaps that commander is merely a messenger. But even as a messenger, if we can find him, we can trace the real mastermind behind everything. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed as he looked at Alexei and the others. Who is the commander? The person in charge of directly communicating with us from GDI. We don't know his exact name, only that he is the commander. Then what did he say before? Remember the following: engage, search, and retreat. Can you be sure that the voice in the video is your commander? The voice is indeed the commander's, but Comrade Lu Feng, I don't believe this was recorded by the commander himself. Alexei lifted his head. The commander would never utter such joke-like words. His words are always very formal. Are you saying someone forged this recording? Lu Feng stared at Alexei. Could it be someone from Havoc Company? Alexei fell silent for a moment, and then sighed. I'm afraid not. Lu Feng. If it's not Havoc, does Asala have this kind of technology? It's GDI. Wang Yuhao's voice was somewhat low. The higher-ups of GDI have already commanded the research of voice synthesis technology, and they have done this once before. Lu Feng. So you mean the higher-ups at GDI forged a recording of your commander belonging to the GDI camp? Lu Feng's voice was initially filled with confusion, but then he understood they did this to avoid responsibility and shift the blame to this commander. No. Wang Yuhao shook his head. Commander, do you still remember that we suspected there were moles from Havoc among GDI's higher-ups? Do you suspect it's him? We have no evidence. Wang Yuhao neither confirmed nor denied. But that in itself was an answer. Lu Feng closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and rubbed his face. Things were getting increasingly complicated. This mole from GTI. Isn't it enough to disrupt GTI, but now he also wants to confuse these players. What exactly does he want to do? A moment later, Lu Feng opened his eyes and sighed. Currently, the intelligence is too scarce. It cannot be analyzed at all. Lu Feng temporarily buried this matter in his heart, then picked up the remote and pressed the play button. The broadcast continued. Warning: the Red Hawk is on the hunt. Warning: the Warden is patrolling. Warning: Demulin has begun his inspection. Warning: the Raven has escaped from prison. Report to the commander. Wang Yuhao raised his hand. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Feng pressed the pause button and turned to Wang Yuhao. Speak. Commander, this broadcast is different from the last one we heard in the instance. How is it different? Lu Feng looked at Wang Yuhao. In our previous broadcast, the phrase warning the warden is patrolling appeared twice. Twice. Lu Feng looked at Wang Yuhao. Are you sure? I'm sure. Wang Yuhao nodded. I also heard it, Comrade Lu Feng. Alexei added, moreover, the two instances of the warden is patrolling were not broadcasted consecutively. Lu Feng thought for a moment, and a somewhat absurd idea came to mind. Surely, there can't be two wardens, right? Apart from the title prison, does Havoc Company have other prisons? As of when we arrived here, there has been no mention of a second prison belonging to Havoc Company in the intelligence. Wang Yuhao said. Could there be two wardens in the title prison? No. Could the broadcast be mistaken? Wang Yuhao shook his head without hesitation. If we follow your reasoning, the broadcast is like the game's rules. All information is true and cannot be altered. Huh. Lu Feng chuckled helplessly. So you mean there can only be one warden, but there are two wardens at Zero Dam? Forget it, I won't blame you. I was a bit harsh earlier, please forgive me. Lu Feng adjusted his mood. I will find a way to verify whether there are two wardens at Zero Dam. Comrade Lu Feng, if you can verify the situation, please notify us at the earliest opportunity. Alexei's expression was serious regardless of the facts. This matter is very serious. That's right, Commander. Wang Yuhao nodded, looking somewhat anxious. If there is only one warden at Zero Dam, then the broadcast has made an error. In that case, we cannot trust the broadcast anymore. If there are two wardens at Zero Dam, it indicates that there has been a significant upheaval within Havoc Company, and the title prison may very well be experiencing a power struggle. Then we need to adjust our strategy in a timely manner and take this opportunity to completely seize the title prison. Lu Feng also realized the severity of the situation and nodded solemnly. If there is any news, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Sorry for the trouble, Comrade Lu Feng. This is what we should do, Comrade Alexei. After Lu Feng finished speaking, he changed the subject. I have one more question. Please go ahead. Comrade Alexei, before you came to this world, did you carry out any missions to the Havoc or Asala? I have undertaken 17 missions. I have done 19. Wang Yuhao added. 21 missions. During these missions, have you encountered said Jahilis the Raven or Demulin? We have encountered them. Can they communicate? No. Alexei shook his head. All four of them harbor intense hostility toward the GDI camp. Their only means of communication with us is through bullets. Is there no possibility of any communication? None. Alexei nodded without hesitation. GDI and Havoc are irreconcilable foes, not to mention the restrictions imposed by the time-space fragment rules. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed. Since Alexei and the others appeared in this world more than half a year ago, he had indeed been in close contact with them. But it wasn't close enough to disclose the time-space fragment rules to them. So, did Alexei discover this after crossing over, or? The instructor was right. Eli nodded in agreement. This rule may just be a conjecture, but ever since the Eli suddenly paused. Alexei and Wang Yuhao's gazes unconsciously shifted toward Eli. Although the two quickly averted their eyes, Lu Feng still caught that glance. At the same time, he also caught a key term. Instructor. On the first day of the anomaly at the tidal prison, the Raven's bodyguards had mentioned this term to the Raven disguised as Jahilis. What was Ella's first statement? The instructor was right. Before him it was Alexei who spoke. In other words, the instructor Eli mentioned refers to Alexei. Ever since the instructor proposed this conjecture, we have verified it countless times in the time-space fragments. Eli tried to ensure his voice sounded completely normal. So far, every result has been consistent with this conjecture. Lu Feng subtly withdrew his gaze from Alexei. He could not allow Alexei this instructor to discover. The reactions of these three just now proved that they were also hiding something from him. Years of political experience made his expression appear calm. What if I said someone could communicate with the warden? Alexei and Wang Yuhao shook their heads in unison. Watching the three maintain an expression as if nothing had happened, Lu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. This reaction. The play is getting out of hand. Wang Yuhao, Eli. An instructor. Lu Feng maintained the upward curve of his lips, making him seem somewhat mischievous, as if he intended to record a video of these three. Well then, let's watch the video. The three of them were momentarily taken aback, then Wang Yuhao and Eli instinctively looked at Alexei. Alexei raised his hand, his voice somewhat incredulous. Really? Is that possible? Lu Feng did not respond, but pressed the play button, all the while intently staring at the three. As he expected, there was a look of tension in the eyes of these three, especially Alexei. However, this tension turned into disappointment once they saw the pair of slender hands on the video, which clearly belonged to a woman. Was it an illusion? Lu Feng frowned and continued to observe. Moments later, when they saw the video of someone feeding food to Asala soldiers and the one negotiating with four bosses, the three's reactions were even greater than Lu Feng had anticipated. Especially when they saw the nuts, milk, and vitamin tablets in the Raven's bag, their expressions froze completely. Alexei lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly into fists on his knees, his trembling body murmuring softly, "Impossible. This cannot be." Wang Yuhao exchanged incredulous glances with Eli, then both of them simultaneously looked at Alexei and then turned their gaze back to the screen. It can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. No one but the instructor would bring these things. The two of them were filled with anxiety, their minds brimming with countless questions. However, they both suppressed their excitement and anxiety. They knew that Alexei at this moment was just like them. After all, they had already made one mistake. If they made another, they would truly be exposed. From Lu Feng's reaction, he mistakenly recognized Alexei as the instructor. Now they could only continue to play along. Now, they could only wait for Alexei to speak. Although there had only been a few moments of eye contact among the 3 years of tacit understanding allowed them to grasp each other's plans in an instant. They trusted Alexei, and Alexei did not disappoint their trust. They caught a glimpse of Alexei, who seemed to have crumbled slowly, raising his head. "Comrade Lu Feng, this isn't real. You fabricated this, right?" Lu Feng glanced at Wang Yuhao and Eli, then fixed his gaze on Alexei. After observing for a moment his eyes, something's off. Alexei's reaction. Something's not right. After spending so much time with Wang Yuhao and the others, Lu Feng had already discerned a bit of the underlying truth. The leader of this small team must be Alexei. Alexei's composure indeed befits the responsibilities of a captain. But here arises a question. When they continuously failed to withdraw from Zero Dam and found no clues to the beacon, Alexei's expression showed almost no signs of defeat. Would a person so steady truly fall apart simply because a speculation was proven false? Clearly it is. Moreover, Alexei is someone with very low demands for the quality of life. A person who does not chase after material possessions would care about such a vain reputation. Fine, let's take a step back. Even if Alexei were truly that kind of person and he did collapse due to a proven false speculation, what should Wang Yuhao and Eri do at such a moment? They should either question him alongside Alexei or comfort him, but instead they sit there indifferent as they are now. The three of them seem more like they are putting on a show. What is the purpose of their act? Is it to cover up Eri's earlier slip of calling him instructor? But what is there to... Both Raven and Geklas are Asarans, and Geklas had previously worked at GDI. Perhaps Alexei had taught them before, which is why they also address him as instructor. If that is truly the case, then these three have no need to hide. Having been here for so long, they should know that the people of this world do not harbor deep-seated hatred towards those from Asura. Killing those soldiers is merely a matter of convenience. Moreover, most of the soldiers they killed were likely mere duplicates from the fragments of time and space. The players killed by those soldiers merely failed to withdraw. So why cover up? They could easily leverage Alexei's identity to negotiate with Raven and Geklas, just like the videographer, each getting what they need. Wouldn't that be mutually beneficial? Wait a minute. Perhaps someone does not want them to do so. If they could trade with the people of Asura, and even further if they could cooperate fully, then when Asura and Havoc truly shake hands, and when they under the intervention of players are either forced to accept or willingly engage in the construction of Asura. What meaning would there be for GTI, which claims to maintain peace in Asura and to expose the conspiracies of the Havoc Company with such a glamorous slogan? Does it still have a reason to exist? In that recent video, the two bosses of Asura were seen walking alongside two high-ranking members of Havoc. Perhaps there isn't as much hatred between Asura and the Havoc Company as one might think. No, there should indeed be hatred. But this hatred can be mediated by Alexei, this instructor. In other words, the origin of this hatred. Perhaps there are hidden truths. It is very likely that it all began with GDI. If so, then everything makes sense. GDI first instigated the war between Asura and Havoc, so they would have a reason to intervene. Coincidentally, the special agent Alexei taught both the former Asuran Prince Raven and the current high-ranking warden of Havoc Geklis. Under his mediation, a possibility of reconciliation between Asura and Havoc emerged, and GDI would never allow this hatred to be mediated. Thus, Alexei would go to great lengths to conceal his identity. If they discovered his identity as instructor, he would surely meet a terrible fate. So, did Alexei perform such a clumsy act to prevent GDI from noticing and deny his identity as instructor? That seems unnecessary, right? This isn't the world of Delta. GDI can't possibly. Lu Feng's thoughts abruptly halted, and he began to look at the trio of Alexei with a gaze of uncertainty. The fact that Alexei and the others could appear here. Could GDI have also sent people to infiltrate this place? This thought caused the hairs on his body to stand on end. They could send undercover agents to Demulin and Hudson, high-ranking members of the Havoc Company. Sending a few undercover agents into their world must be a piece of cake for GDI. So, is Alexei using this exaggerated and clumsy performance to warn him that GDI has already extended its tentacles into their world? Absolutely. Looking at it this way, that traitor among the GDI higher-ups. Is he really a traitor? Logically speaking, the confidentiality of information regarding undercover agents of such level should be extremely high. How could that traitor have been found so easily? The key point is, if the beacon really died. Although these special agents would be at odds with the traitor similarly, they would also be at odds with the one who killed the beacon. If after the beacon's death the body was not properly buried, then even if Havoc truly shakes hands with Asura, these GDI special agents would still have reasons to remain here. At that time, GDI would naturally uncover that traitor. No, this traitor needs to be put in quotes. At that time, GDI would identify that traitor and then present him as a scapegoat. Subsequently, they would use the banner of avenging the beacon. This entire sequence has occurred countless times in history. The most well-known example is the Han Envoy. Wherever the Han Envoy fell, the iron cavalry of the Han would march. Lu Feng's pupils began to tremble. Once GDI has flattened Asura and Havoc, their next target will be. Lu Feng's hair stood on end once more. Even if this is merely a speculation, he will not allow such a thing to happen. He needs to convene the council to ascertain whether this information is true or false. No. Before that, he must first help Alexei conceal his identity as instructor. What should he do? What should he do? Lu Feng's mind raced, and after a moment he thought of an idea. He would take on the role of this instructor. He would draw GDI's attention. No, that would be too obvious. He should first deploy a few smoke bombs. Soon after, in the council dormitory, Wang Yuhao shut the door and looked at Eli Kexi. You overplayed that just now. The commander must have noticed a clue. I intended him to notice, Eli Kexi replied. Wang Yuhao blinked, eyes narrowing. What do you mean, Eli Kexi? He once said, I am not cut out for scheming with others. So he taught me a little trick. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Eli Kexi's eyes. He told me that if I wanted to deceive a clever person who knew my nature, I only needed to perform some utterly unreasonable, aberrant behavior. The clever one would lead himself astray. Wang Yuhao asked softly, but what if you encounter a fool? I asked the same back. Then Eli Kexi's tone was, Eli began to blurt out teach. Then covered his mask with his hand. In a muffled voice he asked what he said. Eli Kexi scratched his head. Don't waste time teasing fools. With that energy you might as well buy them a few packs of sunflower seeds. Eli looked perplexed. Wang Yuhao tilted his head, so he meant, fools need not be deceived you simply by, Eli Kexi sighed at Wang Yuhao's reply, then took a packet of seeds from his pocket and offered it one. Yes. Wang Yuhao nodded. Only when he reached out and grasped the packet did he belatedly realize something was amiss. He looked up at Eli Kexi. Don't look at me, Eli Kexi shrugged. He said that if someone talked like that you ought to hand them a packet of seeds. Wang Yuhao's mouth twitched several times. In the end, he did not release the packet, yet he did not tear it open. He tightened his grip until the blue veins on the back of his hand stood out. After a moment, he lowered his head, voice trembling. Do you think? Could it be him? I don't know. Eli Kexi shook his head and said in a hushed voice, perhaps. That person like us is also his student, isn't he? The three in the room fell into silence together. Jingzhou Qijia Club meeting room. Lu Feng, wearing dark circles under his eyes, watched the silent Chen Ke and the others grinning, then turned to Zhao Qijia. Zhao Qijia, weren't you a lively kid When you used to toss beer bottles from my balcony into the river like grenades. You had me hauling ammunition for you like madmen, he laughed. Zhao Qijia's mouth twitched. Brother Feng, I really appreciate it. You came all this way in the night just to dig up my old scandals. Sigh, I didn't expect Chen Ke to be part of your club, Lu Feng said with a wave. Lu Feng shut the meeting room door, produced 2 signal jammers, and set them on the table. He toggled them on and said, since that's the case, I won't be so formal. So Funga. Zhao Qijia looked at Lu Feng. What's so important that you came here in person? We're all on the same side. I won't keep things from you, Lu Feng said to Chen Ke. Chen Ke, what I'm about to tell you is extremely dangerous. Don't agree in a rush of hot blood. They'll give you one day to consider it carefully. Understood, Commander Lu Chen. This commander is too formal. Lu Feng clicked his tongue, pulled out a chair, and sat casually. Since you're of the same generation as Qijia, just call me uncle. Zhao Qijia raised an eyebrow at Lu Feng. Calling you Funga already gives you face, now you want to shift and claim seniority too. They'll show you something, after you see it you won't regret calling me uncle, Lu Feng joked as he connected his tablet. Moments later, silhouettes appeared on the screen. Is this combat footage? They're in the warden's office. Zhao Qijia frowned at the screen. That's right, keep watching, Lu Feng nodded. On the footage, a man in the warden's uniform sat with one leg casually crossed. The cameraman strode toward the warden and said, Warden, by order of Hafuk headquarters, we are here to assist you in purging the Duya faction. By order of Hafuk headquarters, to help purge the Duya faction. The man in the chair asked. Yes. Ha, very well. The warden rose, smoothed his coat, and then drew 2. He produced 357 revolvers. Then let's go. Though they had anticipated how grim these bosses could be, Zhao Qijia still felt compelled to scoff at the sight. What has Duya turned into? Not only ambushing at the gate, they obstruct the crow hunter's actions as well. And is this cameraman an idiot? Your Duya brother has already drawn a revolver, and you still don't recognize it. Oh, so you've noticed the Duya wearing the warden's mask, said with interest. Pity. I was hoping to play with you a little longer. Since you've seen through it then. A grenade appeared in the Duya's hand. A hoarse shout rose from the footage. Run. The person in the office is not the warden. Run. The Duya rolled the silver-white warden mask, filling the frame. He shoved the grenade toward the camera with his right hand and taunted, you haven't even sampled the royal special, and you want to run. At that moment, a voice sounded in the footage, boss, if the instructor sees you doing this. The Duya fell silent for a beat, then pocketed the grenade, raised the revolver, and pulled the trigger. Bang. The screen went black and the video ended. What do you make of it? Lu Feng switched off the video and looked around at them. We've long discovered and verified that those Jehalushi bosses possess intelligence and can communicate, Zhao Qijia shrugged. Besides, we once encountered Jehalushi and Duya blocking the gate. Lu Feng froze for a moment. Jehalushi and Duya blocking the gate. Seriously, what have these two become? Tell me about it. Zhao Qijia protested. No, wait, that's beside the point. Lu Feng clapped his hands. I'm not asking about that. What do you think about that instructor? The one the Duya mentioned earlier. Yes. Zhao Qijia's expression turned grave as he looked to Lu Feng. Funga, if there's something, say it plainly, don't beat around the bush. All right. Lu Feng straightened, glanced at Zhao Qijia, then fixed his gaze on Chen Ke. Chen Ke, the council wants you to take on the role of that instructor. Chen Ke was stunned. What? What is this? Chen Ke was originally pondering the words of Hammer Brother. If the Raven likes to execute players with grenades, then let it be. He possesses that skill now and finds it quite useful. But why did Hammer Brother say what if the instructor sees it? And why would the Raven actually put the grenade away? Isn't that just sealing a powerful skill for no reason? Could it be that there is something he doesn't know behind all this? Just as he was deep in thought, Lu Feng spoke those words. Then Chen Ke was stunned. What does it mean that the council wants him to be this instructor? Is this really correct? Chen Ke almost couldn't hold it together, but after a moment of confusion he reacted. Isn't it a bit off? Why would the council want someone to be this instructor? Just because of that one sentence? Moreover, how did the council pinpoint him so accurately? Was it a coincidence, a test, or perhaps a warning? Chen Ke's mind began to race. Those few times in the title prison instance his actions were indeed a bit too conspicuous. Especially the first time he encountered Guheluos. At that time, although Gao Zhanli was present, and Guheluos had also given Gao Zhanli a level 3 prison access card and quantum storage, the value of those spoils could not compare at all to the tears of the ocean. Later, when he brought guns and food to Guheluos and the others, it was almost done openly. Furthermore, ever since he first entered the title prison, those bosses had undergone changes more or less. Such coincidences, if someone with ill intent investigated, could easily uncover the truth. The most critical point is that if bringing food can barely be explained by battle damage, then reprimanding Guheluos with Guheluos' own words and teaching those bosses tactics indeed aligns quite well with the identity of an instructor. It is only natural for the council to suspect him. So is Lu Feng testing him? No, that's not right. If it were a test, it shouldn't be like this, rushing overnight from Yinjing and then speaking with him in the morning. Nor would they place the signal jammer so conspicuously on the table as soon as they entered the meeting room. That would be too deliberate. In other words, this is not a test. The council must already know his identity. Perhaps the council originally wanted to continue observing and find more direct evidence, but something must have happened last night that compelled them to seek him out. Thus Lu Feng rushed overnight from Yanjing to have a face-to-face conversation with him and convey the council's stand. That remark, "The council wants you to be this instructor," was the council's way of conveying to Lu Feng their attitude. Not only are they extending an olive branch and showing goodwill, but they also wish to engage in a tacit cooperation with Chen Ke. Chen Ke would not think that Lu Feng as a brigade commander would speak such simple words. The rank of brigade commander. That remark, "The council wants you to be this instructor," was the council's way of conveying to Lu Feng their attitude. Not a general rushing from Yanjing just to say something so unnutritional. Can't such words be said over the phone? Moreover, he came rushing overnight. Therefore, the meaning of this statement is far from simple. Given the attitude that the people of Daxia have always held of making a path in the shell of a snail, Chen Ke, having lived 2 lives, quickly analyzed the true meaning of this statement. Although we do not have direct evidence, we know you are the instructor. Now I want to talk to you. First, we did not bring anyone to detain you. Instead, we are sitting here to communicate with you, and the location was chosen in your initial club used to disguise your identity. We specifically chose a council high-ranking member who has some connection with your current teammate Zhao Qijia. We have made our stance clear. We do not harbor malice towards you and wish to cooperate with you. Letting you impersonate the instructor is our reason for cooperation. Now we hope to know your attitude. If you can accept this instructor title, it means you agree to our proposal and will engage in a tacit cooperation with us, allowing us to work together for mutual benefit. We will provide what you and your bosses need, and we hope you can provide what we need. If you refuse. Chen Ke did not continue to think further. He looked at Lu Feng and calmly said, "I agree." There was no need to think further. Those bosses were already calling him instructor, weren't they? Lu Feng, what do you mean? This matter carries danger, and it is a significant danger. I haven't even mentioned the danger, and you agree. No, listen, Chen Ke. Lu Feng looked at Chen Ke. Although this matter is indeed very beneficial to the council, I need to clarify the pros and cons with you. This matter is very dangerous. I cannot disclose the specific situation to you, but if you agree, then your personal safety will be under tremendous threat. To protect your safety, we will find a safe house for you in Yanjing and set up an independent instance entrance and equipment storage. Think it over before you respond. Chen Ke nodded. He was not surprised at all. Once his identity as an instructor was exposed, he would indeed face countless dangers. In his previous life on Blue Star, even a virtual half coin could make countless people fond of it, let alone here. If those who failed to evacuate learned of his identity as an instructor and knew he taught those bosses tactics, would they harbor resentment towards him? The answer is obvious. It seems that it is precisely for this reason that the council did not choose to cooperate directly with him, but found a pretext of impersonating the instructor. One has to say, as expected of an official institution, they indeed consider things thoroughly. It is evident that this cooperation is well prepared with every aspect taken into account. Given this, what reason does he have to hesitate? Moreover, as long as he agrees to cooperate with the officials, he can leverage the council's power to fulfill the wishes of those bosses. Although he still does not know why those bosses call him instructor and why they trust him so much. But it's still that saying. The bosses are calling him instructor, aren't they? He can't let them call him that for nothing. Chen Ke no longer hesitated or wavered. He raised his head, looked at Lu Feng, and his eyes were filled with determination. No need to consider further, I agree. Lu Feng frowned. How long did Chen Ke take to consider this? This kid must have gotten carried away. This is his fault. He shouldn't have said that this matter is important to the council. He sighed, intending to continue persuading, but then saw the determination in Chen Ke's eyes. He was first taken aback, then recalled the instructions his old commander Chu Yunlong gave him last night. I originally didn't want to agree. After all, my old team leader came to find me personally for his nephew Chen Ke. I don't want him to get into danger. But based on Chen Ke's character, even if he knows there are dangers involved, he will agree. So I won't stop you. I just want to tell you Chen Ke is a good kid. Although his shooting skills are a bit lacking, his character is great, very sunny and pure-hearted, and there are no complaints about how he treats others. Moreover, he is very kind. He even brings food to those NPCs in the instance. Such a good seedling will definitely agree to your proposal and do his best to meet your requirements. His requests might be quite imaginative, but Lu Feng, as long as the kid's requests do not violate any major principles, just agree as much as possible. Don't hurt the kid's self-esteem. Take good care of him and don't let him get into trouble. The situation was indeed as the old commander predicted. His eyes gradually became complex. Chen Ke's agreement would indeed be a significant help to him. However, precisely because of this, he felt even more guilty. Such a good seedling is about to be pushed into the fire pit by him. No, there is no need to dwell on it any longer. What he needs to do now is to protect Chen Ke and quickly disperse him in this smoke bomb. Then he needs to expose himself faster and draw GDI's attention to himself even quicker. Being conflicted now will only harm Chen Ke. Lu Feng's solemn and formal words exerted no psychological pressure on Chen Ke. On the contrary, this very act brought him palpable relief. For a long time, he had feared exposure of his identity as the instructor. Now that fear was gone. because the truth had indeed been revealed. With that settled, nothing else remained to trouble him. He rose without hesitation, returned Lu Feng an imperfect but earnest military salute, and met his gaze. Any request? Granted. Correct. Correct. Lu Feng nodded firmly. Very well. After a moment's reflection, Chen Ke continued, I require two things. First, the master development blueprint for Linghao Dam. Once the fires of war in Asura have subsided, I wish to know how Linghao Dam ought to evolve. Second, the solution to Linghao Dam's acute shortage of potable water resources. Lu Feng. Huh. What kind of requests are these? What possible connection could Linghao Dam's development have to him? Wait, no? These two demands, were they not framed precisely from the perspective of the instructor? Had he slipped into character? Indeed. And more astonishingly, these demands were brilliantly conceived. He had assumed the instructor's sole duty was to train the bosses in combat. Yet now he realized his thinking had been far too narrow. In Asura, a land ravaged by relentless warfare, the title instructor carried immense weight, one whose mere name made the fearsome ravens tremble, one who could persuade rival bosses to set aside their blood feuds and unite. Clearly, such an instructor was far more than a mere combat trainer. That was precisely what the instructor should be contemplating. Granted. Lu Feng agreed without hesitation. I'll return immediately to arrange it, and inform you the moment results are available. Thank you. Chen Ke nodded. Is there anything I can assist with? Having secured Lu Feng's assent, it was now time for the council to present its terms. Actually, there is something predictable. Chen Ke sharpened his focus, eyes locked intently on Lu Feng. When you negotiate with the bosses, could you also impart some tactical fundamentals? Chen Ke, what did that imply? Was the council already aware those tactics originated from him? No, that made no sense. With cooperation already established, Lu Feng had no motive to issue veiled warnings. Oh, understood. Lu Feng was signaling that the council's objective in partnering with him was not to compel the bosses to spare all players, or even surrender meekly. On the contrary, the council actively encouraged him to empower the bosses further. So, were they intending to use the bosses as live training assets? I know your familiarity with tactics remains limited, but that's perfectly acceptable. There's no rush. Lu Feng regarded Chen Ke steadily. We still have much preparation ahead, and the Beacon Cup looms near. All efforts must prioritize the Beacon Cup for now. Once the Beacon Cup concludes, our preparations will be largely complete. Then we'll invite specialists to instruct you on how to structure and deliver tactical frameworks to the bosses. These experts will include seasoned military tacticians as well as strategists from the club association and the council itself. They'll analyze Delta's unique terrain and conditions to devise battle doctrines ideally suited to the boss's capabilities. Your role will be to relay them faithfully. For now, I've brought materials on the 3B3 formation and the barrage advancing tactics. You may deliver them to the bosses upon entering the zone. Their current application of both formations remains rudimentary. They'll undoubtedly find these resources invaluable. What do you say? So it was confirmed the council sought to conduct live fire training. No, not the council. Its mandate focused solely on Delta-related affairs. If they wish to train troops, why mention the 3B3 formation, a doctrine optimized for large-scale conventional warfare? Then, it was the military itself seeking to train. And rightly so. Even on Blue Planet, numerous national armies employed digital simulations for battlefield rehearsal. Delta in this world offered an even more potent training ground. Moreover, judging from Lu Feng's tone, did he deem the current Delta bosses insufficiently formidable? It was logical. Against professional armed forces, these bosses were outmatched, and the force they would soon confront was unparalleled, truly singular across the globe. The bosses required further strengthening. Agreed. Chen Ke nodded. Anything else? Nothing further. Lu Feng studied. Chen Ke, the safe house in Yanjing remains unprepared. We'll depart only after the Beacon Cup concludes. Is that acceptable? Chen Ke's brow furrowed faintly. This was the second time Lu Feng had emphasized the Beacon Cup. What was his intent? Did he intend for the bosses to make a public appearance at the Beacon Cup? No, his ambition ran deeper. He, or rather the council, sought to observe, under full disclosure of Chen Ke's identity, just how far the bosses could advance. Then let them watch. Agreed. Chen Ke affirmed, nodding once. From this moment forward, Delta would fall under the instructor's command. Longbow gorged the sight of the crash. Xin Biao could not shake the unease gnawing at him. Everything had proceeded far too smoothly. Last night, after they arrived at Longbow Gorge and located the International Humanitarian Aid Hospital, they began gathering information. Then a name surfaced. Bonada. He had served as a Ha-Fu Ku squad leader at the radar station and had been gravely wounded during an operation a month earlier. He had been taken to the hospital, and after an operation by Dr. Li Na, his life had been spared. He was discharged. After that, he began to lose his mind. He became convinced with unshakable certainty that Dr. Li Na harbored a secret affection for him. His reasons seemed exhaustive. Li Na, who loathed the Ha-Fu Ku company, had still chosen to save him. If that was not love, what was? As for the other Ha-Fu Ku soldiers Li Na treated, he was different. Saving them was duty, saving him was love. From the second day after his discharge, he made a point of going to the hospital each morning to declare his feelings to Lina, a pattern of repeated defeat and repeated resurgence. The intelligence up to this point was unimpeachable. What came next, however, did not sit right. During his tour, Bonada had a reputation for bullying women after hours. Lina, though an international relief doctor, would ordinarily not save such a scoundrel. Yet she had. That was one of the pillars of Bonada's conviction, that she was secretly in love with him. So far it might be dismissed as coincidence. After all, Lina spent her days at the hospital, and judgments about scoundrels were typically made by the hospital's administrators. More incriminatingly, Bonada's build matched Xinbiao's almost exactly. Their faces differed, but height and frame were remarkably similar. Even their ages were within about 5 years. Bonada was a cad. Xinbiao would have no qualms about killing him. Bonada's resemblance to Xinbiao meant his corpse could serve perfectly in the instructor's scheme. Those two coincidences combined made it very difficult for Xinbiao not to suspect. Yet even acknowledging the risk, he resolved to proceed. In 2 days he would be delivering a message to Lei Si. If he failed to carry out the instructor's plan before then, Lei Si and Hada-san would surely detect something amiss. So even if it might be a trap, he would go. Besides, since joining GTI, had he not danced on the knife's edge every Alpha Squad will follow me to the hospital. Bravo Squad will abduct Bonada. During the abduction, avoid firing if possible. If he resists, bring back the body. After making up his mind, Xinbiao turned to the Bo Sidong Squad trailing him. Once you have Bonada, Bravo Squad will move to a position near the hospital and remain on standby. This operation is likely a trap. The captain of the Bo Sidong Squad nodded. He did not ask why they would undertake a trap. On the battlefield, traps were to be expected. No trap would be the real anomaly. Everyone clear on the plan? Xinbiao asked. Clear. Good. After checking watches, they prepared to depart. Longbow Gorge International Humanitarian Aid Hospital. Lina, a doctor in a faded white coat, pushed open the door to Lina's office, a helpless expression on his face. Bonada is at the clinic again, asking for you. Lina looked up. Bonada, that Ha-Fu-Ke soldier. Yes. The doctor nodded. He somehow learned about your past. Knowing that you hate the Ha-Fu-Ke company, yet still chose to save him, he's become convinced you're secretly in love with him. Lina ground her teeth and spat a few choice curses, then flung open a drawer and produced a Desert Eagle. Today I'll teach that bastard the true meaning of popcorn's language. She holstered the Desert Eagle at her back, braced her left hand on the desk, vaulted out, kicked the door wide, and strode toward the clinic with fierce purpose. Moments later she kicked open the clinic door. Seeing the soldier seated inside, a surge of fury flooded her face. Trying to woo me, are you? When Bonada heard Lina's voice, a light flared in his eyes, and his lips curved. He turned. Then his expression froze. Lina had the Desert Eagle pressed to his temple. Do you know the meaning of popcorn's language? She asked, each word. Bonada, or rather Xinbiao, saw the safety of the gun disengaged and the firing pin poised. His Adam's apple bobbed. The meaning of popcorn's language is that your ashes are only fit to stoke a boiler, not to make rice explode. Do you understand, trash? Lina hissed through clenched teeth. Don't think I don't know what you've been doing around here, bullying women. You, a piece of garbage, deserve to be chasing me. Besides, even if I were blind and took you to meet my uncle, he'd break my legs for me. I came here to see my uncle, not to fall in love with scum like you. Now get out, this instant. Xinbiao, wait a moment. Is the intelligence wrong? This Lina was supposed to be an unworldly humanitarian doctor. What was this? Cold sweat streamed into his eyes, but he did not dare wipe it away. He could read Lina's gaze. It was the look of someone who had killed before. If he so much as moved, she would shoot. He had entertained 1,000 possibilities, but never this. Who could have imagined such a thing? This seemingly innocent girl was capable of it. He could probably dodge the shot, but the instructor had instructed him to bring Lina back alive, not her corpse. If she fired now, consequences would be dire. Xinbiao slowly raised both hands over his head and began to crab walk, inching toward the door. Wait. Lina suddenly called. Xinbiao froze. I'll never. A sudden chill pierced his waist like the prick of a syringe. Xinbiao's expression hardened. He knew exactly what had struck him. Lina's medical drone. If it could heal, of course it could also kill. Xinbiao tightened every nerve and turned his head inch by inch to study her. Lina leveled the Desert Eagle with her right hand while a small drone hovered in the palm of her left. She deadbolted the door and used the drone to draw the curtains. When she finished, she stepped before Xinbiao solemn. Who are you? Bonada. Xinbiao forced an ugly smile. Miss Lina, please don't do this. I promise. Bonada never called me miss. Lina's frown deepened. He would never be as composed as you are now. Tell me, whom do you belong to? GDI, Ha-Fu-Ke, or Lei Si? Xinbiao began, but the drone in Lina's palm chirped. A look of surprise crossed her face. According to the drone's readings, this man did not belong to any of the 3 factions she had named. Impossible, she thought. She glanced at the drone again to confirm, and a shadow of puzzlement passed through her eyes. Could the arms manufacturers finally be intervening directly? That made little sense. Those companies had always kept their hands clean, they never engaged personally. If they stepped in, they would forfeit the guise of selling weapons to both sides. Then where could this man come from? Apart from Asa La and Hafu, could only GTI remained in this area. Wait, could it be? No, it cannot be. No, surely not. It cannot possibly be so coincidental. Lina suddenly lifted her head and fixed Xinbiao with a stare. You came from Ling Hao to Ba. Xinbiao. He abruptly stifled the chaotic thoughts racing through his head. A momentary hesitation would be taken as an admission. He feigned panic and stammered. I beep. The drone trilled again, more urgent this time. Lina's face snapped rigid, and she murmured as if to herself, so it really is, Xinbiao. Seriously, the dossier never mentioned the drone having a lie detection function. Why would anyone bother outfitting a medical drone with a polygraph? She paused, then regarded Xinbiao and asked cautiously, You're not here specifically to take me back to Ling Hao to Ba, are you? Xinbiao. No, that's not what you know. The drone continued to beep urgently. Lina's expression crumpled. She sniffed, and with emotion so quick Xinbiao barely registered it, she stowed the pistol and the drone. Then her face brightened into an almost guileless innocence. Well, let's start over. Do you know the meaning of popcorn's language? Xinbiao. Had he not just seen Lina kick the door and raise her left leg to plant it on the bed and press a gun to his head with her right, he might have been fooled by that innocent tone. He opened his mouth. Popcorn. Means you must not speak during a movie. Lina cut in before him, bright and triumphant. See, isn't that perfect? Xinbiao was speechless. Lina sighed and flopped onto the bed like she'd given up on exertion. So you can't forget what you said earlier, can you? Xinbiao. No, this is not easy to forget. If you can't forget, that's fine. I only have one request. Lina turned and looked at him with a plaintive expression. Don't tell anyone. Especially don't tell my uncle. If he finds out, he really will break my legs. Xinbiao. Your uncle? Lina blinked, then her eyes brightened. Wasn't it my uncle who sent you to find me? Who told you to come? Baite. Baite. Xinbiao frowned. Wasn't he already? Lina chuckled and patted Xinbiao on the shoulder. Oh, you're from Ling Hao to Ba. I see. Looks like things aren't going well for you there. Don't worry, sister's got your back. I'll tell my uncle to put in a good word and get you some position. Xinbiao had been wondering who the girl's uncle might be. After that remark, he had his suspicions. Although fanciful, the thought steadied him. He took a breath and said, I suppose the people at Ling Hao to Ba call your uncle Instructor, right? Lina's face went pale and then panicked, her pupils trembled. You know my uncle. Xinbiao sighed inwardly. Of course. He had been puzzled as to why the instructor had suddenly tasked him with finding Lina. After all, she was the instructor's niece. Even with amnesia, the instructor would remember his niece's name. She must be important to him. Why then send Xinbiao and not Said and the others? Lina shifted awkwardly. Just one thing. Don't tell my uncle about what you said earlier, and I won't tell him that you were impersonating someone to pursue me, okay? Xinbiao hesitated, then quickly nodded. Deal. Thank you. You're a good person. Lina's brows smoothed at once. Shall we go now? Don't worry, there are other doctors besides me at the hospital. Those critical patients I've already. Her words were cut off by an announcement over the hospital intercom, warning hostile forces will invade Longbow Gorge in 30 minutes. The scale of the assault is substantial. All departments take heed. Xinbiao. This made no sense. According to the rules Gu Huoluo had explained, he should have no reason to hear that broadcast. He was from Ling Hao to Ba, not Longbow Gorge. Why had he been drawn into the same temporal fragment? Could it be because Xinbiao slowly shifted his gaze? Lina had clearly heard the announcement as well. But she showed no trace of alarm. She took a handheld device from her pocket, thumbed at it, and with an embarrassed little smile looked up. That broadcast is fake. I recorded it myself. Longbow Gorge can get rowdy, sometimes people come to the hospital to cause trouble, so. Relief flooded Xinbiao. Lina powered down the device and put it away, then asked casual now, so how's my uncle doing? Has he found a match? Married yet? The intercom chirped once more, warning hostile forces will invade Longbow Gorge in 30 minutes. The scale of the assault is substantial. All departments take heed. The announcement sounded again at their ears. Lina's smile stiffened inch by inch. I'm asking you. Lina turned her head toward Beacon, her expression grave. Bernard was apprehended by you in the town last night, correct? Beacon shook his head. That's right. He was preparing to venture out in search of prey. Then, realizing precisely what Lina had just said, his voice cut off abruptly. He jerked his head up sharply. A tremor flickered across his pupils. His voice quavered as he asked, How did you know what captured Bernard? And even where we caught him? Upon hearing Beacon's words, Lina let out a heavy sigh, her two chestnut-brown ponytails swaying slightly in the air. A look of profound disdain crossed her face as she folded her arms across her chest. TCH. After all the groundwork I laid, you still think stumbling upon Bernard and capturing him was mere coincidence? Beacon. That statement carried even greater implications than the one before. Judging by her tone, everything was orchestrated by Lina. She had known her instructor would dispatch someone to retrieve her, so she had engineered every detail in advance. But that can't be right. If so, why wasn't she waiting at Zero Dam? And why had she acted and spoken the way she did upon their first meeting? Beacon's mind felt scorched beyond coherence. How could my uncle send someone like you? Moi. A flash of sharp vigilance lit Lena's eyes. Her gaze narrowed. Silently, she stepped back 2 paces and fixed Beacon with a renewed appraising stare. Was this truly the person her uncle had dispatched? As Lena scrutinized Beacon, her left hand rose imperceptibly. In response, the drone's probe slid once more beneath his skin. Having completed the motion, Lena narrowed her eyes and leaned forward until her face hovered inches from his. Though she stood looking upward, she seemed to tower over him, gazing down with detached authority. Cold sweat glistened anew on Beacon's brow. What on earth was this formidable young woman about to do now? A cold, mocking smile curled Lena's lips. I ask you, are you truly sent by my uncle? If Instructor said's unit reports to your uncle, then yes, Beacon replied, cautiously choosing each word with precision. Beep beep beep. The drone emitted its urgent staccato signal once more. Truth. Lena's brows furrowed. And earlier you said they. Meaning he really did send you to find me, eh? Seeing that Lena showed no intention of withdrawing the drone's probe, Beacon swallowed hard. I happen to have business in Longbow Gorge, so Instructor assigned me to escort you back as well. Beep beep beep. Wait, hold on. Lena brusquely interrupted. She retreated 2 steps, scanning Beacon up and down before uttering, incredulous, You're Beacon. Huh. Beacon froze, utterly bewildered. What the hell? How did she just unbox me? Beep beep beep. No way. You're actually Beacon. Lena clicked her tongue, beckoned the drone back into her palm, then sighed softly, murmuring, Thought you'd be something extraordinary, given how extravagantly my uncle sang your praises. TCH. Beacon. Fine, better than nothing. Tell me, besides the 12 outside and the 12 in town, did my uncle send anyone else with you? Huh. Beacon blinked, then blurted again, huh. How did she know everything? Could Instructor have contacted her directly? That made no sense. If he could reach her, why send me? Besides, hadn't Instructor lost his memory? Stop with the huss, and don't assume I learned this from my uncle, Lena said, her voice thick with disdain. I knew the moment you arrived at Longbow Gorge last night with those 24 people. Otherwise, do you truly believe you'd have uncovered Bernard's whereabouts so effortlessly, or that Bernard would have conveniently prepared to hunt last night? Bringing only 24 people to Longbow Gorge was already questionable, but bringing this motley crew, you haven't noticed a thing yet. Honestly, if any of you had shown even a modicum of intelligence, I'd have recognized you as Beacon much sooner, and this morning's misunderstanding would never have occurred. Beacon. Wait, hold on, friend. If you're this formidable, why are you waiting here for me to rescue you? Fine, 24 it is. We'll make do. Lena rolled her eyes, then fixed Beacon with a direct gaze. Of those 24, how many underwent sniper training? How many trained as machine gunners? 2 received 3 days of sniper training, 4 trained as shield bearers, Beacon replied. Machine gun? None. Lena's voice rose, laced with disbelief. None. You've truly outdone yourself. She closed her eyes, her face etched with weary resignation. After a pause, she opened them again. 24 won't suffice for combat. We must escape back to 0. Yet the broadcast warns of large-scale incursion, meaning wilderness routes risk direct confrontation with enemy forces. Moreover, Resse and his squad will return imminently. Taking the wilds risks colliding with them too. Then, only one option remains. Lena locked eyes with Beacon. Do you know Hyperstar Station? Yes. Beacon nodded. We go through there. Correct. Through there. Lena affirmed with a nod. Isn't that adjacent to the radar station? Beacon hesitated. What if we alert the half soldiers stationed there? Then we fight. Lena responded without hesitation. Radar station personnel may not leave post without authorization, and Resse has long since shattered their morale. Fighting them is preferable to confronting GDI or Resse's forces. Understood. Beacon ceased hesitating. He'll assemble them immediately. Departure follows. Not so fast. A fiercely exhilarated smile curved Lena's lips. I've concealed equipment in the hospital's warehouse. Let's retrieve it first. Jingzhou Highway. Lu Feng, dark circles shadowing his eyes, tore open a coffee packet and dumped the powder into his mouth, chewing vigorously while massaging his temples. He couldn't sleep. Not yet. Chen Ke had agreed to impersonate the Instructor. Now Lu Feng needed to finalize the next phase of the plan. The most critical step, indeed the linchpin, was convincing GDI that he was the authentic Instructor. Chen Ke's stipulated conditions had provided invaluable inspiration. Following Chen Ke's logic, Lu Feng quickly extrapolated further ideas, such as resolving zero dams. But was water all zero dam lacked? Certainly not. It suffered shortages of food, electricity, clothing, all the fundamental necessities sustaining civilian life. Zero dam possessed virtually none. Chen Ke also sought a comprehensive development blueprint for the region. Pursuing that line of thought, even with such a plan could Zero Dam construct its proposed infrastructure. Amidst active warfare, neither environment nor manpower existed to build anything, and even if constructed structures would likely crumble within days under bombardment. Thus, in Lu Feng's estimation, rebuilding Zero Dam required first ending the war. But the conflict at Zero Dam no longer involved merely Asura and Haft. GDI had drawn players to end the war, meant transforming the relationship between players and the Asura faction. Fortunately, that facet proved manageable. Releasing the prior combat footage featuring Tang Xiaozhou might shift player Asura dynamics. Just as Lu Feng's mind raced, a voice pierced his thoughts. Urgent mission updated. An unidentified faction has abducted Special Agent Dai and is preparing to depart Longbow Gorge. Rescue Agent Dai from this faction before they exit Longbow Gorge. Critical situation. GDI has suspended standard public access to Longbow Gorge. Longbow Gorge will reopen in 30 minutes. Players may choose whether to enter. Entering during this window automatically accepts the mission and places players within the same instance. During this mission, Longbow Gorge's concurrent player capacity increases to 1,000. Should players be eliminated, reducing total participants below 1,000, others may continue entering. Upon successful completion, all players entering this instance permanently unlock Special Agent Dai's abilities. Failure results in permanent inability to unlock this agent. When the broadcast concluded, Lu Feng's face darkened. GDI, you truly outdid yourselves. A video surfaced last night showing players negotiating with the boss, and today GDI's missing agent suddenly reappears. Must you always obstruct player-boss negotiations, forcing them into mutual slaughter instead, and abducted by an unidentified faction? Huh. On this land, aside from GDI itself, which other faction qualifies as unidentified? This is plainly GDI, staging its own theatrical production. And the abduction site, coincidentally adjacent to Zero Dam. Even raising the instance's player cap, GDI truly excels. Do Asura and Haft troops combined in Longbow Gorge even exceed 100 soldiers? Their combat effectiveness already trails players. Now they lack even numerical superiority. Moreover, under this mission's framework, will players inside Longbow Gorge turn on each other? Absolutely not. What did the broadcast declare? Upon success, all players entering this instance permanently unlock Special Agent Dai's abilities. What does that imply? It means anyone entering the instance gains immediate access to this agent's powers upon mission completion. Lu Feng knew precisely how irresistible that incentive was to players. Given this, players entering the instance would almost certainly coalesce into a unified force. Deploying 1,000 such players into Longbow Gorge. What chance do Asura and Haft troops stand? None whatsoever. Don't insult players' intelligence. 1,000 players storming in would scour Longbow Gorge's surface clean, down to the bedrock. So, after this mission concludes, is reconciliation between players and the Asura faction still possible? Unequivocally no. Lu Feng exhaled deeply. He had to prevent this. They would assist Asura forces in resisting the incoming players. The council, however, possessed abundant elite-grade equipment. Dispatch the council's elite squads. The council, however, possessed abundant elite-grade equipment. Dispatch the council's elite squads, armed with such gear. Elite squads' combat prowess far surpassed ordinary players, and with equipment superiority, each could reliably defeat 3 opponents. Mission updated. The broadcast's recurrence ignited fury in Lu Feng's eyes. Is this never going to end? Fine, bring it on. Let's see what new gambit GDI devises next. Haft custom operation now partially available. Lu Feng. Haft. Custom operation. What does that mean? Has Haft inserted itself into this as well? You may accept Hudson's assistance and select preferred equipment from the Haft armory. This operation is currently restricted to Longbow Gorge. Each player's first entry permits free equipment selection. Subsequent entries allow only category choice. The specific item becomes randomized. The Haft armory stands fully accessible. As for whom you deploy it against, Haft expresses no preference. Hearing this, Lu Feng stiffened, his fists clenched tight. Haft was unmistakably stepping onto the battlefield. The problem. With Haft's intervention, the council's equipment advantage vanished entirely. Lu Feng took a deep breath, then lifted his phone. Listen carefully, Lu Feng. For the half-hour mission ahead, I require all elite squads to participate. Remember, their objective is to eliminate players by any means necessary. Don't question why. It'll handle justification to command. As for that mission, thwart players' success. Ensure Special Agent Dai evacuates Longbow Gorge. GDI claims this agent has lost contact with them. Then let her vanish completely. After hanging up, Lu Feng turned to his deputy seated ahead, Tianjun. Exit at the nearest interchange and contact the local council branch to prepare equipment. Scratch that. No need to prepare equipment. Since Haft insists on interfering, let's use their gear and— Commander, Deputy Tianjun turned concern clouding his gaze. You haven't rested all night, perhaps. The council's elite squads are mobilizing for Longbow Gorge. As their commander, I have no right to rest now. Lu Feng refused without hesitation. Understood. The Qijia Club. Remember, don't change the emblem. Hurry up and print it out. Even after the Fenghua Cup ends, you both should remember to wear it when entering the instances from now on. Chen Ke looked at Zhao Qijia and Gao Jianli. Since the officials wanted him to prove his abilities in the Fenghua Cup, he definitely needed to plan carefully. There wouldn't be much time to team up with these two anymore. Moreover, after the Fenghua Cup, he probably wouldn't stay in the Qijia Club any longer. He would inform the bosses and ask them to pay attention to the emblem, treating anyone wearing it as their own. As for these two, they should find time to get familiar with the bosses at Zero Dam. Although Zhao Qijia had long known that the Qijia Club was too small for Chen Ke to fully display his talents, when that day actually arrived, he found he was still unprepared mentally. Geniuses are easy to find, but someone like Chen Ke, he probably wouldn't encounter another one. Gao Jinli's thoughts were quite simple. Bro, are you arranging your affairs? Gao Jinli scratched his head and said, if you die, let me know and I'll go with you. We agreed that I'd be there whenever you called. Chen Ke, Zhao Qijia. The two of them simultaneously turned their gazes towards Gao Jinli and then without a word exchanged glances. Tisk, forget it, this is how military commanders are. You don't need to join us at the aerospace base later, Zhao Qijia said to Chen Ke. Hurry up and go back to pack your things. Don't forget about the supplies in the basement. Take them with you when you leave. Just leave them here. Chen Ke shook his. He could just tell the bosses what supplies he needed in the future. Besides, he was now considered a director of the Qijia Club, and no one would take these items. Consider it a facade for Zhao Qijia. That works too, Zhao Qijia nodded. If you need anything, just let me know, and I'll send it to you then. An announcement suddenly rang in his ears. Emergency task has been updated. A mysterious force has kidnapped Special Operations Agent Dai and is preparing to leave Changgong Valley. Please rescue the agent from this force before they leave Changgong Valley. The situation is urgent. GDI has now closed the entrance permissions for ordinary players to Changgong. Half an hour later, Changgong Valley will reopen and players can choose whether to enter. If you choose to enter during this period, it will be considered as automatically accepting the task, and you will enter this. During this task, the instance of Changgong Valley can accommodate up to 1,000 players simultaneously. If any player is eliminated and the number of players in the instance falls below 1,000, other players can. If the task is successful, all players entering this instance will permanently unlock Special Operations Agent Dai's abilities. If the task fails, the agent will not be unlockable. Zhao Qijia was stunned for a moment, then turned to Chen Ke. Chen Ke, what do you think? Should we go? Chen Ke paused for a moment, then shook his head. Not in a hurry, let me ask first. Since the announcement mentioned a mysterious force, this matter was likely related to him. In other words, the one who kidnapped Agent Dai was likely the beacon. He definitely had to help. Even if it wasn't the beacon, but someone else who kidnapped Dai, he still needed to go. After retrieving Dai, Sade and the others would have a second chance at life. No, if they weren't supplemented, they would have an infinite number of lives. And no one would think to strike at the bosses. Thus Dai, he must be rescued. Moreover, the beacon was still there. Since the beacon went to Changgong Valley on his orders, he had the responsibility to bring the beacon back. The problem was if he went directly, the impact would be minimal. Yes, his marksmanship was indeed excellent. But how useful is one person's marksmanship? This instance required 1,000 people. No, not just 1,000. From the broadcast, it seemed that this 1,000 was merely the upper limit of players Changgong Valley could accommodate. In other words, every time he eliminated a player, new players would join. With the temptation of unlocking special agent abilities, he believed that the number of players he would face would only increase. So he might as well take the people from Zero Dam and leave with them. He took out his phone and opened the group chat. Chen Ke, Guheluos asked Sade if we can go to Changgong Valley from the instance at Zero Dam after entering. Guheluos, please wait a moment, I'll ask. Chen Ke, okay. A moment later, Guheluos' message appeared again. Guheluos' instructor Sade said yes, but he needs 10 minutes. It will be ready in 10 minutes. Chen Ke, all right. He'll bring 2 people to meet you. See you in 10 minutes. After putting down the phone, Chen Ke looked at the two. Pack up, we're going to Zero Dam. Chen Ke, go handle your business first. Zhao Qijia clearly misunderstood. He thought Chen Ke was still thinking about winning the Fenghua Cup, which was why he wanted to go to Zero Dam now. Honestly, while he did want that championship, it was clear that Chen Ke had more important things to attend to. He was a rich second generation, but Chen Ke was not. Moreover, right now a broader path lay before Chen Ke. He couldn't let Chen Ke delay stepping onto that path for the sake of fulfilling his wishes. So he shook his head. The Fenghua Cup isn't important for you anymore. Besides, if you miss this year's Fenghua Cup, there's always next year, right? Tisk, since Lu Feng said that if we don't win the championship this time, he'll lose face. Chen Ke clicked his tongue. Moreover, this time we're not going to Zero Dam just to familiarize ourselves, but to meet some people. Meet some people, eh? Zhao Qijia was even more confused. What kind of people required going to Zero Dam to meet? They couldn't be instance bosses, could they? Don't ask so much, you'll know when the time comes. Okay, Zhao Qijia said, then he'll go get the Gear 6 sets right. Yes. This time Chen Ke did not refuse. Also, don't bring any food this time. Bring a few AWMs and AWM bullets instead, and pack an extra click armor as backup. Don't worry, you won't be at a disadvantage later. He would still need to go to Changgong Valley, so it wouldn't hurt to have those two prepare more armor and bring a few more guns for the soldiers at Zero Dam. What you said is pointless. Are we really talking about whether one of us benefits or not? Zhao Qijiao raised an eyebrow. Or are you planning to cut ties with me now? Tisk, Chen Ke shook his head about to speak when the broadcast sound echoed in their ears again. Action has been updated. The half-customized action is now partially open. You can accept assistance from Hudson and choose your preferred equipment from the half-armory. This action is currently only open to Chang'an Valley. Each player can freely choose equipment on their first entry. On the second entry, only the type of equipment can be chosen and specific equipment will be random. The half-armory will be open for you. As for who you take it to fight, half doesn't care. Hudson chose to release equipment at this time. Moreover, it was temporarily only open to Chang'an Valley. Hudson chose to release equipment at this time. Moreover, it was temporarily only open to Chang'an Valley. It seems that Dai is very important to that trader from GDI. So important that he risks exposure just to let Hudson release this equipment. Since that's the case, Chen Ke absolutely couldn't let this trader succeed. Zero Dam, East Tower Manager's Room. I know Zero Dam can go to Chang'an Valley. Raven looked at Sade. But isn't Zero Dam under the time-space fragment already locked? If we go through that exile position on the west side of the visitor center, won't we be directly evacuated from the instance? That's why I said let the instructor wait for me for 10 minutes. Sade's voice was still hoarse. After answering Raven's question, he turned to Goheluos. Goheluos, didn't Romeus say he would dispatch 30 Blue Eagle helicopters? Haven't they arrived yet? I just asked. Goheluos shook his head. Romeus said, all the operating systems of his Blue Eagle helicopters have been locked. He is rushing to unlock the permissions. How I knew that love-struck fool was unreliable. Sade shook his head. Demulin, how are the 37 Mako sharks you brought? Can they be used? I just checked. All 37 Mako sharks are in good condition. Demulin's right. I flickered with green light. There was indeed an unknown permission attempting to invade the Mako sharks' control systems, but I blocked it all. If possible, shut down the remote control system and switch to manual operation, Sade said to Demulin. We can't let those GDI people hack the permissions while we're in the middle of a fight. After hearing this, Demulin's eyes turned from green to yellow. I believe I didn't mention that the ones invading the vehicles were from GTI, right? Then just treat them as if they are from GDI. Sade did not get caught up in that issue again. He turned to Goheluos. Goheluos, I probably need 5 minutes to activate that device. Can you gather the soldiers in that time? Baksh. Romeus stood atop the tower, his eyes shrouded in darkness. Thousands of years ago, when the true Tower of Babel was constructed, the gods unleashed their wrath-wielding language as a blade, tearing humanity apart. Since then, humanity has been trapped in eternal strife, unable to unite against the gods. Now, GDI actually wishes to emulate the gods. A dog raised by an arms company actually dares to consider itself a god. Brother, the Minister of Publicity had unknowingly approached Romeus from behind. The pure mechanical operation method for the Blue Eagle helicopter has been integrated into the brain computer database. How many Blue Eagle helicopters are currently available? Romeus asked without turning his head. 132 units. Have all the internal operating systems of these helicopters been removed? All removed, brother, the minister nodded. Send 5 brain computer agents to test it. If feasible, dispatch all to the Longbow Valley. A flicker of anger crossed Romeus' eyes. The instructor merely wanted to bring back a special operations agent, yet GD, I thought it could flip the table. Let me see if you can still manage that now. By the way, brother, there's one more thing. The Minister of Publicity looked at Romeus. As per your instructions, H-1000 has returned from the nuclear power plant. 10 minutes ago, he had already taken off in a Blue Eagle helicopter, and everything is fine. Romeus was momentarily taken aback. H-1000 has returned. He hasn't informed the instructor, nor has he changed the rules. How could H just return? When did he come back? 15 minutes ago, the minister said, frowning. But brother, H-1000's return is somewhat suspicious. Speak. The minister hesitated for a moment, then a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. He returned from the replicated nuclear power plant. Romeus. How is that possible? After the fragmentation of time and space, the connections between the Delta replicas would be completely severed, let alone them. Even those GDI agents would only be regarded as having successfully evacuated if they attempted to leave the replica area. To establish a link between these replicas, even the instructor would have to pay a considerable price. Now, H-1000 actually arrived at Baksh directly from the nuclear power plant replica, without any cost. Was the Dark Star energy device at the tower's base activated? Romeus squinted, responding. I've checked. No, the Minister of Publicity shook his head. That's why I said this matter is very strange. Brother H-1000 was trained by me. He should just be an ordinary Asura person with no abnormalities. Before wearing the brain computer, he had no combat memories. I've been pondering how he managed to do it all the way. Brother, do you think H-1000 might have some hidden identity? After thinking for a moment, Romeus shook his head. Now is not the time to consider that. Even if he has abnormalities, we will investigate after the situation in Longbow Valley settles. As for now, since he can return from the nuclear power plant to Baksh, it means he can directly head to Longbow Valley. In that case, Romeus paused for a moment looking at the Minister of Publicity. How many clones did he bring back? All 35 clones came back with him. The invasion points of those GDI agents in Longbow Valley have already been integrated into the brain computer data, right? Yes, brother. Let those 35 clones follow H-1000 and immediately take the helicopter to Longbow Valley. Romeus squinted. Tell them their mission is to eliminate those helicopters before the GDI agents land. What about the co-pilot, brother? The Minister of Publicity looked at Romeus. After removing those internal systems, the weapons can only be operated by the co-pilot's weapon operator. Select 36 weapon operators and explain to them that their mission this time is to face death. Romeus said without hesitation. At the same time, tell them that as long as I am alive, I guarantee that their children and families will not suffer any grievances in the future. Surely not, brother. The Minister of Publicity was taken aback. If H-1000 and his clones take the main pilot, the Blue Eagle helicopter will be hard to shoot down. But the ammunition for the Blue Eagle helicopter is limited, Romeus countered decisively. Then we can dispatch a few supply squads later. The Minister of Publicity attempted to argue further. There's no time, Romeus interrupted the minister. Tell H-1000 that once the helicopter is out of ammunition, he should jump out. Provide each main and co-pilot with 2 sets of tricks armor, an AWM, and an asphalt. Tell them not to save bullets. Before leaving, let H-1000 upload the data as quickly as possible. Once the brain computer data is synchronized, dispatch all remaining Blue Eagle helicopters. Romeus' eyes were filled with fury. Tell them that no GDI agent must be allowed to leave their helicopter. Rest assured, brother, the Minister of Publicity smirked coldly. Let H-1000 pilot the Blue Eagle. According to the instructor's words, if one shot doesn't kill, it's considered a single explosion. Qijia Club. The equipment is ready, how it's all in the bag. Zhao Qijia said, pushing open the door to the operations room. Upon seeing the scene inside, Zhao Qijia jumped on the spot. What the hell, how did a warden refresh in the club? This is troublesome. Chen Ke, dressed in a warden's uniform, walked up to Zhao Qijia and took the equipment from his hands. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Qijia let out a long breath. Chen Ke. Damn, you almost scared me to death just now. I thought Delta had invaded reality and the warden had refreshed in our club. But from the looks of you, are you preparing to go into the replica wearing that? MHM, Chen Ke nodded. If time runs short later, he plans to use the special ability of this outfit to teleport directly to Longbow Valley. Moreover, this outfit can also provide Zhao Qijia with desensitization training. So he won't impulsively open fire upon seeing the warden. So who exactly are you taking, me and Gao Jianli? Zhao Qijia raised his gun following Chen Ke as he walked and asked. To meet the warden and Saeed. Zhao Qijia's mind went blank. His legs instinctively continued their previous motion, 1 foot already stepping into the entrance of the replica. Entering Zero Dam time-space anchor point locked. You have entered Zero Dam. Remember extortion and blackmail. If down, retreat. Warning, Red Hawk is on patrol. Warning, the warden is inspecting. Warning, Demulin has begun his patrol. Warning, the crow has escaped. Zhao Qijia was about to ask further when he immediately fell silent upon hearing the broadcast. While raising his gun to shield Chen Ke in front, Chen Ke once again at the cement plant pipeline site. There are so many bosses this time. Should we evacuate along the small path? One boss is already unbearable. With these 4 bosses, we definitely. Bang, 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 bang. The interior of the cement plant echoed with 6 rapid shots from an ASH-12. The gunfire seemed to act as a signal. After the shots fell, gunfire erupted in the military camp pipeline at the entrance of the substation, the visitor center, and on the dam top. Among them, there were even 8 shots from an AWM. Once these fleeting gunshots subsided, Zero Dam returned to silence. I was just taking you to meet the boss. Chen Ke patted Zhao Qijia's shoulder, then stepped in front of him. Put down your gun. It's cleared. Zhao Qijia. Clear. Cleared. What do you mean it's cleared? Who cleared it? How do you know it's cleared? No, wait. Now is not the time to be concerned about this. What do you mean by this trip is just to take them to meet the... What the hell is this? Bang. The door to the cement plant office was kicked open, and then one after another soldiers dressed either in prison guard uniforms or red Astra guard outfits poured out from the office. No, not just from the office. These soldiers emerged from all directions, then lined up in front of Chen Ke. A line of 10 men. 3 rows. A series of formations made up of people unfolded before Chen Ke. And Chen Ke said nothing, standing there silently, as if reviewing his troops. When the first formation finished assembling, Zhao Qijia's brain overloaded. When a small vehicle belonging to Demulin appeared in the formation, Zhao Qijia's brain felt like it was on fire. Upon seeing 4 bosses lined up behind Chen Ke, Zhao Qijia completely gave up thinking. His throat moved slightly, then he stiffly turned his head to look at Gao Jianli, trying to see the same bewildered expression on his face. But he was disappointed. Gao Jianli was grinning widely, and upon noticing Zhao Qijia's gaze, he turned his head and raised an eyebrow. Manager Brother Chen's lineup is truly impressive. Truly worthy of being my brother. Zhao Qijia. Although he had long given up any expectations for Gao Jianli's thought process, what Gao Jianli said now really made him unable to hold back. Lineup. Is this really about a lineup? Zhao Qijia stared with wide eyes at those four bosses as they approached him along with Chen Ke. When Chen Ke stood in front of Zhao Qijia, he froze. He didn't know what to do next. Introducing one person to another is inherently awkward. Moreover, now he was introducing players to bosses. What should he do? Tisk, let's do it like those dramas from the Blue Star in my past life. How did they perform it? Let me think. Oh, got it. Let's get acquainted. Chen Ke tried to keep his voice calm as he stepped aside, first looking at Zhao Qijia, my manager Zhao Qijia, my teammate Gao Jianli. After finishing, he turned to the four bosses, my students Gaha Luo's Crow Si. Zhao Qijia looked at the four bosses across from him, especially staring at Gaha Luo's pale mask in a daze. In this situation, let alone him. Even if old Deng came, he would be confused. He didn't even notice Chen Ke mentioning the word students. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Qijia began to contemplate what he should do now. After a moment of thought, Zhao Qijia decided to stop thinking. He instinctively extended his hand. Regardless of anything, reaching out for a handshake could never be wrong, right? As it turned out, this action was indeed not wrong. Gaha Luos removed his gloves and then extended his right hand, shaking hands with Zhao Qijia. The moment their palms met, Zhao Qijia felt the rigidity of Gaha Luo's hand. It seemed this infamous boss, was in a state that wasn't much better than his. He moved his eyes slightly, then raised his head to meet Gaha Luo's gaze. Then both of them suddenly sighed in unison. Zhao Qijia released Gaha Luo's hand, first glancing at him, then turning his gaze to the remaining bosses. Hey Zhao Qijia, nice to meet you. Forget it, I can't take it. How about we just pretend we've known each other for a long time? The other three bosses visibly sighed in relief upon hearing this. Not long after the first meeting between both parties, which could only be described as a disaster, finally concluded. Manager Yu and Gao Jianli should search first. Chen Ke looked at Zhao Qijia. After clearing the area, you two can withdraw directly. Oh, I have a few matters to attend to with them. Longbow Valley. Zhao Qijia did not answer, but countered with a question. MHM. Then I won't search anymore. Zhao Qijia said without hesitation. I'll wait for you with Gao Jianli at the club. After you finish discussing matters, we'll go to Longbow Valley together. Having more people always provides more support. Manager Yu and Gao Jianli shouldn't come this time. Chen Ke shook his head. I'm not going for a mission. Not going for a mission. Zhao Qijia pondered for a moment, glanced at the bosses, and recalled the task broadcast, his expression suddenly becoming strange. He looked at Chen Ke, the unknown force mentioned in the broadcast. It wouldn't be you, would it? It is me. That's why I said not to get involved. Manager, I certainly won't let go of this agent Dai. If possible, you and Gao Jianli shouldn't go to Longbow Valley later. They'll find a way to compensate. Compensate for what? Zhao Qijia interrupted Chen Ke. I mean, don't you remember you're a director of the club? Of course I haven't forgotten. Since you are a director of the club then. Zhao Qijia's lips curled up. Gao Jianli and I are also members of the unknown force, right? After hearing Zhao Qijia's words, Chen Ke fell silent for a moment, and then turned to Gao Jianli. What about you? I will definitely follow you, brother. Gao Jianli replied without hesitation. Even if you go to fight GTI. Ignoring Gao Jianli's increasingly thunderous rhetoric, Chen Ke nodded, after confirming the determination reflected in Zhao Qijia and Gao Jianli's expressions. All right. In that case, you won't be able to acquire the abilities of that special agent. But I can offer you something else. The prison warden uniform he was wearing had a hidden function. If he consumed a tear of the ocean upon entering the dungeon, he could allow his teammates to use the exclusive weapons and equipment of the Havoc faction. When you wear the prison warden uniform and mask, you can choose to consume a tear of the ocean to enter the Delta dungeon as the warden, at which point your teammates will be able to use the exclusive weapons and equipment of the Havoc faction, but there will be an announcement across the map upon entering the dungeon. This was the reward for a hidden quest that he still remembered. Since Zhao Qijia and Gao Jianli chose to forego unlocking the abilities of the special agent Butterfly, then he would provide these two with some Havoc equipment as compensation. The machine gunner and flamethrower seemed quite good. It's just a pity that there were no rocket soldiers in the Havoc faction. However, these two still couldn't use them now. He had not consumed a tear of the ocean this time when entering the dungeon. Later, when going to Longbow Valley, it would be better to enter as the warden. Jihilos, after making up his mind, Chen Ke turned to the warden beside him. Do you have any tears of the ocean left? Yes, Jihilos nodded. I have 4 on me. If it's not enough, should I go back to get more? 1 is enough for me. Understood. Jihilos took out a tear of the ocean from his pocket and handed it to Chen Ke. Does Zero Dam still have any machine gunner or flamethrower equipment? Yes, Chen Ke said, putting the tear of the ocean into a secure box as he looked at Jihilos. Good. Chen Ke nodded and turned his gaze to Gao Jianli and Zhao Qijia. Manager Gao Jianli, do you prefer a flamethrower? Zhao Qijia. The scene that had just occurred had already made Zhao Qijia's brain, which had just loaded, show signs of losing connection again. Now Chen Ke's question made it even harder for him to comprehend. What does it mean to prefer a flamethrower? Or, moreover, why did Chen Ke specifically ask Jihilos about the equipment before asking this question? Chen Ke couldn't really think that they could use this stuff, right? Chen Ke players cannot use the exclusive equipment of the Havoc faction. This has long been stated by the council. Zhao Qijiao began, but then fell silent. Before today, the bosses were thought to have no intelligence, unable to communicate, and would definitely be hostile towards players. Now they were just fine following behind Chen Ke like him. He figured it out. The Delta dungeon was divided into two types. One with Chen Ke and the other without Chen Ke, so he said nothing more. After thinking for a moment, he said Gatling right. He had long coveted the machine gunner's equipment. In many nights of dreams, he had been wearing the machine gunner's gear rampaging through the fire cup. Now, this dream seemed to be coming true. What about you? Chen Ke looked at Gao Jianli. Meets Chen Ke's eyes twitched slightly, then he looked at Jihilos bring a few more sets of machine gunner equipment, and then find 2 machine gunners. Teach these 2 how to use the machine gunner equipment on the way. Instructor, I can handle this, Raven approached Chen Ke. I'm already quite proficient with the machine gunner equipment. Chen Ke, wait Raven, do you really want to be a machine gunner? Instructor, I can too, said, added stepping forward. Chen Ke. He was momentarily stunned, then slowly turned his gaze to Jihilos and Demoulin. So you two can also? That's right, Instructor. Demoulin's voice was somewhat guilty. Jihilos didn't even speak, just nodded repeatedly. I can see that you all possess remarkable skills, Chen Ke gasped. But soon his eyebrows raised. This was just right. The upcoming Longbow Valley would definitely be a meat grinder. These bosses might not be able to handle so many people. Bring 4 more sets of machine gunner equipment. Chen Ke looked at Jihilos. Before entering Longbow Valley, you all should change into them. Instructor Raven raised his hand. Can I use an RPG while wearing the machine gunner's gear? Yes, yes. Raven's voice was filled with excitement, nearly jumping up. The machine gunner's equipment had things like mechanical exoskeletons that could save effort. When the time comes, wouldn't he be able to blow things up at will? Zhao Qijiao. He felt like his brain was really about to lose. What does it mean for the boss to wear the machine gunner's equipment? If so, do these players have any way to survive? Oh no, not these players. He was now part of the boss team. So it's fine. Zhao Qijiao's thoughts abruptly halted. He looked at Raven, who was walking toward him, instinctively tightening his grip on his gun, his right leg tensing up, ready to flee at any moment. Nothing is fine. What does it mean for Raven to come and teach him how to use the machine gunner's equipment? Does this boss have no awareness of his own infamous reputation? Getting this close really triggers anxiety. Wait, why is Raven still reaching into his pocket? What is he going to take? A golden card. Looking at the card that Raven had subtly slipped into his hand, Zhao Qijiao blinked, then thought for a moment, and without hesitation, handed his gun and backpack to Raven. What else is there to say, brother? Chen Ke did not notice the small actions between Raven and Zhao Qijiao. As he walked toward the evacuation point on the east side of the visitor center known as the road to Longbow Valley, he asked Jihilos, and said who were following behind him, has everyone from Zero Dam come over? I was just about to report this, Instructor said. Stepped forward Jihilos and I discussed it, and we plan to leave a sniper, a rocket soldier, and 2 Mako sharks at the dam top to guard. Let's leave them a small team as well. Chen Ke thought for a moment, and said in case someone really retreats from that side of the dam, the 2 of them might still be in danger. Understood. What about the Blue Eagle helicopters? Didn't Romeus say he would dispatch 30 Blue Eagle helicopters? Chen Ke frowned. Why haven't I heard anything? The helicopter procedures on his side have all been locked. Jihilo's side, however, he just gave me a call, and he had someone unlock the Blue Eagle helicopter procedures and switch to manual operation. But time is a bit tight, so he let those helicopters go directly to Longbow Valley. Was it hacked? Chen Ke, the historical structure was truly astonishingly similar. In the 25 years of Blue Star, during that air battle that brought disgrace to a certain Eastern power, the F-16 fighters purchased from the West by that country's opponents were also locked out of their operating systems. It can only be said that there is nothing new under the sun. Tell Romeus to divide the helicopters into 2 batches, 1 batch to carry out aerial interception against the GDI helicopters, allowing those GDI agents who want to get involved to be eliminated in midair, and the other batch to execute patrol and ground attack missions while fully searching for beacons. Understood. Jihilos saluted, then slowed his pace, falling behind Chen Ke a bit, and took out his phone. Now only said remained behind Chen Ke. Said you said it would take 10 minutes to connect the Zero Dam dungeon with Longbow Valley. Chen Ke asked, is this a troublesome matter? Not troublesome, Instructor. This matter has already been taken care of. I'm not asking about that. Chen Ke shook his head. I'm asking, is this matter troublesome for you? Said was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Not troublesome, Instructor. If you say it's not troublesome, then I'll take your word. After saying this, Chen Ke gently sighed. This matter must be quite troublesome. Before this, said had never once said he needed to wait 10 minutes. But even if he knew it was troublesome, what could he do? The beacon was his people, they needed to be saved. If Lina could save these bosses in battle, he needed to seize the opportunity. He asked this question merely for self-comfort. He sighed again, then took out 2 small boxes from his bag. Brought this. Thank you, Instructor said, extended his hand. But when the box was handed to him, and he saw the words on it, he froze. The box was printed with 5 words, Fat Sea Candy. He opened his mouth, then somewhat stiffly raised his head to look at Chen Ke's back. As for drinking water, I will solve it as soon as possible and ensure a permanent solution. Chen Ke did not turn around walking as he spoke. In the meantime, just make do with this. As for the other constructions of Zero Dam, I will find a way. Since I am your instructor, this matter can be entrusted. You might want to try saying less and resting your voice a little. Don't let it be that when Zero Dam is completed, your voice goes hoarse again. Yes, instructor. Guns, equipment, food, medicine, whatever you lack, remember to tell me. Yes, instructor. Don't be so serious. Lu Feng looked at his serious deputy and laughed, shaking his head. It's just the two of us here now. So, just relax. Yes, Brigade Commander. Tianjun spoke resolutely. Lu Feng. Tisk, can you learn from the other Tian? Huh. Tianjun was momentarily stunned. Brigade Commander, no one at the council headquarters shares my... Definitely not the council headquarters, Lu Feng said, while checking his firearms. The Tianjun I'm talking about is a teacher from a school in Jingzhou. Brigade Commander, you didn't attend school in Jingzhou, did you? Deputy Tianjun raised an eyebrow. Hiss. Wait, Brigade Commander, you're not having an affair with a Jingzhou teacher, are you? Huh? Get lost. Tisk, you're not happy when I'm relaxed. Deputy Tianjin pouted. So, Brigade Commander, is the Tianjin you mentioned related to Chen Ke or Tang Xiaozhou? He is Chen Ke's teacher. Lu Feng nodded. It's just a coincidence, my name is quite common. Tianjin shrugged. So, Brigade Commander, are you really just tired and want to find a topic to talk about? Honestly, Brigade Commander, why don't you rest? I can go to Longbow Valley by myself. This matter doesn't need to be said again. I will definitely go to Longbow Valley. Lu Feng shook his head, then tore open a coffee packet, pouring it into an energy drink bottle. He twisted the lid, shook it a few times, and after mixing it well, opened the lid and brought it to his mouth. After taking a sip, he frowned. Why is it so hard to drink after mixing these two things? Brigade Commander, I'm really afraid you might drop dead. Lu Feng ignored Tianjun, finishing the energy drink with a pained expression, then threw the bottle into the trash can. He first muttered that it was really hard to drink, then looked at Tianjun. Continue. I didn't mention Tianjun, just to find a topic. Just now when I was about to fall asleep, I forced myself to think, and then I noticed something a bit strange. Tianjin. Lu Feng looked at Tianjun. What do you think is the probability of two people from different provinces having the same name and looking somewhat similar? Tianjun pondered for a moment. You mean? That Tianjun looks somewhat like me. Exactly. Lu Feng nodded. And you both are the same age. Tianjun was stunned for a moment, then spoke. I knew it. Now it was Lu Feng's turn to be stunned. Wait, what did you figure out? My parents must have secretly created a little account behind my back. Tianjun gritted his teeth. These two found that the little account they created was worse than me, so they kicked it away and let it fend for itself. They shouldn't be parents at all. Lu Feng, what are you talking about? That's ridiculous. What's so ridiculous about it? Tianjin retorted. Isn't it the case that that person has nothing to do with me and just happens to look a little like me? I'm not a singer, and that person is not a comedian. How could there be such a coincidence? I really don't. Lu Feng cursed as he picked up his gun. Let's go, it's time to prepare to enter the dungeon. Are you still tired, Brigade Commander? If you're still tired, should I give you another $2? Get lost. As soon as the announcement rang out, Lu Feng stepped forward without hesitation and entered the teleportation device, entering Chonggong Valley. There are still 5184 players in front of you waiting to enter Chonggong Valley. You can accept Hudson's assistance for free once. Would you like to choose your equipment now? Damn, so many, Lu Feng muttered under his breath, then said yes. You can freely choose your equipment or use the equipment set prepared by the Havoc Group. As soon as Lu Feng finished speaking, a panel appeared before him, showcasing various weapons and equipment. Trick Armor Commander Helmet M7. Lu Feng murmured while selecting equipment. Typhon Long Barrel. As he was selecting the parts needed to modify the M7, another announcement echoed in his ears. You can now enter Chonggong Valley. Please enter the dungeon within 30 seconds, or you will have to queue again. He paused for a moment, then turned to Tianjun. Tianjun, do you remember how many people were in front of us? Tianjin thought for a moment and said 5184. So, I wasn't mistaken. After Lu Feng said that, he glanced at the time. 831. It had only been a minute since the dungeon opened, and the maximum number of players allowed in Chonggong Valley is 1,000. This means that in just the past minute, 4,000 players failed to evacuate. No, is this really true? Even 4,000 pigs couldn't be killed that quickly, right? Hiss. It would indeed be slow with guns, but what about using RPGs? Recalling what Wang Yuhao and the others experienced at Zero Dam, Lu Feng had a bold, yet seemingly reasonable suspicion the group of unknown forces in Chonggong Valley wouldn't be using RPGs to blow up the spawn point, would they? He thought for a moment and looked at Tianjun. Notify the teams in the council to not bring equipment before entering the dungeon. Also let them all choose the special ability Deep Blue when entering. Understood. Tianjin nodded, took out his phone, and asked while sending messages, should we not bring equipment? Let's go in first to see what the situation is. Just let me know when you're done notifying. A moment later, Tianjun put away his phone. Team leader, I've completed the notification. All right, prepare to enter the map. Lu Feng closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and raised his foot. He wanted to see how over 20,000 players had died. Yes, Tianjin nodded and followed Lu Feng into the dungeon. In the next moment, the scene before them changed abruptly, and the familiar announcement sounded in their ears: the time-space anchor point has been locked. Entering Chonggong Valley. You have entered Changong Valley. Remember, evacuation failed, you lost your equipment. Wait dude, the opening announcement hasn't even finished loading and you're telling me evacuation failed. He opened his mouth, then looked at Tianjun with a somewhat clear, yet bewildered expression. We just entered the dungeon, right? Right. Tianjun's voice was filled with doubt and self-doubt. Otherwise, team leader, why don't you try to see if you can enter again? Okay. Lu Feng nodded, and then raised his foot to walk into the teleportation device. Entering Changong Valley. There are still 15861 players waiting to enter Changong Valley. After hearing this announcement, Tianjun confidently nodded. Team leader, I'm sure we really did enter Changong Valley just now. Did you notice why we failed to evacuate just now? Perhaps. There was a bug. Tianjun's expression was particularly innocent. After all, this is a temporary dungeon for 1,000 players. It's understandable for a few bugs to occur, right? If you had said this before yesterday, I wouldn't have argued with you. Lu Feng glanced at Tianjun. But after going through what happened yesterday, do you still think the Delta Dungeon is a game? The issue is, aside from bugs, I can't think of any other reason to explain why we failed to evacuate. Let's check online to see what they are saying and ask those teams in the council if they know the reason. Before Lu Feng could finish his sentence, the announcement sounded again. You can now enter Changong Valley. Please enter the dungeon within 30 seconds, or you will have to queue again. Lu Feng's eyelid twitched. Now it's even more outrageous. 4,000 players in 1 minute. 10,000 players in 1 minute too. He really wants to see what's going on today. Let's go enter the dungeon. Yes. The time-space anchor point has been locked. Entering Changong Valley. You have entered Changong. Evacuation failed, you lost your equipment. Lu Feng. He opened his mouth, his previously pale face gradually turning red. Twice entering the map resulted in immediate evacuation failure. No. He didn't even know if this counted as entering the map, let alone why he failed to evacuate. Tianjin, you exit the team and check the reason for the evacuation failure. They'll try again, myself. Lu Feng said through gritted teeth. Yes. Lu Feng stubbornly raised his foot once more. Moments later, the announcement sounded in his ear. Entering Changong. Evacuation failed, you lost your equipment. Lu Feng. He stared at the seemingly unchanging wall before him, his face completely flushed. He won't let this go today. It's not like every fourth evacuation failure results in a month-long negative state, right? Enter. He must find out how he died today. Lu Feng lifted his foot. Lu Feng entered the dungeon. Lu Feng exited the dungeon. Lu Feng, forget it, let it be however it wants to be. If he keeps pushing, he won't figure anything out, and he will end up with a bunch of negative states. Lu Feng's gaze sharpened. Didn't he just not hear the evacuation failure announcement? He thought carefully and confirmed he hadn't heard it, revealing a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Was his memory fuzzy, or was there really no negative state? No, thinking about it here is useless. Trying again would reveal everything. He gathered his spirits and then raised his foot again. Entering Changong. Instantly in. What does this mean? There's no one in front of him in the queue. But thinking about it, with this speed of evacuation and the level of frustration, very few people would want to enter a second time, right? Next, it should be the announcement of evacuation failure, right? As expected, the announcement of evacuation failure rang out. The next second, evacuation failed, you lost your equipment. Upon hearing this announcement, Lu Feng lightly bit his tongue and concentrated all his attention. Under normal circumstances, a negative state announcement should appear now. However, Lu Feng waited a full 5 minutes and still did not hear that negative announcement. Moreover, his body showed no abnormalities. This means, for the current Changong Valley, evacuation failure comes with no penalties. Lu Feng narrowed his eyes. GDI is indeed making a huge effort. They modified the underlying rules of the Delta Dungeon for that special operations agent. It seems this special operations agent is truly important to GDI. In that case, he mustn't let GDI hiss. Why does it feel like he's flattering himself? With the current intensity of Changong Valley, can these players who enter only to fail at evacuation really make a difference? No. It seems they really can. If the news that evacuation failure has no penalties is discovered, then even players stacking in numbers can create an effect. This cannot be allowed to happen. Lu Feng looked at Tianjun. Tianjun, put aside what you're currently doing and contact the cyber administration, asking them to strictly monitor the keywords no penalty, evacuation, and negative state before this mission ends. If any similar information appears, they must immediately guide and control it. Yes. Tianjun nodded. After receiving Tianjun's response, Lu Feng also took out his phone and opened the group chat of the elite team leaders in the council. Headquarters strategist Lu Feng, attention all team leaders, the evacuation failure in this Changong Valley is likely to have no penalties. All teams should avoid bringing equipment. Continue following previous tactics. All choose deep blue in groups of 3 to enter the dungeon. Be sure to find out the reason for the evacuation failure. After sending this message, Lu Feng pondered for a moment, thinking of Wang Yuhao and their experiences, and sent another message in the group. Headquarters strategist Lu Feng, pay close attention to whether there are sounds of RPGs flying through the air or explosions before the evacuation failure. Headquarters Nine-Tailed Fox Team, received Headquarters Red Right Hand Team, received Gan Nan Country Full Team, received Headquarters Mole Team. Mole Team reports that part of the reason for the evacuation failure has been identified. Headquarters Strategist Lu Feng speak. Headquarters Mole Team, before the evacuation failure, there were explosions in front of us. We reasonably speculate that the helicopter we were riding was hit by missiles or rockets. The combat video has been uploaded. Headquarters Mole Team Combat Video 20266190842 Zeta 9. MP4. Lu Feng was taken aback when he saw this message, then a strange expression appeared on his face. Was it really a rocket? But, isn't there something off? If his previous evacuation failure was also due to this reason, he should have seen the explosion like the Mole Team did. What? Didn't he see anything? Headquarters Mole Team latest situation report from the Mole Team. My team made significant progress during the 16th operation, successfully landed from the helicopter and died on the ground of Chonggong Valley. The related combat video has been uploaded. Lu Feng. Wait, is this what you call significant progress? Since when did landing and dying count as significant? Gan Nan Country Full Team. The Country Full Team fully recorded the process of evacuation failure during the 15th operation and discovered important intelligence. Gan Nan Country Full Team. The helicopter we were in came under attack from 3 armed helicopters. After preliminary visual identification, the model of the armed helicopters is suspected to be Blue Eagle helicopters. Gan Nan Country Full Team. Just as our helicopter was about to be destroyed, 2 armed helicopters chasing our team were shot down by RPGs fired from the ground. Another one seemed to have run out of ammunition, and in the end it perished along with our helicopter. Gan Nan Country Full Team. We were forced to parachute from a height of at least 500 meters without parachutes. Before hitting the ground, we captured important intelligence. Gan Nan Country Full Team. In the Chonggong Valley dungeon, there are at least 50 Blue Eagle helicopters hovering near the spawn point waiting to ambush the GDI helicopters transporting players. Gan Nan Country Full Team. Simultaneously, it is suspected that there were 20 instances of Blue Eagles moving out to intercept the GDI helicopters transporting players outside of Chonggong Valley. Lu Feng. Alright. 20 Blue Eagle helicopters directly blocking the players on their way, 50 Blue Eagle helicopters blocking the spawn point, At Zero Dam on the west side of the visitor center by the road leading to Longbo Valley. Your name is Cruz. Haven't I seen you somewhere before? Chen Ke looked at the sniper left to guard Zero Dam, feeling that the other person looked somewhat familiar. Report Instructor Cruz set his gaze vacant. You've seen me at Tidal Prison and the cement factory. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ke nodded. I remember now. Oh, I did see you once at Tidal Prison and the cement factory. Cruz opened his mouth. He wanted to argue that he had been seen more than once at Tidal Prison, but he ultimately refrained from saying it out loud. What to say? Is it really honorable to always be in the presence of the instructor? During our absence, Zero Dam will be entrusted to you. Chen Ke raised his hand and patted Cruz on the shoulder. Remember, don't be stingy with bullets, and don't be overly demanding as safety comes first, understand? Understood. Then you can go to the dam top. We will leave after hearing your shutdown broadcast. Yes. Zhao Qijia was momentarily stunned by Chen Ke's words. No, does going to the dam top have any necessary relation to shutting down? Aren't those shutdowns just to close the retreat point and then watch over the usual retreat point? What is the purpose of going to the dam top? Hiss. No. Is this dam top the same as the one he is thinking? This absurd thought made Zhao Qijia's mouth twitch, and after Chen Ke approached, he quietly asked, I say, Chen Ke, which dam top are you referring to? The dam's top. Zhao Qijia blinked. He first glanced at the sniper carrying an AWM, leaving with an old lattice cart, then turned to Chen Ke. Are you really sending this thing to the dam top? Then can anyone still retreat? Of course, manager, if my brother agrees, can't we both retreat? Gao Jinli said. Zhao Qijia. Shut up, military general. Zhao Qijia shot a glare at Gao Jinli, then looked at Chen Ke. Chen Ke, won't it be too much like this? How about performing a bit? No performance. Chen Ke shook his head. The council knows already, so what's there to perform? Moreover, this matter is also tacitly approved by the council. They want to see just how far we can go. Let's give a break to those players at Zero Dam today. After we retrieve the butterfly, I will think carefully about how to ensure that all the instances in the Delta cannot retreat. Zhao Qijia. Wait a minute. Are you implying that letting a sniper carrying an AWM and an old lattice cart go to the dam top counts as letting those players off? If not letting them off, what would the situation be? Let the sniper block the spawn point. Moreover, what does it mean to let all instances in the Delta not retreat? Are you trying to destroy the Delta? Instructor Lu Wei has successfully led the reconnaissance team into Longbo Valley and has made contact with the helicopter dispatched by Romeus. Jihilos appeared at Chen Ke's right side. Without him noticing, shall we enter the instance now? Chen Ke did not rush to answer, but looked at Gao Jinli and Zhao Qijia. Just as he wanted to confirm with the two again, Zhao Qijia spoke up first. Chen Ke, since we are here, there's no need for unnecessary words. Let's go in. Yes, brother. Gao Jinli nodded in agreement. All right. Chen Ke nodded, turning to the soldiers following him. This time Longbo Valley is a guest operation. We will face not only the fully armed army of Reese, but also the agents of GDI. Chen Ke nodded, turning to the soldiers following him. This time Longbow Valley is a guest operation. We will face— Understood. Jahilos said. Demulin and Raven switched to machine gunner equipment. Once ready, take your men to Longbow Valley. Yes. After hearing the boss's responses, Chen Ke took a deep breath, and then looked at Zhao Qijia and Gao Jianli. Manager Gao Jianli, let's also enter the map. Alright. Entering Longbow Valley. Consuming one tier of the ocean to enter Longbow Valley, as the war— Chen Ke silently recited in his heart. In the next moment, the broadcast by his ear responded. You are consuming one tier of the ocean to unlock the Warden identity. Do you wish to unlock the equipment permissions of Havoc for your two teammates? Yes. Authorizing. Authorization complete. Player Gao Jianli, player Zhao Qijia have unlocked Havoc equipment permissions. You will enter Longbow Valley as the Warden. Please note that under this status, every player entering Longbow Valley will receive a broadcast warning. You have entered Longbow Valley. As the broadcast ended, a deafening buzzing sound and a series of explosions erupted above Chen Ke's head. Instructor Lu Wei, who entered Longbow Valley first, walked over after seeing Chen Ke appear. The machine gunner equipment has been brought to you. Are your two friends putting it on now? Chen Ke raised his head, about to answer, but was stunned. Lu Wei. Does he resemble the previous council's brigade commander? Somewhat. Is it a coincidence? Or— Instructor, are you alright? Lu Wei's reaction caused a hint of panic on his face, thinking something had gone wrong with Chen Ke during the teleportation. I'm fine. Chen Ke shook his head, instinctively turning to glance at Zhao Qijia. But at that moment, Zhao Qijia was staring blankly, his eyes vacant. He didn't notice Lu Wei. After pondering for a moment, Chen Ke slightly adjusted his stance, positioning himself between Lu Wei and Zhao Qijia. Do you still have those masks from before, Warden? Yes, Instructor. Put one on first. Chen Ke's sixth sense told him that now was not the time to let Zhao Qijia notice this situation. Understood. Lu Wei nodded, taking a mask out from his backpack and putting it on his face. You continue to stay alert. It'll take these two to get the equipment. Yes. Chen Ke watched Lu Wei leave, his eyes gradually narrowing. Not only the face resembles, the back also looks very similar. Even the name is quite similar. He hadn't thought about this aspect before, but now it seems in the Delta instance with names like Sed and Jahilos, having a Lu Wei appear was inherently jarring. So, what is the relationship between Lu Wei and that Lu phone from the council? What exactly happened between— Furrowing his brow, Chen Ke pondered for a moment. Although he did not reach a conclusion, it led him to think of another matter. When he first entered the instance, his teacher emphasized one thing: you can die in the instance, but you must not get lost. So, Lu Wei might be a player lost in the instance. If you think about it this way, it seems the timing couldn't— He should ask Jahilos about it later. Since Lu Wei is Jahilos' personal guard, Captain Jahilos should know his back. As for now, let's take these two to see if they can wear the machine gunner equipment. Manager. Chen Ke walked up to Zhao Qijia, raising his hand and waving it in front of him. Zhao Qijia did not react at all. His brain was truly disconnected at this moment. What the hell did he just see? Two Blue Eagle helicopters were showering bullets towards a helicopter that seemed to belong to GDI. At least 20 patrolling Blue Eagle helicopters were ready to respond at any moment. Bro, what does this mean? Blocking the spawn point is one thing, but blocking helicopters? How the hell can anyone— Hey, wait a minute. Is it really possible for someone to survive? Zhao Qijia's eyes widened. He stared in astonishment as three people jumped down from a GDI helicopter, working in tandem, showering bullets at the two Blue Eagle helicopters surrounding them. Once the Blue Eagle helicopter stopped firing, they opened their parachutes one after the other and slowly became a sieve from the surrounding patrol Blue Eagle helicopters. After witnessing this scene, Zhao Qijia opened his mouth. He suddenly understood why Chen Ke felt that sending a sniper carrying an AWM to the dam top was akin to playing with people. No, this is not playing around at all. This is simply too merciful. Manager. Hey, who is calling him? This voice seems to be Chen Ke's. Zhao Qijia slowly came back to his senses. What the hell, Warden? And it's the Faceta face, Warden. This sudden stimulation made Zhao Qijia snap back to reality, and then he realized. The person in front of him wearing the Warden mask seemed to be Chen Ke. Hiss. So similar. If Chen Ke did not speak, he would definitely be mistaken for the real Warden. He shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, then looked at Chen Ke in front of him. What's wrong, Chen Ke? The machine gunner equipment, why don't you try it on? Chen Ke tilted his head. Gao Jianli has already put it on. Zhao Qijia blinked, following Chen Ke's gaze, and then saw Gao Jianli wearing machine gunner equipment, joyfully holding a Gatling gun. After noticing his gaze, Gao Jianli waved the Gatling gun excitedly. Manager, this thing is really powerful. Why don't you come try it out? Zhao Qijia's mouth twitched. He suddenly did not want to wear the same equipment as Gao Jianli anymore. It just felt like wearing this thing would load some thunder language system. Chen Ke, I just heard the system broadcast. Zhao Qijia looked at Chen Ke. This time in the instance, I can use Havoc's equipment. That's right. Chen Ke nodded. Is this thing very costly? One tier of the ocean. Is that so? Zhao Qijia pondered. So that means in future instances I can activate it again. Chen Ke nodded. Manager, what are you trying to say? Zhao Qijia smacked his lips, looking up at the sky, pointing at the Blue Eagle helicopter in the sky. You said. Does that thing count as Havoc's equipment? Chen Ke. Now it was Chen Ke's turn to be stunned. This statement sounded absurd at first, but upon careful thought, it indeed sounded quite absurd. But the problem is, this statement seems to have some logic. But even if that thing really counts as Havoc equipment, they can't use it now. This is not a game. You can't just press a spacebar to take off or move around by pressing WASD. Manager, even if that thing really counts as Havoc equipment, ordinary people wouldn't be able to operate it. Wait and see if it really works. I'll take some photos and let my old man find someone in the military to teach me. Zhao Qijia's eyes sparkled with a strange light. Isn't this thing more exciting than the machine gunner equipment? Just once will do, and I can have my old man get me a tier of the ocean. Zhao Qijia grew more excited as he spoke, even starting to rub his hands together. You have no idea, my lifelong dream has been to fly a plane. My old man had already made connections for me back then, saying as long as my grades and physical checkups were qualified, I could fly whatever I wanted. But at that time I was stubborn, thinking my old man was abusing his power. Plus I was already nearsighted, so this matter just faded away. Chen Ke. Seriously, if you have time, why not give it a try? Droning. Buzzing. The deafening sound of helicopter blades grew closer, raising countless dust from the ground. Moments later, a Blue Eagle helicopter landed about 50 meters away from the two. The engine's sound gradually ceased, the cockpit cover slowly opened, and then a person dressed in a black uniform jumped out of the cockpit. He expressionlessly walked up to Chen Ke and stood straight. Just as he was about to salute and report to the instructor, a segment of data flashed in his mind. It seemed like a voice segment. No, not just one, but a few fragmented phrases. Boss, why have you lost weight again? Instructor said you were malnourished. Boss. Boss, have you grown taller? Boss, you are incredibly handsome today. Boss, why do you seem a bit chubby today? It's okay, boss, it's fine. The instructor said it's fine as long as you go to the hospital in time. Boss. Boss, why have you lost weight again? These phrases, except for the last one, seemed to be something he had said. Had he said them? No, it doesn't matter. The important thing is, are these phrases useful for this mission? His brain's processing power gradually increased, and after a moment, he reached a conclusion. These are useless, redundant data and need not be retained. This situation needs to be reported upon return. With the aid of the brain machine, H-47's recent thoughts took no more than a second. He looked at the person in front of him, raised his hand firmly, fingers together hovering near his temple, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Agent 47 of the brain machine, reporting to the instructor. Please issue the latest instructions, instructor. Upon hearing H-47's words, Chen Ke was taken aback. Brain machine operative. Wasn't there only one Eli, or rather the unnamed one? Oh, thinking about it, it makes sense. Eli is the most successful brain machine operative. This means that besides him, there are many test subjects who don't even have names. Unlike the code name Unnamed, these test subjects truly have no names at all. Yet he couldn't blame Romeus for being unscrupulous in this matter. Leaving aside whether there are any hidden circumstances behind this matter, his and Romeus' upbringing environments are different. He couldn't impose his worldview cultivated in Blue Star on Romeus and those who grew up in the Delta world. Moreover, according to Jihla's previous statements, these individuals likely volunteered to become test subjects for the sake of their livelihoods, families, and those they wish to protect. Regardless of the truth, these test subjects are indeed quite pitiful. No. Looking at H-47's nearly emotionless eyes, Chen Ke sighed softly. Perhaps they can hardly be considered human anymore. What are the casualty figures? Chen Ke asked H-47. Report from the first batch of 11 squadrons, 132 Blue Eagle helicopters, only 25 crashed with 37 casualties. And the injured? Report, instructor, there are no injured. H-47's voice held no emotion. 25 weapon operators died in the Blue Eagle helicopters, and 12 brain machine operatives voluntarily gave up on rescue due to severe injuries. Chen Ke was silent for a moment, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Even knowing this is a simulation, weren't these people a bit too decisive? Record the information of these individuals, and later inform Romeus to grant them bonuses and a few extra days off to rest properly. Chen Ke sighed. I heard from Lu Wei that you have contacted the beacon. Where is he now? H-47 did not answer directly. The underlying logic of the brain machine told him that he should report to the instructor without any concealment. But another piece of underlying logic that had been recently written into the brain machine indicated that he should conceal this matter from the instructor. His brain machine began to buzz as the question overloaded it. After a moment, the brain machine provided the answer H-47 should give at that moment. Yes, instructor. He then spoke up. The beacon has successfully contacted former GDI operative Dai, and under that operative's guidance, seized the Superstar Station, preparing to use the trains from Superstar Station to head towards Zero Dam. Chen Ke, how did Dai become a former GDI operative? Did the beacon persuade Dai so quickly? According to the timeline, Dai shouldn't have been a GDI operative at all, right? Hiss. If that's the case, are those announcements problematic? Could it be that Dai has actually long been a GDI operative? Her humanitarian aid was just a facade. Hiss. Given GDI's usual conduct, this is very likely. If so, isn't the beacon too... In such a short time they managed to turn a GDI operative to their side, and even got this operative to actively lead them in seizing the superstar station. No wonder they are a legendary spy. The beacon. Just as Chen Ke was marveling at the beacon's outrageous operation, a dense sound of footsteps echoed behind him. For heavy footsteps stopped behind him, then Jihelos' voice sounded. Instructor, all soldiers have successfully arrived. Please issue the latest instructions. Chen Ke turned his head, looking at Jihelos, who was fully equipped as a machine gunner, holding a machine gun helmet in his left hand and a Gatling gun in his right, wearing a white mask, and his lips twitched. This scene was truly too abstract. To have these four holding Gatling guns. No, it was Jihelos Demulin, and said holding Gatling guns. The Crow was actually carrying 3 boxes of RPGs. With these 4 plus his even more outrageous ability to switch to a boss identity after dying. Those soldiers probably don't need to follow them anymore, right? Jihelos, you 4 follow me to the superstar station. Yes. As for the others. Chen Ke looked at H-47. Have you sealed off all the spawn points in Longbow Valley? If you mean the GDI invasion points, then yes. H-47 nodded. In addition, the first batch of 48 and the second batch of 84 Blue Eagle helicopters have moved out to intercept. Chen Ke. Wait, what do you mean by intercepting? Intercept the helicopters carrying GDI operatives intending to invade Longbow Valley outside of Longbow Valley. Chen Ke. No, buddy. Blocking the spawn points is one thing, but what is this? Blocking the loading point. This is definitely not what I taught. Jihelos. Chen Ke looked at Jihelos. Can our people go out to support those forward Blue Eagle helicopters that H-47 just mentioned? Sorry, Instructor. Jihelos shook his head, first casting a somewhat complicated glance at H-47, then looking back at Chen Ke. Given the current situation, our people cannot leave the bounds of the simulation. Then let those forward personnel withdraw. Chen Ke looked at H-47. Without ground support, those helicopters could easily fall into danger. Yes, Instructor. H-47 nodded. Jihelos, have your soldiers go to each evacuation point to assist the Blue Eagle helicopters. Chen Ke spoke again. As I said, prioritize ensuring your own safety. H-47. Were the 25 Blue Eagle helicopters that crashed shot down? Report, Instructor. Of the 25, only 2 were shot down. The remaining 23 crashed due to running out of ammunition and voluntarily colliding with the GDI helicopters. H-47 said. Chen Ke. He was taken aback for a moment, then his mouth moved faster than his brain. From now on, strictly prohibit collisions of this sort. Instructor, this was a command issued by Minister Romius earlier, unless you issue it in the form of an order. This is an order. Chen Ke's voice seldom carried a hint of anger. He remembered 2 instances of collisions. One happened in the north, the other occurred in the South China Sea. Both instances were sources of both shame and glory. Yet Chen Ke did not want the bosses and their subordinates to gain glory through such means. Even if this is a simulation, and even if those people would respawn after death, it still can't be allowed. What then is the purpose of having him as the instructor? Yes, Instructor. Jihelos, I've changed my mind. Chen Ke turned his head with a somewhat grim expression. Tell the brothers not to go to the evacuation points, but to follow me to the superstar station. He initially planned for Jihelos' subordinates to assist the Blue Eagle helicopters in deceiving those players. After all, the equipment that Hudson sent out was indeed quite needed by the boss's soldiers, especially the Asura Guard under said. However, what H-47 said changed his mind. He no longer had the mood to play tricks. He just wanted to quickly bring everyone back and then settle the score with GDI. Yes, Instructor. Jihelos nodded. After receiving the response, Chen Ke turned to H-47. H-47, besides recalling the forward Blue Eagle helicopters, also withdraw the Blue Eagle helicopters blocking the spawn points. Yes. Manager. Chen Ke turned to Zhao Qijia. Regarding the Blue Eagle helicopters, can we discuss it after this Longbow Valley mission is over? Since hearing H-47's statement, Zhao Qijia had silently begun to don the machine gunner's equipment. He had thought of those 2 matters. Thus, upon hearing Chen Ke say such, he silently nodded. Even Gao Jinli did not voice any thunderous remarks at this moment. He was indeed a martial general, but he was not foolish. He didn't know how to comfort Chen Ke in this moment, so he simply raised his gun barrel and stood in front of Chen Ke. Headquarters Mole Team report. Mole Team has discovered new developments in the 67th Operation. Headquarters Mole Team. First, I confirm that the Blue Eagle helicopters belong to an unidentified force of our team. Suggests that from this moment on, no subsequent teams engage in gunfire with the Blue Eagle helicopters. Lu Feng. Damn, this is bad. Those Blue Eagle helicopters really belong to that mysterious force. Doesn't this make him an accomplice to GDI? Headquarters Staff Lu Feng agreed. A new order will be formally issued shortly. For now, a verbal order. All teams are prohibited from engaging in gunfire with the Blue Eagle helicopters. The mission has officially changed to attempting contact with the unidentified force and preventing player actions. Headquarters Mole Team Lu Staff. Our team believes that the contact mission with the unidentified force cannot be completed. Lu Feng. Headquarters Mole Team, we suspect we have found the leader of the unidentified force, but cannot establish any contact. Headquarters Mole Team, the unidentified force in Longbow Valley has gone insane. Lu Feng. Insane. No, how could it get any crazier than this? Headquarters Nine-Tailed Fox Team, Nine-Tailed Fox Team agrees. Gannan Rural Fool Team agrees. Headquarters Mole Team, during this operation our team successfully arrived at Longbow Valley and successfully landed. Headquarters Mole Team, after landing our team successfully rendezvoused with the Nine-Tailed Fox Team, the Rural Fool Team, and 7 other teams. Headquarters Mole Team, during this process our team did not encounter any interceptions from Blue Eagle helicopters, nor did we face any fire suppression. Upon seeing this message, Lu Feng's application froze. Damn, this is really bad. Those helicopters weren't really all shot down, were they? Headquarters Staff Lu Feng. What about the helicopters? All shot down. Headquarters Mole Team, as of now it is known that our teams have collectively destroyed 2 Blue Eagle helicopters, and we believe that besides us the probability of other players shooting down Blue Eagle helicopters is nearly 0. Headquarters Staff Lu Feng. What about the helicopters? Headquarters Mole Team, the helicopters are heading to the Superstar Station in large groups. Headquarters Mole Team, our team attempted to follow the helicopter group and seek the ground armed personnel of the unidentified force based on the direction of the helicopter group. Headquarters Mole Team, we indeed found them, but besides confirming that one person belonging to the unidentified force appeared to be wearing the uniform of the Warden Jahilos, we could not gather any further information. Headquarters Mole Team, unable to confirm the number, unable to confirm any information. Headquarters Mole Team, at the same time, we do not recommend any subsequent teams attempt to observe the force with high-powered sniper scopes. Lu Feng. He blinked, bringing his phone closer, and carefully read it again. This message was indeed sent by the Mole Team, no doubt about it. But the question arises. Isn't the Mole Team the best at intelligence reconnaissance? What does it mean now that they can't confirm the number? Or what does that ambiguous statement about wearing Jihalos uniform mean? Does this really require ambiguity? Is this really the Mole Team? Headquarters Mole Team, after locating the approximate direction, we attempted to observe detailed information using the high-powered scopes on our 93 sniper rifles. Headquarters Mole Team, after seeing a clearly dressed figure suspected to be Jahilos among the crowd, we attempted to confirm whether he was indeed the warden. Headquarters Mole Team, then the figure saw us. Lu Feng. Headquarters Staff Lu Feng, what do you mean the figure saw you? Were you very close to them? Headquarters Mole Team, at least 600 meters. Headquarters Staff Lu Feng. Are you saying that the figure saw you from 600 meters away? Headquarters Mole Team, yes. However, based on their behavioral logic, we suspect that it was our side that first aimed at him, prompting the figure to sense us. Lu Feng. Nobody, isn't this even more outrageous than seeing someone from 600 meters away? Using a 12x scope, it is indeed very hard to see someone from 600 meters, but after training such things can still be done. But from what the Mole Team is implying, that person, the one suspected of wearing Jihalos uniform, sensed them from 600 meters away just by aiming. Did he even see the Mole Team without needing a scope from 600 meters away? Headquarters Mole Team, subsequently the figure took out an AWM. Headquarters Mole Team, following this situation, we can no longer report. Headquarters Nine-Tailed Fox Team, our team continues. 1 second. Headquarters Nine-Tailed Fox Team, if the one who killed the Mole Team is indeed that figure suspected of being Jahilos, this implies that he aimed and killed. 1 second. Headquarters Nine-Tailed Fox Team, if the one who killed the Mole Team is indeed that figure suspected of being Jahilos, this implies that he aimed and killed 3 members of the Mole Team within 0.1 seconds. Headquarters Nine-Tailed Fox Team, after the Mole Team fell, our side heard the sounds of a Gatling gun cannon fire rockets and RPGs. Headquarters Nine-Tailed Fox Team, in summary, all 6 teams, including our team, fell under the fire suppression of the opposing force. Gannan Rural Fool Team, correction, our team does not believe this was fire suppression. After chewing on 2 sticks of coffee powder, Lu Feng still couldn't think of a remedy. According to the reports from the Mole Squad and the Nine-Tailed Fox Squad, he and the forces in Changong Valley would definitely be unable to communicate. The other side wouldn't give him a chance to communicate at all. What troubled Lu Feng even more was that if there really was Warden Guhi Luoc among that group of unidentified forces, then if he were to be taken down by Guhi Luoc with 2 shots, how could he disguise himself as the instructor of this group of bosses? Forget it, let's not contact that unidentified group for now. Lu Feng shook his head. Notify everyone from now on, all teams entering the instance should find cover and set up ambushes to thwart any players attempting to enter the instance. If luck is really bad and the spawn point is at the Superstar Station, remember, do not resist and do not shoot. Their mission is to confirm whether Guhi Luoc is among that unidentified group. Commander, the assistant Tianjun looked at Lu Feng. Should we issue a directive in the name of the council to order all clubs to shut down the teleportation devices leading to Changong Valley? If that's the case, if Guhi Luosi really is present, you would still have a reason to explain to him. Not advisable. Lu Feng shook his head without hesitation. If we issue this order now, it would rather provoke a backlash from them. Moreover, the temptation of unlocking a special operations officer's capability for free is just too great. We shouldn't do anything let those players run into trouble on their own. An elite squad wouldn't survive even one encounter with those people. How much trouble can ordinary players stir up? Besides, we are also helping them block the spawn point. Furthermore, this intention is too obvious. If I truly am that instructor, I should conceal my identity well and wouldn't do something so blatant. Yes. After notifying, drive back to Yanjing with me. I need to find an opportunity to visit Zero Dam, Lu Feng sighed. If Guhi Luosi is indeed at Chonggong Valley, I need to find a chance to explain things to him at Zero Dam. At Chonggong Valley outside Superstar Station, the air pressure around Chen Ke remained low. So low that even those bosses tried their best to walk lightly under the overwhelming sound of the helicopter blades. The crow obediently stored the RPG. He currently had nothing in hand. Even if he had something, it probably wouldn't. Chen Ke didn't even give them the chance to fire. The somber atmosphere peaked when Chen Ke saw the two Havoc machine gunners stationed at the entrance of Superstar Station. H-47. Chen Ke turned to H-47. Didn't you say that the beacon has already occupied Superstar Station? Why are there Havoc machine gunners at the entrance? Moreover, these two gunners are at least elite soldiers. They don't seem to have any desire to escape, even under the threat of the Blue Eagle helicopter squad. In this situation, if Dai and Beacon are really inside Superstar Station, Chen Ke didn't want to think any further. Before H-47 could respond, Mulan spoke, first her voice hesitating. Instructor, according to the brain machine identification signal, those two individuals at the entrance seem to be from the Poseidon squad. Chen Ke was taken aback, turning to Mulan. Are you saying that the Poseidon squad is wearing machine gunner gear, executing a covert mission with the beacon? No, Instructor. Mulan stiffened. The gear of these two gunners is not the current Havoc machine gunner gear. This model of equipment should have been phased out long ago, and currently only the radar station in Chonggong Valley. Chen Ke, his tone softened. So you mean these two have seized two sets of radar station machine gunner gear? Instructor, I don't feel like it seized. Mulan shook her head, her original left eye revealing confusion. This machine gunner gear seems to have been modified. Chen Ke. Instructor, wait a moment. He'll contact those two and see if they are really from the Poseidon squad. Good. After receiving Chen Ke's permission, Mulan's right eye flashed with yellow light. The two gunners were first taken aback, then excitedly lowered their gun barrels, took off their helmets, and ran towards Chen. After a moment, the two stood before Chen Ke, awkwardly saluting. Reporting to the Instructor, Poseidon squad, Michael Mai Yi reporting for duty. At this moment, Chen Ke's expression finally relaxed, completely forcing a smile. Thank you for your hard work. How is the situation at Superstar Station? Reporting, Instructor. The machine gunner, named Michael, had an excited expression. Not difficult at all. The gear that Miss Lena modified is simply too effective. Don't even talk about the Havoc soldiers stationed at Superstar Station. Those GDI operatives are no match for us at all. Chen Ke's smile froze on his face. Who? Lena modified the machine gunner gear. What the heck is going on? Oh, I see. GDI secretly transported it in, right? So, Lena has genuinely been persuaded to want to leave GDI from the bottom of her heart, even handing over such things voluntarily. Tisk, it must be Beacon's influence. Yes, Instructor, you have no idea. The four brothers of Bravo Squad, after putting on this gear, effortlessly captured the radar station. My yes expression was equally excited. Chen Ke. Tisk, it seems that GDI indeed has grand ambition. Although the radar station has been raided by Reese and his elite squad from time to time, that is a boss-level entity. They are simply not something these ordinary soldiers can compare to. Now 4 machine gunners have taken over the radar station. Were the 4 brothers who stormed the radar station injured? Chen Ke looked at the two in front of him. Michael and Mai Yi were taken aback. They had never imagined that the Instructor's focus would be here. However, it is exactly this that makes the Instructor worthy of being called an Instructor. Don't worry, Instructor, Michael said with a smile. Not only were we unscathed, but we also saved 37 friendly forces. It was truly amazing, Instructor, that Miss Lena could bring the dead back to life. Chen Ke was taken aback. 37. This number. Isn't that the casualty figure? H-47 told him. No way. Shouldn't small soldiers turn into boxes after death? How could they become corpses? Or are these 37 friendly forces Lena's own troops? Which unit do those 37 friendly forces belong to? Chen Ke frowned at Michael. The pilots of the Blue Eagle helicopters. Michael raised his hand, trying to scratch his head, but his thick mechanical hand couldn't reach. Aren't they with Dr. Romeus? Chen Ke's eyes immediately sharpened. Are you saying that they were corpses before? Yes. Michael nodded as if it was natural. 25 corpses were in the helicopter, and the rest. Chen Ke didn't wait for Michael to finish. He turned his head to H-47. H-47, give me an explanation. Reporting, Instructor, we infiltrated Chonggong Valley through illegal means with our main bodies, and after death, we cannot return. H47's voice remained steady, without any fluctuations. Chen Ke. Wait a moment. What does it mean to invade with the main body? What does it mean to be unable to return after death? His pupils suddenly widened, and after a moment of daze he gritted his teeth. Do all brain machine agents and weapon operators know about this? Yes. H47 nodded. The doctor informed everyone about this before we set off. Chen Ke opened his mouth, then suddenly turned his head to Guhi Luoc. Guhi Luoc, is this the case with you too? Guhi Luoc was about to answer, but Saida stepped forward, his voice a bit hoarse. Instructor, we are different. He paused, ultimately, not saying the words, some have died for us. Someone left us a device. After activating that device, our current identities still belong to the soldiers of Zero Dam, and we return directly to Zero Dam upon death. Understood. Chen Ke nodded, then clenched his fists. I will settle this account with Romeus later. Guhi Luoc, Saida, if a similar situation arises again, tell me. Guhi Luoc and Saida nodded without hesitation. However, after nodding, the gazes of the two inadvertently met. They both saw the determination in each other's eyes. Chen Ke did not notice the small movements of the two. He looked at the bosses. Now let's go meet this Miss Lena. Guhi Luoc, Saida Croix de Moulin. When you meet Lena, you must not allow her past affiliation with GDI to affect your judgment. Yes? At the radar station entrance. Uncle Beacon, Lena's voice was soft and sweet. The metal needle behind her sticking to Beacon felt cold. When we meet my uncle, you know. Don't. I know. I definitely won't say a word. Beacon almost became agitated. That's not acceptable. Lena revealed a sweet smile. After all, I was lured into the instructor's camp by Uncle Beacon's sweet talk. That is Uncle Beacon's accomplishment. Can you not call me uncle, my dear? I'm scared. What are you talking about, Uncle Beacon? Lena. Looking at the innocent Lena, Beacon's expression completely fell. He was really beginning to doubt whether it was right or wrong to be saved by the instructor. If it's wrong according to the instructor's plan, as long as he doesn't act recklessly, no external forces can threaten it. If it's right, those 4 instructors are already enough of a headache, and now, with this Lena. Sigh. For having been saved by the instructor, what else could be done? Just endure it. So, Uncle Beacon, do you think this is betrayal? Lena's smile grew even sweeter. Have you ever thought about how my uncle would treat his niece? I was raised... Beacon. I understand now. Beacon nodded. Lena was right. This matter doesn't count as betraying you. At most, it's just helping this brat Lena fool the innocent parent that is the instructor. Besides, the instructor is innocent now just because he has amnesia. Based on Lena's character. The instructor who raised Lena since childhood, could he be a good person? That's right. Why so soon? Lena was taken aback for a moment, and upon seeing the figure up close, she quickly retracted the probe. Even though that figure was wearing Guhi Luoc's clothes and mask, she recognized him at first glance. That was her uncle. The uncle who raised her since childhood. Lena instantly lowered her head. Her hands, which had previously fired dual Desert Eagles, without trembling, were now nervously gripping her clothing. Even though her uncle had taught her since childhood not to be like others, to be a weak little girl. But she understood that those were just comforting words from her uncle. Deep down, her uncle hoped she would be that carefree, innocent, weak little girl. Otherwise, why would he keep mentioning that must be his ideal niece? Before even approaching the radar station, Chen Ke spotted Lena. It was hard not. This little girl standing at the front of the crowd with 2 flaxen braids was already striking in appearance, and her awkward stance, clenched hands, and restless feet made her stand out among a crowd of soldiers. But isn't this demeanor a bit off? No matter how you look at it, she is a former special operations officer of GTI. Her personality is too weak. If this continues, how can she integrate into the boss group? However, upon careful thought, her having such a person doesn't seem to be her fault. This little girl, although from a good background, probably knows best how happy or unhappy her childhood was. Moreover, she experienced such things at Havoc. Forget it, this girl's first half of life has been tough enough. Don't be too harsh on her. If it doesn't work, let the council see if they can replicate her medical drone technology and then promote it to the bosses and soldiers. As for this little girl, at worst, let her be a rice worm at Zero Dam. Not to mention, just the fact that she saved 37 soldiers is enough for her to make up for her painful childhood. After making up his mind, Chen Ke walked in front of Beacon and Lena. Instructor. Beacon saluted. Mission accomplished successfully. Instructor. Instructor. Lena's voice was soft and sweet. She cautiously lifted her head, and upon seeing the mask on Chen Ke's face, her complexion instantly turned pale. She immediately lowered her head, her palm tightly gripping her clothes. But she resisted the urge to run away. After a moment, she sniffed, biting her lips until they turned a bit white, then slowly, cautiously raised her head, her voice barely audible. Should I say, hello, Instructor? Saida? Beacon? Chen Ke. Looking at the soft and weak Lena in front of him, Chen Ke glanced incredulously at the Beacon. Is this really the legendary 3-faced spy? In such a short time, what has happened to Lena? The instructor has even been called. And all this happened while she was so frightened. He had clearly seen the little girl turn pale when she saw the Jaloro's mask on his face. Chen Ke was afraid of scaring this soft, gentle girl who had just saved 37 soldiers, so he took off the mask. But it seemed to have the opposite effect. Just as Chen Ke was about to remove the mask, Lena suddenly lowered her head, tightly closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling with fear. I want look. Instructor, please don't kill me. Chen Ke. He looked at the little girl's trembling arms, opened his mouth, and then looked at the beacon. He wanted to ask the beacon what he had said about him, but then thought this must be the beacon's scheme. Moreover, it was his order to have the beacon trick this little girl back. There's no reason to complain about subordinates after they've completed their tasks. So he finally just sighed, raised his hand, and patted the beacon's shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. Beacon. After confirming that the instructor was not being sarcastic, the beacon glanced at the trembling Lena beside him, then looked at Said, who was staring at him from behind the instructor, and after a moment of thought he sighed. He finally understood why that group of bosses thought the instructor had an opinion about them. If it weren't for knowing that the instructor really had amnesia and confirmed that he was unaware of everything, he would also be suspicious that the instructor had a grudge against him. Chen Ke did not know what the beacon was thinking. After he finished speaking, he turned to Lena and tried to make his voice sound gentle. Don't be afraid, once you arrive, we are family. Upon hearing this, Lena's eyelashes blinked even faster. She trembled as she clutched the hem of her clothes and pulled it down while softly saying, really? Is it really? Family? Chen Ke, who had never taken care of a child, instinctively adopted a coaxing tone. Really, don't be afraid. Perhaps Chen Ke's gentle tone finally persuaded Lena as she slowly opened her eyes, but still kept her head down tightly. Then, can I call you Uncle? After saying this, the girl bit her lip, cautiously, slowly raised her head, quickly glanced at Chen Ke, and then rapidly lowered her head again. You said, we are family, and calling you instructor makes me. Chen Ke, no way, buddy. He is only 18 this year. Lena seems to be older than him. Is this the correct hierarchy? And what did the beacon say to Lena about me? A dignified GDI special operations agent, a person who can infiltrate Asura under the banner of humanitarian aid, is now afraid to even look at him. And she said she was scared to call him instructor. Scared of what, may I ask? If that's the case, Lena probably really thinks she came to Asura for humanitarian aid, and the true owner of that batch of equipment should be someone else. But isn't this a bit absurd? After all, Lena was also a former GDI special operations agent. Chen Ke gave the beacon a complicated glance, then looked at the girl who was staring at her shoes with her head down. Ultimately, forget it, since the beacon has already planted this impression in the girl's mind. Explaining it now would be useless. If Lena wants to call him that, let her. Upon hearing Chen Ke's sigh, the girl immediately tensed up, then closed her eyes tightly again. Her voice started to tremble, with a hint of crying. Sorry, I shouldn't have such delusions. Instructor, please don't kill me. I'm sorry. Chen Ke. He glanced at the beacon again, then turned his attention back to Lena, his voice once again laced with the indulgent tone of someone coaxing a child. I really wasn't lying to you just now. If you want, then from now on just call me Uncle. Lena's faint sobbing instantly weakened. She suddenly opened her eyes, raised her head, and looked at Chen Ke with slightly reddened eyes, her eyelashes fluttering. Really? Really? Yes, really. Chen Ke realized that his tone sounded a bit nauseating, but what could he do? Although this little girl in front of him with moist eyes and a red face was a product of the beacon's doing, it was ultimately his order that led to this. Uncle. Lena tentatively spoke in a very soft voice. Upon hearing this title, Chen Ke strained himself to maintain composure. Yes. Lena's eyes lit up as she gradually relaxed her grip on her clothes. Her voice grew louder and her tone. Yes, Uncle. Lena's eyes squinted like crescent moons. Her faint freckles seemed to bloom with yes. Then Lena bounced over to Chen Ke's side. Uncle, let me show you my medical drone, okay? Sure. Lena hopped around Chen Ke like a rabbit. Passing by the beacon, the excited girl began to chatter nonstop. Uncle, is the beacon your man? He's really amazing, let me tell you. Is he really a spy? I think he's better than those GDI special agents. Can such a capable person really just be an ordinary soldier under your command? Hearing this, Chen Ke was taken aback for a moment, then looked at the beacon again with disbelief. What exactly has the beacon told Lena about him? However, Lena's words reminded him, with the beacon being so useful, keeping him idle at zero dam seems a bit of a waste of talent. Thinking back, he should arrange a suitable position for him. The beacon is not an ordinary soldier, he is a spy. However, after this mission, he won't need to be a spy anymore. Chen Ke said, Beacon. He blinked, glancing at Lena with a complex expression, and a phrase suddenly emerged in his mind. That was what Lena had said to him before in that hospital. At that time, I'll tell my uncle to get you a position. Did she really set that up for him? Lena nodded vigorously, her braids swaying in the air. I told you the beacon doesn't look like an ordinary soldier. Uncle, the beacon said you have a few particularly capable people under you, but he said those names are hard to remember. Can you tell me again? Chen Ke. Hearing this, he was taken aback. Since Lena was a former GDI special operations agent, she should have heard of the names Jaloros, right? Could it be? Chen Ke's eyes narrowed slightly, his right hand subtly resting on the gun holster at his waist. He lowered his head. Then he met Lena's clear gaze. That gaze was pure and innocent, full of naivety. Lena's eyelashes fluttered, and she tilted her head slightly, looking at Chen Ke. What's wrong, uncle? It didn't seem fake. So Lena, she really hasn't heard of it. Considering Lena's background story from Blue Star combined with her current experience, Chen Ke understood. As he had previously thought, Lena came to Astra purely for humanitarian aid. No, it was more than just humanitarian. She was searching for similar medical conditions and trying to find a solution. This was also one of the reasons the girl joined. Thus, this girl beside him, although she bore the title of former GDI Special Operations Agent, was essentially just an innocent girl with a tragic childhood, an unfortunate family, and a terminal illness. Oh right, and she was also frightened by the beacon. He sighed and looked at Lena with an increasingly gentle gaze. Do you want to meet them? Lena nodded vigorously. Since you said we are family, of course I want to meet them. All right. Chen Ke turned around and brought the girl to stand before the four bosses. Jaloros. After saying this, he glanced at the girl out of the corner of his eye. To his surprise, the girl looked at the white-masked figure without a hint of fear. This indicated two things. First, the girl truly had not heard of the name Jaloros before, nor had she seen any information about him. This meant that she really had not been incorporated into the GDI's operational sequence. Otherwise, after seeing the mask, she should at least feel some fear rather than being as calm as she was now. This made the last bit of doubt Chen Ke had regarding the girl disappear. Second, what on earth did the beacon do before? So the girl wasn't frightened by his mask, but rather scared of the title Instructor. Wow, beacon. When Chen Ke saw Lena's completely relaxed demeanor, she discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. Her expression remained unchanged, still that sweet smile. She stood in front of Jaloros. Hello, Uncle Jaloros. The girl suddenly froze, blinking her eyes, first staring at the mask for a few seconds, then her mouth formed an O shape. She first looked at Chen Ke in disbelief, then back at Jaloros. She tilted her head back, gazing at the white mask on the armored figure, her eyes filled with admiration upon seeing a legendary figure. Could it be? Could you be the righteous and orderly Warden Jaloros that the drunken uncle often talks about? Chen Ke, you've heard this name. Yes. Lena chuckled, scratching her head. I only realized it after seeing this mask. A certain drunken uncle constantly mentions this name. Jaloros frowned. Drunken uncle? Yes. Lena turned to Jaloros. Back when I was with the GTI, I sometimes ran into a drunken uncle on the way back to the dorm from the lab at night. He always held a can of beer and looked very regretful. The more I encountered him, the more familiar it became. Sometimes when he was drunk, he would talk to me. He would either say something about regretting having pursued the wrong person for 3 years, or that Hafkali wasn't all bad, at least he knew there was someone who always upheld justice and order. Later there was one time when he was completely wasted and told me your name, saying I should take you as a role model and uphold justice and order in my heart. Jaloros opened his mouth. He knew who Lena was talking about. Landon Harrison. But what on earth has that old man? Why does Lena look at him with such admiration? And this girl even calls him Uncle Jaloros. This is absurd. Moreover, thinking back to the girl's previously timid and pitiful appearance, he really can't handle this. What should he do now? He has no idea. The raven standing next to Jaloros kicked him while handing him a tear. He had noticed when the instructor brought Lena over that he had his subordinate Hammer help him take out a few tears of he knew he would need them. The expression behind Jaloros' mask changed to one of realization, and then he awkwardly extended his hand, trying hard to make his voice sound less cold, a welcome gift. Lena's eyes widened as she looked down at the tear of the ocean in Jaloros' hand, silently swallowing her saliva. Then she raised her head, looking at Chen Ke with hope-filled eyes. Uncle, I take it. Lena's eyes squinted. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle Jaloros. She carefully cupped the tear of the ocean in both hands, solemnly storing it away, then pulled out a small medical drone and placed it in Jaloros' hand, which he had not yet retracted. Uncle Jaloros, upholding justice and order is tiring. If you get tired, just use this. Chen Ke looked at the medical drone in Jaloros' hand, stunned. No way can this thing really be given to others. Then what will those players do in the future? He knew bringing Butterfly back was definitely the right choice. Jaloros was also stunned. However, the reason for his shock was different from Chen Ke's. He looked at the medical drone in his hand, and the eyes behind the mask were filled with a complex expression. This drone is very easy to operate. See, there are only these buttons. This one is. Moreover, the beacon said that because you are very capable and often need to participate in high-intensity battles, this not only helps relieve fatigue, but can also heal your injuries in real time during combat. Beacon. Jaloros glanced at the beacon, then at Lena, before cautiously storing the medical drone away. His cold voice became somewhat hoarse. Thank you. You're too polite, Uncle Jaloros. After saying this, Lena bounced back to Chen Ke's side. She tugged at Chen Ke's sleeve, then tiptoed and pretended to whisper. Uncle, who is that uncle beside Uncle Jaloros? The one who just kicked Uncle Jaloros. Raven. Chen Ke. Raven Kareem. Lena blinked, her mouth once again gaping in disbelief as she looked at the Raven. Is he the knowledgeable, benevolent, and approachable last prince of the Asura royal family, Kareem? Raven. Said. Lena's eyes flickered with complexity, but her expression remained the same, her mouth agape in disbelief as she looked at Said. Is he the one? Dumoulin, is he the one? Looking at Lena, who had seamlessly blended in with the bosses and had completely turned the instructor into her uncle, the Beacon's mind was left with only one thought: this zero dam is going to be a big deal. It turned out that the Beacon had indeed overestimated the simplicity of the situation. After charming the four bosses, Lena approached Chen Ke with 2 African hearts clutched in her left hand, 2 ocean tears cradled in her right arm, and several black gold cards in her right hand full of vitality. Then she steadied herself, raised her head to look at Chen Ke, and her radiant smile was like blooming clouds. Uncle, could you help me keep these gifts safe? I've seen in books that when children receive gifts, they are usually kept by adults. Chen Ke. He looked at the pure joy and longing in Lena's eyes, which seemed to have never been felt before, and sighed. What kind of tragic childhood has this child experienced? Could such things only be imagined through literary description? He sighed again, his eyes filled with compassion. He instinctively raised his hand and ruffled Lena's hair. Lena is already a grown-up. You can keep them yourself. Lena pouted, and the light in her eyes dimmed for a moment. But then she was stunned. Her pupils gradually enlarged, revealing a complex mix of emotions deep within. It was as if she suddenly remembered something. In the next second, Lena quickly composed herself, suppressing that complex emotion, and her hope rekindled like the rising sun. Then, Uncle, if I keep the gifts myself, do I also have to prepare the return gifts for those uncles and aunts? I'm a grown-up now, right? Beacon. Sister. He raised his head in astonishment, catching a glimpse of the overflowing affection and happiness in Demulin's left eye, and felt momentarily dizzy. The aerospace base also needed alkyloctazine. Chen Ke. He tried hard to ignore the term sister, and nodded at Lena. Yes, Lena is indeed a grown-up. All right. Lena squinted, quickly gathered the gift she had been holding, tilted her head in thought, and then bounced over to the four bosses, her voice tinged with apology. Uncles and aunts, could I delay the return gifts for a few days? I haven't really prepared anything on my end. No need, little Lena. Demulin's face was all smiles as she raised the medical drone in her hand. This is enough. That won't do. Lena shook her head seriously. These medical drones can't be the return gift. I already admire you all very much, and it makes me happy to help you. With these drones, you'll definitely suffer less on the battlefield. Oh. Lena suddenly halted mid-sentence, turned to glance at the beacon, and then looked at the bosses and the soldiers behind them. I almost forgot. Beacon. Lena pouted, then reluctantly continued. Uncle Beacon told me that these uncles and brothers took great risks to save me. I should make a medical drone for each of them. Sorry, I got too excited and forgot about this. I'm sorry, Beacon. He listened to Lena say those absurd things, watching her bow down apologetically with her hands hanging by her sides, and he couldn't help but smile. Very well, Barkish and the tidal prison also needed alkyloctazine. Uncle. After Lena finished apologizing, she trotted over to Chen Ke. Can we not rush to take the train just yet? I want to first make a medical drone for each of those uncles and brothers here. It won't take long, Uncle. The equipment in the radar station, I learned how to modify them at Havoc Company. With a little adjustment, I can use them to make medical drones. Chen Ke. He lowered his head, looking at Lena. Since mentioning the term make drones, the unrestrained confidence and vigor had visibly illuminated the girl's previously soft features, as if a brilliant galaxy had emerged. He even felt that the girl seemed to have transformed into a different person. It was not merely the confidence of a researcher speaking about her field, more so, it was as if Lena had finally found something she could do for these people. It was as if she was striving to prove that she was not useless, that she too could be of value. Chen Ke sighed again. This girl truly had a tragic life. He smiled and nodded. All right, do you need someone to assist you? Let Beacon. Lena paused. Let Uncle Beacon accompany me. He helped me modify a lot of equipment. The way she said Uncle Beacon still carried a hint of emotion. Beacon. He can do this. How come he was unaware? Chen Ke. Uncle Beacon can do this. Wow, truly worthy of being a legendary spy. Well then, Beacon, you follow Lena. Chen Ke nodded. Crow, take a small team to the west gate of the radar station. Said, take people to the east gate. Jahilos, you go to the front gate. Demulin, have H-47 find a Blue Eagle helicopter to take you to the high ground. Understood. Manager Gao Jianli. Chen Ke turned to the two who had been in a state of shock. You two guard this spawn point while I go pull the lever. Huh. Zhao Qijia, coming back to his senses, was somewhat confused. Didn't you say we weren't in a hurry to leave? Why are you going to pull the lever now? If I don't pull the lever, how will those players gather at the superstar station? Chen Ke's lips curled up. Once I pull the lever, they will definitely rush. When they get anxious, won't they just come over? Then. Zhao Qijia still didn't quite understand. But won't the train leave at that point? Simple. Chen Ke snapped his fingers. He'll take out the driver and commandeer the train, simple as that. Zhao Qijia. Alright, speaking of this. Chen Ke rubbed his chin. Manager, do you think the pilots of the GDI helicopters can also be taken out? If operated properly, can we also seize a few GDI helicopters? The Blue Eagle helicopter is merely an AH-64, but the GDI helicopters are RH-66. I've wanted to seize a few of those for a long time. Zhao Qijia he had just started to complain internally when his mind suddenly stalled. Then he blurted out a thoughtless statement, one he didn't even know where it came from. Isn't the Comanche just for show? Its practicality doesn't seem to surpass that of the Apache, right? Chen Ke's calculating expression froze. In this world he had traveled to, the Blue Eagle helicopter was simply the Blue Eagle helicopter. Its prototype, the AH-64 Apache, had never existed. And the RH-66 Comanche was even less to mention. So, Zhao Qijia's words. What does it mean? He stiffly raised his head. Comanche, Apache. Manager, where have you heard these two terms? Zhao Qijia's expression was even more confused than Chen Ke's. Wait, Chen Ke, you were just preparing to seize, and you've already thought of a code name. But isn't this code name a bit too strange? Chen Ke's gaze was fixed on Zhao Qijia. Zhao Qijia met Chen Ke's gaze for 2 seconds, then suddenly stepped back in shock. Whoa, I really must be gay. Chen Ke, what are you planning to do? Chen Ke narrowed his eyes and forced a smile. Really? Oh damn. Is there any doubt about this? Back then I did have a girl I liked, but some second-generation rich guy from the provincial club stole her away. The old dang who knew about this took me straight to the provincial club intending to blow the place up, but when we got there it turned out I was the third party instead. Zhao Qijia's rambling words were incomprehensible to Chen Ke. His mind was filled with Zhao Qijia's earlier remark. He was certain that it was definitely not an illusion. He was equally certain that Zhao Qijia was not pretending. He had no idea about the code names for those armed helicopters in Blue Star. He didn't even know he had just said that. So, why? Chen Ke furrowed his brow and squinted his eyes, pondering as he walked towards the train. As soon as Lena stepped into the second floor of the radar station, her smile vanished without a trace. Although he couldn't see the change in the girl's expression, he felt her aura shift. It was utterly different from before. She was neither the fierce girl he had first met, nor the mischievous child who learned he knew the instructor. She was no longer the seemingly harmless and helpless girl she had just pretended to be. At that moment her demeanor resembled that of a researcher who had discovered an error in an experiment and was beginning to analyze the problem. Efficient, rational, and devoid of any emotion. As the girl operated a medical drone to inject herself, the pure, almost detached rationality within her aura enveloped her like a mist laden with moisture. It also enveloped the beacon. This aura made him cautious and caused his thoughts to instinctively turn rational. Then in this rational state the beacon noticed a problem. A logical issue that should have been quite obvious, but had somehow been completely overlooked. Since Bernard was arranged by Lena. Since Lena knew the moment he stepped into the Longbow Valley. Then why did the girl think he was the original Bernard when he disguised himself as Bernard? This logically does not make sense. Unless the girl forgot everything she had set up when she saw him. Is that possible? He looked up and noticed the girl had stopped in her tracks, her eyes closed, her hands raised, swaying in the air. It was as if she was manipulating a giant invisible touchscreen. He could tell that she was also deep in thought, and she was contemplating something very important. The beacon tried to slow his breathing, fearing he might disturb her. 5 minutes passed like this. Then the girl opened her eyes, turned to the beacon, her expression becoming somewhat complex. So it turns out, Uncle really didn't lie to me back then. You truly are a legendary spy. Beacon, I can't go into specifics, the girl shook her head. I can only tell you that you must learn to help me modify medical robots. After thinking for so long, is that all you came up with? The beacon was somewhat incredulous. The effects of the rationality enhancement agent will last for 10 minutes. Facing the beacon's words, Lena merely shook her head calmly. Once 10 minutes is up, I will revert to my former self. I don't want to threaten you right now. Oh, in this state, you shouldn't waste time. Otherwise, after 10 minutes, when you are no longer affected by the enhancement fog, your understanding of new things, especially regarding my medical drones, will become extremely difficult. But your work efficiency won't be as high as it is now. It's your choice. Where is the medical drone operation? The beacon made a heartfelt choice. On the rooftop drone platform, Lena replied calmly. I modified 2 drones there. Once activated, they will unfold and become workstations. It will take us 2 minutes and 12 seconds to get there. The medical drones will take 5 minutes and 30 seconds to unfold. The time I left you is enough. You mean I need to understand the working principles of the medical drones and learn how to help you create new medical drones within 2 minutes? No, you only have 1 minute. Beacon, in this state you can't even calculate basic math. The beacon kept pace with the girl's steps. 10 minutes minus 2 minutes, then minus 5.5 minutes. There should be at least 2 minutes left, right? You still need to spare 1 minute to do something else. What? I previously tied up Major Silva and tossed him into the drone platform's cargo box. You need to check if he's dead. If he is, I need to save him. The beacon suddenly halted. Wait, who? GDI Special Agent Major K. Silva, Agent Codename Red Wolf. Lena turned her head. If you don't hurry up, there will only be 50 seconds left. The beacon suddenly took a big step forward to catch up with Lena. Why did you tie him up there? GDI thought I was still the naive me, so they planned an attack at the hospital I was in, then let Red Wolf come to rescue me, making me a special agent capable of combat and field work. Lena spoke calmly as if it were a matter that had nothing to do with her. On the first day I arrived at Longbow Valley, I buried those attackers and casually stuffed Major Silva into the cargo box. But I forgot about it, just like I forgot that you shouldn't be Bernard when we first met. I only remembered just now. Damn, it truly is typical of those GDI bastards. The beacon cursed but then realized something was off. If that's the case, why do you still want to save Major Silva? Once we leave, when Major Silva returns to GDI to report, won't you be completely exposed? Firstly, Lena began to explain, Major Silva is not aware of this plan. GDI headquarters ordered him to protect my safety in secret. Just because of that. The beacon squinted, gradually bending down, reaching for the gun strapped to his calf. Lena, you previously swore that you were raised by the Instructor. Are you saying you have sympathy for GDI Special Agent Major Silva, so you feel you can't kill him? You even want to save him? This is the second point I want to make. Lena sighed, halting in her tracks, turning to face the beacon. He shouldn't and can't die here, just as you can make medical drones, and my uncle is my uncle, understand? Then the third point, after my uncle takes me away, he will forget all these things. I can only say this. At the space base in Hudson's office, a soldier in a blue-black uniform with a brain interface inserted at the back of his head carefully placed a briefcase on the floor and then raised his hand to knock on the office door. Knock, knock, knock. Ahem, come in. After hearing Hudson's voice from inside, the soldier pushed the door open, then bent down and carefully picked up the briefcase. If what you have in the briefcase is a quantum storage device containing combat data, there's no need to be so cautious, Hudson said, somewhat displeased with the soldier's almost slow-motion actions. Quantum storage is not that easily destroyed. Yes, the soldier nodded. He walked to Hudson's desk, placed the briefcase on it, then removed the brain interface from the back of his neck. Report, Minister, the quantum storage in the briefcase contains false combat data intended to mislead any saboteurs that Demulin may have planted to disrupt your plans. The real combat data has all been stored in this brain interface. My. Hudson paused for a moment, then a smile crept onto his face. Interesting. Later, go find the head of the acceleration team and tell him to get you the latest brain interface, then leave a team leader position in the acceleration team. Just tell him I said so. Thank you, Minister. Ahem, off you go. Hudson waved his hand, and the soldier backed out of the office, closing the door behind him. Hudson looked at the brain interface on the desk, a glint of fervor sparking in his eyes. That fool from GDI actually delivered such an opportunity to him. It should be noted that this experimental data was the first and most crucial step of the plan. With these things, he could quickly forge an efficient armed force. By then, no one would be able to obstruct his path. He took out a nebulizer, inhaled a few puffs of the aerosolized medication, and connected the brain interface to the computer. Moments later, he decoded a file containing nearly 2 terabytes of combat data. He eagerly opened the first combat data file. However, after just a glance at this data, the smile on Hudson's face froze. The first thing done after landing was to stuff the bullets into a safe. Even pulling the bullets out of the gun. What was so interesting about that? He unhesitatingly closed the file and opened the second one. Then his expression froze again. What does it mean that the experimental subject hadn't even exited the plane and the combat data was already gone? The plane was shot down. No, it should be a mistake in the combat data. This is quite normal. After all, these things were secretly added by that waste from GTI, so errors in data are to be expected. Hudson deleted this data, then opened the third one. It was still the case that the combat data ended before the plane had even landed. With experience, Hudson continued to close files without hesitation, then opened the 4th, 5th, 6th, the 1323rd, and the 1324th. Hudson's expression gradually faded as the speed and proficiency with which he deleted the combat data increased. Finally, when he opened the 3782nd file, the situation changed. This time, the combat data finally did not end before the subject had even exited the plane. However, Hudson's mind caught up, but his hand did not. He had gotten used to deleting combat data and accidentally deleted this file as well. Hudson stared blankly for a few seconds, then expressionlessly restored the deleted combat data from the recycle bin and reopened it. But soon Hudson was disappointed, because this data wasn't much better either. The recorded experimental subject merely survived the descent from the... Within 2 seconds of landing, the data was interrupted. Hudson rolled his eyes and then closed this data file. Just as he was about to delete it, a flash of lightning crossed his mind. Something is off. After thinking for a moment, he reopened the combat data file and began to read it. Then he discovered what was wrong. The speed at which this experimental subject exited the plane was too fast. This speed did not resemble a parachute descent, but rather looked like jumping directly from the plane. Hudson's eyes narrowed. This is not right. If those experimental subjects wanted to enter Delta, they must go through GDI's helicopter. GDI is on the surface the guide and collaborator for those experimental subjects. GDI would never allow those experimental subjects to jump from the plane. So, What is the situation now? Was it a data recording error, or had some other situation arisen? Hudson's eyes narrowed. He closed the details page of the data record and found the name of this experimental subject from the lengthy file name. Epsilon 11. He tried searching for it. As a result, he indeed found 2 related records. He opened the first one. This one was even shorter than the previous one. The combat record showed that this experimental subject had attempted to engage in a gunfight as soon as the data began recording and was killed by the opposing side's M14. A look of as expected appeared in Hudson's eyes, and then he casually opened the second record. Surprisingly, the second combat record was quite normal. Normal parachuting, normal searching and advancing, normal cooperation with other experimental subjects, normal being killed. Hudson's pupils instantly contracted. Why was this killing so abnormal? From the combat data, this experimental subject had not engaged in gunfire just 1 second before being killed and was merely following some targets. How could they suddenly die the next second? Oh, killed by an AWM. Then it's nothing. After all, the combat location was in Longbow Valley, and being killed by an experimental subject wielding a sniper rifle from beyond the effective range is quite normal. So, only this file is the normal combat data, and those earlier ones were actually erroneous data. Hudson isolated this data, then opened the other combat data files again. After another half an hour, Hudson numbly closed this folder. This combat data was useless. About 50 of these data were incorrect. They were the kind that ended before even exiting the plane. The remaining 50. They were all worthless experimental subjects that couldn't even take down machine gunners and rocket troops. He just couldn't understand why those worthless rocket troops from Asala were able to kill so many people with RPG. If these experimental subjects were killed by those rocket troops under a commander who couldn't even protect himself, Hudson could accept it. After all, those rocket troops under that waste of a commander still had some skills. The problem is that Waste and his subordinates are currently at 0 damn. This means that these experimental subjects were simply killed by those rocket troops under Reese, who were even worse than trash. Oh, and that's not even the most ridiculous part. The most ridiculous part is another group of worthless experimental subjects. Can someone explain to Hudson why there are worthless experimental subjects that can't even defeat machine gunners? Yes, that's right, the external armor of machine gunners is indeed very sturdy, but those experimental subjects should have known that the weakness of machine gunners is their helmets, right? If they couldn't hit the helmet, wouldn't they move in close to engage in hand-to-hand combat? Oh, don't say it, there were indeed dozens of experimental subjects trying to engage in close combat. Then this group of experimental subjects was killed by the gun barrels. Hudson was almost laughing with rage. What use is it to provide these worthless experimental subjects with firearms and equipment? He shoved the nebulizer into his mouth, took a few puffs, and took out his phone. He wanted that waste from GDI to end this farce quickly, then let those worthless experimental subjects peck at each other. That way they might at least provide him with a tiny bit of useful information. However, to his surprise, this phone, known to only a few, was currently busy. That waste from GDI. Who is he calling? What do you mean? Beside a jeep in the desert, Reese, wearing frog-eyed goggles, looked furious. Longbow Valley is my territory. You're not letting me go back now. If you want to die, go back now. The voice on the other end, although processed into an indistinguishable electronic tone, still conveyed an icy tone. Want to die? Reese sneered. Even if half comes to Longbow Valley, they can only kneel and lick my boots. Then go back. The voice on the other end left a few emotionless words before hanging up without hesitation. Hello? Hello? Reese shouted a few times, but the only response was the busy tone. He looked somewhat stunned as he brought the phone to his face while his other hand pushed down his frog-eyed goggles. Upon seeing the call-ended screen, Reese froze for a moment, then furiously smashed the phone against the jeep. With a loud bang, the phone shattered into pieces. The soldier in the driver's seat flinched at once. This reaction gave Reese an outlet for his frustration. What the hell are you afraid of? Reese cursed as he walked over to the jeep, then lifted the soldier's slightly dirty collar and looked down at him. Tell me, what are you afraid of? Captain, I am not. Bang. An immature watermelon mixed with white pulp exploded, splattering juice all over the cabin. The thick watermelon juice that splashed onto the sunglasses obstructed Rice's vision. Damn it, Reese disdainfully took off the sunglasses, grabbing the motionless arm of the driver. He tore the sleeve off that arm, wiped the sunglasses with the relatively clean part, then turned to the soldier in the passenger seat, his white teeth shining coldly in the hot desert. What about you? Are you scared too? Report, General. The soldier turned to Reese. I'm not afraid. Not afraid. Reese grinned with a sinister smile. Aren't you afraid of ending up like him? Not afraid. The soldier replied without hesitation. All right, then tell me why you're not afraid. Reese asked. Because you said that branches won't break in the hands of chameleons, the soldier said fearlessly, looking at Reese. For a moment, Reese, who had just been menacing, burst into loud laughter. That's the spirit. From now on, you are my driver. The soldier's face instantly filled with genuine excitement. Thank you for your guidance, General. But it turned out he was too early to be happy. Because Reese did not respond to him. Or rather, Reese responded with the gun in his hand. Bang! Watermelon juice splattered once more. Guidance. Rice's expression darkened again. I hate you so-called cultured people the most. Don't think I can't do it without you cultured folks. Without you cultured folks I can still manage. Beep beep beep. Just after Rice finished cursing, the phone on the passenger seat covered in watermelon juice rang. He unreservedly walked over to the passenger side, reached out, and picked up the sticky phone. He's dead. Killed. However, contrary to Rice's expectations, the voice on the other end was not a cry, but an electronic voice. Rice blinked, looking around in confusion. All he could see was the endless desert. He brought the phone back to his face. This was indeed the passenger's phone, not his. Filled with rage, Rice brought the phone to his mouth, shouting in exasperation, "Are you watching me, you bastard?" "Listen, Rice," the emotionless, processed electronic voice replied. "If you want to avenge the humiliation you suffered back, then don't pretend to be stupid with me." At that moment, Rice's expression changed. The flames of cruelty in his eyes turned cold and sinister, like a bone-deep parasite. "Looks like you know quite a bit." Rice's voice was as venomous as a snake's hiss. "I know a lot more." "Like what?" "For example, if you want revenge, you shouldn't go back to Longbow Valley right now," said the electronic voice from the phone. "What reason do I have to trust you? Soon a ship carrying important supplies from Half Corporation will pass through Ebony River. How trying to use me as a pawn?" Rice sneered. "That batch of goods belongs to Hudson." The electronic voice paused. "Oh, you wouldn't forget who Hudson is just because he is trading with you now, would you? He was once." "Of course I remember." Rice gritted his teeth, word by word, his voice filled with immense. Superstar Station. Chen Ke felt a bit bored now. For the past 5 minutes, the spawn point at Superstar Station stopped refreshing delivery personnel. The Gatling gun and RPG at the radar station also fell silent. This meant that the group of players wouldn't be coming. So what would a king of ideas do when he had some time to spare? Chen Ke stroked his chin, observing the patrolling soldiers in the station, starting to ponder if there were any useful ideas. The boss was strong enough to defend himself now, but these soldiers were still lacking. In a non-squad combat scenario, these soldiers who operated in groups of 3 were still a bit too weak. He needed to think of a way to enhance them. But the problem was these soldiers were different from the boss. They had no special skills. Chen Ke was just a half-hearted enthusiast in the military field. Besides group tactics, the only thing he could teach these soldiers was how to take cover and gather supplies. It seemed he really had nothing to teach. No, that wasn't right. He had a butterfly in his team now. The key point was that the butterfly could deploy medical drones. This meant that soldiers equipped with medical drones could self-rescue during combat. Could he use this to his advantage? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Chen Ke recalled the term zombie flow. Whether in the game at Blue Star Delta or in the current Delta dungeon, when players formed a team of 2 or more, and at least one teammate was alive upon the first death, players would not immediately turn into a box, but would first become a corpse for a period. In the game from Blue Star, corpses had no collision volume. Other players could crouch down and overlap with the corpse to perform sneak attacks. But this wasn't a game. Corpses here had collision volumes. This idea seemed useless. No way. He could definitely use this idea. In fact, it could be even better than in the Blue Star game. The zombie flow, as the name suggests, was just a corpse coming back to life. He could definitely have the soldiers self-rescue and then lie on the ground pretending to be corpses. After all, players wouldn't shoot at the soldiers. Just think about it. When players exhaust their efforts to take down a squad of 3 soldiers, or a sniper perched at a high point sighing in relief and preparing to push forward or search for supplies. Hey, the corpse came back to life. Really, if anyone with a weak heart witnessed that, they might be scared to death right then and there. Chen Ke's eyes lit up. This idea might actually work. However, it wouldn't last long. After all, the butterfly's medical drones emitted a beeping sound and emitted green light during rescue. After a few zombie acts, players would be on guard. Wait, what if he made them not be on guard? Just in time, wasn't the butterfly just making medical drones? He could ask her if she could modify those medical drones to remove the beeping sound and green light. Chen Ke lifted his foot and quickly walked into the radar station. His speed increased, eventually becoming a light jog. His body felt no fatigue. What would have taken at least 5 minutes, he covered in just 3. However, when he opened the door, the sight before him made Chen Ke pause for a moment. In the room below the drone platform on the top floor of the radar station, a nearly full operational platform had appeared out of nowhere. The exit of the platform was connected to a conveyor belt, and at the end of the conveyor belt, shelves were piled high with small medical drones. The beacon was methodically operating buttons at the control station. Lena stood beside the conveyor belt, picking up a freshly produced small medical drone, checking for defects, and then placing it on the shelf. This scene nearly left Chen Ke dumbfounded. Shouldn't the medical drones be Lena's exclusive skill? Why was the beacon the one at the control panel? When did he learn this? Uncle. Lena caught a glimpse of Chen Ke from the corner of her eye, her lips curling into a beautiful arc as she set down the drone and approached him. What are you doing up here? Did you wait too long? Lena's innocent tone gave Chen Ke a sense of guilt. Was it really good to let this innocent girl make such overly sinister modifications to the medical drones? Logically, this guilt shouldn't exist. But first, Lena's tragic childhood formed a stark contrast with her current innocent optimism, making it hard for Chen Ke to bear to hurt the girl again. Secondly, since the beacon could operate this production platform, could the beacon also modify it? If the beacon did this modification, he would feel no guilt at all. It's nothing, I'm just here to take a look. Chen Ke shook his head, then turned his gaze to the beacon. He can also produce the medical drones you researched. After hearing this, a complex emotion flickered in Lena's eyes. But she quickly hid that emotion, her lips drooping, her tone pitiful. Yes, the beacon uncle secretly learned about my medical drones from somewhere, just to get close to me. Now he can not only produce them, but also modify them. Chen Ke. Wait a minute. He initially thought the beacon was already outrageous. After all, it hadn't even been a day since he suggested the beacon seek Lena. In such a short time, the beacon successfully infiltrated Longbow Valley, gained Lena's trust, and even turned her. Now Lena even said the beacon had learned how to make medical drones. What the hell was this legendary spy beacon? Scared him to death. Uncle, Lena sniffled, looking up with eyes full of grievance. Am I going to be useless from now? Yes. How could that be? After speaking, Chen Ke instinctively wanted to add, for example, you can still. But he held back. Because he thought for a long time and couldn't figure out what else Lena could do now. He secretly glanced at Lena from the corner of his eye, then began to ponder how to comfort the girl. But to his surprise, the girl didn't seem to need comforting. Or rather, it seemed he had already comforted her. Really? The grievance in the girl's eyes vanished in an instant as she blinked. Am I really useful? Uncle, you're not lying to me, right? Chen Ke felt something odd about her words. It sounded as if the girl was some kind of gear. But he still nodded. Yes, really. Great. The girl's eyes narrowed into crescents. Uncle, are you looking for the beacon, uncle, for something? Do I need to avoid it? Chen Ke shook his head, walking over to the beacon. Beacon, can the newly produced medical drones be modified? The beacon retracted, the pondering look in his eyes, raised his head, and looked at Chen Ke. Instructor, how do you want to modify them? You know how the medical drones emit green light and make beeping sounds during rescue, right? I know, the beacon nodded. I want to remove those two functions. Is that possible? The beacon was taken aback. But Instructor, if we remove those two functions, others won't be able to determine whether the medical drones are working or if they have malfunctioned. It's fine, just modify them. After all, this special version would be used in the dungeon. Even if it malfunctioned, it would only return the soldiers to normal time and space. Yes. The beacon nodded, then turned back to the control panel, his hands flying across the platform. Seeing that Chen Ke seemed to have finished giving instructions, Lena bounced over again. Uncle, can we make a deal? Chen Ke blinked. This tone, these words, sounded a bit like a mischievous child. Not sure, let's wait and see. What do you want to discuss? After these drones are produced, can I go with you to stop those GDI agents? Lena stood beside Chen Ke, looking up at him. I thought about it, uncle. What you just said about me still being useful was actually to comfort me. But uncle, I really am useful. I was also a special agent for GTI, and I can use a gun. Lena tried to keep her voice calm, but her little hands, which were rubbing her clothes, revealed her inner unease. Seeing this, Chen Ke sighed inwardly. Indeed, Lena was nothing like a mischievous child. Her maturity was but he couldn't completely reject Lena. This child was inherently sensitive and fragile. If he rejected her, it would All right, Chen Ke extended his hand and ruffled Lena's hair, but not now. Let's talk about it when we return to Zero Dam, okay? Once back at Zero Dam, it would be on his turf. Besides, according to the current Delta rules, a copy of the butterfly would most likely appear in the dungeon. At that time, he would let the butterfly descend in her true form, shooting whatever she wanted, however she wanted. The butterfly's eyes sparkled. Yes, really. Pinky, swear. The butterfly energetically raised her hand and wiggled her pinky. Okay, Chen Ke's voice unconsciously carried a tone of affection. After their pinkies separated, the butterfly bounced back to the shelf at the end of the conveyor belt, humming a tune as she tidied up the medical drones. The cheerful figure of the girl infected Chen Ke, causing a smile to rise at the corners of his mouth. Since those players weren't coming, he might as well let the warden and the Raven's elite escort take the butterfly back. As for the rest, since he was already here, he might as well go check if Reese was at the Queen's Hotel. Although it was in the dungeon, now killing Reese wouldn't have much use, but it could be considered a rehearsal. He still didn't know how Rice's combat power was in this world. Chen Ke's smile suddenly faded. Am I really in the dungeon right now? According to the announcement before entering, there was only this one dungeon in Longbow Valley. The beacon was from Zero Dam. He had previously infiltrated Longbow Valley in normal time and space, but now he also appeared in this dungeon. The key point was that according to that announcement, as long as he took the butterfly out of this dungeon GDI, it would completely lose contact with her. So, this dungeon, is it actually normal time and space? No, it shouldn't be normal time and space. If this were normal time and space, Zhao Qijia and Gao Jianli shouldn't be able to enter. Moreover, Jahilos had also said that if they died here, their consciousness would return to the main time and space of Zero Dam. So this is still a dungeon. But this is a very special dungeon. This dungeon interacts with the normal time and space of Delta. For instance, the beacon who infiltrated normal time and space appears in this dungeon. For example, if he were to take the butterfly out in this dungeon GDA, it would completely lose contact with her, and the butterfly would become part of his team. According to this logic, if he killed Reese in this time and space, would Reese in normal time and space? Chen Ke's eyes narrowed. Outside, more than 100 Blue Eagle helicopters were on standby. The butterfly's medical drones could ensure that his soldiers and the pilots of the Blue Eagle helicopters wouldn't die here. Anyway, since he was already here, it was worth a try. There was no cost involved. Lena. Chen Ke looked at Lena. What's up, uncle? Lena turned her head to look at Chen Ke. Can these 2 drone production devices be packed and taken away? All right. Chen Ke nodded. Beacon stop production for now. Go down and find Lu Wei and have him bring a few people up to move these 2 devices onto the train. Also bring H-47 up. Let's distribute the medical drones that have already been produced to them. Instructor, no need to go through all that trouble. The Beacon shook his head and then turned around, pressing a few buttons on the control panel. The conveyor belt gradually slowed down, and then the platform began to fold and shrink, eventually transforming into 2 medium-sized drones about half a person tall. The Beacon took out a turtle bag from the room and stuffed the 2 medium drones inside before looking up. Instructor, it's all set. Chen Ke silently complained about the outrageous spatial compression technology before looking at Lena. Lena, come along with us later. Is it back to zero, damn uncle? No. Chen Ke shook his head. We're going to deal with Reese. Off. I need your special ability to heal the injured, so please don't wander off. Just stay by my side. After hearing Chen Ke's words, Lena's eyes lit up. She could tell that this time Chen Ke was not comforting her. He really needed her. Lena's pigtails ding. Beacon, go down and notify Lu Wei. Lena, you come with me. We need to find Jahilos and the others first. Chen Ke paused, then. Go find Reese. All right. As Chen Ke descended the stairs, a question began to take shape in his mind. How should they fight? As their instructor, it fell to him to devise the tactics. He frantically recalled wartime knowledge gleaned from films and videos in his previous life, searching for viable strategies. Then, upon stepping out of the radar station and beholding the sky choked with Blue Eagle helicopters, he realized tactics were no longer necessary. Just overwhelm them outright. After all, Dai was right beside him. Should the initial assault fail, she could simply lift the enemy off the ground and strike again. What could be simpler? Jahilos. Chen Ke turned to the man cradling a machine gunner's helmet. This time you and your team will not lead the charge. Stay close to Lena and protect her at all costs. Understood, instructor. And Lena, remain vigilant on the battlefield. If any Blue Eagle helicopter crashes, retrieve the pilot immediately. Got it. Lena's voice remained bright and energetic. In Beacon, Chen Ke pivoted toward Beacon. You won't accompany the main force this time. Take Poseidon squad with you and resolve your own matters before we depart Longbow Ravine. At those words, a flicker of complexity returned to Beacon's eyes. He glanced discreetly at Lena, then, recalling her earlier words, turned back to Chen Ke. Instructor, regarding that corpse you mentioned earlier, I have some other suggestions. Chen Ke paused, then replied without hesitation, speak. And after all, this was advice from Beacon, the legendary spy. It would undoubtedly carry weight. Instructor, do you recall the mole within GDI? Beacon asked, gaze steady. I do. In truth, many elite operatives have long harbored suspicions about that incident, so... Beacon paused. I intend to use this operation to ambush him. Chen Ke blinked, then leaned in, intrigued. When it came to deception, he was fully invested. How do you plan to execute it? Chen Ke asked. We've made tremendous noise here in Longbow Ravine. GTI will inevitably dispatch agents. Beacon paused again. That corpse, we can exploit it far more deeply. The corpse. Lena blinked, then tugged Chen Ke's sleeve. Uncle, can you take me to see it? I might be able to revive the person. Chen Ke clicked his tongue. And damn, it slipped his mind that Lena was still present. Beacon's scheme reeked of shadows. Better she never learned of it. Lena, that body isn't one of our soldiers. He chose his words carefully. And it forms an integral part of our plan. Oh, a plan, huh? Lena pouted slightly, then sniffed, her voice tinged with quiet disappointment. Uncle, I left something on the drone platform. I'll go fetch it first, okay? Watching her obedient, self-effacing retreat, Chen Ke's eyes softened with quiet sorrow. In what kind of childhood had she endured to cultivate such premature composure? Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Lena's head drooped. With shoulders slumped and steps dragging, she turned and walked back toward the radar station. Only after Lena vanished from sight did Chen Ke turn back to Beacon. Continue. Yes, sir. Beacon nodded. Near Queen Hotel, along the border adjacent to Zero Dam, stands an abandoned factory. I'll suspend the disguised corpse there. And then... Beacon paused once more, casting another fleeting glance toward the radar station. Instructor, I recommend, once Queen Hotel is secured, you lead the main force to that factory. By the time your troops arrive, the corpse should already be suspended. First shoot through the rope, holding it aloft. Once it falls, deploy a medical drone for immediate rescue. As he spoke, Beacon produced a drone. I've modified it. The rescue module remains incomplete. Rest assured revival is impossible. Chen Ke stared, mouth silently parting. His gaze upon Beacon grew layered with profound ambiguity. He understood precisely what Beacon intended, and even anticipated his next move. In essence, Beacon's scheme aimed to convince GDI's elite operatives that this so-called unknown faction had descended upon Longbow Ravine not to abduct Dai, but to rescue him. The abduction of Dai was merely a pretext to seize her drones. And wait, was this plan too sinister? And truly only the legendary spy Beacon could conceive such artistry. Beacon's next words confirmed Chen Ke's deduction. Instructor, didn't we seize considerable equipment during this operation? Have the men select the obsolete, worthless firearms, and place them all at the corpse's feet, and then blow up the factory, but before detonation bury the corpse, and remove the placard inscribed Beacon GDI's dog. Raven must handle both tasks separately, with an RPG, and that placard must sustain enough blast damage to blur its edges, yet retain legibility. As for the corpse, stage it deliberately. To suggest you intended solemn burial and simultaneous demolition of the factory, using seized GDI arms as ceremonial offerings for the dead. Yet the explosion proved so violent that the corpse was accidentally unearthed, and coincidentally discovered by GDI investigators. And those same investigators will happen upon the firearms scattered by the blast, and then linking this to your raids on the radar station and Queen Hotel. Won't they conclude you came to Longbow Ravine not to kidnap Dai, but to extract me from Rese's grasp? Chen Ke exhaled slowly. And this was the caliber of a legendary spy, and the plan was diabolically flawless. Yet, it aligned perfectly with his own intent. Raven, do you understand? Chen Ke turned sharply toward Raven. Raven, still stunned, only snapped back to awareness when Chen Ke repeated the command. He instinctively stepped backward, away from Beacon, then nodded firmly. Understood, Instructor. Can you execute it? Absolutely. Raven answered without pause. If required, I can render the corpse unidentifiable by cause of death, while preserving facial features intact. Then proceed. Chen Ke nodded. Yes, sir. And I'll fetch Lena. Prepare yourselves. Beacon, you'll oversee all preparations near Queen Hotel and await us. When the operation commences, detain Lena. Ensure she sees none of this. She's still young. Witnessing such things may leave lasting scars. Beacon. Understood. After Chen Ke departed, Jahilos's expression tightened with quiet confusion. He frowned, studying Beacon intently. The Beacon, he remembered, wasn't capable of such calculated darkness. And could someone else have devised this, only for Beacon to relay it? Yet since Beacon's extraction from GTI, he'd remained constantly with them, except for one outsider, Lena. No, Lena wasn't an outsider, and she certainly hadn't conceived this stratagem. And so, this was Beacon's own design. Had his triple agent existence forged him into this master of subterfuge? And the title legendary spy carried no less gravitas than his own, Warden. And had he stagnated too long? Chen Ke had barely reached the drone platform's entrance when he spotted Lena, furtively hovering near a cargo crate, hands flitting restlessly, face flushed with nervous pretense. Clearly she'd been surreptitiously rummaging through the crate's contents. The faintly comedic sight lifted the corners of Chen Ke's mouth. Found anything good? Uncle. Caught red-handed. Lena feigned startled discovery with unconvincing artifice. What are you doing up here? Chen Ke's smile widened. And back on Blue Planet he'd worn that exact expression, when caught sneaking phone or computer time while his parents were away. I finished checking the crate by the door. Figured this one upstairs needed inspecting too. At his words, Lena's cheeks visibly flushed crimson. Uncle. Come on, let's go. If you want to search, Queen Hotel holds countless supply caches. Once it's secured and deemed safe, every cache belongs to you. Really? Her eyes lit up like twin stars. Absolutely. No deception. You're the best, uncle. Let's go. East of Longang Dock, atop a mountain overlooking Longbow Ravine's border. Crouched low amid tall grass, my Xiaowen lowered her binoculars and turned to Londang Harrison beside her, Silver Wing. If Jahilos abducted Lena to retaliate against GTI, why did he then lead his entire force, and that swarm of helicopters, straight to the radar station? And after bombing the radar station, why did he also demolish Queen Hotel? And you know Jahilos better than most. What does he truly intend? I don't know. Londang shook his head. It's been years, we've grown worlds apart. I haven't a clue what occupies his thoughts now. So you two were genuinely close. My Xiaowen's eyes widened slightly. That's hardly classified. Anyone with seniority at GDI knows. You needn't try to entrap me with that line. Since I answered your question, you owe me one. Silver Wing regarded her coolly. My Xiaowen shrugged. Ask, but I reserve the right to withhold answers, or lie. You've been tracking Wang Yuhao's whereabouts. Why divert to Longbow Ravine? Big guy's not vanishing anytime soon. My Xiaowen waved dismissively. Besides, with Wang Yuhao's skills, I'd be the one in danger, not him. You hold remarkable faith in him. Silver Wing chuckled softly. Hey. Old man, what's with that indulgent tone? My Xiaowen bristled. Let me be clear, Wang Yuhao, and I share nothing, okay? Do you believe that yourself? I had to, until this year. My Xiaowen declared resolutely. What's special about this year? Because I turn 18 this year. Wait, weren't you 15 when you breached GDI's system? Back then I had someone I had to find. That person, Silver Wing faltered. Wang Yuhao, obviously. My Xiaowen stated matter-of-factly, then arched a brow at him. Are you stunned? Meeting her gaze, Silver Wing's expression remained utterly unchanged. Not even his eyes flickered. Just as hers had done moments before. So 15 was permissible, but 17 isn't, exactly, my Xiaowen sighed. Under 18 romance qualifies as early dating. Besides, I'm still. Bang! Not gunshot cut off my Xiaowen's sentence. She clamped her lips shut. Silver Wing mirrored her, both turning instantly toward the sound's origin. Gunfire continued, sharp, rhythmic, unceasing. After several seconds, my Xiaowen's eyes narrowed in surprise. She turned, voice hushed. Does that gunfire sound off? It is. Silver Wing nodded, brow furrowed. These aren't combat volleys. Every shot is single fire spaced with eerie uniformity. It sounds like Jihilos's troops firing salutes into the sky. Salutes. My Xiaowen's tone sharpened with bafflement. What theatrical nonsense is this? Likely a funeral rite for fallen comrades. Silver Wing shook his head. He's rather ceremonious. My Xiaowen raised an eyebrow. Silver Wing opened his mouth when a deafening explosion ripped across the valley. Wait, my Xiaowen stared bewildered at Silver Wing. Is that part of the funeral too? Absolutely not. Silver Wing shook his head emphatically. Then it's odd, my Xiaowen tilted her head, glancing toward the blast source before returning to Lan Deng. If not a funeral, why the salutes? We'll investigate shortly. Fair point. My Xiaowen nodded. Your mechanical bird remains inside Longbow Ravine, correct? If broadcast signals echo across the ravine, it'll detect them. Yes. Then alert me the moment it does. Agreed. My Xiaowen did not wait long. About 5 minutes after the explosion, Landon raised his right index finger and pressed it against his earpiece. After carefully confirming the sound in the earpiece, he turned to my Xiaowen and said, Hacker Claw, the Falcon drone has received the broadcast from Chonggong Valley. My Xiaowen nodded, took out a device that resembled a PSP handheld console from her clothes, pressed a few buttons, and then raised her right hand to smash it down. An electromagnetic wave spread outward from the handheld console. After a moment, my Xiaowen put away the console and said, confirm there are no hostile forces within the range of Chonggong Valley. We can go straight there. Then let's go. Landon stood up, holding his gun in hand. First, let's head to the place where the explosion was heard. If possible, look for footprints along the way. My Xiaowen pulled the bolt on her vector rifle. What just happened was too strange. Let's see if we can analyze any information from the traces they left behind. I was thinking the same thing, Landon nodded. Then he'll lead the way, you keep an eye on the back. Okay. The direction of the explosion was to the west of the two. After walking in that direction for about half an hour, they finally found the site of the explosion. My Xiaowen took out the handheld console again, and after a moment she retrieved information about the place. It was supposed to be a factory, but now it was in ruins. The flames in the ruins had long since turned to ashes, and the smoke had been washed away by time. Only a faint smell of nitrates lingered in the air. What were they doing here? My Xiaowen frowned at Silver Wing. This factory has been abandoned for a long time, and Reese didn't consider it a stronghold. Even the map of Chonggong Valley doesn't mark this place. I don't know. Silver Wing shook his head. Scan again to see if there are any enemy signals. If not, we can split up. You'll search for the footprints they left behind, and you look for other information. I already decrypted that, and there are none. Then let's split up. Landon abruptly stopped mid-sentence, squinting at the traces on the ground, and then shook his head. No need to split up. I've found their footprints. As he spoke, he quickly walked forward, crouched down, and carefully examined the traces on the ground. After a moment, he looked up with a puzzled expression. Hacker Claw died. She was taken by that unidentified force, right? Yes. My Xiaowen nodded and crouched down beside Landon. Did you find her footprints? I did. Landon's expression became increasingly strange as he raised his hand to point at a footprint on the ground that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This footprint was left by Dai. Moreover, analyzing the information left by the footprint Dai, she was wearing a full set of level 6 armor. A hint of shock appeared in my Xiaowen's eyes. Level 6 armor. Are you saying that this unidentified force kidnapped Dai and then during her transport dressed her in the most advanced level 6 armor? Not just that. Landon's tone was filled with self-doubt as he raised his hand and pointed to the tracks ahead. Did you see these tire tracks? I saw them. My Xiaowen nodded. These tire tracks should belong to Demulin's gray Mako battle vehicle, right? That's right, Landon nodded. But the key point is not here. Analyzing these traces, Demulin's gray Mako battle vehicles. Landon paused for a moment, took a few deep breaths, and stated a conclusion that was so ridiculous he could hardly believe it himself. It seems they were protecting Dai. My Xiaowen was taken aback for a moment, then tilted her head and looked at Landon. Did you drink too much? To be honest, I can't believe it myself. Landon's expression was filled with self-doubt. But based on these traces, what I just said is an objective fact. After a moment of silence, my Xiaowen nodded and said seriously, I believe you. Because lies must have logic while facts do not need to be logical, right? Landon painfully closed his eyes. That's true. My Xiaowen's tone also grew peculiar. But isn't this too illogical, eh? The command from headquarters was to rescue Dai, but the objective facts show that Dai was wearing top-level armor and was escorted by Demulin's battle vehicles. No, not just that. Landon sighed reluctantly, opening his eyes. After taking another look at the traces on the ground, he stood up. Here Dai and that unidentified force separated. My Xiaowen's brain short-circuited for a moment. What do you mean separated? After they came out of the factory, someone came from the direction of the Queen Hotel. Landon rubbed his temples. Then Dai went with that person, and those battle vehicles followed Dai as well. So you mean my Xiaowen, who was crouching on the ground, raised her head, her eyes gradually clearing. That unidentified force deployed over 100 Blue Eagle helicopters, going through great lengths to kidnap Dai, only to let her leave just like that. Again, yes. My Xiaowen was silent for a moment before nodding. Oh. She stood up, brushed the dust off her hands, and her tone indicated that she was somewhat ready to move on. They'll check the ruins. You analyze these footprints further. Landon watched my Xiaowen's departing figure, opened his mouth, but did not call out to her. This situation was too absurd enough that even he as a veteran could hardly believe it, let alone the 17-year-old my Xiaowen. Forget it, let her go, he would take another look. Landon shook his head to himself and walked toward the ruins, following the direction of the footprints. However, just a few steps in, he discovered something strange. That thing. Why did it look like the box that the special agent had left behind after failing to evacuate? His gaze fixed for a moment, and then somewhat incredulously he walked towards the object. After confirming that it was indeed a special agent's box, Landon's expression grew even more peculiar. How could there be a box here? He looked around in confusion. This factory wasn't marked on the map, nor was it a resource point, and it certainly wasn't a route for evacuation. Who would come here? There's more. Landon jogged a few steps and found another special agent's box. Moreover, not far from the box, there was a 4 Malawian kwaches. He bent down, picked up the 4 Malawian kwaches, and examined it closely. His expression became even more peculiar. This gun wasn't bare, it had many accessories attached. Moreover, judging by the position of the accessories, they had been meticulously installed. Was there even ammunition in the gun? What does this mean? As Landon casually stuffed the gun into his backpack, he pondered why this gun would appear here. He had heard a bit about the newly recruited special agents. Those people would never leave such a gun behind here. Even if they did, they would first take off the valuable accessories and remove the ammunition. Now this. Landon's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. Not far away in the ruins, he discovered 2 more guns. From their shape, they also seemed to be guns with accessories. Surrounding the guns were several scattered agent boxes. A glimmer of realization flashed in Landon's eyes. So someone specifically moved those agent boxes and guns here. But why did they do that? Weren't they here to kidnap Dai? What did this factory have to do with it? Silver Wing. A voice called from a distance. This voice was filled with tremors and sorrow. Something was wrong. Landon's gaze sharpened, and he no longer picked up the guns on the ground, but rushed toward the direction of the voice. Moments later, he saw my Xiaowen crouching on the ground, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. After confirming there were no threats nearby, he slowed his pace and approached my Xiaowen. What happened? He couldn't continue. He saw what was in front of my Xiaowen. No, that wasn't an object. That was a corpse. The corpse had probably been at the center of the explosion, and it was already mangled beyond recognition. However, Landon recognized the shape of the corpse. It was almost identical to the size of the beacon. Landon opened his mouth, and like a rusted machine, he stiffly and slowly shifted his gaze to the corpse's face. Just one glance, and Landon painfully closed his eyes. The beacon. My Xiaowen turned her head. The beacon, My Xiaowen's voice cracked with tears, prompting Landon to open his eyes again. This was not the time for him to grieve. They were still within the territory of Chonggong Valley. Moreover, he still had my Xiaowen with him. Without saying a word, he unstrapped his backpack and walked in front of my Xiaowen, turning his back to her. Hacker Claw, lend me a hand, and put the beacon on my back. Let's leave here first. My Xiaowen raised her neck, holding back her tears. After sniffing, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve and carefully extended her hand to slip through the beacon's arms. She struggled to drag the beacon up from the ground, then grasped his still warm wrists and placed both of the beacon's arms on Silver Wing's shoulders. Silver Wing held onto the beacon's hands, adjusted his posture, and just as he was about to stand up, a clank sound rang out from behind. It was the sound of metal falling into the dirt. Hacker Claw, hold onto the beacon's belongings. Oh, we need to go. My Xiaowen nodded, bending down to pick up the slightly blackened the medical drone belonging to Dai. What? Silver Wing. My Xiaowen walked up to Silver Wing and extended her hand. The item that fell from the beacon just now seems to be Dai's medical drone. After observing for a moment, Silver Wing looked up. This is indeed Dai's medical drone. Are you sure this fell? I'm sure, my Xiaowen nodded. Dai has mentioned this medical drone to me several times, and from the state of this drone it appears to still be activated. Silverwing frowned. So this drone was attempting to treat the beacon. It seems so. Mai Xiaowen nodded, her eyes still red. However, at this moment, no tears flowed out. Landon's previous words reminded her, they were still in Chonggong Valley, not a time for sorrow. Moreover, the development of events was too strange. She was now thinking about why Dai's drone appeared on the beacon. Wasn't Dai kidnapped by that unidentified force? Wait a minute. Dai was wearing a level 6 set to prevent her from getting hurt. And that unidentified force brought Dai here, but later let her leave by herself. Doesn't that mean? Mai Xiaowen suddenly looked up at Landon. Silverwing, do you think that unidentified force kidnapped Dai? Landon didn't reply. He first glanced at the pocket where Mai Xiaowen kept the handheld console, then slowly and firmly shook his head. Mai Xiaowen froze for a moment and opened her mouth. She understood Landon's meaning, so she did not continue with the previous topic. You go ahead, you'll look for any other belongings of the beacon. All right. Landon nodded and fell silent. He had already figured it out. That unidentified force like him was here to save the beacon. That force knew that the beacon was gravely injured and trapped in this factory. They kidnapped Dai to facilitate the timely rescue of the beacon. That was why Dai was wearing level 6 armor. That was why Dai did not resist, and even voluntarily followed that unidentified force. But they failed. Dai's medical drone did not work. The beacon still died. That was why Dai separated from those. As for those boxes and guns, Landon also figured it out. Those were moved here to accompany the beacon in death. No, that's not right. The timing doesn't add up. After the explosion occurred, those people left about 5 minutes later. There was simply not enough time. Unless those people brought those boxes and guns here when they came to the factory. But that doesn't make sense. The boxes and guns were for burying the beacon. If they were here to rescue the beacon, why bring these things? Moreover, shouldn't they first rescue the beacon and then take him to find Dai? Why did they have to bring Dai to this factory to find the beacon? Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? With the time spent kidnapping Dai, they could have easily. Landon's thoughts abruptly ceased. No, that unidentified force wasn't here to rescue the beacon. They wanted to test if Dai could revive the already deceased beacon. In other words, before they kidnapped Dai, had already died. They discovered the beacon's death notice first, then went to kidnap Dai. Moreover, they very likely already knew that Dai's drone couldn't save the beacon. They just wanted to make one last attempt. Even if they knew this attempt would surely fail, they still had to try. Who exactly is this unidentified force? Landon. Mai Xiaowen's trembling voice rang out again. However, this time there was no sorrow, only anger. She threw a sign at Landon's feet. Landon looked down. The sign seemed to have been at the center of the explosion, twisted and deformed by the heat and shockwave. But Landon still recognized the words on the sign, Beacon GTI's dog. He opened his mouth, then lifted his foot, and stomped the sign hard into the ground. He turned his head expressionlessly. Let's first take the beacon home. Home? Mai Xiaowen scoffed. At this point, do you still think that is the beacon's home? Do you think I can't analyze it? Or do you think I'm blind, unable to see that this sign is at the center of the explosion and can't see those agent boxes and guns that were buried with the beacon? When I say home, I don't mean there. Landon shook his head. The beacon used to love fishing at Zero Dam. Near the riverbank, there is a small cabin belonging to the beacon. We'll take him back there. Zero Dam. Mai Xiaowen was silent for a moment and then nodded. Okay, I'll notify the other special agents. Remember not to use the normal channel. Understood, Mai Xiaowen nodded. Jingzhou Qijia Club. Chen Ke Zhao Qijia, who had just exited a dungeon, looked at Chen Ke and said, I think I might have overcomplicated.